God Level Farm Chapter 1539 to Chapter 1583. Regarding this video, a netizen's comment was representative. He said, "I can see that this brother's excitement is completely uncontrollable. I understand this feeling too well. It's really hard to be a Xianxia fan." There were also netizens who said, "This is the most shaky video I've ever seen, but I've watched it over and over again." When President Xia scored that goal and the brother who filmed the video screamed, "I couldn't stop my tears from flowing down," there were many similar videos and highlights that spread wildly on the internet. The topic of #Xiaoruofei and Wu Lei's goal hashtag rushed to the top 3 of the trending list in a short period of time without any suspense. When Xiaoruofei, Zhou Leiyun, and Zhao Jinghao talked about these things, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Director Zhou, it looks like your company's stock is going to soar." When Wu Lei joined RCD Espanyol, the stock price of Zhou Leiyun's company had soared. As long as Wu Lei scored a goal or RCD Espanyol won, it was great news for Zhou Leiyun's company, and the stock price would rise every time. Zhou Leiyun was also overjoyed and said, "Today's opening price has reached its upper limit, good boy." Xiaoruofei said, "So my goal made you $1 billion or $2. And I'm afraid it's not enough to reach its upper limit in one day. Maybe it will continue to rise in the next few days." How much money would that be? You capitalists make money faster. If Boss Xia's company goes public, its scale will soon surpass mine. Zhou Leiyun said. "But Boss Xia, you can't bear to. I'm in business, not capital." Xiaoruofei said with a smile. "Director Zhou, if RCD Espanyol finally rushes into the Europa League qualifiers, do you think your stock will soar again?" It'll probably rise a little," Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. "But it's not set in stone yet. We're still a distance away from the Europa League, and this is based on Barca winning the Copa del Rey and saving a place for the Copa del Rey champion to participate in the Europa League. It's only possible to postpone it. If we beat Barca, the situation will be much better." Zhao Jinghao smiled and said, "The most important thing is that the morale of the team has been greatly boosted. The chances of winning the next few games are not small. RCD Espanyol's next few opponents were not particularly strong. They were considered rookies between the middle and lower tier teams in the league. With RCD Espanyol's current lineup and morale, their chances of winning a few games in a row were still very high. Of course, if Xiaoruofei was in the team all the time and participated in every game, then the chances would be even higher. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words." Zhou Leiyun was in a very good mood and said with a smile. After chatting for a while, it was about time for everyone to return to their rooms. Xiaoruofei used the computer in the hotel room to browse through the news reports. They were mainly from the Spanish media. Now, he had no problem speaking, reading, and writing in Spanish. It was even easier for him to read the news. Xiaoruofei saw that the pro-Real Madrid media, represented by Marca, gave RCD Espanyol a very high evaluation. Their evaluation of Xiaoruofei and Wu Lei was also very objective and even overflowing with praise. In addition, these media were more gloating. Barca's capsizing in the gutter was something they were happy to see. Of course, RCD Espanyol would not admit that they were just gutter. Marca had a comment, "In terms of the performance of this game alone, Messi was far inferior to RCD Espanyol's Xianxia player, Xiaoruofei. In other words, no player on the Barca team performed better than Xiaoruofei, including Suarez, who was very eye-catching in the game." It could be said that it was Xiaoruofei's wonderful play that helped RCD Espanyol take away the 3 points that Barca had. When Xiaoruofei saw this comment report, he could not help but show a wry smile. Marca was drawing hatred for him. When Barca fans saw such a report, in addition to scolding Marca, they would certainly be full of resentment towards Xiaoruofei. Of course, without this report, the Barca fans already hated Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei naturally did not care about this. From RCD Espanyol's standpoint, Xiaoruofei felt quite good reading these reports. However, Catalonia's El Mundo Deportivo and several other pro-Barca media outlets reported in a completely different style. The caliber of their reports was similar. Basically, they were set to RCD Espanyol was lucky and won a hard-fought victory at Camp Nou. Basically, some of the details of the game were glossed over. The home team lost the game and lost to a weak team like RCD Espanyol. Who would break down the process of the game for analysis? Wouldn't that be rubbing salt on the wounds of the Cosmos team? They did not report too many details of the game, but the game was so high-profile that the media could not pretend not to see it. Therefore, Catalonia's media outlets, represented by El Mundo Deportivo, focused on some of the highlights on and off the field. For example, El Mundo Deportivo wrote a report with the title "Xiao Ruafe repeatedly praises Messi and calls him a great player." The author of this report was the reporter Pablo, who asked Xiao Ruafe a question at the press conference yesterday. Xiao Ruafe was not surprised at all. He was prepared for some media outlets to take his words out of context when he said those words at the press conference. Therefore, he asked Zhou Leyun to arrange for the club staff to put the full video of the interview on RCD Espanyol's official website that night. In particular, the part where Xiao Ruafe answered Pablo was edited separately and placed in a prominent position. RCD Espanyol's fans were not 3-year-old children. They naturally had the ability to distinguish right from wrong, especially after watching the interview video. Naturally, they would not misunderstand Xiao Ruafe. El Mundo Deportivo also questioned Rubi's words. It was the part where Rubi complained about the chaotic management at Camp Nou. The players had not left the field yet, but they had already started spraying water on the turf and turned off the stadium's headlights. Pablo wrote in this report, the reporter was at the scene at the time and did not find the situation that Mr. Rubi said. Barca's strength in La Liga is outstanding and they encounter similar doubts every season because people are always used to sympathizing with the weak. When Xiao Ruafe saw this report, he felt angry and amused. Shouldn't reporters pursue authenticity the most? How could this reporter make such irresponsible remarks and distort the truth? In fact, Xiao Ruafe still underestimated the tendency of these regional media outlets. The readers of El Mundo Deportivo were mainly in the Catalonia region, and they were mainly Barca fans. Their philosophy of running the newspaper naturally had to please the Barca fans. Otherwise, wouldn't it affect sales? As for journalistic ethics, what was it compared to the Euro? Back to Rubi's complaint, El Mundo Deportivo had reported it as such. What could they do? Jumping out to argue with him was tantamount to helping them heat up the topic, which was exactly what they were looking for. Xiao Ruafe frowned slightly and thought about whether to respond to this matter. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Ruafe subconsciously extended his mental strength to investigate and found that it was Song Wei and Ling Xianxia standing at the door. So, Xiao Ruafe directly twisted the handle with his mental strength to open the door. His mental strength had improved a lot compared to before, and manipulating small objects was as easy as moving his fingers. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia saw the door open by itself, and they could see Xiao Ruafe sitting at the desk in the corner of the living room, staring at the computer screen. The two of them did not make a fuss. Xiao Ruafe had demonstrated the use of mental strength in front of them many times, and they were already familiar with his ability to control objects remotely. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia walked into the room, and Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "The two of us were a little bored, so we came to talk to you. Ruafe, why don't we go out again in the afternoon?" Xiao Ruafe pondered for a moment and said, "Xianxia, Wei, I won't go out in the afternoon. If you want to go shopping, I'll ask Director Zhou to arrange a car and send a few people to follow you." Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruafe and said, "Ruafe, you don't seem to be in a good mood." "No way. Weren't we all fine during lunch?" Ling Xianxia said, "Ruafe, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruafe smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I just saw a report, and I'm a little upset. But I can't do anything about it, so I'm even more upset." "What report?" Ling Xianxia came over to take a look. The screen was full of Spanish, which made her a little dizzy. Fortunately, the pictures on it were not bad. Most of them were pictures related to Xiao Ruafe. There were pictures of him dribbling the ball, passing the ball, and shooting the ball. Especially the barb, which was magnified the most and included in the article. "What on earth is written here?" Ling Xianxia said with a frown. Song Wei also cast an inquisitive look. Xiao Ruafe smiled and told the two of them the cause and effect of the matter, and then said, "It's roughly like this." "What does this mean?" "Sometimes, when people who use a pen are shameless, they are even more ruthless than those who use machetes." Ling Xianxia said angrily, "This is simply twisting the truth." calling a deer a horse. We have so many RCD Español fans at the scene, and everyone can testify. Song Wei's personality was relatively calm. She did not speak at first, but secretly thought in her heart. When Ling Xianxia finished telling the story angrily, Song Wei said, "Ruofei, although it's a little discouraging to say this, I still have to say it. According to the traditional way of handling it, there is nothing we can do about this kind of report." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "I know. It's just really a little annoying." At this point, Xiao Ruofei clicked on the link to the author's name on the web page, which was directly linked to the Facebook page of the reporter, Pablo. Sure enough, Pablo also made a sarcastic rebuttal to Ruby's accusations on his Facebook page. He wrote on Facebook, "In fact, I can understand Ruby's ecstasy after the team accidentally beat Barca as the manager of a small club. Although it's a little impolite to say this, I still think the most appropriate metaphor is nouveau riche. Yes, it's completely the face of someone who got rich overnight. It's not the first time Ruby has complained about Barca's home game, but he has never provided any evidence. Even if Ruby says it's true, I have enough reason to believe that it must be because the RCD Español team celebrated for too long, and it has affected the maintenance work of the Camp Nou stadium. Maybe the staff had to turn on the sprinkler switch after repeated reminders to no avail." In addition, as everyone knows, Xiao Ruofei, who scored the winning goal in this game, is also a shareholder of the RCD Español team. At the press conference, Xiao Ruofei also said that he hoped to buy Messi from Barca. Oh my god. How arrogant did he have to be to say something so stupid? It's not wrong to say that they are nouveau riche. Huaxia people have become a little rich in recent years, but their foundation. Xiao Ruofei translated Pablo's words word by word for Ling Xianxia and Song Wei. After Ling Xianxia heard it, her lungs were about to explode. She said, "How can there be such a shameless person? It's as disgusting as eating a dead rat." Song Wei's face was still calm, and he showed a thoughtful look. She asked, "Ruofei, his Facebook post should be quite popular, right?" Xiao Ruofei looked and nodded. "Yes. His fan page has quite a lot of attention. Look, there are hundreds of comments. If this data was on Huaxia's Weibo platform, it wouldn't be much. After all, there were so many netizens in Huaxia, and many of them were so-called water armies. But on FB, it was already a very popular post." Xiao Ruofei continued, "But these are all left by Barca fans. Look at the content of their messages," Ling Xianxia quickly said, "Don't translate it for us. It's definitely not good." Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei said, "Yes. It's not good. It's fine if you don't listen." Song Wei said thoughtfully, "According to my experience, if we overreact, we will fall into their trap. If we don't respond at all, staying silent doesn't seem to be your style." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Wei, do you have any good suggestions?" Song Wei smiled and said, "Let me show you something first, and then you can figure out how to deal with it yourself." After saying that, Song Wei took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album, and found a video. After clicking play, he handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took it with some confusion and found that it was the scene of the RCD Español players celebrating on the field after yesterday's game. In the video, the RCD Español players were cheering and celebrating on the turf at Camp Nou, and they kept waving to the visiting team's stands. The RCD Español fans also responded enthusiastically in the stands, constantly shouting, and the loudest was Xiao Ruofei's name. At that moment, the main lights in the stadium suddenly went out. Immediately after, the hidden faucet under the turf began to rise and soon sprayed water out. Not only did Song Wei's video capture the entire process of the stadium turning off the lights and spraying water, but because she was in the VIP box, she had a very good view. She also clearly captured the Barca fans in the opposite stands exiting the stadium. After the RCD Español players were drenched, some of the Barca fans laughed loudly and made some indecent gestures to the RCD Español players. Xiao Ruofei said in surprise, "Wei, I didn't expect you to capture these scenes." Song Wei smiled and said, "I originally wanted to capture the scene of your celebration, but I didn't expect to capture this scene by accident." Ling Xianxia had also been watching the video with the two of them. She said, "This is solid evidence. Let's see what the reporter has to say." Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, what are you going to do? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, don't release this video for the time being. Why? Ling Xianxia asked with some confusion. We should release the video at this time to slap him in the face. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, let's wait and see for a while. The public opinion hasn't fermented yet. The RCD Español club hasn't officially responded yet. Song Wei said thoughtfully, that's good, but we can't do nothing. I think we should add fuel to the fire. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia looked at each other. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but say, Wei, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Song Wei smiled and said, look. In fact, the report of Sport Daily is just a little biased. I guess the sports media in Spain are more or less biased. They all have their own teams. The people may be used to it. In fact, the most infuriating thing is the content of this reporter's personal social media account, which is Facebook. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's right. After all, Facebook only represented him personally. So, Pablo's comments on Facebook were much more outrageous than the articles he wrote on the Daily Sports. It was Pablo's posts on Facebook that made Ling Xianxia so angry. Song Wei continued, this reporter isn't a famous reporter. His influence on Facebook is only average. These few posts about yesterday's competition may have been trending, but compared to the trending articles on Weibo or other news platforms in our country, it's not even close to the trending articles on Weibo. Ling Xianxia understood what was going on. She asked, Wei, are you saying that we should repost this person's post to China? Song Wei nodded with a smile, that's right. Think about it. If we translate his posts word for word, take screenshots, and post them on Weibo, how would the Xianxia fans react? It would definitely blow up. Ling Xianxia said without thinking, it's a little exaggerated to say that Ruofei and Wu Lei are now gods in the hearts of the Xianxia fans. This guy dares to blaspheme gods. The netizens of Xianxia will definitely show him the power of the vast ocean of people's war. Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, that's what I meant by adding fuel to the fire. Ling Xianxia said, if we really do that, the netizens of Xianxia will definitely jump over the wall and attack him. Do you still remember the battle in the Diba back then? That was a mighty battle. Speaking of this, Ling Xianxia suddenly showed a hint of doubt and asked, Wei, this will vent your anger, but won't this reporter achieve his goal of creating hype? I don't think anyone in Spain has seen such a large-scale online battle. Won't he become a celebrity all of a sudden? We'll have a good time scolding him, but he might still be secretly happy. Xiao Ruofei showed a thoughtful look and said, Xianxia, there is still a difference. If I, Wu Lei, Ruby, or the officials of Spain went to argue with a reporter, it would indeed be a bit degrading, and we would be flattering him. Maybe it would really turn into helping him create hype. But speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, if thousands of Xianxia netizens rushed to his Facebook to scold him, then it might be a different situation. These are all ordinary netizens and fans, and everyone jumped over the wall and left after scolding him. It won't bring him any good reputation, and it will only leave a mess on his Facebook. Song Wei nodded in agreement and said, objectively speaking, it will definitely increase his exposure, but the netizens' comments will all be scolding him. Even if he has a reputation, it won't be a good one. He might become a laughingstock. Xiao Ruofei said, yes. Then we'll release the video that Wei took at the right time, and that will be the truth. It will show that Pablo is lying and making irresponsible remarks, which violates the most basic principle of authenticity for news reporters. Ling Xianxia also understood. She said excitedly, when the time comes, he won't be able to stay in this line of work. Humph. Such a bad reporter should be taught a profound lesson. Xiao Ruofei and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Ruofei said, then let's do it. I'll do it. After that, he quickly took screenshots of the posts on Pablo's Facebook about yesterday's game. Then, he opened the Photoshop software and translated the content of Pablo's Facebook into Chinese. He typed it in red font on the screenshots of the posts, which basically corresponded to the Spanish. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished the work and translated several of Pablo's posts. Then, Xiao Ruofei stopped and turned to ask, do you think I should use my own Weibo account to post it, or find someone else to post it? Song Wei pondered for a moment and said, with the attention and traffic you have now, the effect will naturally be the most obvious if you use your own account to post it. But this way, you'll actually have to deal with Pablo personally. So, I suggest that you don't use your own account. Your account should remain silent at this time. My thoughts exactly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In that case, I'll use a SMUF account to post it on Weibo and Tieba. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue nodded at the same time. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ruofei opened a Word document and wrote a paragraph himself. Then, he compressed it together with the processed pictures and sent it to Qin Yanan, who was guarding the 3 mountains. Then, he called Qin Yanan and briefly explained the situation to her. He asked her to use a SMUF account to post it on Weibo, the headlines, and various forums. If it didn't become a hot topic, he authorized Qin Yanan to hire a water army to create momentum. Qin Yanan, He Yu, and the others hadn't been by Xiao Ruofei's side for a while, so they didn't have much work to do. Now that Xiao Ruofei had personally assigned them a task, they were naturally very happy to accept it. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to worry about the rest. Qin Yanan led a team that was dedicated to serving him. Naturally, they could handle it well. After the phone call, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Weiwei, you're really like Zhuge Liang. You can decide victory from 1,000 miles away by strategizing. Ling Qingxue also said with a smile, I usually feel that I'm quite smart. But when it comes to scheming, I really can't catch up with Weiwei. Song Wei said coquettishly, what do you mean by echoing each other? You're saying that I'm good at scheming. In fact, Ling Qingxue was not stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken on an important position in the Lingji restaurant group and prepared to take over Ling Xiaotian's position. However, she and Song Wei grew up in different environments. Song Wei grew up in an official's family. Naturally, he was more clear about these things than Ling Qingxue. His thinking was also clearer. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, we're complimenting you. I think that if Weiwei can be the chairman's assistant after graduation, it will be perfect. I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Don't even think about it. Song Wei said, I study archaeology. Why would I be the chairman's assistant? Weiwei. Isn't it normal to have different majors? Can a girl like you dig holes in the wilderness all day long? Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Even if you want to, Ruofei won't agree, right? I'm fine with it. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, as long as Weiwei likes it, it doesn't matter if you want to work in archaeology in the future. Although it's hard and exhausting, Weiwei is a cultivator. Her body is stronger than most boys, so it won't be a problem. That's true. Ling Qingxue said. The 3 of them had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they stayed in Xiao Ruofei's room, making tea and chatting casually. In Huaxia, Qin Yanan and her team were already moving quickly. First, they bought new mobile phone cards, then registered several Weibo, headline accounts, and forum accounts such as Tianya and Maopu. Then, they began to post. Xiao Ruofei had already written the text and processed the pictures. They could just use the ready-made ones, so the work of posting was not complicated. It was basically just copy and paste. Soon, the Huaxia fans found that related posts had appeared on various major platforms. Everyone knew that there was a daily sport newspaper in Barcelona, and that there was a reporter named Pablo in this newspaper who was hostile to the RCD Espanyol team. He was also dismissive of Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei's wonderful performance, and even made a lot of remarks that distorted the truth. How could this be? Netizens left comments expressing strong dissatisfaction. Barcelona's fan base in Huaxia was also very large, but in this incident, many Barcelona fans were on Xiao Ruofei's side. In the words of a Barcelona fan, it was, I am a Huaxia fan first and a Barcelona fan second. I will never allow anyone to slander our Huaxia players, not even Barca, let alone just a small reporter in a newspaper that is pro-Barca. At first, everyone just left comments excitedly on Weibo, Tieba, and forums. Soon, netizens began to climb over the wall and leave harsh words under Pablo's Facebook. This was just the spontaneous action of netizens. Soon, on the RCD Espanyol Tieba and Xiao Ruofei Tieba, netizens began to organize a call to attack Facebook. Don't understand Spanish? It didn't matter. Translation software was now very convenient to use. Don't know how to write a text? Don't know how to express your grievances? It didn't matter. There were texts written by netizens on the Tieba, and they had been translated into Spanish. They could just copy and paste it. Some netizens even made a guide to teach everyone how to enter the external network step by step, register an account, and leave a message. There were also netizens who made all kinds of stickers. Naturally, there were also various words in the text in Spanish on them. The Tieba members could use them at will. Although these Tieba were not as influential as the Tieba, there were still a lot of Xianxia fans, and there were also many non-fans. These people were mainly Xia Ruofei's fans, and they were also very active on Xia Ruofei's Tieba. Everyone responded and went to Pablo's Facebook to leave a message. Barcelona, Spain. Daily Sport newspaper. Pablo was in a very good mood. He returned to his desk with a cup of freshly brewed coffee and leaned back comfortably in his computer chair. After taking a sip of coffee, he grabbed the mouse and got ready to start work. Before writing the draft, he habitually opened his Facebook page to see if there were any new comments. After he came back from the press conference yesterday, he wrote the press release that the newspaper wanted overnight. At the same time, he posted several posts on his Facebook page. The reason why he was in such a good mood today was because several RCD Español fans had left comments on his Facebook, calling him shameless and distorting the truth. Before he could do anything himself, a large number of Barcelona fans in the comment section immediately retorted. These RCD Español fans were alone and could not win against so many Barcelona fans. Watching the fans from both sides start a war of words on his Facebook, Pablo could not be happier. After he became the chief writer of the program, his development had been moderate. Compared to those famous reporters, his influence on social media was worlds apart. However, after those posts were posted yesterday, the number of his fans immediately increased. Many Barcelona fans left him messages to express their gratitude. There was even a Barcelona first-team player who liked his post. Pablo could clearly feel that his influence had increased a lot, and he had gained a lot of favor from the Barcelona fans. The number of fans he gained today was already more than the number he had gained in the past month. Pablo could not help but secretly sigh. Sure enough, I still have to ride on the popularity. After opening his Facebook page, Pablo first glanced at the latest post. He mainly paid attention to the comment section to see if there were any new comments. At the same time, he decided to pick out a few to reply to personally. I'm sure those Barcelona fans will be thrilled to see the comments I personally reply to. Pablo let his imagination run wild. When Pablo glanced at his comment section, his eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed into it. The post about the match between RCD Español and FC Barcelona had received almost 500 or 600 comments in the past 2 days. Compared to his previous post, it was already a hit. However, Pablo saw that the number of comments had soared to more than 3,000, and every post was about the same number. Had it been reposted or reported by some major media outlet, Pablo was overjoyed. He felt that his luck had really taken a turn for the better. It seemed that nothing could stop a person's luck. He was going to be famous. He hurriedly clicked on the post and read it. His face turned gloomy the moment he read it, and his head buzzed. The previous comments at the bottom of the post could no longer be seen. They had all been pushed to the bottom by the new comments. Almost all of the new comments had a Xianxia flag icon, and the content was almost the same. It was obvious that several versions of the post had been copied and pasted. Respect the facts of the news. Boycott unscrupulous reporters. This reporter is a writer that FC Barcelona has been keeping. There's no limit to how low he can go when it comes to slandering RCD Español. It's not the first time that Camp Nou has treated a visiting team like this. This is too shameless. FC Barcelona's dog is just barking. Even the FC Barcelona officials are too embarrassed to come out and deny it. You're the only one barking here. In addition to the comments from the same version, there were also many netizens who replied with emoticons. Clearly, this was an organized internet operation. After reading a few comments, Pablo couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, he wasn't completely angry. Although he was indeed quite angry at first, he felt that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing after he calmed down a little. After all, the thousands of comments that appeared in the past few hours had objectively increased his popularity. Even though these comments were all scolding him, so what? He didn't feel any pain or itch. The netizens of Xianxia thousands of miles away could only scold him through the screen. There was nothing else they could do. Pablo was in the news industry in the first place. He knew very well that this matter would soon be discovered by the official media and reported. This way, the popularity wouldn't just spread on social media. God is helping me, Pablo said in his heart triumphantly. Then, he pulled out his keyboard and immediately started writing a new post on Facebook. Today, I suffered the largest scale of cyberviolence in my career. I have enough evidence to prove that the people who insulted me on Facebook are all from Xianxia. Although I'm just stating the facts objectively, they might feel offended by their idol, so they gathered in groups to insult me in a very ungentlemanly way. We support freedom of speech, but we firmly oppose personal attacks. Once again, I declare that I am responsible for every statement I make. My statements are based on facts. This was also the most basic integrity of a journalist. Those who doubt me in Xianxia, please show me proof. As long as you can prove that the Español team really encountered what Ruby said, I am willing to apologize for it. Pablo read his post and whistled in satisfaction. Then, he posted it. A female colleague at the next desk looked at him and said with a smile, "Pablo, you seem to be in a good mood. Did something good happen?" Pablo chuckled and said, "Daisy. If you're willing to have dinner with me, I'll be in an even better mood." Daisy giggled and said, "Please. I'll be in a very bad mood if that happens. So, forget it." Several reporters at the nearby workstations couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Pablo's expression froze. He touched his nose awkwardly and said with a shrug, "All right then. I hope you'll accept my invitation next time." Although Pablo was very unhappy, he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor on the surface. He secretly said in his heart, "Daisy, you're only somewhat pretty in the office, but compared to those hot chicks outside, you're still far behind. When I become famous, I'll get any woman I want. Don't come to me when the time comes." After Xia Ruofei gave the task to Qin Yanan, he didn't pay any more attention to this matter. On the other hand, Qin Yanan's team in Xianxia had been monitoring public opinion on the internet. Originally, Qin Yanan wanted to arrange for some people to guide them. If necessary, according to Xia Ruofei's instructions, she would find some ghostwriters in the name of a public relations company to add fuel to the fire on the internet. However, she soon realized that there was no need for this at all. The netizens were so excited that there was no need to add fuel to the fire. Everyone had already taken action spontaneously. Therefore, Qin Yanan turned her focus to overseas, including Pablo's Facebook, as well as the mainstream media and online forums in Spain. She arranged for people to monitor public opinion. The netizens in Xianxia formed a group to attack Pablo. In a short time, there were tens of thousands of comments on Facebook. On average, there were more than 3,000 comments under each post. This news was soon gathered on Qin Yanan's desk. As she looked at the data compiled by the team members, she secretly sighed in her heart. Boss Xia's influence on Xiaoxia's internet is really no less than that of A-list celebrities. As long as it's related to him, there's never a lack of popularity. The expedition this time was mainly initiated by the Tieba, and the main force was the netizens of Xia Ruofei's Tieba. Of course, there were also the netizens of the Spanish clubs Tieba and Wulei's Tieba. However, the proportion of these netizens was not high, and many of them overlapped with the netizens of Xia Ruofei's Tieba. Soon, the team member in charge of monitoring Pablo's Facebook reported that Pablo had posted a new post. The screenshot of this post and the translated content were also sent to Qin Yanan. Qin Yanan frowned slightly. After reading all the content carefully, she issued an order in the workgroup. Post the content of this post to the Tieba, Weibo, and other major forums immediately. It wasn't that she didn't want to give more guidance, but she couldn't think of what kind of script to use for the time being. After all, Pablo was still so fearless because he couldn't produce any evidence. At that time, the official broadcast team was already dismantling the equipment. As for the surveillance footage, it must be noted that it was camp new. Even if it was captured by the surveillance cameras, Would they use it to slap their own faces? Xianxia knew very well that Pablo could say whatever he wanted without concrete evidence. The Spanish club side would at most argue with him, and in the end they would still fulfill his purpose of creating hype. Xianxia speculated that Xiao Ruofei didn't want Pablo to succeed. That was why he thought of borrowing the power of the Huaxia netizens. She felt that the only thing that could be done right now was to suppress all the voices in support of Pablo with the crowd tactic of the Huaxia netizens and control the comments with the comments of the Huaxia netizens. As for the script, the wisdom of the netizens was infinite. Instead of having a few people in the team work behind closed doors, it was better to adopt an open strategy and let the netizens decide for themselves. The members of the team soon divided their work and published the latest post and the translated content on the major domestic platforms. Xianxia calculated the time difference first. In fact, it was already midnight in Huaxia, and almost evening in Barcelona. She concluded that Xiao Ruofei probably didn't go to bed so early, so she picked up the phone on her desk and called Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was having dinner in the hotel's restaurant at this moment. Zhao Jinghao took the fastest flight back home in the afternoon. He had gained a lot from his meeting with Xiao Ruofei this time. He needed to go back as soon as possible to implement the consensus they reached after their discussion. In addition, he also needed to personally communicate with Lippy's old man on the national team and strive for Lippy's happy acceptance. He brought a lot of videos of Xiao Ruofei playing football with him this time. He was still very confident with these solid materials. Although Lippy was a big-name manager, in the football desert of Huaxia, the sudden appearance of such an amazing player was definitely a key figure who could greatly alleviate the cooking without rice situation. Lippy would certainly put down his reservations for such a special talent. Although Zhao Jinghao had gone back, Zhou Leiyun was still in Spain, so he also made a special trip to accompany Xiao Ruofei and the other two for dinner. As long as Xiao Ruofei was in Spain, Zhou Leiyun would take very good care of him every time. If he was in Barcelona, he would certainly try to be there every time to accompany Xiao Ruofei for dinner, and he would also put himself in a very humble position. Just as everyone was eating and chatting, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Xianxia. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was the company's landline number, so he did not avoid everyone to answer the phone. He just greeted everyone and sat in his seat to answer the phone. Yanan. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "What's the matter?" Xianxia said respectfully, "Boss Xia, we have completed the task you asked us to do. We want to report the latest progress to you." "Go ahead," Xiao Ruofei said. Therefore, Xianxia reported to Xiao Ruofei some of the things she had done after accepting the task, including the reactions of the netizens in Huaxia, and the situation of the netizens expedition organized by the Tieba Forum. After Xiao Ruofei heard Xianxia's report of the Facebook comment data, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "Well done. Yanan, it's almost midnight in China now. You've worked hard. It's what we should do." Xianxia quickly said, "Boss Xia, there are some new developments now. First of all, we found that some media in Spain have noticed Pablo's Facebook situation, and some media have already begun to report on this matter. I will send the summary of the public opinion analysis to your email later. Another thing is that Pablo has posted another post, claiming that he was the victim of cyberbullying. He scoffed at the Huaxia netizens expedition and even clamored for everyone to show evidence. He said that if there was evidence, he would immediately apologize. That's the general content of the post." Xiao Ruofei said with great interest, "Oh? This guy thinks he's picked up a treasure. This righteous post is most likely to hype up the public opinion even more." Xianxia said a little awkwardly, "In fact, the netizens in Huaxia did help him to hype things up, and the only thing everyone could do was to group up and condemn him, especially the post that deliberately belittled you and Wu Lei. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation when they read it. That post also had the most comments because everyone saw your and Wu Lei's performance, so it was the easiest to refute. As for the stadium lights being turned off and the water spraying incident, there is currently no evidence. This is also an important reason why Pablo is jumping around so happily now. Then let him jump around first." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "The more he jumps, the more painful it will be when he falls." "Understood." Xianxia said, "I've already asked someone to take screenshots of the latest post and post it on the domestic forum. There are also some media manuscripts that are obviously biased toward Barca. We're also arranging for people to take screenshots and translate them. We'll gradually push them to the domestic internet later. Very good. Xiao Ruofei said, but everyone has worked hard today. I'll let everyone go back and rest first. We'll continue tomorrow. It took time for public opinion to ferment. From Xiao Ruofei's point of view, it was still a little short, and the bad guys had not completely jumped out yet. Moreover, he still had irrefutable evidence in his hands, so naturally, he could sit back and watch. It's the peak period for surfing the internet in Spain now. I think it's better to keep a close eye on it, Xianxia said. We can adjust the schedule and wait until it's late at night in Spain before everyone goes to rest. There's no need for that. Xiao Ruofei said, just arrange for 1 or 2 people to take turns on duty. Everyone else can go to rest. Okay. Qin Yanan said, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yanan told everyone in the work group to finish the work at hand as soon as possible and then get off work and rest. She decided to keep an eye on things herself tonight and stayed in the office overnight. In Spain, Xiao Ruofei had just put his phone back in his pocket when Song Wei asked, Ruofei, what's the situation? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, our netizens in Huaxia are still very supportive. The netizens in Tieba have already formed a team to fight. That Pablo's Facebook is full of comments from our netizens in Huaxia. Ling Qingxue said happily, I knew it. Huaxia doesn't have anything else, but we have a lot of people. Zhou Leiyun, who was listening to the side, was confused. He could not help but ask, Boss Xia, what's going on? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Director Zhou, haven't you been paying attention to the situation on the internet these 2 days? A Spanish reporter was eccentric on Facebook, hinting that Ruby was beside himself with joy and said that the waterspout incident was a complete lie. He also greatly belittled Wu Lei and me, saying that our skills were not good at all, that the goal was just luck, and that joining the RCD Español team was a means of capital manipulation. There's such a thing? I've heard reports from my subordinates that some media reports in the Cadi region are not very objective and are more biased towards Barca. However, these media are very biased, and I'm used to it, Zhou Leiyun said. I didn't expect there to be such comments. I'll get the club's press officer to deal with it right away. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, President Zhou, I think the club has already paid attention to this public opinion, but it's not a big matter, so they haven't reported it to you yet. Just let them handle it themselves. As a leader, you can't be in charge of everything. Just look at me. I basically don't intervene in the specific affairs of the company. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingxue even giggled and said, this is the first time I've seen someone talk about being lazy in such a refreshing and refined way. Zhou Leiyun also couldn't help but laugh and say, I'm born to work hard, but I'm not as lucky as Boss Xia. However, he still accepted Xiao Ruofei's proposal and dismissed the idea of calling the club's press officer. Although Zhou Leiyun said that he was born to work hard, that was for the entire group. Although the RCD Español club had a special strategic position in the group, it was only a small part of his industry after all. Moreover, Zhou Leiyun never interfered in the specific operations of the club, including never intervening in the tactical arrangements of the manager. It was not so easy for Huaxia people to run a football club in Europe to get the recognition of the local players and fans. If they also meddled in the operation of the club, it would be easier to arouse the disgust of the local fans. Of course, because of the addition of Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei, as well as their excellent performance in the game, the RCD Español players and fans basically had no resistance to the change of boss to a Huaxia person. In the football world, in the end, it was still strength that spoke. Zhou Leiyun then couldn't help but ask, Boss Xia, I just heard you answer the phone. It seems that you've already arranged for people to start following up on this matter, and a lot of Huaxia's netizens have been mobilized? Xiao Ruofei laughed and pointed to Song Wei and said, this was the idea of our female Zhuge. We felt that if the club or the player himself came out to refute the reporter's remarks, it would be a bit too flattering. Moreover, objectively, it would also cooperate with his hype, so we finally decided to mobilize the power of the netizens. We took screenshots of his Facebook post, translated it, and posted it on all major domestic platforms. Sure enough, the netizens spontaneously formed a group to jump over the wall and attack him. There's such a thing, Zhou Leiyun said in surprise. Pablo's Facebook has been taken over by the netizens of Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Now, a large number of Huaxia's netizens are flooding his Facebook page every minute, but this guy is quite thick-skinned. He's being scolded by so many people, yet he's still so smug, thinking that he's going to become famous. Xiao Ruofei briefly repeated what Qin Yanan had just reported to him to Zhou Leiyun. Then he said, now he's jumping around happily. Maybe he thinks that this is an opportunity for him to make a name for himself. But this kind of clown is destined to end up like this. The happier he jumps, the more painful it will be when he falls. Zhou Leiyun frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, Boss Xia, I don't think the club can keep silent at this time. We have to make our voices heard. Otherwise, what will the fans think? Even if it will increase the popularity of this reporter, we have to make a statement. Of course, Xiao Ruofei said, but as the club's chairman, you don't have to personally intervene in such matters. If the club's managers can't even see this, it means that they're not qualified and should be replaced. Just treat this public opinion incident as a test. Zhou Leiyun nodded slowly and said, Boss Xia has a point. Although this public opinion incident developed very quickly and Pablo was in a state of excitement, it was not a big deal for Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun. Therefore, after the two of them exchanged their opinions, they stopped talking about it. Soon, everyone finished dinner. Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Xianxia returned to their rooms to rest. Zhou Leiyun also took a car back to his manor in the wealthy district of Barcelona. Everyone agreed to go to several scenic spots in Barcelona together the next day. After all, it was Song Wei and Ling Xianxia's first time in Spain. There were many places that they had not been to yet. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia still stayed in the same room. The two girls seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Neither of them stayed alone with Xiao Ruofei. Staying in the same room could not only improve their relationship but also supervise each other. Xiao Ruofei could only go back to his room alone, disappointed. He took out a piece of yuanjing from the space, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate. After the Dao formula began to operate, genuine qi was continuously converted into yuan qi. Now, most of the genuine qi in his body had been converted into yuan qi. The remaining small part was also completing the conversion at a very fast speed. Once all the genuine qi was converted into yuan qi, a Jingdan cyclone would form in his dantian, and gradually condense into a Jingdan. The formation of the cyclone marked that a cultivator had truly stepped into the Jingdan stage. The soul slave that Xiao Ruofei had subdued, Luo Qingfeng, was actually at this stage. As long as the Jingdan cyclone was cultivated, the strength of the cultivator would immediately increase by a large margin. Basically, unless the cultivators in the qi refining stage were particularly heaven-defying, they would not be a match for a cultivator in the Jingdan cyclone stage. Even for someone as strong as Xiao Ruofei, when facing Luo Qingfeng, if not for the advantage of the formation, it was basically impossible for him to face Luo Qingfeng's attack head-on. Xiao Ruofei calmly operated the Dao formula, feeling his progress bit by bit. After cultivating for more than 3 hours, he stopped the cultivation method, let out a long breath of turbid air, and then put the yuanjing into the space. During this cultivation, almost half of the genuine qi had been converted. Now, the genuine qi in his body accounted for about 5 to 6%. More than 90% of the genuine qi had been converted into yuan qi. If he cultivated day and night, he might be able to complete the conversion in 1 or 2 days. However, Xiao Ruofei did not rush. He always maintained a more suitable cultivation intensity. This was also to let the body adapt to the difference between genuine qi and yuan qi step by step. The level of the Dao formula was really too high, so the genuine qi conversion speed far exceeded that of ordinary cultivation methods. This was also the reason why Luo Qingfeng took several years to complete the conversion, but Xiao Ruofei only took 10 to 20 days. However, the conversion speed was so fast that it was not so easy for the body to adapt to the changes in the body. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not convert all the genuine qi in one go, but maintained a relatively stable cultivation frequency. Even so, he could already feel the subtle changes in his dantian. When the genuine Qi was about to be converted, in fact, the Jindan cyclone had already begun to slowly form in his dantian. At this stage, Xiao Ruofei was even more cautious. He had to build a stronger foundation to avoid the problem of an unstable foundation. After finishing his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei saw that it was almost midnight. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, he came to the desk and turned on the computer, ready to take a look at the Spanish media to see if there were any reports on Pablo's Facebook before going to bed. Xiao Ruofei opened the official websites of the major local sports media and saw that the El Mundo Deportivo had indeed reported the matter in a more eye-catching position. At the same time, several sports media in the Catalonia region had also followed up and reported the matter. Their reports were almost the same. Basically, they reported from the perspective of Spanish news reporters being subjected to cyber-violence by netizens in Xianxia. As Pablo's owner, the El Mundo Deportivo also copied the post that Pablo had posted after. It was obvious that they wanted to portray Pablo as a fearless fighter. Xiao Ruofei could not help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, after the ferment of time, the bad guys had begun to jump out. Now, it felt like a group of demons were dancing wildly. However, he did not care about that. His confidence was based on the video shot by Song Wei. Perhaps it was predestined. The video shot by Song Wei not only clearly recorded the whole incident, but there were also Barca fans who were leaving the stadium in the background. The scoreboard, which was still working, showed the final score of the two teams, the current time, and so on. This key information was enough to show who was lying. Moreover, this also reflected the absurdity of the matter from another perspective. Even the scoreboard had not been closed and the fans were still leaving the stadium, which meant that it was not too long before the end of the game. The Camp Nou stadium actually turned on the sprinkler system when the visiting players were still on the field. That was too petty. Xiao Ruofei opened Pablo's Facebook page and took a look. As expected, Pablo's new post was also occupied by angry Huaxia netizens. The post was full of criticism from Huaxia netizens. Pablo still had the attitude of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He ignored the comments from Huaxia's netizens. He was probably secretly happy now. Xiao Ruofei smiled, turned off the computer directly, and returned to the bedroom to sleep. The next day, Xiao Ruofei continued to tour Barcelona with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, accompanied by Zhou Leyun. At this time, the team had finished their one-day holiday and everyone resumed their daily training. The league tournament had entered the final stage, and every game was crucial. This was especially true for teams like RCD Espanyol and RCD Espanyol, who did not have to worry about staying in the league but still had a chance to make a run for the European competition. They had to do their best to score points in every round of the game. Therefore, although RCD Espanyol's victory over Barca made RCD Espanyol, including the fans, ecstatic, they still had to calm down quickly and devote themselves to the preparation for training to play every game well. Xiao Ruofei naturally would not participate in the team's training. He did not need to participate in the training at all. Xiao Ruofei was strolling in Gale Park with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. The environment here was very beautiful and had a very good viewing angle. They could see the sunset of the Mediterranean Sea in the distance. Of course, it was still early before sunset. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue went to buy drinks. They insisted that they did not want Xiao Ruofei to follow them. Now, even if there was a language barrier when going abroad, as long as they brought a Xuanfei translator, they could basically meet their daily communication needs. Xiao Ruofei also knew the strength of the two and did not have to worry about them being in any danger, so he agreed with a smile. He and Zhou Leyun sat on the stone bench to rest and took out their mobile phones to check the news. The first thing that Xiao Ruofei noticed was a statement posted on RCD Espanyol's official website. The content of the statement was directed at Pablo's remarks about RCD Espanyol in the past few days. In the statement, the club severely condemned Pablo's false remarks, saying that Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei were both players brought in by the team for tactical reasons and had nothing to do with commercial operations. The two had proven this with their performance on the field and had also conquered all the RCD Espanyol fans. The statement also once again expressed support for Rubi. In response to Rubi's remarks at the press conference, RCD Espanyol officially said that the players had been treated very badly at Camp Nou. Coach Ruby did not exaggerate in any way. On the other hand, Pablo clearly knew the truth, but he was distorting the truth, which violated the most basic professional ethics of journalists. At the end of the statement, RCD Español said that it reserved the right to pursue Pablo's legal responsibility and urged Pablo to immediately apologize sincerely for his false remarks. Xiao Ruofei showed the mobile phone screen to Zhou Leyun and said with a smile, "President Zhou, the club has responded. Take a look." Zhou Leyun glanced at it and then said with a wry smile, "I don't understand Spanish." "Boss Xia, tell me about it." Zhou Leyun had accompanied Xiao Ruofei for the past 2 days and did not even bring an assistant or translator with him. Naturally, he did not understand Spanish. In fact, Zhou Leyun was quite envious of Xiao Ruofei. His ability to learn languages was too strong. Xiao Ruofei translated the RCD Español statement to Zhou Leyun with a smile, and then said, "I think they handled it well." "They handled it well." Zhou Leyun nodded slowly and said, "It's a bit of a fuss to hold a press conference directly for such a small character. If they don't respond, it will seem that the club has no confidence. It might even be interpreted by the outside world that the club has a conflict with Ruby, or with you and Wu Lei. Therefore, releasing such a statement on the official website is a more appropriate way to handle it." Then, Zhou Leyun frowned slightly and said, "But this is a bit of neither pain nor itch for Pablo." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry. The best part is yet to come." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei switched to the Facebook app again and opened Pablo's Facebook page. He found that Pablo had indeed updated. Pablo's Facebook popularity continued to rise. Not only did a large number of Huaxia netizens come to criticize him, but there were also many Spanish netizens who came to watch because of the daily reports. This made Pablo feel like he was floating in the clouds for the past 2 days. It could be said that he was proud of his success. This time, Pablo updated with a video. Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leyun looked at each other and then clicked the play button, wanting to see what Pablo had updated. The video that Pablo uploaded was not long. It was just a simple interview. In the video, Pablo was sitting in a coffee shop with a fan wearing a Barca jersey. Pablo first introduced him to the camera. "This is Mr. Mays, an annual ticket member of the Barca Football Club. He was in the stands during Barca's home game against RCD Español the day before yesterday. Today, I would like to interview him on some of the hot issues that have been debated over the past 2 days." With that, Pablo turned to the pot-bellied Mays and asked with a smile, "Mr. Mays, can you tell us what you saw after the game the day before yesterday?" Mays nodded and said, "The result of that game was depressing. Many fans left the stadium as soon as the final whistle blew. However, a few of my buddies and I stayed behind because we had to pack up the banners and flags that we brought into the stadium." Pablo said, "Oh? So you've seen everything that happened after the match?" Mays said, "Yes." "What did you see?" "The Barca players were very upset when they were killed at the last moment. They didn't even say goodbye and left in a hurry through the players' tunnel. However, we all understood how the players felt and weren't dissatisfied because of it. The RCD Español players were like paupers who suddenly picked up 100 million euros. They ran all over the field and celebrated without restraint. Some of the players even made provocative gestures to the fans in the home team stands who hadn't left yet. In short, they looked like villains who were intoxicated by their success. The fans who stayed behind naturally wouldn't be polite to them and booed them loudly." Pablo shrugged and said, "That's how it is with small teams. They beat Barca because of a lucky balloon. They'll probably go back and brag about it for the rest of their lives. In the eyes of the Barca fans who are used to winning, this is simply laughable." Mr. Mays, the RCD Español manager, Ruby, accused the Camp Nou administrators after the game. He said that the lights in the stadium were turned off before they left the field, and the sprinkler system was turned on. Their players were drenched. "Did you see this scene?" When Mays heard this, the fat on his face twitched exaggeratedly. He cried out, "Are they paranoid? I didn't see anything like what Ruby said at all. Instead, I saw the RCD Español players celebrating on the pitch, and then swaggering out of the stadium through the players' tunnel." With a smile on his face, Pablo said, "I believe that you've all figured out the truth of the matter by now." The video ended abruptly there, and Xiao Ruofei could not help but show a look of astonishment. He could not understand what Pablo was thinking when he made this video. At that time, in addition to the RCD Español players and fans, there were also many Barca fans present. These people had all seen the whole process of what happened. Was he so confident that no one would stand up and speak up? Zhou Leyun, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded because he had no idea what the two of them were talking about. "Boss Xia, what did they say?" Zhou Leyun asked. With a strange expression, Xia Ruofei roughly translated their conversation to Zhou Leyun, and then asked, "Director Zhou, what do you think this guy is thinking? It happened under the noses of so many people. How could he turn black into white? At least there were some speculations in his previous remarks. At most, others could only accuse him of sitting crookedly. Now that he's made a video like this, he's crazy." Zhou Leyun curled his lips and said, "He's crazy about being famous. And this grandson works in the media industry. He knows very well the advantages of having the right to speak in the process of spreading. I'll analyze it for you. First of all, this is Barca's home ground. The staff at the scene will most likely not come out to undermine him, and the Barca fans will most likely not do so either. And the RCD Español fans are limited by the ticket quota, so not many of them are at the scene. These people are ordinary fans. Even if they stand up to refute, their voices will be very low. Perhaps their rebuttal will be directly drowned out in the ocean of the internet. And how can you prove that you were there at the time?" Zhou Leyun paused and continued, "Then there's the RCD Español players. You're the ones involved. Are you going to come out and testify for yourselves? And if the star players come out, won't they be cooperating with his hype? To put it bluntly, this grandson has nothing to lose and is not afraid of wearing shoes." Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'm a little impressed by this guy now. At least he's bold enough and black-hearted enough." Zhou Leyun laughed and said, "Could it be that Boss Xia appreciates this guy?" At this time, Song Wei and Ling Qingshiwei came back. Ling Qingshiwei asked with a smile, "What are you two talking about? You're so happy." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "We're talking about the reporter from Sports Daily. This guy is really courting death." After that, Xia Ruofei told the two about Pablo's interview video. Song Wei and Ling Qingshiwei could not help but be stunned after hearing it. They did not expect such a move. Song Wei could not hide the smile on his face and said, "Ruofei, he can't turn back now. The time should be right." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's about time, but I want to wait for another half a day. He just released this video, so it's not influential enough. The mainstream media did not repost it. Let him be happy for a while. You're going to beat him to death." Song Wei pursed his lips and laughed. "What else can I do? Save it for the new year?" Xia Ruofei curled his lips and said. Zhou Leyun was confused and asked, "Boss Xia, it sounds like you still have some big news that you haven't released yet." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Director Zhou, just wait for the show. Speaking of which, Barca hasn't said anything yet, right? I'm a little disappointed. Such a loyal dog, they have to come out and show their support." "That's enough," Ling Qingshiwei said. "There are many Barca fans in China. They must be conflicted now. I think it's good for Barca to remain silent." Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "If they can hold it in, then they're lucky. Otherwise, the biggest joke of the year will be born. Let's go back to the hotel. We won't go anywhere in the afternoon. We'll stay in the hotel and read the news." Song Wei and Ling Qingshiwei looked at each other. They knew that Xia Ruofei was ready to release the video, and they couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in their eyes. Pablo, the clown, had been jumping up and down for the past 2 days, and the two of them were already very tired of him. However, Xia Ruofei hoped that the matter would blow up, so she kept the video and refused to release it. So, the two of them could only wait together. Zhou Leyun sent Xia Ruofei and the other two back to the hotel and accompanied them for lunch. Originally, Xia Ruofei and the other two did not have any plans to go on a trip. Zhou Leyun was supposed to leave after dinner, but today, he refused to leave no matter what. His curiosity had been piqued. Zhou Leyun said, "Boss Xia, I'll stay in the hotel with you in the afternoon to read the news. This won't disturb you, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with an indifferent expression, whatever. As long as you don't feel bored. Anyway, even if Zhou Leiyun wasn't here, he couldn't do anything. He was guarding two beautiful girlfriends, but he could only look and not touch them. Xiao Ruofei's heart was very depressed. No. No. Zhou Leiyun said quickly, I happen to have some good tea in the car. I'll ask someone to bring it over. Let's make tea and chat while tracking the progress of this matter. After that, Zhou Leiyun took out his mobile phone and was about to call the driver. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Boss Zhou. There's no need for tea. What good tea do you have? Can it be better than my Dahong Pao? Zhou Leiyun was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses and said quickly, yes, yes, yes. I'm a little confused. How can my tea be better than your Dahong Pao? It seems that I'm in for a treat again. It was only after Xiao Ruofei's half-joking reminder that Zhou Leiyun remembered that Xiao Ruofei's company was in the tea business. Moreover, Taoyuan Dahong Pao's reputation on the internet was bursting. Even if his tea was better than Xiao Ruofei's, he could not bring it out to undermine him. Moreover, it was possible that his tea was more expensive than Xiao Ruofei's Dahong Pao, but in terms of taste, it was really unlikely that it could be compared. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm just kidding. I just don't think it's necessary to be so troublesome. Well, since everyone is done eating, why don't we go upstairs to our room? Okay. I'll listen to you. Zhou Leiyun said. So, the group took the elevator to the floor where Xiao Ruofei and the other two were staying. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue went back to their rooms to take a shower. After all, they had been sightseeing outside for half a day. Xiao Ruofei called Zhou Leiyun to go directly to his room. Xiao Ruofei took out a small box of Dahong Pao from his suitcase. This was the tea tree he planted in the Ring 2 space, made by Xia Qing himself. The quality was several grades higher than the Taoyuan Dahong Pao that was sold in batches outside. Zhou Leiyun quickly took the initiative to take on the task of making tea. Zhou Leiyun was a southerner and usually liked to drink tea very much. He was very skilled in making tea. He used the boiled water to heat the tea set and said with a smile, Boss Xia, it was really the wisest decision I made to get you to invest in the company. Look. Not only did you get investment for the club, but you also got a good player like you out of thin air. Now you're even helping to take on the crisis PR work. I'm really ashamed. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, if this bastard didn't mock me and Wu Lei, I wouldn't be so serious. It's a little beneath me to be serious with such a small character. That's right. Zhou Leiyun said, but this kid is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Then, Zhou Leiyun couldn't help but ask, Boss Xia, do you have any information that can kill this kid in one blow? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, something like that. But even if I have solid evidence, a war of words is inevitable. Originally, nothing would have happened, but this guy posted such an interview video today. There's going to be a good show to watch. Tell me first. Zhou Leiyun asked a little impatiently. I'll see if the media has reposted it. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile and walked to the desk. Call me when the tea is ready. Okay. Zhou Leiyun replied. Then, he froze for a moment and said with a wry smile, Boss Xia, you're keeping me in suspense. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said as he turned on the computer, good food is not afraid of being late. Xiao Ruofei browsed the news for a while, then returned to the coffee table and sat down. He chatted with Zhou Leiyun casually. Soon, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also came to Xiao Ruofei's room. Everyone sat around the coffee table and drank tea. Xiao Ruofei occasionally used his mobile phone to browse the news. Zhou Leiyun's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Xiao Ruofei calmly watched as the number of reposts of the video posted by Pablo gradually increased by the mainstream Spanish media. He also saw that the number of comments on Facebook was also increasing rapidly. They were not comments from Huaxia fans, but mainly from Spanish fans. There was a time difference between Huaxia and here. In addition, most Huaxia fans could not directly see the video on Facebook. Someone needed to repost the video back to China and add Chinese subtitles, so their reaction would be somewhat delayed. Therefore, in less than half a day, the thousands of comments and hundreds of reposts under this post were basically genuine. Most of the reviewers were Barca fans. Many people condemned Pablo for lying. Some people said that Pablo's accusation was inexplicable. They did not know if Pablo's brain was a little dizzy because of the unexpected victory. The official website of Sport Daily immediately reposted the interview video and hung it in a prominent position on the front page. In the latest electronic edition of Sport Daily, the news was also placed on the second page. It was considered a very important position. The newspaper editor attached a picture of Pinocchio's long nose. It was self-evident what the implication was. When the sky outside gradually darkened, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's join in the fun." Song Wei, Ling Xianxia, and Zhou Leiyun all stood behind Xiao Ruofei. They watched as Xiao Ruofei pulled up the video shot by Song Wei that he had imported into the computer in advance. He used a newly applied Facebook account to post the video. The title was simple, "Pablo, does your face hurt?" Zhou Leiyun also finally saw the video that Xiao Ruofei had been holding in his hand. This time, he did not need to translate to understand it at once. "Boss Xia, you have such clear evidence in your hands, yet you can hold back and not release it," Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. "I have to hand it to you. That's why timing is very important," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After the video was successfully released, Xiao Ruofei opened his email again and wrote an email. He put a few screenshots of the video and a link to the newly released video. Then, he found 7 or 8 email addresses in his email address book and sent them out. Then, Xiao Ruofei pushed the keyboard and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time for dinner." Zhou Leiyun was stunned and asked, That's it?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Why not? That's enough." Zhou Leiyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Boss Xia, I think you just applied for this Facebook account, right? You don't have many fans or followers. It's useless to just post this video. Not many people will see it." Speaking of this, Zhou Leiyun took out his mobile phone and said, "I think we should tell the club to put this video on the club's official website. Also, we have a few good media outlets. Ask them to help us repost it." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, "Director Zhou, there's no need for that. The reason why I chose to post this video with a SMIF account is that I don't want the club to appear in the official name. As for finding other media outlets to repost it, unless it's especially necessary, I don't want to leave any traces of manipulation." "But, Director Zhou, didn't you see that I also sent a few emails?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I saw it. What's the use of a few emails?" Zhou Leiyun said, "Are you submitting to the media? This kind of email from an unknown source, maybe the other party won't even look at it and will directly throw it into the spam. That depends on which media it is sent to." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The emails I just sent were for Marca and AS. Director Zhou, do you understand?" Zhou Leiyun was slightly stunned and said, "These are the media outlets that are more pro-Real Madrid." "Boss Xia, I think I understand what you mean." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's enough. Let's go. Let's go down for dinner." "Okay." Zhou Leiyun nodded and said. The group walked out of Xiao Ruofei's room. Ling Xianxia and Song Wei followed behind Xiao Ruofei. Ling Xianxia gently poked Song Wei's arm and asked in a low voice, Wei, what does Ruofei mean by sending the emails to those media outlets?" Song Wei smiled softly and said, "Spanish sports media generally have obvious inclinations. Marca and AS, which Ruofei mentioned just now, are relatively concerned about Real Madrid and are not so friendly to Barca. Because of their different positions and the competition between peers, the relationship between the two media is also tense. Ruofei has given them such good material so that they can ruthlessly humiliate and criticize daily sport. They can also stand on the moral high ground to criticize Barca. They can definitely ask for it." Song Wei said with a soft smile. "That's why Ruofei is not worried that these emails will sink to the bottom of the sea." Ling Xianxia also figured out the complicated relationship between these media outlets. She nodded with a smile and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's more or less what it means." Song Wei said with a smile. But in fact, Marca is not very interested in the teams in the Catalan region, including the RCD Espanyol team, which is often criticized by them. But in this case, we can still cooperate with them. There are no eternal enemies, and no eternal friends. There are only eternal interests. Ruofei has a lot of ideas. Ling Qingxue chuckled. Although the two of them were talking in low voices, Xia Ruofei was not far from them. With his hearing, he naturally heard the conversation clearly. He turned back with a smile and said, "In fact, I not only sent emails to a few media outlets that are pro-Barca, but I also copied one to Mundo Deportivo. I believe they will be interested." Mundo Deportivo? Song Wei raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself, "If I remember correctly, this media outlet should be pro-Barca, that's right." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. But because of this, the competition between them and Mundo Deportivo is even more fierce, because a very important part of their audience is the Barca fans. At this point, the audiences of the two media outlets overlap, which is destined to be more direct in the competition between the two media outlets. So, they should also be very interested in this video. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei heard this and looked at each other. Then, they said in unison, "Two-faced." Ling Qingxue also said, Wei, I think we should stay away from this guy in the future." "That makes sense." Song Wei echoed. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel confused. After dinner, Zhou Leiyun still did not want to go back. He said that he wanted to stay and follow the next step of the development. However, he was soon persuaded to go back by Xia Ruofei. The reason was very simple. Even if the media editors received the email and immediately paid attention to it, they needed time to write the manuscript. In addition, there was a review process. It was still uncertain whether the video would appear on these media websites tonight. Moreover, it also took time for public opinion to ferment. It made no sense to stay and wait tonight. After listening, Zhou Leiyun accepted Xia Ruofei's suggestion and returned to his own manor. However, on the way back, he called his assistant during his time in Spain and asked his assistant to focus on the websites of Marca, AS, and Mundo Deportivo. If there was news about the RCD Español team, he had to report to him immediately. After Xia Ruofei and the other two finished their meal, they went for a walk near the hotel. This was the old part of Barcelona. The architectural style was very distinctive, and the pace of life here was not fast. Strolling on the streets was still very interesting. After returning to the hotel, the three people went back to their rooms to rest. Xia Ruofei did not fool Zhou Leiyun. After he sent the email, he really did not turn on the computer again. At this time, letting public opinion fly for a while was undoubtedly the best choice. He still used the yuan crystals to practice the truth for a while, and then went to bed early to rest. At the headquarters of Marca in Madrid, the capital of Spain. The editor on duty, Fernandez, returned to his desk with a cup of brewed coffee. He first took a sip of coffee, then put the coffee cup on the table, grabbed the mouse and got ready to work. The work of the editor on duty was actually very boring. For a professional football media like Marca, there were a large number of reporters outside every day to interview. Especially on game days, there were even more reporters sent abroad. The manuscripts written by these reporters after the interview would be uniformly uploaded to an internal platform. The editor on duty needed to review and proofread the manuscripts, and then according to his own judgment, label them according to the degree of importance, and inform the chief editor in charge of the internal platform for the second review. To put it bluntly, the job of the editor on duty was actually to review the manuscripts. Of course, in addition to reviewing manuscripts, there were also a lot of work emails exchanged within the editorial department. The newspaper's external mailbox often received some news, which also needed to be checked by the editor on duty in time. Today was not a game day, so there were not too many manuscripts on the manuscript platform. Fernandez first opened the newspaper's external mailbox. Every time he opened this mailbox, there would be a lot of unread emails. Most of them were of no value, and even a considerable number of them were advertising emails. Fernandez opened the emails with familiarity, and some of them were directly labeled as advertising emails. The next time an email from the same email address was directly classified as advertising emails and would not appear in the inbox. Some of the so-called breaking emails that were obviously not in line with the facts of the news, Fernandez simply marked them as read and no longer paid attention to them. If he seriously replied to every email, then the editor on duty did not need to do other work. Every day, he would be busy answering emails until he got off work. At this time, there was an email with the title, "Scandal Exposed by a Famous Catalan Media Outlet Daily Sport," that caught Fernandez's attention. Although he had seen emails with this kind of title countless times, this email's title mentioned Catalonia and Daily Sport, which suddenly increased his interest a lot. As a senior editor working for Marca as soon as he left school, Fernandez's blood flowed with the genes of Real Madrid. He had a natural hostility to the teams and media in the Catalan region. With a faint trace of expectation, he opened the email and said to himself, "I hope it's not a prank. Life is boring enough. It's better to give me a little surprise." "Yes," Xianxia said with a smile. "But because of this, the competition between them and Daily Sport is even more intense. Because of a very important part of their audience, the Barca fans, the audiences of the two overlap. This is also destined to be more direct in the competition between the two media outlets. Therefore, they should also be very interested in this video." Ling Xianxia and Song Wei heard this, looked at each other, and then said in unison, "Evil." Ling Xianxia also said, Wei, "I think we should stay away from this guy in the future." "Makes sense." Song Wei agreed. Xiaoruofei could not help but feel confused. After dinner, Zhou Leiyun still did not want to go back, saying that he wanted to stay and follow the next step of the progress. However, he was soon persuaded to go back by Xiaoruofei. The reason was very simple. Even if the media editors received the email, they would immediately pay attention to it, but they needed time to write the manuscript, and there was also a review process. It was still uncertain whether the video would appear on these media websites tonight. Moreover, it also took time for public opinion to ferment. There was no point in staying and waiting tonight. After Zhou Leiyun heard this, he accepted Xiaoruofei's suggestion and returned to his own manor. However, on the way back, he called his assistant during his time in Spain and asked his assistant to focus on the websites of Marca, AS, and Mundo Deportivo. If there was news about the RCD Español team, he had to report to him immediately. After Xiaoruofei and the other two finished eating, they went for a walk near the hotel. This was the old part of Barcelona. The architectural style was very distinctive, and the pace of life here was not fast. Strolling on the streets was still very interesting. After returning to the hotel, the three people went back to their rooms to rest. Xiaoruofei did not fool Zhou Leiyun. After he sent the email, he really did not turn on the computer again. At this time, letting public opinion fly for a while was undoubtedly the best choice. He still used the yuan crystals to practice the truth for a while, and then went to bed early to rest. At the headquarters of Marca, Madrid, the capital of Spain. The editor on duty, Fernandez, returned to his desk with a cup of brewed coffee. He first took a sip of coffee, then put the coffee cup on the table, grabbed the mouse and got ready to work. The work of the editor on duty was actually very boring. For a professional football media like Marca, there were a large number of reporters outside every day to interview, especially on game days. There were even more reporters sent abroad. The manuscripts written by these reporters after the interview would be uniformly uploaded to an internal platform. The editor on duty needed to review and proofread the manuscripts, and then according to his own judgment, label them according to the degree of importance, and inform the chief editor in charge of the internal platform for the second review. To put it bluntly, the job of the editor on duty was actually to review the manuscripts. Of course, in addition to reviewing manuscripts, there were also a lot of work emails exchanged within the editorial department. The newspaper's external mailbox often received some news, which also needed to be checked by the editor on duty in time. Today was not a game day, so there were not too many manuscripts on the manuscript platform. Fernandez first opened the newspaper's external mailbox. Every time he opened this mailbox, there would be a lot of unread emails. Most of them were of no value, and even a considerable number of them were advertising emails. Fernandez opened the emails with familiarity, and some of them were directly labeled as advertising emails. The next time an email from the same email address was directly classified as advertising emails and would not appear in the inbox. Some of the so-called breaking emails that were obviously not in line with the facts of the news, Fernandez simply marked them as read and no longer paid attention to them. If he seriously replied to every email, then the editor on duty did not need to do other work. Every day, he would be busy answering emails until he got off work. At this time, there was an email with the title, Scandal of a Famous Reporter in Catalonia's Famous Media, Sport Daily, which caught Fernandez's attention. Although he had seen emails with such titles countless times, this email's title mentioned Catalonia and Sport Daily, which suddenly increased his interest a lot. As a senior editor working at Marca as soon as he left school, Fernandez's blood flowed with the genes of Real Madrid. He had a natural hostility to the teams and media in the Catalan region. He faintly had a trace of expectation as he opened the email and said to himself, I hope it's not a prank. Life is boring enough. It's better to give me a little surprise. After watching the video posted by Xianxia's Smurf account, the editor-in-chief of Marca did not hesitate and directly said, write a manuscript immediately. Attach this video and push it to the front page of the website. Get the first news. At the same time, sync it to the app and put it on top. Although Marca was a traditional media in the true sense, mainly in the vertical field of football, after so many years of development, especially after the rise of the internet, they also followed the trend and withdrew from their website. In recent years, they launched their own app and began to involve other sports fields at the same time. Compared to traditional newspapers, websites and apps had an unparalleled advantage of timeliness. Newspapers were limited by the release time. Even if it was a daily newspaper, it could only be released once a day. Many of the news that happened on the day could only be put on the next issue if the fixed time of the newspaper was missed. Then, the timeliness of the news would be completely lost. Websites and apps were different. They could be updated in real time. Therefore, although Marca still had many loyal subscribers, more young fans were still used to getting news through the internet. A considerable part of their current user composition came from the internet, and many of them got the latest information through mobile apps. Such breaking news naturally had to be published on the website and app as soon as possible. Fernandez quickly said, understood. I'll do it right away. As the editor on duty, he naturally needed to personally write a manuscript when encountering such breaking news material. And those who could serve as the editor on duty were generally senior writers. Fernandez often went out to run news in the early years. The two industries of reporters and editors were often inseparable. Today's news manuscript was not difficult for him. The editor-in-chief asked, I'll give you half an hour. Can you finish it? Fernandez hesitated and said, no problem. I promise to finish it on time. The editor-in-chief said, this informant definitely did not send it to only our media, so the time must be tight. Lest our peers beat us to it. I believe that our old rival, AS, must have also received the news. So, the first press release doesn't need to be too comprehensive. Simply state the course of the incident and then post the video. This is the key. Understood. Fernandez said. Write the second comprehensive draft immediately after the first draft is published. Collect the screenshots, videos, and other materials about the event as soon as possible. I'm worried that Pablo will delete the Facebook post he posted if he notices anything. So, be quick. The editor-in-chief was very experienced. He instructed, the comprehensive draft must contain the ins and outs of the whole incident. All the videos, screenshots, and other evidence must be included, including the video of RCD Español's General Rubi's speech at the press conference. It must be easy for the audience to see everyone's performance in this incident. All right. Fernandez quickly jotted it down in the small notebook he carried with him. Hurry up and do it. The chief editor said. I'll be in the office the whole time. Send the article to my email when you're done. Yes, chief editor. Fernandez hurriedly ran back to his desk with his laptop. He created a new Word document and started to write the manuscript. Fernandez had basically grasped the Watergate incident. The editor-in-chief asked for the first draft to be as concise as possible. Therefore, he did not need to consult the files and simply wrote it according to the routine of the press release. In about 15 minutes, Fernandez had already finished writing a simple news article. He quickly checked the typos, and at the same time corrected a few inaccurate words. Then, he saved the article and sent it to the editor-in-chief through an internal email. It took Fernandez 20 minutes to complete the task that the editor-in-chief gave him. He did not leave his desk but simply reported to the editor-in-chief by phone that the manuscript had been sent. Then, he immediately began to prepare the materials for the second draft according to the editor-in-chief's instructions. The second draft was a comprehensive one. The timeline of the whole incident and the comments made by the two parties in the past few days had to be sorted out. Naturally, the focus was on the posts and videos that Pablo posted on Facebook, as well as the reposts of the few pro-Barca media such as Daily Sports. Of course, the netizens of Xianxia spontaneously organized an expedition to Facebook was also indispensable. Fernandez constantly took screenshots and saved videos, nervously collecting all the materials related to the Watergate incident. Before the work was completed, the editor-in-chief called. He had slightly revised the manuscript and sent it back to Fernandez's email. He also asked him to publish it as soon as possible. Fernandez quickly stopped the work at hand, opened his email, and downloaded the revised manuscript. Then, he opened the back end of his website and quickly pasted the manuscript that the editor-in-chief had revised. Fernandez skillfully adjusted the format and then pasted the most important video into the back-end editor of the website. The back-end of the website of Marca had just been upgraded this year. It was more functional and convenient to operate. For example, Xianxia's video was posted on Facebook. When the website forwarded the video, there was no need to download it and then send it to the website server. It only needed to click insert the video in the editor and then paste the network address of the original video. After it was published, it would automatically generate a video frame that directly called the video with the Facebook address. This operation was the most time-saving. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to download the video, upload it to the server, and transcode it. When he needed to race against time with his peers, Fernandez naturally chose the most convenient way. Of course, there was also a drawback. That was, once Xianxia deleted the video on Facebook, the video frame on the Marca website couldn't load the video. Because in essence, it was actually a video window embedded in the content page, and this video window was from Facebook. Fernandez chose the most convenient way. At the same time, he had already downloaded the video from Xianxia's Facebook account. When he was free, he could upload it to the website server for transcoding. At that time, he could replace the embedded video frame. Then, it would be foolproof. Fernandez quickly checked it one last time. After confirming that there was no problem, he immediately published the news release. Then, he pushed the manuscript on the website's backend to the first news area of the website's homepage. This was also the most eye-catching position besides the website's headlines. At the same time, the manuscript was also synchronized to the app. The website and the app used the same backend. Fernandez opened the app's backend menu and set the newly synchronized manuscript to the top. He finished all the operations in 2 minutes and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he immediately refreshed his website and saw that the news had already appeared on the first news area. He clicked on it and saw that the text was fine, and the video could be played normally. Then, Fernandez opened the Marca app on his mobile phone and found that the manuscript had been pinned to the top. After clicking on it, everything was normal. Fernandez was relieved. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the internal number of the editor-in-chief's office. "Editor-in-chief, it has been published," Fernandez said respectfully. "I have seen it." "Well done," the editor-in-chief said. "Fernandez, don't rush to prepare the second manuscript. Now, push this news to our official Facebook page and Twitter account." In the era of the mobile internet, some powerful social media were amazing, such as Facebook and Twitter. Therefore, many traditional media had opened official accounts on these platforms. With their professional and authoritative content, these traditional media were easier to attract audience attention than pure self-media. The official Facebook page and official Twitter of Marca were like this. The influence of these two accounts even exceeded the official website and app. After all, there were fewer and fewer people who used the web to browse the news. Moreover, downloading an app and opening it often also required behavior costs. Facebook and Twitter were different. Most people used them every day. As long as they followed the account of Marca, they would naturally receive new notifications in the process of using it. This dissemination effect was actually stronger than the official website and app. Therefore, the editor-in-chief naturally wouldn't miss out on social media platforms. He immediately asked Fernandez to follow up. Understood, Fernandez said. As the editor on duty, the first thing to do after taking over was to log into all the back-end, public email and social media accounts. Therefore, Fernandez could operate directly on the computer. The content was ready-made, so it naturally didn't take much time to publish. After 2 minutes, the official accounts of Marca on the 2 social media platforms had already pushed the news. Then, Fernandez went on to write a second, more comprehensive draft. Because there were more materials to prepare, he spent about 40 minutes to sort out the context. Then, he spent another half an hour to write the manuscript. After all was done, he sent the manuscript to the editor-in-chief's email. Then, he stood up and moved his sore neck. Then, he walked to the editor-in-chief's office. Fernandez knocked on the door and walked into the office. He said, "Editor-in-chief, the comprehensive draft has been sent to your email." The editor-in-chief nodded and said, "Okay, let me see. Just wait here for a moment." Understood. The editor-in-chief downloaded the manuscript from the email. He looked at it and said, "Right, the layout of the newspaper also needs to be adjusted. This comprehensive draft needs to be on the front page tomorrow. According to the length of the manuscript, think about which manuscript to remove from the front page and how to adjust the layout." Fernandez couldn't help but secretly complain. However, he also knew that such explosive news would definitely be on the front page of the newspaper. He was also mentally prepared. After all, he was on duty tonight. Moreover, he was able to attack his old rival, Daily Sports. Even if it was a little harder tonight, he was still very happy. Therefore, Fernandez immediately replied, "Okay. After I publish this draft, I'll immediately make some adjustments." Fernandez's manuscript was quite wonderful. The timeline was very clear. After the editor-in-chief read it, he was very satisfied. Basically, he didn't make any changes. He just adjusted a few words. Then, he sent the manuscript to Fernandez. He looked up and said, "The manuscript is very well written. Fernandez, your writing skills have improved yet again." "Thank you for the compliment," Fernandez said. "Then, I will go and publish the manuscript?" The editor-in-chief nodded and said, "I have already sent the revised manuscript to you. You can publish it directly. This manuscript will be placed in the second section of the front page. Add a hyperlink to the previous manuscript." Generally, this kind of in-depth report was done this way. Fernandez was also familiar with it. He replied, "Understood." Fernandez didn't stop to rest. At the same time, he also posted the second comprehensive draft to the website, app, Facebook, and Twitter. Then, without taking a break, he pulled up the design draft for tomorrow's newspaper. He began to think about how to add this manuscript to the front page and which page to adjust the removed manuscript to. Newspapers were like this. If a manuscript jumped the queue, it might cause a chain reaction. The front page would be changed to the second page, and the second page would be changed to the third page. There might be many manuscripts that needed to be adjusted. Fortunately, Fernandez was also very experienced. He quickly came up with an adjustment plan according to the length of the manuscript. After he reported it to the editor-in-chief and got the approval, he immediately contacted the relevant personnel and sent the manuscript and adjustment plan to the other party. The professional technical personnel would then adjust the layout of the newspaper. After he was done with all this, more than 2 hours had passed since he received the explosive email. During this time, Fernandez didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water. The coffee he had brewed before was completely cold. In several other sports media editorial departments in Spain that received the explosive email, similar scenes were playing out. The editors of AS and Mundo Deportivo, like Fernandez, were compiling the news as fast as they could. Unsurprisingly, these media outlets also chose to publish the explosive news on the internet as soon as possible. In fact, Pablo was just a small figure. If it was only because of him, Xianxia's explosive news might not have received such attention. However, behind Pablo was one of the 4 major sports media outlets in Spain, El Mundo Deportivo, and the Barcelona club, known as the Cosmos. That was completely different. From the perspective of media competition, news that could discuss El Mundo Deportivo would be treated as a treasure by other media outlets. From the perspective of journalism, all news involving Barca was a hot topic that the media pursued. This incident happened to occupy both points. Of course, the other media outlets were like cats that smelled fish and collectively rejoiced. Fernandez's race against time did indeed seize the opportunity. Marca was the first media to publish the news. Their Facebook and Twitter were followed by a large number of football fans. Football reporters from all over the world also followed their accounts so that they could get the information as soon as possible. Therefore, when the number of clicks and views of the news they published on their official website and app was relatively average, it first set off a wave of craze on social media platforms. The large and small media outlets in Spain reprinted the news. In contrast, AS and Mundo Deportivo, which released the news almost half an hour later than Marca, had manuscripts with similar content and received relatively less attention. The news of the incident was very strong, and it was related to Barca. Therefore, once it was published, it immediately received widespread attention and discussion. Soon, the scope of the news was not limited to Spain. European sports media, big and small, also reprinted the news. L'Équipe, Kicker, La Gazzetta dello Sport, The Daily Telegraph, Sky Sports, Bild. These well-known sports media reprinted the news in more eye-catching positions. Xianxia also somewhat underestimated the news sensitivity of the media outlets he provided the news to and the speed of news dissemination in the mobile internet era. When the video spread throughout the European continent, he was still sitting in bed practicing the Tao skill. After he finished practicing, he went straight to bed without looking at it. Around midnight, Xianxia was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He rubbed his eyes, reached out to pick up the phone from the bedside table, and found that it was Zhou Leiyun calling. "Mr. Zhou, why are you calling so late?" Xianxia asked with a hint of sleepiness. "What happened?" "Boss Xia, something big happened." Zhou Leiyun laughed. "You're so relaxed that you actually went to bed. After dropping a bomb on the internet, you don't care at all?" Xianxia sat up and leaned against the bed. He then rubbed his nose and asked, "Mr. Zhou, you mean the video? It shouldn't have spread so quickly, right? You really underestimate the sensitivity of these news reporters." Zhou Leiyun laughed. "Now almost all the sports media in Spain have reprinted it, and my assistant told me a few minutes ago that it has spread throughout the European continent. The well-known sports media in France, Britain, and Italy have all reprinted the video." "Really?" Xianxia was also energized. "I was thinking that if nothing happens tomorrow, we should use the strategy of saving the country in a roundabout way and mobilize the netizens in China to publicize it everywhere on Facebook." "There's no need at all," Zhou Leiyun said excitedly. "I guess the Sports Daily is stunned now. They haven't responded yet, but the netizens have already flooded their official website." "Haha." Xianxia laughed and said, "That saves me a lot of trouble." "Fine. Since you've woken me up, I might as well get up and watch the show." "Of course," Zhou Leiyun said. "I'm not sleepy at all now. You're the person in charge of this matter. How can you miss such a grand occasion?" "That makes sense." Xianxia lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He walked to the desk in his slippers and said, "Then I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go online and see what's going on." "Okay." Zhou Leiyun said, "I just wanted to let you know that the Espanyol club will also release a harsh condemnation statement soon. I think even if the Sports Daily doesn't suffer a major setback this time, it'll be enough to make them suffer." "Beat the dog when it's down?" "That sounds good," Xianxia said with a smile. After he hung up the phone, he reached out to turn on the computer and began to browse the news online. At this time, it was just past 6 o'clock in the morning in Xianxia. Many people were still asleep. Some people who got up early to go to work were also racing against time to wash up and eat breakfast. Meanwhile, the news from the distant European continent had already spread to Xianxia. At first, a few Xianxia students in Spain saw the news. They had participated in and watched the entire process of the Xianxia netizens' crusade against Facebook over the past 2 days. Now that they suddenly saw the news, they naturally felt like they had found a treasure. The video faithfully recorded the entire process of what had happened. There was no need for translation or subtitles. Everyone could see it clearly. Therefore, the students directly uploaded the video to Huaxia's Weibo platform. It was only 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia. Other than a few night owls, there was almost no one on Weibo. Therefore, the video did not attract much attention at first. However, the students had been following the progress of the whole thing in Spain. They kept posting on Weibo and live streaming. They translated the reports from the authoritative Spanish football media such as Marca and AS into Chinese and posted them on Weibo together with screenshots. Later, the sports media from some of the other football powerhouses in Europe also reposted it. The students were even more excited. They did not feel sleepy at all. They tirelessly translated the reposted reports from the authoritative media into Chinese and posted them on Weibo. They were busy until 6 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia. In a few hours, they posted a dozen or so Weibo posts. This was because some of the Weibo posts had been aggregated from several media reports. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the dozen or so Weibo posts were gradually discovered by the netizens of Huaxia. This was the time when many people commuted to work. When people took the bus or the subway, many people were used to browsing Weibo and looking at the headlines. It could be said that this fragmented time was actually the time when users on social platforms were more active. Very soon, several sports celebrities also reposted on Weibo. These celebrities had at least millions of fans, and some had tens of millions. Naturally, their ability to spread the news was terrifying. In addition, the netizens also reposted it one after another. The news quickly spread on the internet. After Xianxia's fans saw the news, they moved the videos and screenshots to Tieba and forums. In particular, Xianxia's Tieba was the headquarters of Expedition Facebook. When the Tieba members saw the news, they immediately exploded. How could this be? The Tieba members were already pissed off by Pablo's arrogance in the past 2 days. Although they were united in Expedition Facebook and easily conquered Pablo's Facebook and flooded the comment section, it actually didn't affect Pablo at all. A shameless man was invincible in the world. Pablo didn't care about the condemnation and mockery of the Huaxia netizens at all. He was even smug about it. Furthermore, he posted several posts as if he were demonstrating his power. The only thing missing was the line, "I like to see you guys pissed at me, but can't do anything about it." The Huaxia netizens were troubled by the lack of concrete evidence, but now that the news was out, wasn't it like giving a pillow to a drowsy person? Therefore, many Tieba members who had just gone to work or woken up began to call for Expedition Facebook again. This time, they were full of confidence and had to beat Pablo's arrogance down. Some of the Tieba members had just arrived at their offices. They opened the Tieba on their phones out of habit, only to see that a bunch of Tieba members were about to set off. Not knowing what was going on yet, they hurried to ask about it. The enthusiastic Tieba members then asked them to take a look at the post that had already been pinned at the top of the Tieba. For a moment, the Tieba became more and more popular. Everybody called their friends to report. The administrator of Xianxia's Tieba made a post, calling for everybody to join Expedition Pablo's Facebook at 9 o'clock in the morning. Many Tieba members responded to the post and said that they could participate. By rough estimation, there were at least a few thousand Tieba members. Everybody was ready at around 8:40. They entered Pablo's Facebook page and found the video that Pablo posted to interview the so-called Barca annual pass member. The video was the most ironic and had been proven to be completely fake news. At 9 o'clock, the Tieba members immediately copied, pasted, and posted comments according to the script that they had prepared in advance. Everyone's comments were accompanied by a small icon of Huaxia's national flag, as well as the caption, "Watching Pablo get slapped in the face." The content of the comments had been translated in advance. They were in both Spanish and Chinese. People who fabricate fake news don't deserve to be reporters. Get the hell out of here. I just want to ask you, does your face hurt? Where's that Barca member, Mr. Mays? Take him out for a walk. Originally, there were a lot of Barca fans who left comments below the video, expressing their satisfaction. When the RCD Español fans and the netizens of Huaxia saw Pablo come up with such solid evidence, they did not leave any comments below the video. Otherwise, they would inevitably be mocked by the Barca fans. Wouldn't that be even worse? However, after the collective action of the netizens of Huaxia's Tieba, none of the previous comments were spared. They were all mocked and replied to, and very soon, they were pushed to the bottom and could no longer be seen. When the netizens of Xianxia left comments, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning in Spain. Pablo, the subject of the storm of public opinion, was not sleepy at all. He collapsed on the couch in the office of the chief editor of Sport Daily as if his parents had died, his face as pale as paper. As a matter of fact, a few hours ago, Pablo had been quite proud of himself. He had hooked up with a glamorous woman in a bar. Of course, it had nothing to do with his personal charm. As a matter of fact, the glamorous woman was a prostitute in the first place. After he treated her to a few drinks, she took advantage of the situation and crawled into his arms. When Pablo was itching to get a room with the glamorous woman whom he had just met, the woman proposed that she was in dire need of 500 euros. If Pablo could provide the money for her, she would not mind spending the night with Pablo. Pablo had just received a bonus a few days ago. It was exactly because of his distinguished performance in the incident that the newspaper rewarded him with almost 1,000 euros. At this moment, he, who was already burning with desire, decided to be generous for once. He took out his wallet without any hesitation, counted 500 euros, and gave it to the glamorous woman. Then, the two of them left the bar in each other's arms. They found an express hotel and crawled into a room eagerly. If it were just a casual date, Pablo might have been relatively calm. However, today, he had paid a high price of 500 euros for a date. He felt that he had to enjoy himself to the fullest, therefore, since 10 o'clock in the evening, he had been tormenting the glamorous woman. Although he was unable to do it most of the time, he at least had a lot of fun. Right when he was fantasizing about conquering thousands of beauties, his phone rang hastily. He, who had finally regained some of his vigor, was so scared that he became depressed again. Pablo was going to ignore the call at first, but the moment his phone stopped ringing, it rang again. It was obvious that the person was calling him persistently. Pablo had lost all interest at this point. He rose and got off the bed while cursing. He picked up his phone and was about to curse the person, only to discover that it was a call from the big boss of the editorial department. As a minor reporter, it was impossible for him to get in touch with the managing editor, who could order him around. He couldn't help but shudder when the managing editor called him in person at such a late hour. He hurriedly gestured at the lazy glamorous woman on the bed to keep quiet. Then, he picked up the phone. Pablo said obsequiously, "Chief editor, I'm sorry. Just now, Pablo." The managing editor roared before Pablo finished. "You idiot. Get your ass to the newspaper office right now. Right now." After saying that, the managing editor hung up the phone without waiting for Pablo's reply. Pablo was so dumbfounded that he didn't even realize that the other party had hung up the phone. He was still in the position of answering the phone with shock, confusion, and uneasiness in his eyes. The blonde woman wriggled her body and asked delicately, "Darling, what's wrong?" The glamorous woman who had made Pablo sexually interested in her was no longer attractive to him at all. Pablo came back to himself and quickly put on his clothes while he said, "I have something urgent to do. I have to go right now." The blonde woman approached him from behind and put her bare arm around Pablo's body. She said, "But we've only just begun." Pablo shook off her arm impatiently and said, "I have to go right now. I've already paid for the room here. You can leave after dawn. If you're really lonely, you can find another man to satisfy you." After saying that, Pablo picked up his phone and left the room without looking back. Embarrassment and anger flashed in the blonde woman's eyes. Looking at the direction where Pablo disappeared to, she mumbled to herself, "Asshole. If it weren't for the 500 euros, I wouldn't have slept with a wimp like you." After saying that, she lay down lazily and searched for her contacts on her phone. She had actually called a man who she often fooled around with and asked him to come over. Then, she had brazenly had sex in the room that Pablo had paid for. Please bookmark if you like Divine Farms. Divine Farms are updated the fastest. Naturally, Pablo had no time to care about this woman whom he had met by chance. He ran out of the Express Hotel in a daze, his head filled with the chief editor's furious roar just now. This place was quite far from the headquarters of Daily Sports. Pablo managed to hail a night taxi with great difficulty and hurried to the office. On the way, the more Pablo thought about it, the more worried he became. He could not help but call an editor he was familiar with. The editor named Hilkens happened to be on duty tonight. He should still be at the office at this time and certainly had not rested. At first, no one picked up the phone. After a while, Higgins called back. Pablo quickly picked up the phone and asked, "Hilkens, what's going on? Why is the chief editor so angry?" Hilkens was silent for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice with a hint of sympathy, "Pablo, you'd better hurry back to the office. Things have gotten out of hand." "I'm already on my way to the office," Pablo said. "Tell me what's going on first." Hilkens said vaguely, "You'll know when you open Facebook. I can't talk to you anymore. The editorial department is in a mess right now. I snuck out to call you just now. I have to go there right away. Don't call me again." After that, Hilkens hurriedly hung up the phone. If it weren't for their good personal friendship, Hilkens might have directly blocked Pablo's phone number. At this time, Pablo had become the target of public criticism, and his reputation would soon be tarnished. Who would want to have anything to do with him? Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Pablo could not help but curse in a low voice. Fortunately, Higgins had given him some hints. He hurriedly opened Facebook on his phone. Unsurprisingly, the number of notifications in the background had increased to 99 plus. Over the past few days, Chinese netizens had been spamming his Facebook when they had nothing to do. He had already gotten used to it. Pablo was not in the mood to check the messages. He directly opened his most recent post, which was the video of the interview with Mays, the so-called annual member of Barcelona. He was dumbfounded the moment he entered it. Originally, there weren't many comments from Xianxia's netizens. Most of them were from Barca's fans. Now, Xianxia's netizens had once again taken over. But Pablo was still puzzled. It was not the first time that Xianxia's netizens came to his Facebook page. Did the chief editor have to be so angry? Although he had been scolded badly by the netizens of Xianxia on Facebook, his fame had greatly increased. Even the topic of Sport Daily had greatly increased, and he had even received a prize of €1,000 because of it. Why did he suddenly change his attitude today? Pablo browsed through a few comments. The comments from Xianxia's netizens were already made copy from the forum. There were only a few versions in total. At first, Pablo did not feel anything, but when he saw a comment that had just been refreshed, his face immediately turned pale. The comment came with a picture. It was a screenshot of the video taken by Song Wei, and it was a very representative screenshot. The scoreboard had the time of the game and the scores of both sides. The sprinklers on the field had been turned on, the RCD Espanyol players were running away, and the scattered Barca fans on the opposite side of the stands were leaving. It could be said that it perfectly reflected what had happened. The text of the comment was very simple. There were only a few words: "Pablo, does your face hurt?" In fact, the people who left comments here at this moment were the advance troops of Xianxia's netizens. Many netizens who had just started work had not yet had the time to join the battlefield, but the number of comments was already considerable. Pablo vaguely guessed what had happened. His fingers trembled a little. He found a few other Spanish sports media in his list of followers and clicked on them. He did not look for the account of his employer, El Mundo Deportivo, because he knew that El Mundo Deportivo would certainly not report or respond at a time like this. As he expected, Pablo found a post on the Facebook page of Marca that was pinned to the top. The title was quite eye-catching: "Pablo, the shame of journalism." When Pablo saw the title, he almost fainted. He took a deep breath and clicked on the post. After reading it from beginning to end, and especially after watching the video carefully, Pablo no longer had the slightest bit of hope in his heart. His face became as pale as paper, and he collapsed in the backseat of the taxi. His eyes were empty and blank. The taxi driver who was driving in the front glanced at Pablo through the rearview mirror. Because the guy looked so scary, the driver even suspected that the guy was on drugs and hoped that he would not die in his car. Thankfully, although Pablo looked half dead, he was at least still breathing. The taxi driver observed Pablo's condition every few seconds and finally drove the car to the entrance of the newspaper office. "Hey, bro. We're here," Seeing that Pablo was motionless in his seat, the taxi driver couldn't help but remind him. Pablo's eyes moved, and he struggled to look at the newspaper office next to him. Then, he wriggled his body and got out of the car. The fare, the taxi driver reminded him. Pablo took out his wallet from his pocket in a daze, took out a €100 bill, and threw it into the window on the passenger's side without looking at it. Then, he turned around and left. "I'm going to give you the change," the taxi driver shouted. Pablo, however, turned a deaf ear to him and walked toward the newspaper office unsteadily. The taxi driver shouted a few times, only to give up after seeing that Pablo ignored him. He picked up the bill from the passenger's seat and flicked it with his fingers. Then, he said to Pablo, "Thanks." After that, he stepped on the gas pedal and drove away. Pablo walked into the newspaper office. His head was completely blank at this moment. He did not even know how he took the elevator to the floor where the editorial department was located. The moment he walked into the office, the few colleagues who were on duty and those who were called back to discuss the crisis raised their heads at the same time. Among them was Higgins, who was on duty tonight. They all looked at Pablo with complicated expressions. Some of them had pity in their eyes, while those who were not on good terms with him were gloating over his misfortune. Higgins and Pablo were close. After hesitating for a long time, he reminded him in a low voice, "Pablo, the chief editor is waiting for you in the office. You. Be careful. He's very angry right now." Pablo looked at Higgins with his lifeless eyes. Then, he nodded in a daze and walked to the chief editor's office on the opposite side of the office. Pablo knocked on the door of the chief editor's office, and an angry voice immediately came from inside. "Who is it?" "Chief editor, it's me," said Pablo. A few seconds later, the door of the chief editor's office was opened abruptly, revealing Vesco's bald head. He stared at Pablo as if he were going to swallow him whole. Then, roaring curses echoed in the office. "Pablo! You stupid pig!" Vesco cursed, his spittle flying. "You've screwed up everything. Do you understand? Do you have any brains at all? They've obviously set up a trap for you to jump into. And you're still gloating about it, you idiot." Pablo was already numb to Wells' storm-like scolding. At this moment, his brain had basically crashed, and he could not say a single word of explanation. After cursing for a while, Vesco felt that his mouth was dry. He glared at Pablo and said, "Get in here." Pablo followed Vesco into the office mechanically. Then, he sat down on the couch with a pale face. Vesco raised his eyebrow and almost couldn't help but curse out loud. If an employee had come to his office so unruly, he would have kicked the employee out without mercy. However, Vesco felt that he was powerless now. He sat down behind his desk and stared at Pablo sharply. "Didn't you tell me yesterday that you found a powerful witness? Now, tell me, what's the deal with Mays?" If not for the video released by Xianxia that night, the video of Pablo interviewing Mays would have been very convincing. After all, Mays was telling the story of the incident from the perspective of someone who was present at the scene. Furthermore, Sport Daily quickly forwarded the video for Pablo. Although Sport Daily's credibility was also at the level of a toilet, several major football newspapers in Spain had clear leanings. To put it simply, they were on the side of Barcelona and Real Madrid respectively. Therefore, their leanings were naturally very obvious when they reported it. This was not a big problem. In any case, this was a traditional media with a long history. They maintained a certain leanings, but they still had basic credibility. Therefore, most people chose to believe the interview video. At the same time, they also had some doubts about Ruby's remarks at the press conference at that time. Now, the video that Xiaoruafe released by Song Wei had clearly recorded everything that happened at that time. It showed that Ruby was not lying. The sprinkler system at Camp Nou was indeed turned on before the RCD Espanyol players left the field. Moreover, it was not as they said. The RCD Espanyol players were unscrupulously celebrating in the away game and were slow to take a stand. Even the Barca fans in the stands were still leaving the field. How could these Barca fans be interested in watching the RCD Espanyol players celebrate? Therefore, the sprinkler system should not have been turned on for long before the end of the game. Since Ruby was not lying, there was a problem with May's interview video. And it was not an ordinary problem. To put it bluntly, this was a piece of downright fake news. May's words in the video were supposed to provide the Barca fans with the most powerful cannonball to fight back, but now it had become the most ironic and indelible evidence. Pablo could not help but lower his head under Vesco's burning gaze. He muttered, "Mays is indeed an annual pass member of Barca, and he's a hardcore, who the F***ck asked you that?" Wells rudely interrupted Pablo and asked, "What I'm asking is, what's with the interview video? Why would Mays talk nonsense in front of the camera with a straight face?" Pablo trembled slightly and said, I gave him €300 and told him to accept the interview according to the words I designed." Vesco was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He wanted nothing more than to take out his gun and shoot Pablo. Pablo's actions had directly dragged Sport Daily into a cesspool. Even if they managed to break free, they would inevitably be covered in mud. Pablo quickly explained, "Chief editor, Mays is really a hardcore Barca fan. I approached him and asked him to cooperate with such an interview. He was very happy to accept it. He even said that he would accept it even if I didn't pay him. He was willing to do anything as long as it could protect Barca's reputation." Vesco stared at Pablo coldly and asked in return, "So? Now that the scandal has been exposed, how can your **T help the situation?" Pablo suddenly had an idea, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He said in a hurry, "Chief editor, we can say that Mays lied to us. He is a hardcore fan of Barca, and he took the initiative to accept the interview in order to protect Barca's image by fabricating false facts. We just didn't realize that he was lying immediately, which is why we broadcasted the interview video." The more Pablo spoke, the smoother he became. He said somewhat excitedly, "Mr. Vesco, although we are at fault, it's not a flaw in our journalistic ethics. It's just a mistake in our journalistic business at best. We didn't fulfill our obligation to verify the news material carefully." Vesco's face was gloomy. He was actually quite conflicted. Sport Daily had been supporting Pablo in the past few days of public opinion out of consideration for its own position. To be honest, it wasn't that Vesco didn't suspect the authenticity of Pablo's posts, but he didn't expect Pablo to be so bold as to fabricate fake news. Sport Daily was already in a difficult position. To some extent, Pablo and Sport Daily were already one. Nobody would believe it if they said that Pablo had paid someone to fabricate fake news, and that it was the newspaper's negligence. Therefore, Sport Daily had to protect Pablo if it wanted to protect itself. Although Vesco couldn't wait to cut Pablo into pieces, he had to consider the newspaper's point of view. As a result, Pablo's proposal was truly tempting to Vesco. Pablo had also come back to life. His heart was full of hope, because he knew very well that once it was confirmed that he had paid someone to fabricate fake news, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing his job at Sport Daily. With such a stain, his career would be over, and his integrity would go bankrupt. Which media would dare to hire him then? Only by clinging to Sport Daily and making Vesco realize that Pablo and Sport Daily were in the same boat could there be a glimmer of hope. With a gloomy face, Vesco finally said after a long while, "Pablo, the newspaper didn't know about this in the first place. Even if you explain it according to what you said, you can't escape responsibility. You're the primary person responsible for this matter. Do you really think you can continue working at the newspaper?" As a matter of fact, Vesco had weighed the pros and cons. Instead of treating it as if Pablo had no idea that Pablo had hired someone to fabricate fake news, it was better to treat it as if Pablo had no idea that Mays had lied, which would have less impact on the newspaper. Therefore, he had actually agreed with Pablo's proposal. However, Wells really hated Pablo. How could he get rid of his hatred if he didn't fire him? Pablo's face turned pale. He said, "Mr. Vesco, I've been working at the newspaper for so many years, and I've worked hard. This time, I was also acting from the standpoint of the newspaper. The video I made was just a moment of folly. Now, I'm going to lose my job because of your words. Isn't that?" Vesco snorted and said, "Pablo, it's already good enough that the newspaper didn't hold you responsible for such a big mistake. What else do you want?" Then, Vesco's voice turned cold as he said, "Think carefully about whether you want to resign with dignity, or let the newspaper fire you. If you resign, we won't mention that you hired someone to fabricate fake news when we make a statement. That way, you'll still have a chance to find a job in another media outlet. If you're fired by the newspaper, we'll expose the truth even if it means that the newspaper's reputation will be damaged. By then, you'll really lose your job." Pablo's heart trembled when he heard that. He knew that the initiative was in Vesco's hands. If he didn't accept it, Sport Daily would fall out with him, and it would be a complete loss. Vesco stared into Pablo's eyes and asked, "Pablo, there's not much time left. Sport Daily is now under enormous public pressure every second. We can't keep silent forever. Make a choice. Either we push all the blame to Mays, and you take the blame and resign because of a serious mistake in your work, or we tell the truth and admit to the public that you spent money to create fake news without the knowledge of the newspaper company. You will still be fired from the newspaper company, and your career will come to an end as well. I advise you to choose the first option. It'll be better for everyone." After struggling for a while, Pablo finally said in frustration, "Fine. I choose the first option." He didn't mention anything about compensation. Since he was the one who resigned and caused such a big mess for the newspaper was already being merciful by not holding him responsible. How could he expect compensation? Dream on. As long as the newspaper didn't expose the matter during the background check when he applied for other media outlets in the future, he would be grateful. Of course, Sport Daily probably wouldn't expose the matter during the background check, because it wouldn't be in their interest either. Vesco nodded and said, "Very good. I hope to see your resignation letter in 10 minutes. Go now." When Pablo walked out of the newspaper office in a daze, Sport Daily finally issued a statement overnight. It was posted directly on the headlines of the website and app, and was also pinned on social media accounts. The statement read, "We have noticed the controversy on the internet regarding the content that our reporter, Pablo, posted on social media platforms recently. After investigation and verification, Pablo's interviewee, Mays, did not tell the truth in front of the camera out of concern for the home team. Pablo also posted the content on Facebook without rigorous verification. Although Facebook was Pablo's private platform, out of trust in his professional conduct, Sport Daily also reposted some of the content. Here, Sport Daily would like to extend our sincere apologies to the public for the bad impact this matter has caused. We deeply regret Mr. Mays's approach. Sport Daily has always adhered to the principle of news authenticity and strongly condemns dishonest behavior. Mr. Pablo has taken the blame and resigned from the newspaper office due to a serious mistake in his work and has been approved. We wish Mr. Pablo all the best in his future career path." Finally, Sport Daily thanks to the supervision of public opinion again. Sport Daily will strengthen content review in the future to prevent similar mistakes from happening again. When Sport Daily posted the apology statement, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning in Barcelona. Not many people saw it immediately. Xianxia also went back to her bedroom to rest after browsing the news for a while. Xianxia only saw the statement on Sport Daily after he got up the next morning. In fact, Sport Daily had been completely criticized in the reports of the major sports media in Europe. In particular, Marca and AS in the Madrid area were even more unscrupulous in their satire. But in any case, Sport Daily had found a way to barely justify itself. It did not matter whether other people believed it or not. At least it would not go bankrupt. The news broke out relatively late last night. Except for the media industry, which had dedicated personnel to monitor public opinion, many people only saw the news in the morning when they got up. From this point of view, although Sport Daily released the statement a few hours later, it was not too late in terms of timeliness. However, in the face of the overwhelming coverage of the European sports media, the statement of Sport Daily seemed so pale and powerless. More and more people saw the news in the morning and participated in the discussion. Among them, the Barca fans were the most upset. When Pablo posted the video of the interview with Mays, the Barca fans were truly elated. However, after the next day, they found that it was an out-and-out piece of fake news. Whether Pablo deliberately concocted it or Mays lied, there was no doubt that the content of the interview was fake. Most importantly, all of Rubi's accusations at the press conference turned out to be true. For the Barca fans, it was really terrible. Therefore, the storm of public opinion was still blowing, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. However, when Xiao Ruofei saw the statement in the Sports Daily, he was quite upset. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised that Sport Daily was trying to distance themselves from it. Anyone would do the same. What Xiao Ruofei found most unacceptable was that Sport Daily's statement did not apologize to the RCD Español and Ruby himself. They did not even mention that they had ridiculed Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei. It must be noted that Sport Daily had republished Pablo's fake video 2 days ago and even wrote an article that mocked RCD Español with harsh words. Now that the tables had turned, they were pretending to be deaf and dumb. Although Sport Daily also expressed an apology in the statement, it was just an understatement. Moreover, the object of the apology was actually the public. There was simply no sincerity at all. Xiao Ruofei scrolled through the comments of the netizens on Sport Daily's official Facebook page with a sullen face. The Barca fans must be in an awkward silence at this time, while other neutral fans commented one after another. Many people also said that Sport Daily's statement was simply a continuation of the lie, and the apology lacked the most basic sincerity. The RCD Español team should be the one to be apologized to the most, but they did not mention it. That arrogant and rude face was nauseating. Seeing that the general direction of the netizens' comments was to blame Sport Daily, Xiao Ruofei's mood was slightly better. At that moment, his cell phone on the bedside table rang. Xiao Ruofei did not get up. He reached out and grabbed the phone across the air. It was a call from Zhou Leiyun. After Xiao Ruofei picked it up, he said indifferently, "Director Zhou, you're up so early." Zhou Leiyun said, "Boss Xia, have you seen the statement issued by Sport Daily?" Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "I'm reading it. This bunch of bastards is really insincere. Not only are they shirking responsibility, they're even playing word games when apologizing." Zhou Leiyun also scolded, "The pro-Barca media is all like this. They just look down on RCD Español from the bottom of their hearts." "What are you going to do?" Xiao Ruofei asked with great interest. "They can't get away with it." Zhou Leiyun said, "Now the public opinion is almost one-sided. They're all supporting us. There's still a big question as to whether they deliberately faked it or not. Boss Xia, I want the club to immediately hold a press conference to severely condemn Sport Daily and strongly request them to apologize to the club. Otherwise, we reserve the right to sue them, because they have caused a great negative impact on the club's reputation." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Now we're on the side of the victim, and the side of justice. There's really no problem with doing this, and absolutely no one can blame us." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei changed the subject and said, "However, I still suggest that we don't act too hastily. Again, let the public opinion soar for a while." Zhou Leiyun was slightly stunned and asked puzzledly, "Boss Xia, now Sport Daily is obviously a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, they don't admit that they made fake news. As for the so-called flaws in the review process, no matter how much the public criticizes them, they have no response. This public opinion will pass eventually. When the time comes and we hold a press conference again, will it not be as popular as it is now? The public opinion will naturally pass. There's no time to maintain a high level of attention." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But in my opinion, the public opinion this time is far from reaching its peak." "Oh?" Zhou Leiyun asked with interest, "Boss Xia, do you think there will be any new developments in the future?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. Now that Sport Daily has thrown out such a perfunctory statement, it's considered an explanation to the public. Pablo has also resigned in disgrace. If he's smart, he won't jump out at this time to stir up trouble. But the Barcelona club can't play dead, right? They can pretend that they didn't see the farce of the news media, but the core of this matter is the Watergate incident at Camp Nou. Now that we've thrown out the evidence, it's already solid. Could they pretend that nothing had happened? Wouldn't that damage the image of the Cosmos team? So, Barca must come out with a crisis PR. It makes sense." Zhou Leiyun said thoughtfully. "Also, don't forget that there's still a key person in this incident." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's the so-called Barca annual pass member, Mays. According to Sport Daily, this Mays is a die-hard fan of Barca and lied in an interview to protect the home team's image. How credible is this explanation? Would Mays accept such an explanation? What's the real situation? No one knows now. Zhou Leiyun frowned slightly and said, even if he's a fake fan hired by Pablo, he can't come out and say it now. One is being paid to help people fabricate fake news, and the other is lying to protect Barca's image because he loves Barca so much. As long as there's nothing wrong with his brain, he'll definitely accept the second explanation. But now, we don't even know if this Maze is a Barca annual pass member. That means there are a lot of unknowns. Xiao Ruofei said, will Barca respond? When will they respond? How will they respond? What's May's real identity? Is there a deal between him and Pablo? Are the higher-ups of Sport Daily aware of it? These things aren't clear yet, so I suggest that we postpone the press conference for the time being and let the public opinion run wild for a while. I believe that the resourceful reporters will persevere in digging. When the time comes, we may be able to find out the truth without any effort. Zhou Leiyun said, Boss Xia, what you mean is that we wait and see how Barca responds and what's the situation with this Maze guy. When these things are cleared up, our press conference can be more targeted, right? That's what I mean. Xiao Ruofei said, I don't think it'll take too long. At most, it'll take a day. If Barca is so inefficient, how can it be run as one of the top super clubs in the world? Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Zhou Leiyun said readily. Xiao Ruofei then said, also. When we hold the press conference, I'll attend it personally. Zhou Leiyun was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Boss Xia, didn't you always want to keep a low profile? Why are you suddenly? Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, that's because I didn't want to cooperate with Pablo's hype before. Now that he's ruined himself and his reputation is ruined, of course I have to beat him when he's down. Also, I have another purpose for attending the press conference. You'll know when the time comes. When Zhou Leiyun heard this, he knew that Xiao Ruofei was probably going to announce something. He was also curious, but since Xiao Ruofei didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to pursue the matter. Understood. Zhou Leiyun said with a smile, then we'll wait for another day or two. I'll let them prepare in advance. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, there's nothing going on today. Xianxia and Weiwei were a little tired yesterday, so they're going to rest in the hotel today. Then do you want to go out for a walk? Zhou Leiyun smiled mysteriously and said, I know a few places in Barcelona that are pretty good. Many men linger there. Boss Xia, do you want me to take you out to have a taste of foreign meat? Xiao Ruofei said, I'm not interested. I'll leave the foreign meat for you, Director Zhou. Speaking of foreign meat, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think of Monica. Speaking of which, Spain wasn't far from Italy. The actual distance was equivalent to the distance between the two provinces of Huaxia. He hadn't been in contact with Monica for a while, so he wondered how she was doing now. She was probably busy. After all, she was now the head of the family, Boss Xia. Boss Xia. Zhou Leiyun's voice woke Xiao Ruofei up from his imagination. Ah? Xiao Ruofei said, sorry, I was a little distracted. Where was I? Zhou Leiyun said with a smile, you said that your two friends don't plan to go out today and are resting in the hotel. Oh, right. Xiao Ruofei said, I don't have anything to do. I've been to Barcelona more than once, and I've visited all the places. So today, I thought I might as well go to the training base. I'll train with everyone and treat it as a form of exercise. Zhou Leiyun was a little surprised and said, training? The amount of training for a professional team was quite large, especially for the top European league clubs. Because the pace of the game was fast and the intensity of the confrontation was high, the physical requirements were also very high. Who would go to training for fun when they had nothing to do? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm just going to relax. Don't you know my physical fitness? How tiring can team training be? Besides, after the game that day, I haven't seen my teammates. I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go and see everyone. Zhou Leiyun said, so that's how it is. No problem. I'll ask the club to send a car to pick you up. But I won't accompany you to the training base today. I have a business meeting today, the kind that can't be pushed off. Go do your thing. Xiao Ruofei said, don't ask the club to send a car. I want to go out and walk by myself. I'll just walk around. How can that be? That's settled. The hotel is not far from the training base. I want to see the scenery. Xiao Ruofei said, "General Manager Zhou, don't ask someone to send a car. I'll be out of the hotel in a while. Don't let the driver miss me." Zhou Leiyun heard this and said helplessly, "Well then. If there's anything or if you need anything, just call me. Don't worry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "My Spanish is better than yours. I won't lose it." Zhou Leiyun laughed when he heard that. "I'm not afraid that you'll get lost." "Then what are you worried about?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I'm worried that you'll be beaten up by the Barca fans." Zhou Leiyun laughed. "You know, this is Barcelona. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the Barca fans in this city far outnumber the RCD Espanyol fans. You tortured Barca so badly in the game a few days ago. Don't the Barca fans hate you to the core?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "That makes sense. So, I'll have to disguise myself later? You have to wrap yourself up tightly." Zhou Leiyun joked. "All right. If I'm besieged, I'll report your name, General Manager Zhou." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Just report it. But I can't guarantee that it'll be of any use." Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. After Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun chatted for a while, they hung up the phone. Then he used the hotel's landline to call Ling Qingshua's room. He found out that the two of them had already woken up, so he asked them to go downstairs for breakfast. During breakfast, Xiao Ruofei said that he wanted to go to RCD Espanyol's Dainajoc training base. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were a little tired from yesterday's walk, said that they wanted to rest in the hotel today. When they heard that, they both expressed that they wanted to go together. Xiao Ruofei did not expect them to be interested in football training. However, since the two of them were willing to go, he naturally did not have any objections. He was happy to have someone to accompany him, therefore, the three of them quickly finished their breakfast and left the hotel without going upstairs. The Dainajoc training base was not too far from the hotel, so Xiao Ruofei and the other two did not call for a taxi. They walked straight there. Not long after they left the hotel, they did run into a few Barca fans. They did not know if it was Zhou Leiyun's jinx or if there were really so many Barca fans in the city. These Barca fans recognized Xiao Ruofei at a glance. The day after the game, Xiao Ruofei's photo was on the front page of the major Spanish sports media. Although many Europeans seemed to look the same in the eyes of many Europeans, they still remembered the face of their enemy. Fortunately, the football hooligans were in the minority, and it had been a few days since the game. When they were watching the game, they wanted to skin Xiao Ruofei. In addition, the ferment of the Watergate scandal and the fake news dailies' fake news had spread. And, the rumors spread the Watergate scandal and the fake news and the fake news. They were disgraced. Of course, if they really wanted to cause trouble, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Not only was Xiao Ruofei not afraid at all, but even Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were not afraid. In front of a practitioner, a few ordinary people, even if they were extremely strong, could not pose a threat at all. Everyone's strength was not on the same level. Therefore, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stood on either side of Xiao Ruofei with a smile. They even secretly hoped that these Barca fans would come up and cause trouble. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Until the two sides passed each other, the fans did not do anything. Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei talked and laughed all the way to the Dainajoc training base. They had all woken up earlier that day, so even if they walked there, they could almost arrive before the start of the training. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Dainajoc training base, they finally saw RCD Espanyol fans instead of Barca fans. RCD Espanyol had been more aggressive in the past two rounds, especially after the away game victory over Barca. The enthusiasm of the fans was even higher. Every day, many fans would rush over for the team's training to show their support when the players arrived at the training base and when they left after training, or to ask for autographs and photos from the players. In fact, every day during the team's training, there were fans waiting at the entrance. However, after the away game victory over Barca, more fans came. When Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue arrived at the entrance of the Dainajoc training base, they were shocked by the number of fans. There was a car in front of them driving towards the Dainajoc training base, and the fans all cheered. The car slowed down slowly and finally stopped. In fact, the Spanish fans were relatively restrained. They would not chase after stars like crazy. They knew that stars were also public figures and needed their own space. However, since the car had stopped, the fans naturally surrounded it. A young fan excitedly handed a jersey in front of the window on the passenger side, obviously asking for an autograph. Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Song Wei had sharp ears. They heard the fans shouting Wu Lei's name. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Wu Lei at the entrance of the training base. In fact, it was still early before the start of the training, but Wu Lei had always been more diligent, so he came early every day to give himself extra practice. He had just arrived in Spain not long ago, so he did not have a driver's license here. The person who drove him was a local translator hired by the club in Barcelona. The translator's name was Wu Junfeng. He and Wu Lei were from the same family 500 years ago. He had studied in Spain before, and later stayed here to work for an import and export trading company, mainly for trade with China. When Wu Lei landed in La Liga, he had just quit his job, so he applied for the job at the RCD Espanyol club. Wu Junfeng had been in Barcelona for many years, so he had naturally obtained a Spanish driver's license. He was now doing 3 jobs. He was Wu Lei's translator, Wu Lei's driver, and Wu Lei's Spanish teacher. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to go forward, and the RCD Espanyol fans' attention was on Wu Lei's side. For a moment, they did not notice Xiao Ruofei not far away. Xiao Ruofei stood in place and watched with a smile. Wu Lei very readily satisfied the young fan's wish for an autograph. It could be seen that he was quite amiable. At that moment, a few young people with Eastern faces also shouted, "Wu Lei! Let's take a picture together. We are all overseas students from Xianxia. We came from Madrid to see you." Wu Lei heard them and followed their advice. He simply pushed open the car door and got out. When the fans saw Wu Lei talking to their compatriots, they also made way for him. "Hello." Wu Lei smiled and greeted the overseas students. When the overseas students saw Wu Lei really get out of the car, they were very excited and asked Wu Lei for autographs. Seeing his compatriots overseas was particularly cordial. Wu Lei naturally did not refuse them. He took the pen and began to sign for them. When it was the turn of a fan wearing the old national team's white number 7 jersey, Wu Lei smiled and asked, "Where do you want to sign?" The fan did not prepare photos, posters, or autograph books in advance, but each of these fans was holding a small national flag. Perhaps he was a little nervous and excited when he saw Wu Lei. His brain short-circuited and he handed the small national flag over. Wu Lei was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "You can't just sign on the national flag." The fan also realized the problem and quickly took the national flag back awkwardly. Wu Lei smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I'll sign on your jersey. Is that okay?" "Okay, the fan said quickly. Thus, Wu Lei grabbed the hem of his jersey and signed his name on it. After signing, Wu Lei took a group photo with the fans. Everyone unfolded a large national flag together, and with the gate of the Danihawk base as the background, they commissioned a Espanyol fan to take a photo for everyone. Just as Wu Lei was posing, he suddenly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, who was not far away, recording a video with his phone with a smile. He could not help but be stunned. After coming to his senses, Wu Lei opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Brother Xia! Why are you here?" Xiao Ruofei was originally having a good time playing on the sidelines, and he even recorded the scene just now. He did not expect that the fans would not recognize him, but Wu Lei would. This was normal. After Wu Lei appeared, the fans' attention was focused on him, but Wu Lei definitely would not. Moreover, when he took the group photo, he happened to be facing Xiao Ruofei, so wouldn't he have seen him at a glance? The Spanish fans did not quite understand Wu Lei's shout, but the overseas Xianxia fans around him could all understand, so everyone turned their eyes in unison. This time everyone shouted excitedly as if they had discovered the new world. And these Xianxia fans obviously often went on domestic social media platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and so on, so they did not shout Xiao Ruofei's name, but Boss Xia. Although the Spanish fans did not understand Chinese, when they saw the excitement on the faces of the Xianxia fans and Wu Lei, they naturally looked back curiously. This time everyone noticed Xiao Ruofei. If Wu Lei's performance in the past few rounds had established his image in the minds of the Espanyol fans, then Xiao Ruofei had become the most popular player in the Espanyol team with just 1.5 games, especially the game against Barca a few days ago. The Espanyol fans, whether local or Huaxia students, all ran over excitedly. Even Wu Lei ran over to Xiao Ruofei like a little fan. "Xia, you're amazing. Thank you for bringing victory to the Parrots." This was shouted by the local fans. "Boss Xia, we love you." Of course, this was the overseas students from Huaxia. There was even an overseas student who shouted, "Boss Xia, I want to have a baby with you." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused the overseas students to roar with laughter. The most outrageous thing was that the person who wanted to have a baby with Xiao Ruofei was not a girl, but an otaku with a stubble. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia also laughed, but Xiao Ruofei had a strange look on his face and said, "Brother, your taste is a bit heavy." Ha ha ha. The overseas students laughed again. Xiao Ruofei did not put on airs at all, which made the overseas student fans feel even more cordial. Since his identity had been exposed, Xiao Ruofei naturally had no need to hide. He constantly took pens and paper from the fans and signed for them. Xiao Ruofei was the first hero of the Espanyol team's victory over Barca. The fans were much more enthusiastic when facing him than when facing Wu Lei. Xiao Ruofei was soon surrounded by people. After Wu Lei saw this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He wanted to help Xiao Ruofei separate the fans, but he was stopped by Xiao Ruofei's eyes. As a cultivator who was about to enter the gold core stage, the crowd did not have any effect on him. He stood among the fans like a mainstay, and his body did not sway in the slightest. One by one, he signed autographs for everyone. When a fan wanted to take a selfie with his mobile phone, Xiao Ruofei also smiled cooperatively. It took him more than 20 minutes to satisfy the fans' requests. After these fans got the autographs, they thanked Xiao Ruofei very politely, and then walked to the side and no longer crowded in the crowd. Finally, after dealing with these enthusiastic fans, Xiao Ruofei, Ling Xianxia, and Song Wei walked towards the group of overseas students. In all fairness, Xiao Ruofei was now more popular than Wu Lei, and the same was true for the overseas students. They were naturally very happy to see their idol and came up to ask for autographs. Fortunately, there were not many overseas students, and Xiao Ruofei quickly signed for them. Then, naturally, everyone took a photo together. Originally, Wu Lei wanted to invite Song Wei and Ling Xianxia to take a photo together, but Song Wei was worried that the photo might be posted on social media, so he declined. Ling Xianxia was Xiao Ruofei's publicly announced girlfriend, so it didn't matter if they took a photo together. However, since Song Wei had declined, she naturally wouldn't go over to take a photo with her. She didn't want to create an unfair distribution, so she naturally declined as well. Therefore, the responsibility of taking photos for everyone fell on Song Wei's shoulders. Song Wei used one of the overseas students' Huawei mobile phones to take a picture. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei were surrounded by fans. Everyone unfolded the big national flag together and smiled brightly at the camera of a mobile phone. Song Wei pressed the photo button at the right time and froze the moment. In order to prevent a bad shot, Song Wei took several photos in a row, and then gave everyone an okay gesture. The crowd dispersed, and the overseas student took the mobile phone from Song Wei's hand as if he had found a treasure. Then, he could not wait to check the photos. The other overseas students also came over. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei waved to the fans and walked towards the training base. Since Xiao Ruofei chose to walk, Wu Lei naturally could not take the car. The group of people chatted and laughed in the training base. It was naturally inconvenient for Song Wei and Ling Xianxia to enter the team's locker room, so they strolled around the base first. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei went to the locker room to change into their training clothes. Although Xiao Ruofei did not often appear at the Danihawk training base, there was always an exclusive cabinet for him in the first team locker room. Inside it hung the clean training clothes, and the shoes were neatly arranged, so he could take them at any time. The two of them quickly changed their clothes, and Wu Lei said as he tied his shoelaces, "Brother Xia, after the training is over, accompany me to the women's football team." Although RCD Espanyol could only be regarded as a middle to lower tier team in La Liga, their echelon was still very complete. It was stronger than many of the powerhouse clubs in Xianxia. RCD Español not only had the men's echelon and reserve teams for all age groups, but also the women's football team for all age groups. Xiaoruofei laughed and said, "What's going on? Don't tell me you've hooked up with a girl from the women's football team? You have to control yourself, kid. Xiaobei is such a good girl, you can't do anything to hurt her." Wu Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, "What are you thinking? It's a 13-year-old girl. I promised to give her a pair of shoes." "Why would you give her shoes out of nowhere?" Xiaoruofei asked curiously. He was just joking. Wu Lei and his wife were very loving, and the two of them had a pair of children. Their relationship was unbreakable, so how could he really hook up with a girl from the women's football team? And even if there was something ambiguous, it would not be with a 13-year-old player from the echelon, Wu Lei said with a smile. "It's a bit of a coincidence. This group of young players sometimes come to watch us train, and they also ask for autographs during breaks. A few days ago, this little girl asked me for an autograph. After I signed it for her, she directly said thank you to me in Chinese, which gave me a fright. Later, I chatted with her in Chinese and found that this little girl spoke Chinese quite well. She said that she started taking Chinese lessons when she was 5 years old. I felt that we were fated to meet, so I prepared a small gift for her. It's a pair of assassin sneakers. Since you're here today, Brother Xia, I'd like to invite you to meet this young lady with me." Xiaoruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Does this girl have Xianxia blood?" Wu Lei shook his head and said, "No, her parents are Spanish, but they especially like Xianxia culture, so they sent her to learn Chinese when she was 5 years old. She still insists on attending Chinese classes. It is precisely because of this that I find it all the more precious." "Interesting," Xiaoruofei said with a smile. "Okay. I'll go with you to see her after training." Wu Lei quickly changed into his sneakers. He tidied up his training clothes while waiting for Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei's heart moved slightly, and he said, "Lei, you go to the training ground first. I still have something to do, so I'll go over later." Wu Lei nodded and said, "Okay. Brother Xia, I'll see you at the training ground later." "Okay." After Wu Lei left, Xiaoruofei took out his mobile phone and pulled up the video that he had just taken at the entrance of the training ground. It was when the group of Xianxia international students asked Wu Lei for autographs. Xiaoruofei filmed it from the side. Although the distance was not very close, Xiaoruofei zoomed in and his hands were very steady. It could be said that there was not the slightest tremor, so the filming effect was good. Xiaoruofei watched the video from beginning to end. He felt that Wu Lei's refusal to sign the national flag was very positive. He pondered for a moment, then opened a video editing software on his mobile phone. This software was definitely not as professional as the PR software on the computer, but simple editing and adding subtitles was not a problem. When Wu Lei was taking a photo with the international students, he saw Xiaoruofei standing not too far away and excitedly called out, "Brother Xia." This small part was also recorded, but Xiaoruofei used the software to edit it out. Then he added a few subtitles to the part where Wu Lei refused to sign the national flag. Because the stadium was noisy and the mobile phone's audio was not very professional, that scene was the key and core of the whole video. The added subtitles were also the dialogue between Wu Lei and the fans. There was no editing. After finishing the editing, Xiaoruofei clicked to generate the video. Then he took his mobile phone and walked out of the changing room to meet up with Song Wei and Ling Xianxia outside. The video was only 30 to 40 seconds long, so it was generated relatively quickly. Xiaoruofei had just seen Song Wei and Ling Xianxia in the distance near the changing room when a notification came from his mobile phone. The video had been generated. Xiaoruofei continued to walk toward Ling Xianxia and Song Wei as he checked the video on his mobile phone. After confirming that there were no problems, Xiaoruofei opened the Weibo app and used his own Weibo account to post the video. He added a short caption, #Wu Lei refuses to sign on the national flag #you can't sign on the national flag. #you can't sign on the national flag, you can't sign the national flag. These were Wu Lei's original words. The whole thing was completely reflected in the video, so Xiaoruofei did not describe it too much. He clicked on the publish button and the video entered a state of review. When a video message was published on Weibo, it had to go through a manual review process. Generally, videos that did not have any bias could also pass the review. After Xiao Ruofei published the video, he did not care about it anymore. He met up with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and walked together to the first team's dedicated training ground. Wu Lei and a few players who had arrived at the training ground early were already jogging and warming up. When they saw Xiao Ruofei and the other two, they all waved and greeted them. Xiao Ruofei saw the veteran goalkeeper Diego Lopez, the center-back Naldo, and Wu Lei's forward partner Iglesias. He also smiled and waved to everyone. Xiao Ruofei turned his head to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said, "You guys are walking around by yourselves? I told you guys to rest in the hotel. Isn't it boring to watch us train here?" Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Not at all. The sun is so good today. It's not boring to watch you train on the sidelines." "Okay. Then help yourselves." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm going to warm up too." Song Wei said speechlessly, "You still need to warm up?" With Xiao Ruofei's current strength, there was no problem for him to play 2 or 3 high-intensity games in a row without warming up at all. In front of ordinary people, his physical fitness was a completely unsolvable bug. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at the two of them. At this time, Wu Lei and the others ran another lap and came over, so he also jogged to join the running team. Soon, the players came to the training ground one after another. The first thing they saw was naturally Song Wei and Ling Qingxue on the sidelines. The players were no strangers to the two Asian beauties because they had come here to visit with Xiao Ruofei. During the game against Barca, the two beauties had watched the game in the box with the club's owner, Zhou Leyun. Therefore, although the beauties were lovely and moving, no one dared to have any improper thoughts. They just nodded at the two of them and hurried into the training ground. Xiao Ruofei was wearing the team's uniform training clothes and running laps in the team. The players who came later did not notice at first. When they saw Xiao Ruofei in the team, they were all stunned. Even Ruby, who came to the training ground on time, was quite surprised when he saw Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei was originally a member of the team, so he could naturally participate in the training. Ruby did not say anything. Because of Xiao Ruofei's special identity, Ruby was particularly serious in organizing the training today. He was afraid that there would be problems with his work attitude in front of the club's shareholders. Xiao Ruofei followed the team to warm up and then participated in the entire training. It had been a few days since the end of the last game, and the league tournament was about to start on the weekend, so today's training had already begun. The team's training was carefully planned to ensure that the players were in their best state on the day of the game. Xiao Ruofei certainly had no problem and completed the training easily. He did not know that in the half-day he participated in the training, the video he posted on Weibo had once again attracted a large number of netizens. The inscription had suddenly rushed to the hot search list. Because of the time difference, it was almost 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon in China when the video was posted. There were still quite a lot of people online at this time. Xiao Ruofei was now an out-and-out Weibo VIP. The news posted on his account would be seen by many netizens immediately. After everyone saw the video, they commented. Some netizens said, "As a public figure, Wu Lei knows how to protect the dignity of the country and the flag at all times. He reflects good professional ethics and citizenship." Some netizens were obviously more familiar with Wu Lei and wrote in the comments, "This reminds me of when Wu Lei joined the RCD Español, the national team backpack with the national flag printed on it. Praise Wu Lei's patriotism." Some netizens commented, "I'm more concerned about why this video was posted by Boss Xia. It looks like my Boss Xia and Wu Lei are going to be a couple." These were obviously Xiao Ruofei's loyal fans. In short, although everyone's comments were different, most of them were praises. Everyone was praising Wu Lei for his high EQ and IQ. Of course, there were also a very small number of haters who criticized Wu Lei for rejecting the fans and acting like a big shot. These brainless haters were naturally quickly drowned out by comments such as "watching the game costs electricity" and "with this level of understanding, don't come online." They were quickly scolded by many netizens and did not dare to come online. What was even rarer was that mainstream media such as Huaxia Daily, Guesher News, and Tuan all reposted Xiao Ruofei's Weibo post and wrote short comments praising Wu Lei's behavior. It was also because of these mainstream media platforms that this matter quickly rushed to the top of Weibo's trending search list. Its ranking shot up like a rocket. After Xiao Ruofei posted on Weibo, he went straight to training. He had no idea that the video he posted would cause such a huge reaction in the domestic public opinion field in just 1 or 2 hours. And Wu Lei was completely unaware that he had become popular again. He did not even know that Xiao Ruofei had filmed this scene, let alone that Xiao Ruofei had posted the video online on a whim. After the morning training, Xiao Ruofei really wanted to organize a few people to play a small game. However, he considered that today's training was not small. Even Wu Lei, who had been persisting in the first set of the Oscars, was so tired that he was panting. In addition, he had promised Wu Lei that he would go to the women's football team after the training. So, he gave up the idea of playing a small game after thinking about it. So, Xiao Ruofei followed the players back to the locker room. He did not say why he suddenly came to participate in the training, and Xiao Ruofei did not ask much. Anyway, Xiao Ruofei was one of the team's owners and had the right to be willful. The facilities in the locker room were very complete. The players could take a shower after training, then change into clean clothes and leave. Professional clubs in Europe had a training system. The players were similar to the average white-collar worker. According to the team's arrangement, they trained according to time every day and went home according to time. The only difference was that they would play 1 or 2 games every week during the season. Sometimes it was a home game, and sometimes it was an away game. The professional players were used to this kind of life. Everything was familiar. While Xiao Ruofei was still in the shower, Wu Lei had already changed into casual clothes. He sat on the chair in the locker room and waited for Xiao Ruofei. The other players were faster. They waved goodbye to him one after another and left the locker room. Waiting was always boring. Wu Lei took out his mobile phone from his bag and wanted to play something casually. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw several missed calls and dozens of unread WeChat messages. He could not help but be stunned. Did something happen? He did not rush to return the call. Instead, he checked the WeChat messages first. When he called, he had to wait for the other party to answer and ask what the situation was. If he just looked at the WeChat messages, it might be clear. Naturally, the latter was more efficient. Wu Lei opened WeChat and found that the messages were from domestic coaches, teammates, and even the national team's leader. He clicked on the top message, which was from his initiation coach, Su Zhenbao. Coach Su's WeChat account was pinned at the top and would always be at the top. From this small detail, one could see that Su Zhenbao was irreplaceable in his heart. Su Zhenbao sent a voice message. Older people generally typed slower. In contrast, it was much more convenient to send a voice message. Wu Lei was a little confused. He didn't even remember the little episode at the gate of the training base in the morning. Su Zhenbao didn't make it very clear, so he was a little confused for a while. Wu Lei quickly clicked on the next few WeChat messages. The coaches, teammates, and even the national team leader were basically talking about the same thing. After reading a few messages, Wu Lei gradually came to his senses. It seemed that he was on Weibo's hot search list, and it had something to do with the national flag. Wu Lei had registered a Weibo account many years ago, but he didn't post that often. After coming to La Liga, he posted more often. He often shared some of his training, life photos, and feelings on Instagram. He would also post the same content on domestic Weibo platforms. As the country's #1 star player, Xiao Ruofei, who was an atypical professional player, Wu Lei still received a lot of attention. Although he didn't have as many Weibo fans as the popular young stars, he was no less than those first and second-tier stars. Therefore, every time Wu Lei opened Weibo, he would receive a bunch of notifications. Some of them tagged him, and some of them sent him private messages. But when he opened Weibo today, he found that there were a lot more messages than usual. In fact, the reason was very simple. When Xiao Ruofei posted the video, he also tagged Wu Lei. After rushing to the hot search list, Xiao Ruofei's video was forwarded by a large number of internet celebrities and ordinary netizens. The increase in tagging in this area alone was considerable. There were also many private messages to Wu Lei after watching the video. Naturally, he received more messages than usual. Wu Lei didn't bother to check these messages. He directly clicked on Weibo's hot search list. This time, he was really shocked. The topic hashtag Wu Lei refused to sign the national flag hashtag was ranked third on the hot search list. At this time, the scene in the morning appeared in Wu Lei's mind. He secretly said in his heart, could it be that one of the international students in the morning took a video and posted it on Weibo? But the speed of the spread is too fast. It's only been 2 or 3 hours. In Wu Lei's memory, he had only refused to sign the national flag once this morning. As for the local Spanish fans around, even if they took a video, they would at most share it on platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It was impossible for them to post it on Weibo. Moreover, they didn't understand Chinese at all, and they weren't from Xianxia. How could they understand the flag? Therefore, there was no doubt that someone from Xianxia was behind this. With a trace of doubt, Wu Lei clicked on the inscription. This trending topic was naturally taken over by Weibo officials. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's Weibo post had been officially recommended to the top. Wu Lei naturally saw it at a glance. When he saw that the first Weibo post was actually posted by Xia Ruofei, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wu Lei clicked on the video that Xia Ruofei posted and saw that it was indeed about what happened in the morning. From the angle of the video, it was definitely recorded by Xia Ruofei. So the root is here. When Wu Lei saw the astonishing number of reposts and comments under Xia Ruofei's Weibo post, he couldn't help but be secretly amazed by Xia Ruofei's influence. In addition to Xia Ruofei's Weibo post, Weibo officials also recommended the Weibo posts that were reposted by Huaxia Daily, Gov News, Tuan Tuan, and other official Weibo accounts with short comments. They were listed right below Xia Ruofei's Weibo post. Being praised was definitely something to be happy about, especially by an official media outlet such as Huaxia Daily. Wu Lei read the comments of these official Weibo accounts with a trace of joy. Then, he clicked on Xia Ruofei's Weibo post to read the comments of the netizens. He felt even happier. If the official media's positive comments were generally more objective, then the netizens' comments were more exaggerated. When Wu Lei saw the screen full of praises, he felt a little embarrassed. In his opinion, it was a very small thing, and it was something that every citizen of Huaxia should do. He didn't expect to receive such high praise from the netizens. He even felt a little ashamed. At this moment, Wu Lei also realized how important it was to set a good example as a public figure. At that moment, Xia Ruofei had finished showering, changed his clothes, and walked out. Lei, what are you looking at? Xia Ruofei walked to Wu Lei's side and smiled. You're so engrossed. Wu Lei was indeed engrossed. He didn't even notice when Xia Ruofei walked up to him. When he heard Xia Ruofei's voice, Wu Lei raised his head and looked. He quickly stood up and said, Bro Xia, you're done showering? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yeah. What were you looking at just now? When I came out, I saw you laughing like a fool. When Wu Lei heard this, he couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, Bro Xia, the next time you do something like this, can you let me know in advance? I was caught off guard by what happened today. Xia Ruofei was confused and asked, what did I do? You don't know? Wu Lei asked. You didn't start or finish. How would I know? Xia Ruofei said innocently. I didn't do anything today. I just came over to train with you guys for half a day. Wu Lei smiled bitterly and handed his phone to Xia Ruofei. He said, you just casually posted a video, and I got pushed to the top of the hot search list. That's called not doing anything? Xia Ruofei glanced at it and laughed. He said, damn. Third on the hot search list? How is it so fast? Wu Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Bro Xia, don't you know how big your influence is? I just came out of the shower and wanted to look at my phone for a while. Good heavens. I saw dozens of missed calls and dozens of WeChat messages. I was almost scared to death. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then you're too timid. You're scared to death just by being on the hot search list? I seem to be on it quite often. Wu Lei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, I wasn't scared to death by being on the hot search list. I was scared to death by seeing so many missed calls and unread messages. I thought something big had happened. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the netizens' comments with great interest and said, "Lei, this is a good thing. How positive. When I was in the changing room this morning, I suddenly thought that this video was quite meaningful, so I edited it and posted it on Weibo. It turns out that my judgment was very accurate. Look at how the netizens are buying it. There are so many authoritative media outlets praising you. How good is that?" Wu Lei said, "So the reason you asked me to go to the training ground this morning was to edit this video?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said, "The effect is good, right?" Haha. Wu Lei finally understood the cause and effect. He was silent for a moment and said sincerely, "Brother Xia, thank you. You've helped me time and time again. I don't know how to thank you." Xiao Ruofei patted Wu Lei on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to be so polite with us. Lei, I admire your hard work and character. I also admire your courage to take the initiative to go out of your comfort zone to chase your dream. That's why we hit it off so well. As long as you play football well and work hard to realize your football dream, that's the best way to thank me." Wu Lei's heart warmed and he said firmly, "I will. Brother Xia. As long as you're still investing in RCD Español, then I won't go anywhere in the future. I'll stay here. Even if we're unfortunately relegated to Serie B in the future, I won't transfer." Speaking of this, Wu Lei hurriedly said, "Bah, bah, bah. Brother Xia. I didn't mean that. With our team's strength, it's definitely not a problem to stay in the league." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I understand what you mean. But Lei, when your strength improves in the future, if there's a better platform, I'll still support you to go out. There's no need to stay in RCD Español because of me. Of course, you're not allowed to go to Barca." Haha. Normally, at Wu Lei's age, although he was not yet in the middle or late stages of his career, there was not much room for growth in terms of football skills. Basically, they were all fixed. However, Xiao Ruofei taught him the first set of little golden man body refining movements, which allowed him to make great progress in physical strength, flexibility, agility, and many other aspects at the age of 27. In addition, the high-level competition in the top league could also further improve his awareness. In this way, there were more possibilities for his future. Therefore, Wu Lei's gratitude to Xiao Ruofei was really from the bottom of his heart. In his view, Xiao Ruofei's kindness to him was akin to giving him a new lease on life. It was also because of this that Wu Lei had a stronger sense of belonging to RCD Español and was even willing to play here until he retired. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Wu Lei opened his mouth, but Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to stop him and said directly, "The future is too far away. Let's not talk about it first. Lei, didn't you say you were going to give the young player a gift? Let's hurry over." "Okay. I prepared everything. I'll go now," Wu Lei said quickly. Although Xiao Ruofei said that he did not object to him playing on a better and bigger platform, he had secretly made up his mind that as long as RCD Español needed him and Xiao Ruofei was still a shareholder of RCD Español, then he was determined to stay in the team and would never take the initiative to seek a transfer. Wu Lei held a shoebox and went to the women's football echelons training ground with Xiao Ruofei. Wu Lei had already contacted the club's staff in advance, so he could find the little Spanish girl named Claire. In fact, children of this age usually went to school like other children. They basically came to train in their spare time. Today was not the weekend, so Claire's training was scheduled for the evening. She had been notified by the club staff and made a special trip after finishing her morning class. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei saw Claire, who was also wearing RCD Español's yellow sports jacket on the sidelines of the training ground. Beside her was a little boy who was slightly taller than her. "Hello." Wu Lei smiled and greeted Claire in Chinese. Claire was also very excited to see Wu Lei and Xiao Ruofei. She quickly trotted a few steps to the two of them and said in a trembling voice, "Hello. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect to see you here." Xiao Ruofei listened. The little girl's Chinese was really good, and it was rare that she did not have the strange accent of foreigners. It sounded like the Chinese spoken by children in Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Hello." Claire was very sensible. She pointed to the little boy next to her and said, "This is my brother." The little boy also greeted Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei a little shyly. In contrast, Claire was more natural and unrestrained. To Xiao Ruofei's surprise, the little boy also greeted them in Chinese. The four people stood on the sidelines and chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei found that the little girl's Chinese was much better than her brother's. After asking, he found out that the little boy had only learned Chinese for a year, but Claire had already learned it for 8 years. Although Xiao Ruofei had invested in the RCD Español, he was not familiar with a lot of the club's situation, so he also asked about the situation of the women's football team during the chat. From Claire, Xiao Ruofei learned that the RCD Español had 4 age groups of women's football teams. The first team was basically professional, and they usually participated in the local women's football league. However, the attention was obviously not as high as the men's team, and the treatment of the players was relatively lower. As for the other age groups, each of them had many girls who liked football like Claire. Most of them were trained and were equivalent to amateur players. Few of these girls could embark on the path of professional football in the future, and even if they played in a professional team, the income was not high. However, there were still many little girls who joined the team to train because they liked football from the bottom of their hearts. After Xiao Ruofei briefly understood the situation, he could not help but secretly sigh that the football environment and fan culture in Europe were really much better than in Huaxia. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also participated in this small event with Xiao Ruofei, but they did not know much about football and were not particularly concerned about Huaxia's football, so they did not have as many feelings as Xiao Ruofei. Everyone came to the parking lot of the Danny Hawk training base together. Wu Lei learned that Xiao Ruofei and the other two had walked over, so he offered to take them back to the hotel first. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and did not refuse Wu Lei's kindness, so he nodded and agreed. After all, they had come over after breakfast as if they were taking a walk. It was now close to noon, and the sun in Spain was abundant all year round. The three of them were also a little hungry, so they might as well take the car if they could. Wu Lei's translator and driver, Wu Junfeng, was still driving. Wu Lei sat in the front passenger seat, and Xiao Ruofei and the other two squeezed in the back. Wu Lei's car was just an ordinary family car, and it was a gift from the club's sponsor, Skoda, after the transfer. The back seat was not particularly spacious, but it was enough for Xiao Ruofei and the other two. Moreover, it was not far from the training base to the hotel itself, so they arrived in a short while. After sending Xiao Ruofei and the other two to the hotel, Wu Lei went straight home. He rented a house nearby, and his wife and children had already come over to accompany him. Xiao Ruofei took Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the hotel's restaurant for lunch. Zhou Leiyun had to attend a business event today and did not come to accompany them. After eating, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Ruofei turned on his computer to browse the news and found that the Barcelona club still had not made any response. He could not help but secretly criticize, "You guys really can hold it in. Then let's see how long you can hold on." In fact, the storm of public opinion this morning was still ongoing, and the condemnation of Sport Daily and Pablo was getting louder and louder. However, Sport Daily had already set the tone and naturally would not speak again at this time. They held a stubborn attitude and waited for the storm of public opinion to subside. Pablo had lost his job and was so badly scolded by netizens that he was even less in the mood to say anything. To the surprise of the netizens, the two clubs involved in this storm did not make any statements. It was reasonable that Barca did not want to directly respond to the negative news of Watergate. As the victim, the club had already occupied the moral high ground. Should they not come out and express their grievances? But there was no movement at all. The netizens were puzzled. Xiao Ruofei looked at the domestic Weibo, forums, and Tieba again and found that what happened in Spain had now spread to the country. Everyone was naturally very angry about the attitude in Sport Daily's statement. As for Pablo's resignation, it also made the netizens in Huaxia feel that it was not enough to vent their anger. They thought that such scum should be completely cleaned out of the news industry, not just resigned. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's main focus was still on the Spanish media. It was just a morning, and he did not see any news that particularly interested him. He could not help but feel bored. He stood up and went straight to the bedroom, ready to lie down and sleep for a while. Xiao Ruofei had practiced the ability to lie down and fall asleep anytime and anywhere when he was in the army. Soon, he was snoring softly. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and woke up. He raised his hand to look at his watch first, then reached out to take the phone. The call was from Zhou Leiyun, and Xiao Ruofei swiped the phone to answer it. Director Zhou, Xiao Ruofei said, "Are you done with your work?" "Just a business meeting. I'll be back after lunch." Zhou Leiyun said, "Boss Xia, there's a piece of news that you'll definitely be interested in. Barca has made a statement." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "I thought they were going to pretend to be deaf and mute." "What did the statement say?" "Forget it, I'll take a look myself." Yes, it's more intuitive for you to see it yourself." Zhou Leiyun said, "I don't understand Spanish either. What I know is relayed to me by my assistant." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei got up and got out of bed. He put on his slippers and asked, "What about Maze? Is there any news?" "It seems that the media also dug up information about him." Zhou Leiyun said, "I heard that this person is indeed an annual pass member of Barca and is a hardcore fan. He's the backbone of the Barca fan organization. It's also because of this news that Barca couldn't withstand the pressure and quickly drafted a statement." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "If that's the case, then our club should also hold a press conference, but let's wait for me to see the situation first." "Okay. I'll let them prepare first." Zhou Leiyun said, "Let's not inform the media first. We'll wait for you to be careful." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then we'll talk about it later." He was already in front of the computer. He didn't turn off the computer after watching the news at noon, so he directly opened the browser and found Barca's official website to take a look. Sure enough, he saw the statement. Barca's official website didn't put the statement in a particularly eye-catching position, so it was naturally impossible for it to be in the headlines. They just put the statement in the fourth section on the right side of the news area. It wasn't very eye-catching, but Xiao Ruofei still noticed it at a glance. He immediately clicked on the statement. Barca's statement was brief. "First, last weekend, after our home game against RCD Español, the sprinkler system was turned on before the RCD Español players left the field due to an operational error by the stadium management staff. We deeply regret this and apologize to the RCD Español players. In the future, we will strengthen our management work to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Second, regarding Mr. Mays, a member of the Barca fan organization, lying in front of the media, the club understands that the fans want to protect the team, but we have always advocated the principle of integrity. We don't agree with or advocate Mr. Mays' behavior, and we sincerely hope that the fans can rationally face the negative news of the team." After Xiao Ruofei read the statement, a smile appeared on his face. Barca's statement was still shirking responsibility. Even a fool wouldn't believe the so-called operational error of the stadium management staff because it wasn't the first time. Perhaps it was just the personal behavior of an individual staff member, but the club didn't correct it in time and even acquiesced to such a thing happening just to disgust the opponent. It had to be said that such a big club was a little petty. On the other hand, Barca's attitude towards Mays was generally quite good. Their three views were relatively correct. Although they did not use very harsh words towards Mays, they also made their attitude clear. After all, Mays was a die-hard fan of the team. Barca was probably worried that the wording was too harsh and would easily alienate other fans. In any case, Barca had made their attitude clear. In a sense, they had lowered their arrogant heads. It didn't seem easy to lower their heads like this. If there wasn't irrefutable evidence, Barca wouldn't care how RCD Español complained. Xiao Ruofei immediately used Google to search for news about Mays and soon found the article that Zhou Leiyun mentioned. It was also published at noon and came from a small media outlet in Barcelona. Big media like Marca and AS wouldn't do paparazzi things, but some small media outlets didn't care so much in order to attract attention and promote sales. In this news report, the tabloid reporter exposed May's annual pass number and home address. They had been waiting since the morning and took a lot of photos in half a day. The reporter even stopped Mays, who went out to throw the trash, hoping to interview him. Mays naturally refused in exasperation. After the incident broke out, his position in the fan organization plummeted. Barca also cancelled his annual pass. Many fans blamed him for talking nonsense. Not only did he not help the team, but he also made the team more passive in public opinion. Mays read the statement from Sport Daily and was surprised to find that the statement did not mention that Pablo had bribed him to create the video. Instead, it only said that he had deliberately lied for the club and that Pablo had taken the blame and resigned because of his oversight. Mays was furious when he saw this. In fact, the mastermind behind the whole thing was Pablo. After he found Mays, he offered to pay Mays to complete an interview according to his script. Mays was loyal to Barca to begin with, and after he read the script, he found that such an interview would be very beneficial to Barca. Moreover, he would be paid, so he agreed readily. Now, according to Sport Daily's statement, he was the mastermind of all this. Pablo was just a flaw in his business. Although he had resigned this time, it would not be difficult for him to find a similar job. Moreover, Mays had nowhere to vent his anger. He could not go to the media and say that it was all Pablo's doing and that he was only doing it for money. In this way, not only would he not be able to clear his name, but he would also be charged with taking money. Therefore, when Mays saw the reporter, he was naturally even more furious. After Xianxia read the report, a smile finally appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this kind of tabloid report. Although the Spanish tabloid reporters were not as powerful as the British paparazzi, their ability to dig up information should not be underestimated. With a smile on his face, Xianxia memorized some of the key content of the report. Then, he took out his mobile phone and called Zhou Leyun. "Boss Xia, have you read Barca's statement?" Zhou Leyun asked with a smile. "Yes." Xianxia said with a grin, "They're as cold as ever. Even if they're admitting their mistake, they still give people an unapproachable feeling." "Your description is too accurate." Zhou Leyun said, "I just can't stand how they act like they're the best in the world. It's as if we were the ones who were screwed last weekend and not them." Although Zhou Leyun's words were rude, they were very appropriate for the RCD Español's identity as the club's owner. After Xianxia heard this, he laughed and said, "The Cosmos team's name is not for nothing. Let's not talk about them. Since Barca has made a statement, our club should also make an official response." "Okay. They've already drafted the press release here." Zhou Leyun said, "I'll ask someone to send it to you for review." "I won't look at the press release." Xianxia said with a smile, "This kind of official thing, the club has professionals to do it. I can't change anything." "That's true." Zhou Leyun said, "Then, when do you think the press conference will be?" "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning." Xianxia said, "I'll be there. Let them inform as many media outlets as possible." "Okay. I'll follow up on this matter personally," Zhou Leyun said. After Xianxia hung up the phone, he stayed in the room and browsed through the news. Soon, the afternoon passed. Xianxia and Song Wei did not plan to go out that day. In the morning, they went to the Danihawk training base to accompany Xianxia, so they rested in the room in the afternoon. After dinner, Xianxia accompanied his two girlfriends to walk around the nearby streets, then returned to the hotel early. Song Wei and Xianxia stayed in the same room. Xianxia was already used to it, so he greeted the two in the corridor and went back to his room alone. They did not know that in the dead of night, Xianxia cleverly avoided the cameras and quietly left the hotel. The next morning, Zhou Leyun rushed to the hotel to have breakfast with Xianxia and the other two girls. Then, Xianxia and the others took Zhou Leyun's car and went to the Danihawk training base. That day's press conference would be held there. Zhou Leyun personally accompanied Xianxia to show that he valued Xianxia. He would not attend the press conference in person. It was enough for the club's management staff to attend the press conference. In fact, Xianxia, as the club's major shareholder, did not need to attend the press conference. However, Xianxia took the initiative to attend. In addition, he had another identity, which was that he was a RCD Español player. He had also experienced the Watergate, so it was reasonable for him to attend the press conference. The car drove directly to the venue of the press conference. It was just past 8 o'clock, so there was still some time before the press conference began. Zhou Leyun took Xianxia and the other two girls to the lounge next to the press conference hall. When the press conference began later, Zhou Leyun, Song Wei, and and Xianxia would all stay in the lounge. They could see the real-time broadcast of the press conference through the television. The club's press officer, Louis, and the executive vice president, Xianxia, would attend the press conference. He was also Zhou Leiyun's agent in the club and had a lot of say in the club. Even the general manager did not dare to refute his opinions. When Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived, Jiang Shaochen and Louis were already waiting in the lounge. "Is everything ready?" Zhou Leiyun asked. Zhou Leiyun nodded and looked at Xiao Ruofei. He asked, "Boss Xia, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I won't read your press release. Shaochen can just release it according to the script. I just want to know one thing. Is there a big screen or projector in the conference room next door that can play videos?" As the executive vice president of the club, Jiang Shaochen naturally didn't know about such small things. He quickly looked at the club's press officer and repeated Xiao Ruofei's question in Spanish. The press officer nodded and said, "No problem. There's a 70-inch TV on the side of the conference room. It can play videos directly when necessary. You just need to copy the video file to the computer in the control room next door." There was a small room in the corner of the conference room that was used as a control room. It mainly controlled the sound and lighting equipment. During the conference, there were specialized technicians in charge of operating it. The big TV on the side of the conference room was also connected to a computer in the control room. After setting it up in advance, it could play videos from the computer at any time. Xiao Ruofei heard this and nodded with satisfaction. He then took out a CD and handed it to the press officer. He said, "Then copy the video on this to the computer in advance." "Forget it. Take me there." Xiao Ruofei spoke in Spanish, but Jiang Shaochen had been whispering in Zhou Leiyun's ear the whole time, so Zhou Leiyun heard Xiao Ruofei's words immediately. Zhou Leiyun was a little surprised. He said, "Boss Xia, let them take care of such small things." Although Zhou Leiyun didn't know what video Xiao Ruofei was going to play at the conference, in his opinion, it was a trivial matter. There was no need for Xiao Ruofei to do it personally. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Director Zhou, you and Xianxia Weiwei sit here for a while. I'll be back soon." After that, Xiao Ruofei gestured for the press officer to take him to the control room next door. The press officer did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way. The technicians in the control room were already in position. Xiao Ruofei saw that there was only one computer in the control room. He asked if this computer could be connected to the big TV outside. Then, he asked the technicians and the news officer to leave first. Then, Xiao Ruofei personally copied the video from the CD to the computer and tried to play it on the computer to confirm that there was no problem. Only then did he turn off the player and call the technician in. He instructed, "In a while at the press conference, I'll ask you to play a video. I've already copied it to the desktop. The file name is AAA. That's it." Xiao Ruofei pointed at the video file on the desktop. The technician looked at it and immediately said, "Understood. Don't worry, sir. It's easy." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You need to pay attention to two things. First, you need to pay attention to the content of the press conference. When I say, 'Please play the video,' you must immediately complete the screen synchronization and play the video. Second, before I ask you to play the video, you are not allowed to open the video file without permission. I've already tried to play it, and it works, so you don't have to try again." The technician's expression froze and he quickly said, "Yes, sir. I'll do as you say. I won't open the video file without permission." There were surveillance cameras in the control room. When they were waiting outside, the press officer had already told the technician about Xiao Ruofei's identity. How could he dare to neglect Xiao Ruofei's orders? No matter how curious he was, he did not dare to open the video in advance to see it first. After all, it was not easy to find a job. The press officer also warned, "Ducker, you must remember Mr. Xiao's words. If you go against them, no one can help you." "Understood. Understood." The technician, Ducker, quickly said. Xiao Ruofei patted Ducker's shoulder and said pleasantly, "Okay, then I'll leave this to you. Thank you for your hard work. You're too kind. This is part of my job." Ducker said, flattered by the favor. After Xiao Ruofei arranged everything, he returned to the lounge next door. At that time, there were already reporters arriving at the venue. The press officer was busy arranging for the reporters to be seated. Xiao Ruofei and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the lounge, waiting for the press conference to begin. Zhou Leiyun was curious about Xiao Ruofei's unusual attendance at the press conference. However, since Xiao Ruofei did not want to talk about it, he did not ask. After all, no matter what Xiao Ruofei's motive was, it would be revealed soon. Soon, it was almost 9 o'clock. Jiang Xiaochen reminded Xiao Ruofei softly. Xiao Ruofei nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, "Director Zhou, I'll be going then." Zhou Leiyun nodded and said with a smile, "We'll wait here for the news." Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps, then turned around and asked, "Qingxue, Weiwei, is it okay to stay in Spain for a few more days?" Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were stunned at first, then they exchanged glances. Song Wei smiled gently and said, "No problem. Anyway, we've already applied for leave. The sun in Spain is so good, we'll just treat it as a vacation." Xiao Ruofei made an okay gesture, then smiled at the 3 of them and walked toward the press conference room. The press conference room of the RCD Español was not very big. When Xiao Ruofei came out, he saw that the stage was already full. There were also many photographers in the aisle and the front desk. As soon as he and Jiang Xiaochen came out, there was a sudden flash of light. Xiao Ruofei went to the seat behind his nameplate and sat down. There were 3 seats arranged for today's press conference. Xiao Ruofei naturally sat in the middle. On his left was the club's press officer, and on his right was the club's executive vice president, Jiang Xiaochen. Originally, the reporters were whispering, but when Xiao Ruofei came out, they immediately stopped talking. The press conference room suddenly became quiet. The club's press officer, who presided over the press conference, turned on the microphone. He did not say a word of nonsense and said directly, "Thank you, media friends, for coming. Next, let's invite the club's executive vice president, Mr. Jiang Xiaochen, to make a statement on behalf of the Real Español Club." Jiang Xiaochen took out the press release that had already been prepared. After clearing his throat, he began to read, "Recently, after the Real Español Club's away game against the Barcelona club, our club's players were treated rudely by the home staff. After that, a few media outlets ignored the facts and deliberately discredited the Real Español Club." Jiang Xiaochen's press release was standard. In the statement, he once again emphasized that the Watergate incident that the RCD Español players and coaches encountered at the Camp Nou was simply unbelievable. At the same time, he strongly condemned the few Catalan media outlets that participated in framing and discrediting the RCD Español manager, Rubi, and expressed strong shock and indignation at the behavior of some fans of the club who openly lied in media interviews. The media reporters were not surprised by the RCD Español's official statement. It was basically in line with their judgment. The reporters did not even record it, because they would each get a copy of the press release after the press conference. Only the photographers took a few photos that they did not know if they would be used in the press. In fact, the reporters were more interested in Xiao Ruofei. As a shareholder of the club, Xiao Ruofei's appearance at the press conference was enough to raise the attention of the reporters. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was also a witness of the game and the Watergate after the game. Was his presence at the press conference to fire at Barca or Daily Sport? Therefore, when Jiang Xiaochen read the press release, the reporters' minds were no longer on it. They were all holding back their questions to Xiao Ruofei. When Jiang Xiaochen issued this statement on behalf of the club, all the reporters seemed to be manipulated at the same time. They raised their hands in unison, indicating that they wanted to ask questions. Xiao Ruofei adjusted the angle of the microphone. Without waiting for the press officer to speak, he said directly, "I'm sorry, there is no Q&A session for today's press conference. However, I will still release 2 pieces of news. I believe that it will make your trip worthwhile." When Xiao Ruofei said that there was no Q&A session for the press conference, the media reporters in the audience instinctively felt a burst of disappointment. After all, this standard press release was not newsworthy at all. Moreover, it could be directly reprinted from the club's official website. Why make a trip? Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei immediately said that there was new news to release, which made the reporters feel a little better. At the same time, their curiosity was aroused. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, and the reporters in the audience suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Ruofei. This was also a very useful trick. Teachers often used this trick in class. When the class discipline was a little bad, many teachers would stop teaching and then look at the students without saying a word. As soon as the teacher's voice disappeared, the students who were looking down at their phones or chatting in a low voice would immediately notice and look at the teacher on the podium. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I want to talk about the fake news in the past 2 days. I noticed that the Daily Sports issued a statement, claiming that the reporter, Pablo, was not strict enough and did not recognize Maze's lies. That's why the blunder happened. It sounds logical. The reporter who failed his duty has taken the blame and resigned. The Daily Sports has no responsibility at all. Even after the limelight passes, the reporter can totally change to another media and continue to work in the news industry." The reporter's eyes became more and more excited. They understood a little bit. Xiao Ruofei was going to fire at the Daily Sports. This was called news. Previously, Xianxia's statement was full of official statements. Not many readers would be interested in it even if it was published. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and changed the topic. "But last night, I received a video sent to me by a netizen who did not want to be named. He found that the truth seemed to be a little different from what the Daily Sports said in the statement. Here, I would like to invite everyone to watch this video." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei turned his head to the control room next to him and said, "Staff, please play the video." Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, and the reporters suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Ruofei. This was also a very useful trick. Teachers often used this trick in class. When the class discipline was a little bad, many teachers would stop teaching and then look at the students without saying a word. As soon as the teacher's voice disappeared, the students who were looking down at their phones or chatting in low voices would immediately notice and look at the teacher on the podium. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I want to talk about the fake news in the past 2 days. I noticed that the Daily Sports issued a statement, claiming that the reporter, Pablo, was not strict enough and did not recognize Maze's lies. That's why the blunder happened. It sounds logical. The reporter who failed his duty has taken the blame and resigned. The Daily Sports has no responsibility at all. Even after the limelight passes, the reporter can totally change to another media and continue to work in the news industry." The reporter's eyes were getting more and more excited. They understood that Xiao Ruofei was going to fire at the Daily Sports. This was called news. Previously, Xianxia's statement was full of official statements. Not many readers were interested in it even when it was released. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, then changed the topic and said, "But last night, I received a video sent to me by a netizen who didn't want to reveal his name. He found that the truth seemed to be a little different from what the Daily Sports said in the statement. Here, I would like to invite everyone to watch this video." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei turned his head to the control room next to him and said, "Staff, please play the video." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I want to talk about the fake news in the past 2 days. I noticed that the Daily Sports issued a statement, claiming that the reporter, Pablo, was not strict enough and did not recognize Maze's lies. That's why the blunder happened. It sounds logical. The reporter who failed his duty has taken the blame and resigned. The Daily Sports has no responsibility at all. Even after the limelight passes, the reporter can totally change to another media and continue to work in the news industry." The reporter's eyes were getting more and more excited. They understood that Xiao Ruofei was going to fire at the Daily Sports. This was called news. Previously, Xianxia's statement was full of official statements. Not many readers would be interested in it even if it was published. That kind of statement was full of official statements. Not many readers would be interested in it. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. When the reporters calmed down a little, he said, "I'm sorry. I just said that I'm only going to release the news today, and I won't accept any questions or interviews. To respect the wishes of the video provider, I can't disclose more information, but I can guarantee the authenticity of this video. Reporters who are interested can also ask Mr. Maze for confirmation." Only then did the reporters stop. Xiao Ruofei had the right to refuse to answer their questions, even if it was a press conference. However, the organizer said that today's press conference was only going to release the news, and there was no question and answer session. This was completely fine. At this time, a reporter asked loudly, "Mr. Xia, can you provide us with a copy of this video?" This was not an interview question. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. Friends who need it can leave their email numbers with our press officer after the press conference. We will send the video and the full text of today's announcement to all of you today." The reporters were relieved. This video was undoubtedly a blockbuster, completely nailing Sports Daily on the pillar of shame for liars. Once the authenticity of May's words was confirmed, especially the recording of what May said in the video, it would be impossible to reverse the situation if they could get their hands on it. The reporters' minds were no longer on the press conference. They couldn't wait to go out and find Mays to verify everything. However, Xia Ruofei just said that he was going to release 2 pieces of news today, so in addition to this blockbuster video, there must be something else to announce to the media. Therefore, everyone was patient and somewhat expectant. After all, Xia Ruofei's performance and experience were legendary. Xia Ruofei looked around and said with a smile, "The second piece of news I'm going to release also has something to do with Sports Daily and Pablo." When the reporters heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone's mind returned to the press conference, and they all stared at Xia Ruofei without blinking. Xia Ruofei said with a casual smile, "Pablo and Sport Daily have published a lot of weird comments about me and Wu Lei. They claim that we joined the La Liga because of a business operation, that our level is not up to the requirements of the top leagues in Europe, and so on. Even though the two of us had broken through Barca's goal several times when we were playing against them, this ridiculous rumor was still spreading. I don't want to escalate the issue to racism here, but I can't pretend that I didn't see or hear anything." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment to whet everyone's appetite. Then he continued, "A few of the media's comments, when it comes to our goal in the last game, attributed our indisputable performance to luck. This was obviously laughable, and I didn't even bother to refute it. But since someone has raised such a point of view, then I think I should use practical actions to respond." He picked up the sponsor's mineral water in front of him and took a sip. He continued, "Everyone knows that I'm usually very busy, and I may only be able to represent the team in a few key games every season. But this time I've decided. In the next round of our home game against Girona, I'll still represent Real Español. I've already started to participate in the team's training yesterday, and I believe that I can still help the team win with an excellent performance in the next game. I always believe that it's useless to say anything to those who are biased. Only goals can shut their stinky mouths." Before the reporters could fully digest the news, Xia Ruofei had already stood up and said with a smile, "That's all I want to announce. Today's press conference is over. Thank you again, friends from the media. Goodbye." Xia Ruofei had even done the job of a press officer. After he finished speaking, he stepped out of his seat and walked directly into the lounge next door through the side passageway. Xianxia hadn't even recovered from the shock, because Xia Ruofei didn't even notify anyone in advance when he released the 2 pieces of news. Xianxia, like the reporters, was also hearing the news for the first time. It wasn't until Xia Ruofei passed by him that he woke up from his dream. He hurriedly stood up and followed her. The club's press officer stayed behind. Of course, without authorization, he couldn't answer any of the reporters' questions. He could only organize everyone to leave and register everyone's email accounts. Every reporter on the scene had asked him for the video. When Xia Ruofei came to the lounge, Zhou Leyun, who had watched the live video of the press conference through the TV in the lounge, still hadn't recovered from the shock. When he saw Xia Ruofei, his face showed a trace of a bitter smile. He said, "Boss Xia, next time there's such a big piece of news, can you let me know in advance? This is too exciting." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I also received this video last night. Isn't it the same whether I say it or not? Would you still stop me from releasing this video to the media after you knew about it?" "Of course not." Zhou Leyun said, "I'm not a fool. That El Mundo Deportivo has always been cynical when it comes to the Español club. There has never been an ounce of objectivity or neutrality. I can't wait for them to close down tomorrow." "Then isn't it settled?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm giving you a surprise." Zhou Leiyan smiled and said, "Then why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to play this weekend's game? This is called double the surprise." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "You won't object to me playing in the game again, right? Besides, as the club's chairman, you never care about the manager's lineup. As long as Ruby is willing to put me in the lineup, it's fine. That's for the other players, I don't care." Zhou Leiyan smiled bitterly. "Can you be the same as the other players? But you're right, if you're willing to stay and play in the game, I welcome you with open arms. From my point of view, it's best if you can play in every round of the game. Although I know it's impossible." "Haha." Xia Ruofei said, "I've calculated, if we can take down Girona in the next round, the chances of us rushing into the top 7 are very high." Zhou Leiyan nodded and said, "Yes. Actually, the 3 points in the last round were completely unexpected. In the game against Barca, we were prepared to lose. Maybe by the end of the season, we'll realize that these 3 points are really too precious. Maybe we'll be able to decide a place in the European competition. Girona's results this season have been very bad, especially in their away games, which are even worse." Xia Ruofei said, "Now that our RCD Espanyol team's morale is high, it's not a big problem to take them down with the home advantage. So I'll talk to Ruby, I hope to get more chances to take the ball and shoot in this game." Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Zhou Leiyan was slightly stunned, then said with a smile, "It looks like you're prepared to use this game to completely eliminate those voices of doubt." "Of course." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Looks like I have to have a moment of silence for Girona in advance." Zhou Leiyan laughed. After the press conference of RCD Espanyol ended, the news of the conference was immediately spread through the online media. Xianxia's statement on behalf of the club didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, it was just a standard statement. Any club in RCD Espanyol's position would probably release a similar statement when faced with such a situation. There was nothing special about it. However, the 2 pieces of news released by Xia Ruofei could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, attracting a lot of attention in an instant. The club's press officer was very efficient. He directly sent the video to the media reporters who had left their email accounts through a mass email from the computer in the control room of the press conference hall. Some of these reporters had already received the video file while they were still on their way back. By the time their news manuscripts were out, they could basically be accompanied by the video. Therefore, May's video quickly spread like a virus on the internet. At first, it was only in the Catalan region. Soon, the whole of Spain, the whole of Europe, and basically the fans who followed the La Liga had received push messages from various platforms and seen the video. In an old apartment in Barcelona, Pablo was drinking wine and browsing the news on the internet. In just over a day, he had become unkempt and unshaven, which was very different from his previous image as an elite reporter. He had basically stayed in this apartment for the past 2 days, but he wasn't cut off from the rest of the world. He had been learning about the outside world through the computer all the time, and he had also seen the criticism from the outside world. Pablo was somewhat glad that he had thought of a way to cut his losses at a critical moment in the editor-in-chief's office of Sport Daily. Although he still couldn't keep his job, at least he didn't wear the hat of a fake news producer, and it was still possible for him to continue working in the news industry in the future. After all, he didn't know any other skills except for sports news. The day Pablo was fired from Sport Daily, he sent an email to a college classmate. His classmate was now also working in the media industry as a reporter for El Equipe in Spain, and was responsible for covering the La Liga. His classmate was the manager of a team, which was equivalent to the station master of a reporter's station here. Pablo hoped to ask for a position in El Equipe, even if it was far away from Spain and in other European countries. After all, El Equipe was of a much higher level than Sport Daily. If he could be hired, it would be quite a high position. After learning about his situation, his classmate said that he would try his best to mediate. Also, he said that there was still a high chance that he would be hired if there were no obvious misdeeds. Therefore, Pablo had been waiting for his classmate's notice for the past 2 days. Pablo raised his glass and drank up the remaining wine in it. He stared at the computer screen in front of him, which was the official Facebook page of Sport Daily. There were many comments left by fans and netizens criticizing Sport Daily. Pablo put on a cold smile and said to himself, even if you force me to resign, you still can't avoid the public's criticism, can't you? I'll take the opportunity to change my environment. As long as L'Équipe is willing to hire me, I'll run away to France. You'll have to clean up the mess here. At this moment, Pablo's phone rang. He grabbed it, and when he saw the name of the caller ID, he was delighted. Pablo picked it up in a hurry and said, Cernio. Did the headquarters of L'Équipe give you a reply? Cernio's displeased voice came from Pablo's college classmate, Pablo. You've screwed me over this time. How could you do such a thing? Pablo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Cernio, I don't understand what you mean. How did I screw you over? Cernio snorted coldly and said, don't you know what you've done? I trusted you so much and sent your resume to the headquarters as soon as possible. As a result, I was scolded by my boss today. Well? Pablo was confused. Cernio, is there something wrong with my resume? Cernio said impatiently, go online and take a look for yourself. Also, don't contact me again. Pablo listened to the busy tone from the phone and had an ominous feeling in his head. He quickly threw the phone away, rushed to the computer, and opened the browser quickly. Pablo did not look at the official website of his old employer, El Mundo Deportivo, because he knew that if the fact that he had bribed Mays was exposed, it would never be reported on El Mundo Deportivo. Therefore, he clicked on the official website of El Mundo Deportivo, the biggest competitor of El Mundo Deportivo in Catalonia. When he saw the news that El Mundo Deportivo had just posted on the website, his head buzzed. With trembling hands, he clicked on the headline shocking scandal. Reporter paid to fabricate fake news. After he entered the reading page, May's video began to play automatically. Pablo stared at the computer screen with an ashen face. Before the video finished playing, he was already slumped in his chair, completely disheartened. Pablo only had one thought, and that was, it's over. It's over. It's completely over this time. Just like Pablo, a stray dog, there was another person who was also feeling like a dog had just been ked. He was Mays. When Mays found that his front door was crowded with reporters, he was completely unaware of the situation. Many reporters drove directly to Mays' residence after leaving the RCD Español's press conference. Most of these reporters had partners, so when they were on the road, one was in charge of driving while the other was writing on a laptop. In short, they were racing against time and did not want to waste any time. Mays did not notice anything unusual at first because after the news broke, there were already a lot of reporters wandering around his house. He had also locked himself in his house and did not show his face at all. He wanted to wait for the limelight to blow over. He did not expect to see more and more reporters at his door since 10 o'clock in the morning. The noise from outside kept coming in, which made him upset. Although the reporters were restricted by the law and could only gather outside his courtyard, their cameras were all aimed at his house. In his early years, Mays was still considered a middle-class person. He bought the small single-family house where he lived now and had a lot of assets. However, a few years ago, because of the failure of his business and the decline of his family, the rest of his assets were basically sold off, leaving only this house. His wife also divorced him and left him with their children, leaving him alone in this small building that was not bad. In recent years, Mays had not seriously looked for a job. Basically, he relied on some savings from the sale of his assets and the government's unemployment benefits to live. His only hobby was football. He was a die-hard fan of Barca. He used to be the backbone of Barca's die-hard fan organization. Every game day, he would lead a large group of fans to cheer for Barca. When he had enough money, he would also go on away trips to cheer for Barca. However, all of this had changed since yesterday. A few days ago, he had cooperated with Pablo to shoot that video for €500. Now, he regretted it. But didn't he take the €500 to cheer for Barca in the next away game? In the past 2 years, he had basically no extra expenses. He was not particular about what he ate at all. He could even fill his stomach with pasta and bread for a week. However, as long as he supported Barca, he would not feel any heartache when spending money. However, after the incident, his annual pass was cancelled by Barca. The fan organization quickly cut him off and expelled him. The team that he used to love deeply abandoned him without any hesitation when he had negative news about him. Therefore, May's mood was really terrible these 2 days. It was as if his faith had collapsed. Now, more and more reporters were gathering at the door, which made Mays even more upset. Even though he had closed the doors, windows, and curtains, the reporters' voices continued to reach his ears, as if there were countless bees buzzing in his ears. Mays's mood was also extremely irritable. He couldn't take it anymore. He opened the window, stuck his head out and shouted, "You're disturbing my normal life. Get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." The reporters were in this line of work. How could they be intimidated by Mays's threatening words? They were able to grasp the boundaries of the law very accurately and knew how to achieve the effect without breaking the law. Therefore, when Mays stuck his head out and roared, not only did he not scare the reporters, there were even a few reporters who took the opportunity to loudly ask questions. "Mr. Mays, we came to you for confirmation after watching your latest video. May I ask if you still have that recording? Mr. Mays, Daily Sports and Pablo shirked responsibility and put all the blame on you. Don't you want to say a few words?" When Mays heard that, he was completely stunned. He subconsciously asked, "What are you talking about? What video? What recording?" A reporter shouted, "Mr. Mays, since you've already chosen to use the method of shooting a video to explain the truth to the outside world, why are you still running away? It's better to face the media openly. What the F***ck are you talking about?" Mays felt like he was about to break down. When the reporters saw Mays' state, they also felt a little strange. One of them shouted, "The video you shot yourself. You said that you didn't intend to lie in the previous interview, but that Pablo paid you to follow his script. You also said that you kept the recording and that you welcomed the media to collect evidence. We're exactly here to collect evidence." Hearing that, Mays felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood at the window in a daze, as if all the noises made by the reporters outside the yard had disappeared. His head was completely blank at that moment. It was only after a long time that Mays gradually came back to himself. He hid in the house, closed the window tightly, and drew the curtains tightly too. Leaning against the wall, Mays mumbled to himself, "Could it be? Could it be that it wasn't a dream? Did I really meet God? Also, God recorded a video? What the F***ck is going on?" Mays had a very realistic dream last night. In the dream, a person who emitted holy light came to him and calmed his heart quickly with gentle words. Under the guidance of the person whose face he couldn't see clearly at all, he followed his own thoughts and said the words that excited the reporters. When Mays woke up in the morning, he still had a vague impression of the dream, but he didn't take it to heart. He felt that it was just a dream that he had thought about during the day. His head had indeed been full of the matter for the past 2 days. Also, when he saw the statement issued by Sports Daily that put all the blame on him, he was indeed furious. At the same time, as he said at the end of the video, Pablo had actually come to him twice. The first time, the two of them had basically reached an agreement. The second time, Pablo came to him again to discuss the specific conditions and explain the script to him. During the meeting this time, he had secretly recorded all the conversations during the meeting. But in fact, Mays was very conflicted. On one hand, he was extremely angry at Sports Daily for putting the blame on him. After all, nobody wanted to be the scapegoat. On the other hand, he couldn't convince himself to stand up, because if he stood up and told the truth, it would indeed make Sports Daily and Pablo more passive, but it wouldn't help him at all. In fact, once he told the truth, his mistake would be even worse. Not only was he lying, but he was also being paid to do so. Therefore, even though Mays would sometimes fiercely talk to himself about telling the truth, it was only limited to when he was competing with himself. In fact, after weighing the pros and cons, he naturally felt that it was better not to tell the truth. It was also because of this that Mays vaguely remembered the content of the dream when he woke up in the morning. He even felt that he had such a dream because he had been obsessed with the matter yesterday. In fact, all of this was naturally led by Xianxia. With his current level of mental power, hypnotizing an ordinary person like Mays couldn't be any easier. Also, what Mays said was completely from the bottom of his heart. It was even easier to achieve it during the hypnosis process. All he needed was a little guidance. If he wanted the hypnotized target to say something against his will, it would be a lot more difficult. In particular, some people with stronger willpower might even resist and wake up from the hypnosis state. After Xia Ruofei finished recording the video she needed, she purposely didn't erase this part of Mei's memory completely. That was why Mei vaguely remembered it when he woke up. It was just that the memory was a little blurry, so he naturally thought he was just dreaming. The words of the reporters outside just now struck Mei as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a long time before he rushed to the study. He casually pushed the instant noodle bucket on the computer table to the ground, found the mouse on the cluttered desktop, and quickly opened some of the local mainstream news websites. At this time, most of the reporters had finished their manuscripts and also received the video sent to their mailbox by the RCD Español's press officer. Therefore, Mei quickly saw the video on the official website of El Mundo Deportivo. He watched the whole video in a daze, and it took him a while to accept the reality. He didn't seem to have been dreaming last night. He just didn't know why he said those words, and why they were recorded and then quickly published on the media's front page. Could it be that the man who emitted the holy light last night was really sent by God to redeem me? Mei couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Although he was a rare atheist, at this moment, his faith seemed to have begun to waver a little. After Mei recovered, he pondered in front of the computer table for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and found an old USB flash drive from the drawer. He hurriedly plugged it into the computer, and then copied the audio file he had saved on the East flash drive. Mei pulled out the USB flash drive and strode to the door. His thoughts at this time were very simple. Since the matter had been exposed, why should he hide it? Continue to take the blame for El Mundo Deportivo? F***CK El Mundo Deportivo. F***CK Pablo. However, Mei's mood was even worse at this moment, and he wasn't in the mood to deal with the reporters. He opened the door and strode out. Before the reporters could react, he directly threw the USB flash drive out and said loudly, "The recording you want is in the USB flash drive. This exclusive news belongs to whoever gets it." After saying that, Mei walked back into the house without looking back. When the reporters saw Mei throw something out, they didn't react for a moment. When Mei finished speaking, one of the reporters who caught the USB flash drive subconsciously was overjoyed. He held the USB flash drive tightly as he walked quickly to the parking lot in the distance. He had a thought in his mind, "I've struck gold this time. This is a real scoop." The other reporters came back to their senses and chased after him, shouting loudly, "My colleague in front, please wait a moment. Everyone is sharing the resources. You can't eat it all by yourself. This news belongs to all of us." After Mei's return to the house, he thought about it and opened the door again. He originally wanted to warn the reporters and tell them that he would never accept any interviews. If they gathered in front of his house again, he would really call the police. However, when he opened the door, he saw that almost all the reporters at the door had left. All the reporters were chasing after the lucky one who got the USB flash drive. When Mei saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he shrugged and returned to the house. Since the reporters had left, he was happy to relax. Mei walked over to the fridge and took out the last can of beer. He opened the tab with a click and gulped down the entire can of beer. He burped and went to sit behind the computer desk in the study. He ate potato chips and browsed the news. He wanted to see how badly the sports daily would be criticized by public opinion after the follow-up report came out. He was already miserable enough. Now that the worst-case scenario had occurred, he had nothing to lose. Under such circumstances, he naturally hoped that the sports daily would be as unlucky as possible. As for Pablo, after Mei saw his announcement video, he knew that this guy's career was over, and that no media would hire him in the future. Therefore, Mei no longer cared about Pablo's problem. In the end, the reporters didn't get the USB flash drive. After all, this was a society ruled by law. They couldn't rob someone who had already gotten it, could they? Even if they chased after him, it was useless. They could only watch as the reporter and his companions drove away in a hurry. The reporters also knew that Mei would definitely not accept an interview. Even if Mei had a copy of the audio, they didn't go back to try anything. Because a reporter had already gotten the audio, they might not be able to get Mays to give them another copy even if they went back. The reporter who got the audio would only need 15 minutes at most to publish the exclusive news first. Therefore, the reporters were all asking each other, wanting to know which media outlet that lucky person was from. They were already prepared. Although they couldn't get the exclusive news, they could still repost the article as soon as the lucky person published it. As the manuscripts about RCD Español's press conference continued to appear, Sports Daily was under a lot of pressure. In particular, the media soon released the audio of Pablo and Mays discussing the price and the script. It couldn't be more conclusive. Sports Daily had no room to refute it at all. Wells, the editor-in-chief of the Sports Daily, was also facing great pressure internally. He was severely reprimanded by his superiors, and some directors of the same level were adding insult to injury. After all, there were many people eyeing the position of editor-in-chief with real power. For a time, Wells' position was also on the verge of collapse. The Sports Daily was also holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the sudden crisis of public opinion. The two pieces of news that Xianxia released on behalf of the RCD Español in the press conference left the Sports Daily in a terrible state, Pablo in despair, and Mays in desperation. The most depressed club was the Girona club. Xianxia announced at the press conference that he would represent RCD Español in the home game against Girona on the weekend. This made the hearts of the Girona club sink. Since the beginning of the season, Girona had been struggling in the relegation zone. Now, with only a few games left, they were still third from the bottom. If they did not seize the time to fight for points, according to the promotion and relegation rules of La Liga, the last three teams would be relegated. The probability of Girona being relegated to Segunda División was very high. Against a mid-tier team like RCD Español, Girona should have had a chance to fight for points. Even though RCD Español had defeated Barca in the last round, on paper, Girona still had the strength to fight. Although RCD Español's morale was high after their victory over Barca, and it was also a home game, Girona still prepared for the league game this weekend with the mentality of at least getting 1 point. Of course, this was under the premise that Xianxia did not play. Although Xianxia had only played 1.5 games, his fame in La Liga was no less than the first-tier star players, so everyone knew about his situation. Everyone knew that Xianxia, a professional player, was not professional at all. He was a shareholder of the club and had a big business in Xianxia. He rarely trained with the team and only came back to participate in key games. Therefore, Girona did not consider Xianxia at all. Otherwise, with the strength that Xianxia had shown, their chances of getting points were quite slim. Girona's coach and players were secretly glad that Xianxia was not a regular player of RCD Español. Otherwise, when the two teams met, the probability of winning would be too low. They did not expect that in just a few days, Xianxia would suddenly announce that he would stay for the game this weekend, and the reason was that the strength of Xianxia's players had been questioned by some reporters. Therefore, he wanted to use practical actions to prove them wrong. The coaches and players of the Girona Football Club were on the verge of tears. They were completely unjustly implicated. If there was a question of who hated Sport Daily and Pablo the most, RCD Español's fans might not be the first, because the people of Girona's fans were definitely in the first place. After watching the news, even some RCD Español's fans were still cheering and thinking, please let the media question Xia and woo as much as they want. Then Xia will be able to play for the team. This was probably the first time that their own fans had hoped that their club's star players would be defamed. After an emergency consultation, the Sports Daily finally issued a statement in the afternoon. This time, the statement was much more sincere. Although they still said that this was Pablo's personal behavior and that the newspaper did not know that Pablo had provided completely false news, they still sincerely apologized for their mistakes and sincerely apologized to RCD Español's fans, as well as Xianxia and Wu Lei who had been hurt. They also said that they would strengthen the censorship of news materials in the future to prevent such things from happening again. In addition, Sport Daily also strongly condemned Pablo's unethical behavior in the statement, calling Pablo the scum of the journalist community and calling on the media peers to ban Pablo. At such a juncture, Sport Daily could only trample on Pablo. This was not adding insult to injury. At most, it could be said that they had a strong desire to survive in order to protect themselves. In any case, Sport Daily's credibility had plummeted after this incident. Although they did not have much credibility in the past and were very biased towards Barca when reporting, it was the first time that they had created fake news out of nothing. No matter how they tried to shift the blame and said that they were completely unaware, the public would not believe them. Speaking of which, Sport Daily was really somewhat wronged because they did not instruct Pablo to do so. It was just that the chief editor in charge of the review of the manuscript had a trace of suspicion when they reprinted it. However, they still reprinted it as soon as possible from the standpoint of being pro-Barca. Therefore, from this point of view, they had only themselves to blame. The storm of public opinion was getting fiercer and fiercer. In addition to Sport Daily, other sports media in Spain and Europe seemed to be enjoying a feast. They constantly dug out news from various angles and reported on this matter, mercilessly beating down the dog that was down in the water. In the evening, another piece of news appeared in the public's view. It was a statement issued by the International Sports Journalists Association. The English abbreviation of the International Sports Journalists Association was AIPS. It was the top professional organization representing the international sports media. It had more than 9,000 members around the world and represented the leading international daily newspapers, websites, periodicals, and radio and television channels on 5 continents. AIPS was established in Paris in 1924 and was headquartered in Lausanne, Switzerland, the Olympic capital. The presidents were Frans Reichel, the president of the International Press Union, and Victor Boyne from Belgium. It could be said that this organization was an authoritative organization jointly formed by the sports media and was very influential. The central meaning of the statement issued by AIPS was to severely condemn the falsification of news interviews by sports journalists. The statement said that this behavior, which completely lost basic journalistic ethics, should be spurned and boycotted by the entire industry. At the same time, it also severely criticized the problem of the media organizations not being strict enough. It could be said that the blame was placed on Sport Daily and Pablo at the same time. As soon as this statement came out, it almost announced the complete end of Pablo's career. After all, AIPS members were all over the world. Almost all well-known sports media were members of AIPS. This statement theoretically represented the common attitude of everyone. Under such circumstances, which media would dare to risk universal condemnation to hire Pablo? Major media outlets also rushed to report the incident and at the same time took the opportunity to trample on Sport Daily. After this incident, Sport Daily had definitely suffered a great loss. This loss of credibility would be difficult to make up for a long time in the future. Mays, one of the key parties involved in this incident, also suffered a great mental blow. In addition, many media outlets had been trying to interview him, causing him a lot of trouble. In addition, Barca not only cancelled his annual pass but also put him on the unwelcome list. In other words, even if he spent money to buy a ticket in the future, he would not be able to enter the Camp Nou stadium. Mays was also disheartened. The feeling of being abandoned by his beloved club was even worse than the time when his wife left him. Disheartened, Mays later sold the property and left Barcelona to live in another city. Of course, this was all in the future. Xianxia, who had personally arranged all this and successfully ignited public opinion, did not continue to make any comments in the media after attending the press conference. He was like a brilliant swordsman who left after defeating the enemy with one move. RCD Espanyol's home game against Girona was in 3 days. Xianxia's arrangements for these few days were very simple. He took half a day to practice with the players of RCD Espanyol and the other half to continue to accompany Song Wei and Xianxia to tour this beautiful city with a long history. RCD Espanyol's home game against Girona was scheduled for around 1 o'clock in the afternoon local time. This time was not very friendly for the players participating in the game or the fans watching the game live. However, almost all of RCD Espanyol's remaining games were held at this time, and it was only recently adjusted by RCD Espanyol. Of course, it was not that the RCD Espanyol was deliberately targeting RCD Espanyol. Their adjustment was completely out of consideration for the market. Ever since Wule joined RCD Espanyol and Xianxia came out of nowhere, RCD Espanyol's exposure in Xianxia had greatly increased. In the past, Xianxia fans did not even know that there was such a team in La Liga. Now, after a few weeks, Xianxia fans were familiar with the names of RCD Español's first-team players. In particular, the few players who were willing to cooperate with Wu Lei, such as Granello, Iglesias, and so on, became very popular in Xianxia. Players like Morendo, who were very attached to the ball and were unwilling to pass the ball to Wu Lei, became the most hated players of Xianxia. The number of people who watched the live broadcast of Wu Lei's first game in Xianxia reached tens of millions. There were also other channels to watch the live broadcast. The total number of people watching the game was even more than the population of Spain. The RCD Español was also stunned by the number, so they quickly adjusted the game time. RCD Español's games were all scheduled to kick off at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just after 7 o'clock in the evening in Xianxia, which was the prime time. 3 days passed in a flash, and it was soon the day of RCD Español's home game against Girona. As usual, PP Sports set RCD Español's games to be free to watch, and the kickoff at 7 o'clock in the evening was simply too good for the Xianxia fans. After dinner, they could sit in front of the computer and wait for the game to start. Some fans got off work late, so they simply asked 3 or 5 friends to go straight to the bar after work, drinking and eating skewers while watching the game. It was quite carefree. In Barcelona, although the game started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, RCD Español's fans were still very enthusiastic. Before 12 o'clock, RCD Español's home stadium, El Prat, had already gathered a lot of fans. Many of them were holding McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken paper bags in their hands. Obviously, these fans had not eaten lunch. They had bought some fast food and were ready to eat when they entered the stadium. RCD Español's players did not have much intensity in their training this morning. It was mainly to adjust everyone's condition and practice free kick tactics at the same time, so everyone was more relaxed. The morning training also ended a little earlier than usual, and then the players ate together in the cafeteria of the training base. After eating, they rested for a while and then drove to El Prat. Since Xianxia had decided to participate in the game, he did not want to be special at this time, so he also moved with the team. Song Wei and Xianxia, accompanied by Zhou Leyun, had lunch at the hotel where they were staying, and then drove to El Prat. Unlike at Camp Nou, this was RCD Español's home stadium, so RCD Español naturally reserved the best box for their club president. The box where Zhou Leyun, Song Wei, and Xianxia were in was the best box in the entire stadium to watch the game, and there was a special passage in and out, so they would not be disturbed by the outside world. When they came to the box and sat down, RCD Español's players were warming up on the field before the game. Xianxia saw Xianxia, who was fighting for the ball with Wu Lei, Iglesias, Marc Roca, and Granello at a glance. The person in charge of snatching the ball in the circle was the tall and long-legged Iglesias. The football was passed quickly under everyone's feet, and Iglesias' long legs did not play a role at all. Because he was taller, he was more or less clumsy, and he almost snatched the ball every time. In the end, it was a small mistake by Granello, who kicked the ball away. Iglesias was then freed, and Granello went in to snatch the ball. Song Wei said with a smile, "Ruafe looks in good condition. How about we bet on how many goals he can score today?" Zhou Leyun thought about it and said, "It's not easy to guess. He can score 2 goals when he plays against Barcelona, and he even has an assist. Girona's defense is much worse than Barcelona's. Who knows how many goals he can score?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Guessing the number of goals is not interesting. Ruafe is going to score goals today. He will definitely score as many goals as possible." "Yeah," Zhou Leyun said. "I heard that he even asked Ruby for unlimited shooting rights. I guess the players will give him more balls today and let him shoot freely. It's really hard to say how many goals he can score in the end." Song Wei thought about it and said, "How about this? Let's guess how long it will take for him to finish his first goal." Xianxia's eyes lit up and said, "That's a good idea. How about a meal? The best restaurant in Barcelona, a big meal. We'll each say a time, and the person with the biggest difference will lose." Zhou Leyun said with a smile, "Okay. Then I'll say it first. I think within 20 minutes. Forget it. 15 minutes. I guess 15 minutes. Director Zhou has too little confidence in Ruofei, right? Ling Qingxue said, I think he can score within 10 minutes. I'll guess 10 minutes. Wei, it's your turn. Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei, who had finished warming up on the field and was walking back to the locker room. He thought about it and said, I think Ruofei is very murderous today. You guys are too conservative. I guess, 8 minutes. I think Ruofei will definitely score within 8 minutes. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still strong. Under the sunlight, the projection from the stadium's ceiling made the entire stadium show two distinct parts of light and dark. It was commonly known as the yin-yang field. Whether it was for the broadcasters or the fans, the experience was very bad. The broadcasters had to constantly adjust the camera's sensitivity according to the position of the football, and the fans' eyes were also very uncomfortable. Moreover, in this warm winter afternoon, many fans could not help but feel a little sleepy. Even if the referee blew the whistle for the game and everyone shouted loudly to cheer, it always felt that the excitement was not as high as the late game. However, after the start of the game, the mood of the fans quickly rose to an extremely high level after a short period of low tide. The entire El Prat Stadium seemed to be boiling. The reason was simple. As soon as the game started, RCD Espanyol scored. At this time, the scoreboard showed the time, and the first minute of the game had not passed yet. The camera panned back to before the start of the game. RCD Espanyol was determined to win the game. When everyone was still preparing for the kickoff, the players of RCD Espanyol had already shown a fierce attacking posture. RCD Espanyol was given the right to kick off. Before the kickoff, RCD Espanyol's midfielders lined up in a straight line behind the center line, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle. Then, everyone would rush to Girona's half of the field. Generally, using this formation at the start of the game was the most direct manifestation of a team's desire to attack. RCD Espanyol was not bluffing. The referee blew the whistle and the game began. Iglesias passed the football to Wu Lei, who was also a starter, and then began to rush to the front field. At the same time, the other RCD Espanyol midfielders quickly pressed across the half of the field and spread out in Girona's half of the field. Xiao Ruofei was among these attacking players. Due to the speed of everyone's insertion, Wu Lei did not even have to pass the ball back first like he usually did. In just a few seconds, there were already a few places where the ball could be sent out in front of Girona. Among them, Xiao Ruofei's plugging speed was extremely fast. He was almost sprinting with all his strength, and he had far surpassed Iglesias. Wu Lei just glanced at it and lifted his leg without hesitation to send the ball over Xiao Ruofei's head. Wu Lei's control of his footwork was not very precise. He also had the idea of taking a shot when he had the chance. Moreover, the manager had made it clear before the game that he had to pass and make passes to Xiao Ruofei in this game so that Xiao Ruofei would have more chances to shoot. Xiao Ruofei did not turn back to look at the ball to judge where it would land. His mental strength had already spread out, and he had already predicted where the ball would land. Therefore, he did not need to slow down at all. Instead, he stepped on the ground and sped up a little. Wu Lei's pass drew a parabola as it rapidly descended from the sky. Xiao Ruofei did not rush to the best position for the football to land, because in that case, he would not have a chance to receive the ball and would be cleared by the opponent's defensive midfielder with a header. Xiao Ruofei's choice of point was slightly forward. When he ran to his position, Girona's defensive midfielder was already stuck in this position. However, Xiao Ruofei just squeezed gently and used a reasonable collision to squeeze the opponent's player to his side. He himself occupied the best position to receive the ball. In the blink of an eye, the football had already fallen from the sky. Xiao Ruofei opened his arms and firmly trapped Girona's defensive midfielder behind him. At the same time, he slightly leaned back and jumped in the direction of the ball, and used his chest to lightly stop the ball. The football was cleverly deflected by Xiao Ruofei's chest and only bounced up gently. It was completely within the range of Xiao Ruofei's control. At this time, Girona's defensive midfielder was still desperately squeezing forward from behind him. In fact, Girona's defensive midfielder had completely lost his position, but he had to do his best to use some small movements to interfere with Xiao Ruofei so that he could not easily receive the ball. Otherwise, RCD Espanyol had already fired many arrows, and several attacking players in the middle and front field had already arrived at Girona's half. If the ball was easily diverted by Xiao Ruofei, it would immediately become a great threat. However, Girona's defensive midfielder had overlooked the possibility of Xiao Ruofei turning and breaking through, because in a sense, he was already stuck in his position. Xiao Ruofei's back was now facing the goal, and he had stopped the high ball. Not far away, another Girona midfielder had already come over to assist in the defense. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for Xiao Ruofei to turn around. However, Xiao Ruofei was so unexpected. After he used his chest to stop the ball, the football only bounced up a little and then fell down. He did not wait for the ball to land. Basically, when it reached around his waist, he suddenly stretched out his right foot and gently kicked. The football drew an extremely beautiful arc and directly passed over Xiao Ruofei's head. It also passed over the head of the defensive midfielder responsible for defending Xiao Ruofei and fell behind them. While Xiao Ruofei was picking up the ball, he had nimbly lowered his center of gravity and quickly bypassed Girona's defensive midfielder. The whole movement of picking up the ball, turning around, and bypassing the defender was done in one breath. It made the image of Ronaldinho at his peak appear in one's mind. Xiao Ruofei's turning speed was extremely fast. When he went around Girona's defensive midfielder, the football had not even landed on the ground. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's position was about 36 to 37 meters away from the goal. In the eyes of the opposing defenders, this was a relatively safe distance, so Girona's center-back did not rush up. They just stood in a defensive position to ensure that they did not lose their position first. The center-back did not press, nor did he immediately make a move to intercept to interfere. Xiao Ruofei was naturally acutely aware of this gap in the shot. He even had time to glance at Girona's goalkeeper and found that the goalkeeper's position was actually relatively closer to the front. So, how could Xiao Ruofei be polite? He did not wait for the ball to land at all. Using the inertia of turning and rushing over just now, he firmly planted his left foot in the turf and quickly swung his right leg. His thigh propelled his calf, and he solidly kicked the football in the mid-lower part. There was a loud bang, and even the players nearby could not help but tremble. The football was like a cannonball fired from a heavy artillery, whistling straight to the top left corner of the goal. The speed of the ball was really too fast. The 37 meters shooting distance was actually directly in front of the goal in the blink of an eye. Girona's center-back, who was defending a little further in front of the penalty area, even felt a strong gust of wind sweep past his cheek, scraping his face painfully. When Xiao Ruofei shot just now, the football had just swept past his ear. And when Girona's goalkeeper realized that Xiao Ruofei was directly shooting, he almost reflexively pounced to the left side. This was also because the shooting distance was still relatively far. Otherwise, with such a speed of the ball, the football would have already entered the goal by the time the goalkeeper reacted. But Girona's goalkeeper was still too far away. He felt as if his fingertips were about to touch the football, but at that moment, the speed of the football seemed to have increased a little. It brushed past his fingertips and continued to rise, and then drilled into the angle between the left column and the crossbar of the goal. The accuracy of this shot was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. The ball just happened to drill into the top left corner of the net, but it didn't touch the pillar or the crossbar at all. It was only after it hit the net with a swoosh that the net was suddenly pushed back. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the football was already spinning around inside the goal line. From the time the referee blew the whistle to the start of the game to the goal, only 15 seconds had passed. These 15 seconds included when Iglesias passed the ball to Wu. Wu paused for about a second, then raised his long leg to hoist the ball to the front of the field. The football then flew in the air for a few seconds, and Xiao Ruofei received the ball at a position of about 37 or 38 meters. After stopping the ball with his chest, he immediately flicked the ball past someone. Then, without waiting for the football to land on the ground, he shot a shot. Throughout the whole process, Girona's players did not touch the ball. Other than Iglesias and Wu, who kicked off, the other RCD Espanyol players did not touch the ball either. In just 15 seconds, RCD Espanyol gained a 1-goal lead. It was simply a dream start. Many RCD Espanyol fans were still looking for their seats when they saw the fans next to them suddenly stand up. Then, the whole stadium suddenly boiled over. These fans who were looking for their seats looked at the field with a confused expression, only to find that Girona's goalkeeper was gloomily scooping the ball out of the net. While RCD Espanyol's players had not even gotten into position for their first sprint, they all turned around and ran towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also did not know that his first shot, and it was a shot from such a long distance, was actually so accurate. He could not help but reveal a bright smile, standing in place with his arms open. Iglesias, who was running at the front, rushed over excitedly and hugged Xiao Ruofei. "Boss! You're just too awesome!" Iglesias kept roaring beside Xiao Ruofei. Although Iglesias's big body rushed over at such a fast speed, Xiao Ruofei was still as steady as Mount Tai, standing in place without moving an inch. On the other hand, Iglesias seemed to have hit a towering mountain, but he was so excited that he did not feel the pain. More and more RCD Espanyol players rushed over. Wu Lei, Granello, Mark Roca. Everyone hugged together tightly, surrounding Xiao Ruofei in the middle. The Girona players were all dumbfounded. Everyone stood in their positions at the moment when the goal was scored, with a confused look on their faces. RCD Espanyol's players celebrated for a long time, and the time shown on the scoreboard had only skipped a minute. Everyone had just come on the field and had not even gotten into the game state. Their bodies were not even warm at all, and they had already been hit by such a blow. One could imagine how depressed they were. Before the game, the Girona team had fully estimated the difficulty of the game, especially against Xiao Ruofei. After all, from the limited performance of Xiao Ruofei in the limited games, there was no doubt that Xiao Ruofei was the most versatile player in RCD Espanyol and the biggest threat. Girona's manager arranged for someone to specifically mark Xiao Ruofei, and combined with the area's defense, the goal was to mark Xiao Ruofei tightly and not give him any chance to make a move. But he never expected that when the game had just begun, the RCD Espanyol players would all rush forward, causing his own players to be somewhat disorganized. The defensive midfielder in charge of marking Xiao Ruofei could not hold on at all. In fact, even if the defensive midfielder had been bypassed by Xiao Ruofei, that position was actually not too dangerous. After all, the distance was too far, and Girona's entire rear defensive line was stuck in that position. But who would have thought that Xiao Ruofei would make a move from so far away? Furthermore, with just one kick, he was able to directly enter. This was a completely unreasonable suppression. In addition to the live broadcast of the game on PP Sports in Xianxia, many sports channels around the world were also broadcasting the game. On one hand, RCD Espanyol had been in the limelight this week. Not only did they beat Barca, but they were also the absolute focus outside the field. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had expressed that he would participate in the game, which made it even more interesting to watch. On the other hand, the start time of the game was set at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to accommodate the viewing of Xiaxia's audience. Basically, it would not clash with the game time of the other La Liga teams, so naturally, there were more platforms broadcasting the game live. When Xiao Ruofei used his chest to stop the ball, most of the commentators just praised Xiao Ruofei's technique. After all, for such a long-distance high ball, using the chest to deflect the force needed to be very accurate. Otherwise, the football could easily bounce far away. And the pass that Xiao Ruofei completed immediately after he deflected the ball was quite amazing. There were even commentators who whistled, and everyone gave all kinds of praises. They thought that the pass fully demonstrated Xiao Ruofei's talent in football. However, before the football commentators could finish their praises, Xiao Ruofei did not wait for the ball to fall to the ground and immediately shot. The speed of the ball was so fast that there was even an afterimage on the broadcast screen. If someone blinked while watching the ball, they might find that the football had drilled into the goal in the next moment. Football commentators from all over the world went quiet almost at the same time, and then burst into passionate commentary in various languages. Goal! 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 The ESPN commentator repeated the word goal at the top of his lungs. His mind seemed to be completely blank. Goal! The voice of the commentator on television de España was rhythmic, and the ending tone was like an air raid siren, fully demonstrating his lung capacity. After a series of crazy goal in various languages, the commentators also came back to their senses and began to rack their brains to think of all kinds of words, and generously gave them to Xiao Ruofei. Although this goal is still a certain distance away from the fastest goal in La Liga, it's even better in terms of the degree of excitement. Before the game, Xia said that he would use practical actions to respond to those who were biased against the Huaxia players, and he did it in just 15 seconds. Xia is worthy of being called the world's Mr. Ball. He once again contributed a wonderful world's ball. This was Xia Ruofei's third La Liga game so far. In the previous 2 games, he had scored goals, and almost all of them were very difficult world-class shots. Therefore, some people on the internet had already given Xia Ruofei a nickname, Mr. World-Class Shot. Today, Mr. World-Class Shot did not disappoint. Just 15 seconds into the game, he directly shot a violent volley from 37 meters away, breaking through Girona's goal. Before this goal, Xia Ruofei's chest stop and pick pass were also quite light and agile, and the shooting movement after that was very consistent. It could be said that this goal was a combination of the aesthetics of violence and skill, and after watching it, people could not help but feel their blood boil in praise. In the PP Sports studio in Huaxia's capital, the old partners Xianxia and Jia Tianing were all fired up by this goal. Just a moment ago, Xianxia was still routinely introducing the starting lineups of both sides, but he was interrupted after just 2 names. The moment Xia Ruofei stopped the ball, Xianxia shouted, "This is an opportunity." We know that Xia Ruofei's personal skills and shooting accuracy are very good. Flicking the ball and turning around. Beautiful. Now the front is very open. Wow. Xia Ruofei directly raised his leg to shoot. Jia Tianing, who was on the side, had also completely forgotten the principle that 2 commentators should not steal each other's words. At that moment, he could not help but shout, "Shoot. The ball is in. The ball is in." Just 10 seconds into the game, Xia Ruofei used a world-class shot to change the score on the field. "This is crazy," Xianxia said quickly. "This is the cooperation of 2 Huaxia players." Wu Lei directly raised his leg in the center circle and directly did a long pass. After Xia Ruofei received the ball, he lightly picked the ball and then immediately shot. The football went straight into the theoretical corner, and Girona's goalkeeper could do nothing about it. After the camera briefly showed the celebrating RCD Espanyol players for a while, the television broadcast soon began to replay the goal. As a professional guest, Jia Tianing interpreted the goal for the spectating fans in a timely manner. As we can see, RCD Espanyol showed a strong desire to attack before the game started. They had at least 7 players ready to go on the halfway line, including Xia Ruofei. After the referee's whistle, they pressed forward in an orderly manner. It's precisely because of this aggressive attitude that they've obtained such an opportunity. Wu Lei's pass was perfect. If he had passed the ball to another player, perhaps the strength of this kick would have been a little too strong. But obviously, he knows Xia Ruofei's speed very well. He just happened to pass the ball to Xia Ruofei's most comfortable position to receive the ball. Jia Tianing was indeed the head of the Wu Chui Hall. It was clearly Wu Lei who had passed the ball, but he could still make it sound like Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei had a tacit understanding. Jia Tianing continued. Xia Ruofei stopped the ball, picked the ball, and turned around. This series of actions fully demonstrated his solid basic skills and unparalleled sense of the ball. It was also this beautiful backside pass that laid the foundation for the next step. We saw that when Xia Ruofei shot the ball, none of the Girona defenders came up to intercept or interfere. The goalkeeper's position was also clearly a little bit forward. They still didn't prepare enough before the game. "I didn't know Xia Ruofei's shooting range was so far," Xianxia said with a smile. "I think Girona's manager is worried now." This goal completely messed up his pre-game deployment. Now that the team is behind, it's definitely not feasible to blindly defend. But it's necessary to press on with the offense, which gives RCD Espanyol a chance to counterattack. "Yes," Jia Tianing said. Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei's tacit understanding resulted in this beautiful goal. Of course, Xia Ruofei's individual ability was perfectly displayed. This is also the role of a superstar in a team. They can often rely on their individual ability and their flash of inspiration to change the outcome of the game by themselves when the team is in a difficult situation. Although Xia Ruofei hasn't participated in many games and still lacks a certain amount of data to support it, I still think that if he focuses on football, his achievements won't be any worse than those superstars. Jia Tianning turned back to Xiaoque mode, but the fans watching the game didn't feel any discomfort, and no one in the bullet screen mocked Jia Tianning because of this. The reason was very simple. Xiao Ruofei's goal really couldn't be criticized. There was only the word respect in capital letters. No matter how much Jia Tianning boasted at this time, no one could refute it. Even the brainless Xiaoque was now very wise to hide and not speak. In the bullet screen of PP Sports, the screen was completely flooded with the word awesome. The fans watching the game neatly formed a formation and said the word in unison, which looked spectacular. In the VIP box at El Prat Stadium, the moment Xiao Ruofei scored, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Zhou Leiyun all stood up subconsciously and cheered loudly. In fact, although the box had a certain degree of soundproofing, they could still hear the loud cheers of the fans in the stands, and everyone was singing and dancing. They could even feel the box shaking slightly. After the excitement passed, the three of them looked at each other. Ling Qingxue said, "This should be considered as Wei Wei's win?" The three of them made a bet before the game, guessing when Xiao Ruofei's first goal would come. Zhou Leiyun was more conservative and guessed for 15 minutes. Ling Qingxue guessed for 10 minutes. Song Wei was the most confident in Xiao Ruofei, guessing for 8 minutes. The three of them didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei only took 15 seconds to complete the goal. Of course, in theory, Song Wei's answer was the closest, although it was still a lot worse. Song Wei said a little embarrassedly, "I think we'll call it a tie. If this is considered as my win, I'll be too embarrassed." Ling Qingxue thought about it and said, "Hey. Why are we worrying about this? When the game is over, let's ask Ruofei to treat us. He's in the limelight today. Shouldn't he treat us to a big meal? That makes sense." Song Wei also smiled and agreed. Zhou Leiyun saw that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had reached a consensus, so he naturally wouldn't raise any objections. With their wealth, it didn't matter who treated them. The most important thing was that they were happy. Although Xiao Ruofei's goal didn't break the record for the fastest goal in La Liga, it would definitely be the best goal of the week. Even if it was the first game of the La Liga round, there would be no suspense, unless Xiao Ruofei himself scored an even better goal. This had already slapped the faces of several media outlets, led by Sport Daily, who questioned the ability of Huaxia's players. The RCD Espanyol players didn't celebrate for too long and soon returned to their own half of the field. The game had just begun, and they weren't satisfied with winning a goal, so naturally, they couldn't use celebrating the goal at this time to delay the game. The Girona players felt like crying. It had only been a little more than a minute, and it was already the second kickoff in the center circle. However, this time, it was their turn to kick off, and the score on the scoreboard was already 1-0. According to the usual practice, the home team was in front of the ball. Before the kickoff, the RCD Espanyol players lined up in a row on the center line as if they were the ones who were behind. They couldn't wait to rush to the opponent's half of the field. The Girona players all had the same thought in their minds: "What are you trying to do? Can't you play happily?" The RCD Espanyol manager, Ruby, didn't stand on the sidelines to give instructions. He sat in the technical area with his legs crossed leisurely and chatted with the assistant coach next to him. Before the start of the game, Ruby had arranged the tactics for the players. At the start of the game, they had to attack. Even after the goal was scored, they couldn't retreat. At least for the first 15 minutes, the players only had one task, and that was to press forward and keep pressing forward. When the opponent had the ball, they had to snatch it on the spot. They had to surround and snatch it, and they had to ensure that they had the advantage of numbers in the area. When the opponent had the ball, they had to boldly plug in, and the full-backs had to go forward to assist. This was indeed very physically exhausting. The pressing tactic in the front field required every player to put in more physical effort than in a normal game. Everyone had to run a little more to further reduce the opponent's space. The full-backs' frequent plugging in was even more challenging. First of all, the full-backs' attack range was longer, and they had to sprint up and down every time. This was very physically taxing. Secondly, after the full-backs plugged in, there was a gap behind them that required the other players to cover. This would further exhaust the other players' physical strength. However, the RCD Espanyol players were very determined. Even if they were leading at the start of the game, they didn't change their tactics. After the Girona kick-off, a few RCD Espanyol players quickly surrounded them. The other players also quickly moved to further cut off the opponent's passing route. Under such a high-intensity pressing, the player who had the ball would be very nervous, and the probability of making a mistake would increase correspondingly. The resolute implementation of the offensive tactic also quickly paid off. In the 8th minute of the game, Xianxia's penetrating straight ball directly crossed the Girona team's two layers of defense. Wu Lei, who was already cruising on the offside line, understood tacitly. He ran in the opposite direction and sped up. After a perfect operation to reverse the offside position, he formed a single blade. However, when Wu Lei dribbled the ball into the penalty area, the ball was a little too big, and the Girona goalkeeper had already decisively attacked. Although Wu Lei still managed to catch up with the football, the Girona goalkeeper was already in front of him, almost completely blocking the angle of his shot. Fortunately, Wu Lei was very calm. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone plugging in quickly in the middle of the penalty area, so he gave up on shooting. He swung his ankle directly, and the ball went past the Girona goalkeeper and into the middle. The person who plugged in at high speed was RCD Espanyol's center forward, Iglesias. Wu Lei's pass was much more accurate than the one he passed to Xianxia previously. When Iglesias ran into position, the football was sent just in time, and the height was just right. Iglesias did not even need to jump. He just gently headed the ball on the spot and easily sent the ball into the unguarded goal. If he could not even head the ball in, he would really be ashamed to death. After Wu Lei passed the ball, he was tripped by the Girona goalkeeper and lost his balance and fell to the grass. After Iglesias scored the goal, he ran straight to Wu Lei and pounced heavily on him. 2-0 Just 8 minutes into the game, RCD Espanyol was already leading by 2 goals. When Xianxia passed the ball, he was still quite far from the opponent's goal. Moreover, Wu Lei had formed a single blade, so he simply stood in place and watched every time he rushed forward. When he saw Wu Lei change his shot to a pass at the last minute after the big move, and let Iglesias get a big advantage, he could not help but be a little dumbfounded. Just 8 minutes into the game, Wu Lei had already set up 2 assists. But he was obviously a striker. Wu Lei, who was pressed down on the grass by Iglesias, was a little out of breath. He was depressed. I didn't want to set up an assist. I've always had the heart to score goals. More and more RCD Espanyol players rushed up, and Wu Lei was pressed down to the point that he could not move. It was only until Xianxia laughed and pulled everyone apart that Wu Lei was finally released. Xianxia moved closer to Wu Lei's ear and said, "Don't worry, the game has just begun. Both of us have to score goals in this game. I will continue to feed you the ball." Wu Lei said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Xia, I didn't think that the crucial move would be so big. It's okay. It's okay. You can't be too concerned about losing a single blade. Otherwise, the more the netizens ridicule you, the more psychological pressure you will feel." Xianxia said with a smile, "And your psychological quality is already good enough. In a split second, you made the right choice to pass the ball instead of forcing the goal. This shows that you're calm enough." After saying that, Xianxia patted Wu Lei on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let them kick off quickly and try to help you score goals in the first half." After losing 2 goals in a short 8 minutes, Girona's players were a little flustered. Their manager shouted loudly on the sidelines to give instructions, which was a sharp contrast to the calm and composed Ruby. Under the manager's loud reminder, Girona's players finally calmed down. After the restart of the game, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they first stabilized their defense. With RCD Espanyol's momentum today, if they dared to press on and attack in a short period of time, they might accidentally lose another goal. Since RCD Espanyol's momentum was like a rainbow, Girona chose to temporarily avoid the spearhead. Under such guidance, they finally managed to stabilize their footing. RCD Espanyol's pressing tactic was very energy-consuming. Unless everyone was as energetic as Xianxia, it was impossible to use this tactic for the entire game. As RCD Espanyol's pressing gradually decreased, Girona was finally able to control the ball a little. Although RCD Espanyol's ball possession had decreased, they still had the initiative on the field overall, especially when Xianxia took the ball in the middle and often posed a threat. Now, as long as Xiao Ruofei took the ball, Girona would have at least 2 players come over to defend. If it was a dangerous area, more players would quickly come over. Even so, it was difficult for them to snatch the ball from Xiao Ruofei's feet. In the 19th minute of the game, Xiao Ruofei took the ball 33 meters away from the opponent's goal with his back turned. After a beautiful Marseille turn, RCD Espanyol's player directly grabbed Xiao Ruofei's jersey and pulled him to the ground. Xianxia whistled and the referee quickly ran to the spot of the foul. As he ran, he took out a yellow card from his shirt pocket and showed it to the player who committed the foul. RCD Espanyol was awarded a free kick 33 meters away from the goal. The position was slightly to the left of the middle. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time on the scoreboard and a smile gradually appeared on his face. As long as it was a match that Xiao Ruofei participated in, he would definitely be ranked first in terms of taking free kicks. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, the players were also convinced. After watching Xiao Ruofei and Marc Roca's match, no one would have the slightest thought of competing with Xiao Ruofei for taking free kicks. Before the match, Ruby had even made it clear that no matter who created the penalty in the match, Xiao Ruofei would be the one to take it. In addition, the ball was about 33 meters away from the goal. If it were any other player, the success rate of taking a free kick from this position would be very low. Only Xiao Ruofei was an exception. After the free kick was taken, Wu Lei immediately ran over and pulled Xiao Ruofei up from the turf. He asked with concern, "Brother Xia, are you okay?" Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "I'm fine. I was just caught off guard. I lost my center of gravity when I was suddenly pulled. Otherwise, I would have been able to slip in and shoot directly. It's about the same now. Your success rate for taking free kicks from this position is still very high," Wu Lei said with a smile. The team's defensive midfielder and veteran player, Victor Sanchez, picked up the ball and ran in front of Xiao Ruofei. He then grinned and said, "Boss. Come on. Try to score another goal." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The foul just now was very obvious. It pulled Xiao Ruofei's jersey and severely deformed it. Therefore, the Girona players did not have any disputes about the free kick and the yellow card. Soon, they began to form a human wall under the instructions of the goalkeeper. The RCD Espanyol players also arranged their forces in front of the penalty area, ready to enter the penalty area at any time. The ball was further away from the goal. If it were any other player, Girona would only symbolically arrange 1 or 2 players to defend the goal. The focus would be on the defense in the penalty area, because the ball would most likely be lobbed into the penalty area, allowing their own players to snatch the ball and shoot. However, the manager of Girona had obviously studied Xiao Ruofei's match videos. He knew that 33 meters was not a safe distance. It was completely within Xiao Ruofei's shooting range. Therefore, he had given instructions in advance. This time, 4 Girona players stood in a row on the line drawn by the referee. They constantly adjusted their positions according to the instructions of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper was also on high alert. Xiao Ruofei might shoot directly for the ball, but he could not rule out the possibility of a long pass into the penalty area. After all, the RCD Espanyol team also had several high points. They were not at a disadvantage in the competition for headers. Therefore, the defense in the penalty area could not be ignored. However, there were only 11 people in a team. After removing 4 people from the wall, the remaining people in the penalty area were a little stretched. Although the ball was far away from the goal, the entire Girona team was very nervous. Xiao Ruofei looked relaxed. He placed the ball on the spot that the referee had drawn with foam spray at the spot where the foul was committed. Then, he began to slowly retreat and widen the distance between him and the goal. The RCD Espanyol team did not even arrange for other players to fake the run and set up a maze. Xiao Ruofei was left alone in front of the ball. Anyway, it was no secret that Xiao Ruofei was the team's first free kick player. The referee confirmed the wall and reminded the players from both teams near the penalty area not to make any movements with their hands. He would keep an eye on everyone. Then, the referee turned his gaze to Xiao Ruofei. He put the whistle in his mouth and made a gesture of a free kick at the same time as he blew the whistle. Xiao Ruofei looked up at the big screen on the scoreboard. At this time, the game time was about 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the first half. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself for a moment. He made a gesture to the referee and walked forward to reposition the ball. Although the referee was a little surprised, he quickly came back to his senses. He did not say anything. After all, the RCD Español team was in high spirits. Xiao Ruofei did not need to use this method to stall for time. Moreover, it was only 21 minutes into the first half. It was still far from the end of the game. In addition, some players were more particular when it came to positioning the ball. Some would specifically find the position of the valve core. This position was the hardest part of the ball. If the valve core was kicked during a free kick, it could achieve a faster ball speed. It was also easier to take a free kick. Once the grass was not very flat and the position of the ball rolled a little, many players would go over to reposition the ball. This was also allowed by the rules. Therefore, the referee did not say anything. The Girona players were a little unhappy. They had been nervous for a long time. In the end, Xiao Ruofei suddenly repositioned the ball. This feeling of shock was not very good. Xiao Ruofei slowly spent more than 10 seconds to reposition the ball. Then, he stepped back step by step. As he stepped back, he looked at the big screen of the scoreboard. The time was now 20 minutes and 55 seconds. Xiao Ruofei stood still, then looked up at Girona's goal. He began to run. Girona's goalkeeper also lowered his center of gravity and stared at the ball intently. He was ready to save at any time. The human wall formed by the Girona players was extremely nervous. They were afraid that if they jumped too early or too late, the ball would pass over their heads. Xiao Ruofei's run-up took 3 seconds. At 20 minutes and 58 seconds, Xiao Ruofei ran to the front of the football. His left foot plunged into the turf, and his right leg did not swing widely. Instead, he used the inertia of the run-up to cleanly kick the football with the outer instep of his foot at the lower middle position of the football. Just by looking at Xiao Ruofei's movements, many people would even think that it was a pass. But in fact, Xiao Ruofei's kick was quite powerful. After a bang, the Girona players in the Qingren wall subconsciously used all their strength to jump. However, Xiao Ruofei's kick was not only fast, but also very high. The human wall did not play any role. The ball flew directly over the human wall. Shots from the outside of the instep often had a large arc, so Girona's goalkeeper made a quick judgment in a flash. When the ball appeared over the heads of the Girona players in the Qingren wall, he had already quickly pounced in the direction of the far goal post. But he did not expect that the arc of Xiao Ruofei's shot would be so strange. At the beginning, the ball was indeed headed in the direction of the far corner. If the arc was not too wide and it did not slide out of the goal, the trajectory should have drilled into the far corner. But in the process of flying, the ball shook slightly due to the friction with the air, and the arc was further widened. When Girona's goalkeeper pounced, he saw the ball quickly approaching him, and then it quickly drew an arc away from him, heading in the direction of the near corner of the goal. Girona's goalkeeper felt very desperate. He had already thrown his center of gravity out. At this time, it was impossible for him to pounce in the opposite direction. In the process of landing, Girona's goalkeeper felt like there were countless alpacas galloping in his head. He secretly gritted his teeth and thought, "This is the first time I've seen someone take such a long detour to get to the near corner. Are you showing off your footwork?" Damn it, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei's shot was actually very fast. The time the ball flew in the air was only 2 seconds. When the time shown on the big screen jumped to the 21st minute, the ball also drilled into the net at the same time. Boom, the stands of El Prat Stadium were suddenly in an uproar. All the RCD Español fans stood up from their seats and applauded enthusiastically in Xiao Ruofei's direction with a face full of excitement. After scoring the beautiful curveball, Xiao Ruofei motioned for his teammates to not come up to celebrate. He stretched out his index finger and pointed to the sky with both hands. Then he ran to a huge tifo in the north stands. He stood below the stands and saluted toward the tifo. Xiao Ruofei's celebration made the RCD Español fans even more excited. They clapped in the direction of Xiao Ruofei and cheered loudly at the same time. The fans in the stands were even more excited. Some of the young fans kept beating their chests, while others waved the flags in their hands with all their might. El Prat Stadium suddenly became a sea of joy. The commentator, who was familiar with the history of the RCD Español club, also immediately reacted. The football commentator of Television Nacional de Español immediately said, "There is no doubt that Xia's goal is wonderful. He deserves to be called Mr. World Ball. However, what I want to say is that this goal has a more important meaning." Xia immediately refused his teammates' celebration after the goal. Instead, he pointed to the sky and ran to the north stands. "I think the RCD Español fans should know best what this means." After a pause, the commentator immediately explained to the fans watching the game in front of the TV, "Xia is paying tribute to RCD Español's late captain, Danajark." So he saluted Danajark's tifo in the north stands. Since Danajark's sudden death due to a heart attack, there has been a tradition in El Prat Stadium. In the 21st minute of every game, the fans in the stadium will spontaneously applaud to pay tribute to the late captain of the RCD Español team because Danajark's jersey number was 21. The time when Xia scored this goal was exactly the 21st minute. The commentator continued, "So, obviously, he used this goal as a gift to Danajark. The RCD Español fans in the stadium are obviously very touched. We even saw several female fans' eyes turn red through the close-up shots." After scoring this beautiful curveball, Xia Ruofei signaled his teammates to not come up to celebrate. He stretched out his index finger and pointed to the sky with both hands, then ran to a huge tifo in the north stands. He stood under the stands and saluted to the tifo. Xia Ruofei's celebration made the RCD Español fans even more excited. They clapped in the direction of Xia Ruofei and cheered loudly at the same time. The fans in the stands were even more excited. Some of the young fans kept beating their chests, while others waved the flags in their hands with all their might. El Prat Stadium suddenly became a sea of joy. The commentator, who was familiar with the history of the RCD Español club, immediately reacted. The football commentator of Television Nacional de Español immediately said, "There is no doubt that Xia's goal is wonderful. He is indeed the world's best player. However, what I want to say is that this goal has a more important meaning." After scoring the goal, Xia immediately refused to celebrate with his teammates. Instead, he pointed to the sky and ran to the north stands. "I think the RCD Español fans should know best what this means." After a short pause, the commentator immediately explained to the fans watching the game in front of the TV, "Xia is paying tribute to RCD Español's late captain, Danajark." Therefore, he saluted Danajark's tifo in the north stands. Since Danajark's sudden death due to a heart attack, there has been a tradition in El Prat Stadium. In the 21st minute of every game, the fans in the stadium will spontaneously applaud to pay tribute to the late captain of the RCD Español team because Danajark's jersey number was 21. The time when Xia scored this goal was exactly the 21st minute. The commentator continued, "So, obviously, he used this goal as a gift to Danajark. The RCD Español fans in the stadium were obviously very touched. We even saw several female fans' eyes turn red through the close-up shots." After scoring the beautiful curveball, Xia Ruofei motioned to his teammates not to celebrate. He stretched out his index finger and pointed to the sky with both hands. Then, he ran to a huge tifo in the north stands. He stood under the stands and saluted to the tifo. Xia Ruofei's celebration made the RCD Español fans even more excited. They clapped in the direction of Xia Ruofei and cheered loudly at the same time. The fans in the stands were even more excited. Some of the young fans kept beating their chests, while others waved the flags in their hands with all their might. El Prat Stadium suddenly became a sea of joy. The commentator, who was familiar with the history of the RCD Español club, immediately reacted. The football commentator of Television Nacional de Español immediately said, "There is no doubt that Xia's goal is wonderful. He is indeed the world's best player. However, what I want to say is that this goal has a more important meaning." After scoring the goal, Xia immediately refused to celebrate with his teammates. Instead, he pointed to the sky and ran to the north stands. "I think the RCD Español fans should know best what this means." After a short pause, the commentator immediately explained to the fans watching the game in front of the TV, "Xia is paying tribute to the late captain of RCD Español, Danajark." So, he saluted Danajark's tifo in the north stands. Since Danajark's sudden death due to a heart attack, El Prat Stadium has a tradition. In the 21st minute of every game, the fans in the stadium will spontaneously applaud to pay tribute to the late captain of the RCD Espanyol team because Danajark's jersey number was 21. The fans watching the game might not necessarily notice these details, but the staff in charge of the television broadcast keenly captured it and clearly told the audience through the camera language. In addition, the commentators who saw the replay also realized that they had missed this detail in their commentary and began to fill in the gaps during the replay. In this way, the fans watching the game in front of the television quickly knew. For a moment, whether they were RCD Espanyol fans or not, they were all in awe of Xiao Ruofei's maneuver. RCD Espanyol fans were more moved, while the neutral fans saw Xiao Ruofei's absolute confidence before taking the free kick. Before the free kick started, he had already calculated to let the football drilled into the goal exactly in the 21st minute. This maneuver was also unparalleled. This also reflected the stability of Xiao Ruofei's footwork from one side. Through these 3 games, the outside world already had a rough portrait of Xiao Ruofei: exquisite footwork, wide field of vision, a strong view of the overall situation, excellent long-range shooting ability. These advantages were all gathered in one person. He was simply born to play football. In the jargon of the crosstalk world, this was a gift from the founder, if the football industry also had a founder. Xiao Ruofei's goal successfully set off a frenzy in El Prat Stadium. The fans were unwilling to sit down for a long time and kept shouting Xiao Ruofei's name. Many fans even made a gesture of worship. This seemed to announce the birth of a new king in El Prat Stadium. Ruby was also very excited on the sidelines. When Xiao Ruofei was ready to take the free kick, he had already stood up and walked to the sidelines. When Xiao Ruofei's shot accurately hit the goal, Ruby could not help but raise his arms and cheer. He knew that Xiao Ruofei's free kick was very accurate, but to actually convert it into a goal in an official game still made him excited. It was like a foreign commentator who analyzed Xiao Ruofei's goal and joked that in the future, a free kick in the 30-meter zone would be a penalty kick for Xiao Ruofei, but there was still a big difference between a free kick and a penalty kick. When Ruby heard the fans in the stadium constantly shouting Xiao Ruofei's name and even worshipping him, he could not help but sigh secretly at the same time. Such a good player definitely had the potential to become a star player at the level of Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. He would definitely be at the level of the RCD Espanyol team. But why did he have to be a successful businessman? Xiao Ruofei's career was so successful that it was basically impossible for him to treat football as his main business. This was simply a waste of God's gift. In the VIP box of the stands, Ling Qingshui and Song Wei cheered at the same time. Then the 2 men's arms hugged each other. Zhou Leiyun also stood up and applauded with a smile on his face. Especially when he saw Xiao Ruofei use such a special way to pay tribute to Danny Helker and be worshipped by all the fans, Zhou Leiyun could hardly contain his excitement. Ever since he became the owner of RCD Espanyol, there had always been some opposition within the club and among the fans. The arrogant Europeans did not seem to be able to fully accept the fact that Huaxia had risen. When the owner of the club became a Huaxia person, these people could not get over it. Although there was no large-scale resistance, Zhou Leiyun could still feel the rejection. It was conceivable that after today, because of Xiao Ruofei's actions, at least at the level of the fans, their impression of Huaxia people would suddenly change a lot. Their rejection of the club's Huaxia owner would also lessen a lot. After all, Xiao Ruofei was also one of the owners of the club. Zhou Leiyun could not help but secretly sigh. He had spent a lot of effort, but it was difficult to change the inherent prejudice. Perhaps Xiao Ruofei could change all of this with a goal. Now that he thought about it, it was the best decision he had ever made to introduce Xiao Ruofei's capital into RCD Espanyol. After RCD Espanyol's comeback victory over Barca, the stock price of Zhou Leiyun's Xianxia Group rose several times in a row. His net worth also increased by at least 1 or 2 billion because of Xiao Ruofei's barb shot. After the news of Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei's excellent performance in this game spread back to China, it would obviously be great news for Xianxia Group. If RCD Espanyol finally broke into the European zone because of these 2 victories, it would be even better. Zhou Leiyun could not help but want to laugh when he thought about the possibility of the stock price rising all the way. Inside the stadium, the RCD Espanyol players reacted after seeing Xiao Ruofei's celebration. They all ran towards Xiao Ruofei, clustered around Xiao Ruofei in the middle, and saluted Denigel's huge tifo in the stands. Several of the players were veterans of RCD Español. They used to be teammates with Denigel. Some of these players were still fighting for the club on the field, while others were sitting on the bench most of the time, reaching the end of their career. At this moment, their hearts were full of gratitude. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. This time, Xiao Ruofei's goal celebration lasted a little longer. It was not that he wanted to deliberately delay the time, but the fans in the stands and his teammates on and off the field were too enthusiastic. The referee obviously knew what Denigel meant to RCD Español, so he did not come over to interrupt Xiao Ruofei and the others. Even RCD Español's opponent, Girona, did not protest. No one was in a hurry to restart the game. Although the game had only been going for over 20 minutes, Girona was already 3 goals behind. They had just recovered a little on the field when they were immediately hit by Xiao Ruofei's super long-distance free kick. Now, Girona's players were confused, and their manager was in a daze. When faced with such a situation, even the best manager could not do anything. Even if he used the substitution quota in the first 20 minutes to make adjustments to the team, the effect would not be very good. Girona's problem was that they were completely suppressed. It was not the weakness of one player or one part of the team. How could the manager make adjustments? The morale of Girona's players was very low. They did not even have the extravagant hope of catching up with the score. They would be grateful if they did not concede any more goals. The problem now was that there were still more than 70 minutes to the game. With the state and strength gap between the two sides, it was too difficult to not concede any more goals. In fact, Girona's next goal concede came very soon. After the restart of the game, Girona could not attack again. They could not only defend to the death, but the players were very uncomfortable. Everyone's thinking was not unified enough, and there was a disconnect in the middle and back of the field. It was Xiao Ruofei who seized this opportunity. In the 35th minute of the game, he passed the ball like a scalpel, directly penetrating Girona's defensive line. Wu Lei, who had an excellent nose in front of the goal, once again rushed forward from between Girona's defenders. It was a wonderful direct pass to reverse the offside position, and he once again got a chance to single-handedly attack. This time, Wu Lei did not let Xiao Ruofei's good ball down. Facing the attacking goalkeeper, Wu Lei very calmly pushed a low ball with the arch of his foot. It went directly under the goalkeeper's crotch, and went in together with the goal. 4-0. The first half of the game was not over yet, and the score was already 4 o'clock. Of the 4 goals, Xiao Ruofei took 2. The other 2 goals were scored by Iglesias and Wu Lei. In fact, the 2 goals were directly related to Xiao Ruofei. They were all from his sharp direct passes. If Wu Lei did not make a big mistake in the first goal, he would have already scored. In the end, it became an assist to Iglesias, and Xiao Ruofei, who should have received an assist, became the instigator of the offense. The second goal was naturally an assist by Xiao Ruofei. In other words, in the 35th minute of the game, Xiao Ruofei had already received 2 goals and 2 assists, and Wu Lei had also scored a goal. At the same time, there were 2 assists in his hands. Even Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi could not produce this kind of performance in every game. Even if this was for the entire game, it was still a very impressive result. In the face of such a result, who would dare to say that the Huasha players were not good? After Wu Lei scored, he ran towards Xiao Ruofei excitedly. He even shook off a few teammates who were looking for him to celebrate along the way and directly hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly. "Thank you. Brother Xia, thank you," Wu Lei said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and patted Wu Lei on the shoulder. He said, "See? The one-on-one is actually that simple. In the future, you don't have to have any psychological pressure anymore. If you play normally, the probability of scoring is very high. And even if the one-on-one doesn't score, you don't have to take it to heart. No player has a 100% scoring rate when they're one-on-one. You've already shown your ability as a striker by getting the one-on-one opportunity." Xiao Ruofei took advantage of the opportunity to celebrate the goal to give Wu Lei some psychological counseling. After all, Wu Lei's one-on-one image had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Every time he missed the one-on-one, it would lead to a wave of ridicule, and the psychological pressure on him would increase, thus forming a vicious cycle. Xiao Ruofei also did not want the current best striker in the country to have a psychological shadow. Moreover, Wu Lei was humble and hardworking, and there was almost no negative news off the field. Xiao Ruofei felt that his temper was very compatible with his. "I got it. Thank you, brother Xia." Wu Lei grinned. His teammates also came up to celebrate. Everyone had their arms around each other's shoulders as they walked toward their own half of the field. About half an hour later, after losing 4 goals in a row, Girona's players were on the verge of breaking down. After the restart, they did not even have the desire to organize an attack. They were just passing the ball in the backfield. However, RCD Espanyol took advantage of the high morale and immediately started to press in the front field. This made it difficult for Girona to pass the ball. As long as the ball stayed under their feet for a little longer, RCD Espanyol's players would quickly close in, causing Girona's players to be in a difficult situation. They could not pass the ball out, so they could only kick it toward the opponent's half of the field. The result of this was that other than giving the ball back to the opponent, there was no other use. On the other hand, RCD Espanyol's offense was very impressive. With 4 goals as the foundation, all the players no longer had any psychological burden. This was a game that they would definitely win. In a game, the more relaxed the players were, the better they would be able to play. Many players performed very well during training, but once they entered a real game, all sorts of problems would be exposed. Most of these problems were caused by their mentality. In reality, every player was unable to bring 100% of their state from training to a game. This was also why many players in the national football team could not help but curse when they played in a game, even though their footwork looked good off the field. They would immediately make mistakes when pressed. RCD Espanyol's flanks also began to frequently insert assists. Girona's goal was surrounded by danger. With the goalkeeper's extraordinary performance, they barely managed to hold on to the current score. However, they still did not manage to hold on until the end of the half. In the 43rd minute, the miserable Girona's goal was lost once again. In fact, this goal was a bit of a fluke. At this time, it was already close to the end of the half. RCD Espanyol's players were not made of iron. Relying on the morale boost from consecutive goals, they had been executing a pressing tactic. At this point in time, everyone was more or less tired, so the pressure on Girona's goal was not as strong as it was 10 minutes ago. There were only 2 exceptions, Xiao Ruofei, who was very energetic, and Wu Lei. Ever since Wu Lei began to practice the first set of little golden man movements that Xiao Ruofei taught him, his fitness level had skyrocketed. From the beginning, it was difficult for him to play the entire game in the high-intensity La Liga games, to now he was almost one of the few players with the best fitness in the team. Therefore, even if the other players were slightly relaxed, Wu Lei was tirelessly executing the harassing tactic in the front field. Xiao Ruofei also always maintained an appropriate distance from Wu Lei, supporting him at all times. Most of the time, Wu Lei's efforts seemed to be useless, but in the end, it still paid off. This time, it was Girona's center-back who gave a big gift. Under RCD Espanyol's overall pressing, Girona had almost no way to pass the ball forward, so they were forced to keep passing it back. In the end, the football came to the center-back's feet, and after Wu Lei followed the football around in a big circle, he still charged at the Girona defender at high speed. The Girona center-back, who had the ball, misjudged Wu Lei's speed at first, so when Wu Lei came to a position a few meters in front of him, he appeared to be a little flustered and hurriedly kicked the ball to the front field to break the siege. However, the tragedy was that he missed his kick, and the ball did not rise at all. Instead, it rolled softly towards Wu Lei. Faced with this sudden gift, Wu Lei was first stunned for a moment, then he subconsciously stopped the ball. Then, with a kick, he passed the dumbfounded Girona center-back and got the chance to directly face the goalkeeper. Girona's goalkeeper did not even have time to curse and hurriedly rushed to the football. In fact, at this time, Girona's goalkeeper was in a hurry to attack and could not block all the angles, so Wu Lei had a lot of space to shoot. But he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ruofei from the corner of his eye, and in an instant, his striker's restless heart calmed down. He even calmly kicked the ball gently in the direction of Girona's goalkeeper. Just as Girona's goalkeeper, who was already on the ground, was about to touch the football, Wu Lei deftly kicked the ball, and the football went past Girona's goalkeeper's body, bouncing and rolling towards the middle of the penalty area. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was plugging in at high speed, and in front of him was the empty Girona goal. When Xiao Ruofei saw Wu Lei pass the ball over, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Because Wu Lei's position was actually very good, and the angle of the shot was not small. He could totally shoot by himself, and the probability of scoring was very high. Xiao Ruofei did not expect Wu Lei to choose to pass the ball. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was a bit of a bully to kick such a ball that did not require any skill. He was now completely facing a wide-open goal. Even if a person who had never played before came, there was a high probability that he could kick it in. Of course, Wu Lei had already fed the cake to his mouth. Xiao Ruofei naturally could not really refuse. He steadied his mind, sped up and ran 2 steps to catch up with the football. Then, he gently pushed the ball with the arch of his foot and easily sent the ball into the empty goal. 5-0. Near the end of the first half of the game, Xiao Ruofei once again changed the score on the field. He also took advantage of the easiest goal to score a hat-trick in the first half of the game. And Wu Lei, as a striker, actually scored an assist hat-trick. The expressions on the faces of the Girona players were a little numb. They stared blankly at the football in the goal, as if the first half of the game was a nightmare. Especially the centre-back who had just made a mistake to give the gift. He covered his face and lay on the turf, not getting up for a long time. After Xiao Ruofei scored, Wu Lei looked more excited than Xiao Ruofei. He quickly rushed to Xiao Ruofei and said loudly, "Brother Xiao. Hat-trick. Hat-trick. You scored a hat-trick in just half of the game." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Lei, why didn't you just directly open the goal just now? You could have easily scored the ball." Wu Lei said with a smile, "Your position is better. Besides, if this ball had gone in, you would have scored a hat-trick. The significance is different. Also, didn't I also assist a hat-trick? Speaking of which, it's a milestone. In the past, my assists in a season were probably in the single digits. Today, I scored 3 in one game. It's still better to play football with you." Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "I could have scored a goal. But you turned it into an assist. You're still happy?" Wu Lei smiled and said, "I'm also happy that you scored." At this time, the RCD Espanyol players also came up to celebrate. Xiao Ruofei did not say anything more. Anyway, the goal was a fact. He touched the back of Wu Lei's head and said, "Continue to strive for goals in the second half. No matter how many assists you get, it's not as good as a goal. After all, you're a striker." "Understood," Wu Lei said happily. The RCD Espanyol players did not celebrate. They just high-fived Xiao Ruofei and walked towards their own half of the field with their arms around each other's shoulders. The RCD Espanyol fans in the stands were really singing and dancing, as if they were celebrating a festival. One had to know that with the overall strength of the RCD Espanyol team, it was extremely difficult to achieve such a big victory in an entire season. The home fans were really worth the ticket price. The commentators of the various broadcast platforms were naturally not stingy with their words of praise. They did their best to give all the praise to Xiao Ruofei. The commentators from Huaxia, Xianxia and Jiatianing were even more excited. After all, the goal came from the exquisite cooperation of 2 Huaxia players. First, Xiao Ruofei's wonderful pass tore apart Girona's entire defense, giving Wu Lei a chance to directly face the opponent's goalkeeper. Then, Wu Lei was not greedy at all. He returned the favor by passing the ball back to Xiao Ruofei. Finally, Xiao Ruofei easily scored an empty goal and completed the entire process of the attack. Basically, the other RCD Espanyol players did not participate in the attack. It was completely the cooperation of Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei that easily penetrated Girona's goal. As Xianxia and Jiatianing chatted, the topic turned to the national football team. The news that Xiao Ruofei had confirmed to join the national football team a few days ago had long been known to the fans. This meant that the national football team had another stable scorer, especially Xiao Ruofei's free kick. It could definitely bring a surprise to the national football team at a crucial moment. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei were in hot condition. Everyone was also full of anticipation for the national football team's World Cup qualifying campaign. In the El Prat Stadium, there were also many sports media reporters, including some reporters from Xianxia's sports media stationed in Barcelona. Basically, all of them were present. While the reporters were amazed by Xiao Ruofei's condition, they could not help but feel a trace of sympathy for Girona, who was used as a sacrificial lamb by Xiao Ruofei. Especially when they saw the blank and numb faces of the Girona players on the field, everyone could not help but feel sympathy. But competitive sports were so cruel. If your strength was not good enough and your condition was not good, you could not blame the other party for not showing mercy. The reporters had even thought of the title of their report on the game. Keywords like tragedy and one-sided massacre were all inseparable. After the game resumed, the RCD Espanyol finally did not press on with their wild attacks, and Girona's side did not have a trace of fighting spirit at all. Therefore, in the end, about 5 minutes of injury stoppage time, both sides played a little dull. The football was more about switching control back and forth in the midfield area. When the injury stoppage time was up, the referee did not even add a second more and directly blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. The Girona players felt as if they had been pardoned and let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts. During the entire first half, they felt that every second on the field was torture. When they heard the whistle, they did not hesitate at all. All of them lowered their heads and walked toward the players' tunnel. The RCD Espanyol players were all smiles. They talked and laughed with each other as they walked to the sidelines, which was a sharp contrast to the Girona players. Even though it was only the end of the first half of the game, manager Ruby still stood on the sidelines as if the whole game had ended. He stood on the sidelines to greet his players and high-fived each of them in celebration. It was not until the last player left the field that he turned and walked to the locker room. The 15-minute halftime interval passed quickly. The players from both sides returned to the field under the guidance of the referee. At this time, the fans at the stadium realized that Xiao Ruofei did not appear on the field. The fourth official also raised the substitution card on the sidelines. At the same time, the RCD Espanyol's number 14, Morendo, also stood on the sidelines. After the fourth official showed the substitution card, Morendo did not need to wait for the substituted player to leave the field, so he ran directly to the field. At this time, everyone was sure that Xiao Ruofei had been substituted off the field. And not only did he not appear on the field, but he was also nowhere to be seen on the substitutes bench. The fans watching the game at the stadium and in front of their televisions could not help but feel a little regretful. With Xiao Ruofei's hot condition and his fitness, if he continued to play in the second half, he would definitely continue to score goals. The chances of him winning the Great Four Joys and Five Sons passing the examinations were very high. In the PP Sports studio, after Xianxia noticed the substitution, he immediately said, "It's a little unexpected. Xiao Ruofei has been substituted off the field. But surely no one would think that Xiao Ruofei's ability is only good enough to play half the game. I even think that he himself asked to leave the field. After all, it only took him half a day to completely show his ability, and the team is already leading by a large margin early on. I guess he thinks that it's not fun to just keep torturing noobs." Jia Tianing also smiled and said, "Although it's a little disappointing, fans, please don't go away because there's still a Huaxia player, Wu Lei, on the field. He scored a goal in the first half and also received 3 assists at the same time. His performance was quite eye-catching, but in terms of goals scored, compared to Xiao Ruofei's hat trick, it was slightly inferior. I believe that his performance in the second half is also worth looking forward to." "Yes," Xianxia said, "although Xiao Ruofei is not on the field, RCD Espanyol's offensive power in the front field will be reduced, but Wu Lei's characteristics are very clear. His positioning is quite good, and his nose in front of the goal is also top-notch. There's still a full 45 minutes to go against Girona, who has lost his fighting spirit. He will definitely have a chance to score." Xianxia and Jia Tianing's guess was right. Xiao Ruofei's ending was indeed what he wanted. Otherwise, why would Ruby dare to substitute him? In the locker room during halftime, Xiao Ruofei told Ruby that he did not plan to continue playing in the second half. From Ruby's point of view, he was still a little worried that Girona would lose and go against Xiao Ruofei, the initiator of today's tragedy. Xiao Ruofei was not only a core player of the team, but also a shareholder of the club. If he was crippled in the game, it would be a joke. Therefore, Ruby was very happy to say that he had the same idea. Then, he called Morendo over and instructed him to go out and warm up in advance so that he could replace Xiao Ruofei in the second half. There was no suspense in this game, so Xiao Ruofei did not appear on the field. Instead, he took a shower and changed his clothes in the locker room. Of course, he did not forget to ask Wu Lei to bring back a game ball. Although it was easy to complete a hat trick, it was still a real hat trick. Therefore, he definitely had to bring back a game ball as a souvenir. When RCD Espanyol's main players walked out of the field, Xiao Ruofei had already taken a shower and changed into RCD Espanyol's yellow training clothes. He quietly came out of the locker room and walked towards the VIP box in the stands. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei even quietly changed his appearance. Then, he lowered the brim of his cap very low. In addition, many of the fans watching the game today were wearing RCD Espanyol's uniform or training clothes. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's outfit was not eye-catching at all. Therefore, the fans did not notice that the team's new king, Xiao Ruofei, was passing by in front of them. Xiao Ruofei soon arrived at the home team's VIP box. Before he pushed the door open and entered, he restored his original appearance. In the box, Zhou Leiyun and Song Wei were discussing with Ling Qingxue. They also noticed the substitution and knew that Xiao Ruofei would not play in the second half. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open by Xiao Ruofei. The three of them turned their heads at the same time. When they saw that the person who came was actually Xiao Ruofei, they all showed a look of disbelief. Then, they quickly stood up to greet him. "Why are you here?" Song Wei pursed his lips and asked with a smile. "Boss Xia, we agreed to play a game to show your strength. You haven't finished playing yet." "Zhou," Leiyun said with a smile. "And you're not even on the bench, but directly in the stands." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I've already tortured the other side to tears in the first half of the game. If I play in the second half, it will be bullying. As for the bench, it's not as comfortable as here. Anyway, it's all about watching the game. Doesn't it make no difference where I watch?" After saying that, Xiao Ruofei walked straight to a soft seat and sat down comfortably. He turned around and said, "Sit down and watch the game. The second half is starting." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei could not help but laugh and shake their heads. They returned to their seats. In the second half of the game, Girona's morale was still low. Even though their manager gave them a lot of encouragement during the halftime break and even made some substitutions, it seemed that the results were still very little. Without Xiao Ruofei, RCD Espanyol's attacking power and control of the midfield had decreased. However, overall, RCD Espanyol still had the initiative. Wu Lei was still very active. He cruised between Girona's rear defensive line. His positioning was too flexible, which gave Girona's players a headache. In addition, because of Xiao Ruofei's support and his hard work, Wu Lei was now no longer isolated and helpless in the team. Everyone was getting to know his characteristics more and more. They were often able to pass him good passes, and his positioning was often responded to by his teammates. However, when it came to passing, Xiao Ruofei's passes were naturally the most comfortable for him. Without Xiao Ruofei, RCD Espanyol's attacking power had decreased significantly. Compared to the first half, the game was a lot more boring. However, Wu Lei's relentless running still paid off. In the 63rd minute, RCD Espanyol's number 10, Dardel, shot a long shot from the front of the penalty area, causing Girona's goalkeeper to lose his grip on the ball. When Dardel shot, Wu Lei had already quickly entered the penalty area to prepare for a follow-up shot. The football also happened to bounce in Wu Lei's direction. He faced the incoming ball and gently poked it with the tip of his foot. The football drilled into the net. After the goal, Wu Lei ran wildly to the advertising board. The fans sitting at the front stretched out their hands to him and shouted his name loudly. Wu Lei also kissed the team badge in front of the fans and immediately gained a lot of goodwill. The moment the goal was scored, the director in charge of the live broadcast immediately used the walkie-talkie to inform one of the cameras in charge of the stands to quickly aim the camera at RCD Espanyol's VIP box. They had already discovered that RCD Espanyol's boss, Zhou Leiyun, was also watching the game live, so every time RCD Espanyol scored a goal, the broadcast camera would be aimed at this box. After the slow-motion replay of the goal, the director cut the screen to the VIP box after the goal was scored. Zhou Leyun naturally stood up with a smile on his face and applauded his compatriot for scoring a goal. This scene was not surprising, but, very quickly, the live broadcast director, the commentator in charge of the commentary, and the fans who were watching the game on the big screen and in front of the television all opened their eyes wide at the same time. Because, they all saw Xiao Ruofei standing next to Zhou Leyun, smiling and applauding. According to the rules, if a player was substituted off the field, he would not be able to play again in the game. Even so, the substituted player would still sit on the substitutes bench and wait for the end of the game. This was also a form of support and respect for his teammates, as well as team spirit. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's appearance on the substitutes bench would not be seen as a lack of team spirit or a lack of respect for his teammates. After all, he was one of the owners of this club. However, when everyone saw Xiao Ruofei go directly to the VIP box to watch the game in the second half, they had a feeling in their hearts. Was he not treating Girona as a dish? This was blatant disdain. What was the subtext? Against Girona, I only need half a day. In the second half, I can take a shower and sit on the spectators' stand, fully dressed, and quietly wait for the game to end. Many of the commentators could not help but laugh when they saw the scene. The RCD Espanyol fans in the seats near the VIP box were quite excited. Although their area was separated from the VIP box, they could not help but stand up and wave and shout vigorously in this direction to express their love for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei saw a close-up of his VIP box on the big screen in the stadium and knew that he had been a little impulsive. When all the fans in the stadium were waving and shouting in the direction of the VIP box, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when they completely forgot about the match between the two sides on the field. Zhou Leyun was watching the show with a smile on his face, while Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were already laughing so hard that they could not stand up straight. Xiao Ruofei could only stand up and wave in the direction of the spectators stand on both sides of the stadium to greet the fans. The live broadcast was also showing the reactions of the fans in the stands, as well as the situation in the VIP box. For a full half a minute, the camera did not switch to the field. This was probably a very rare situation in the history of football broadcasting. Huaxia, Beijing, PP Sports Studio. The commentator, Xianxia, said with a smile, "It looks like Girona's threat to RCD Espanyol is really too small." Boss Xia got bored after a long time and simply ran to the spectators' stand to watch the game. Jia Tianing also said, "I saw some fans on the bullet screen saying that Xiao Ruofei's behavior is a form of disrespect to both his teammates and his opponents. I don't know what these netizens are thinking. When our Huaxia players perform poorly, they criticize us. Now that we finally have a Huaxia player who performs so well. No. There are two. Our players were only substituted off the field and did not return to the substitutes bench, but there were actually people who scolded them. Could it be that they had been kneeling for too long? If Cristiano Ronaldo did this, would the same people say something completely different and think that Cristiano Ronaldo had a personality?" Jia Tianing was only a guest invited by PP Sports, so he did not have so many scruples when speaking. As the commentator for PP Sports, although Xianxia felt that what Jia Tianing said was very reasonable, he could only smooth things over and say, "It's normal for netizens to have different opinions. After all, everyone has different opinions. But I personally think that no matter who it is better to be a bit more lenient." What's more, Xiao Ruofei's performance was truly eye-catching. His performance in these two matches was absolutely phenomenal. Even the foreign media was praising him as much as they could, so why are we being so harsh on him? This is really worth thinking about. Xianxia was relatively tactful, but the meaning he expressed was still the same as Jia Tianing. To put it bluntly, he was on Xiao Ruofei's side. The game on the field still had to continue, and the broadcast camera could not always be aimed at the spectators' stand. So after a while, everyone finally focused on the field. Xiao Ruofei's side could finally rest for a while. Zhou Leyun turned his head and said with a smile, "Boss Xia, we're definitely going to win this game." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "If we lose, then we don't have to look forward to the European Championship. Next season, let's think about avoiding relegation. RCD Espanyol had no worries about avoiding relegation this season. Now they were working hard for a place in the European Championship. Zhou Leyun laughed and said, "After your last press conference against Barca, didn't you say that you wanted to invest at least 100 million euros to bring in players? With such a large sum of money invested, do we still have to worry about avoiding relegation next season?" Xiao Ruofei said, "General Manager Zhou, you have to be clear. It's our club, not me. I will only pay the amount of money that is proportional to my shares. All shareholders have to pay their proportion. If they don't, then the shares will be diluted. Are you willing to have your shares diluted? Although I want to say that I can actually make the decision, if I'm not willing to spend a lot of money to buy players, it's useless even if you put out the word, because you and I are acting in concert, and my decision is the final one." Zhou Leyun said with a smile, "But I really think your proposal is good. So, I will definitely pay this sum of money. As for the remaining few small shareholders, if they are not willing to pay, then it's just right. I was just thinking of buying back a little more shares." Zhou Leyun had tasted the sweetness of investing in a football club. Originally, Xianxia Group's acquisition of RCD Espanyol did not cause much of a reaction in China. Now, many Chinese clubs, including Granada, which was about to rush to La Liga, and even Inter Milan in Serie A, were actually Chinese teams. However, RCD Espanyol made a clever move and brought in Wu Lei. In just 2 or 3 months, they had become a well-known club in Xianxia. The direct benefit of this wave of fame was that Xianxia Group's stock price continued to rise. Indirectly, there was also an invisible reputation, which was even more difficult to estimate. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he shrugged and said, "That's enough. 100 million euros, it can only be more, not less. You have to think that once we play in Europe next season, we will face the situation of fighting in multiple competitions at the beginning of the season. Especially since RCD Espanyol has not appeared in the European competition for many years, we will definitely have all kinds of difficulties. When the time comes, the depth of the bench will not be enough, and it may collapse in many competitions. Not only will we not gain anything in Europe, but we will also fall into the mire of relegation in the league. So, bringing in players is a must, and we must bring in good players at all costs." "Understood." Zhou Leyun nodded and said, "The club has already sent out scouts to inspect the players." When Ruby heard that the club was going to make a big effort to recruit players, he was very enthusiastic about his work. At this time, Song Wei said, "Wasn't there a rumor some time ago that his old club, Real Betis, was going to invite him back and let him coach the Betis team next season?" Zhou Leyun was slightly stunned and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect Miss Song to know the situation of our club so well." Zhou Leyun just said it casually, but Song Wei's pretty face inexplicably became slightly hot, and he actually felt a little guilty. After all, to the outside world, Ling Qingxue was Xiao Ruofei's official girlfriend. This was something that everyone knew. Lazy to listen to stories, Song Wei quickly said, "I just happened to see this news a few days ago." Zhou Leyun said with a smile, "There is indeed such a thing, and Real Betis is really in contact with Ruby. I don't know if Ruby was tempted before, but now he has clearly rejected it. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to Boss Xia. Just because I said that the club will spend a transfer fee of no less than 100 million euros on the recruitment next season?" Xiao Ruofei asked with raised eyebrows. "Not entirely." Zhou Leyun said with a smile, "Ruby talked to me frankly. In addition to the 100 million euros transfer fee that Boss Xia said made him more confident about the multi-competition situation that the team may face next season, what made him firm in his decision to renew the contract was the superior football skills that Boss Xia showed. Although Boss Xia can't guarantee that he will participate in every game with the team, as long as Boss Xia can support the team in key games, it will be much easier for him to be the manager. Maybe he can even make a name for himself in the European competition next season." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "So you're waiting for me here? Isn't it enough that you made me run around and tired enough this season? You're also thinking about the next season?" Zhou Leyun quickly smiled and said, "Capable people do more work. Boss Xia is a person who loves football. Now that the club is united internally and the results are so good, don't you want the club to develop even more in the future?" Xiao Ruofei said noncommittally, "It depends on the situation. It seems that no matter how good the club's results are, I don't have any benefits. But someone's company's share price. That's called soaring. Zhou Leiyun said without hesitation, Boss Xia, Xianxia Group welcomes Boss Xia's cooperation on the capital level at any time. I can transfer some of my shares to you, or exchange them with your Taoyuan company's shares. There's no problem. Zhou Leiyun was determined to be deeply tied to Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei was willing, he would even be willing to give some of Xianxia Group's shares to Xiao Ruofei for free. However, he also knew that Xiao Ruofei would definitely not take it for free, so he proposed a capital cooperation proposal. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not very interested in this. He just said with a smile, "I'm just joking. Let's talk about this later. Let's watch the game first." Zhou Leiyun couldn't help but be a little disappointed. However, since Xiao Ruofei didn't seem interested, he couldn't rush to ask Xiao Ruofei to invest in Xianxia Group, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Boss Xia, if you have time, you can consider my proposal." "Oh yes, for the club, there's also very good news." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." "Our opponent for 7th place, Team Seville, just started their game. Our staff sent news from the scene that Seville is now 1 goal behind." Zhou Leiyun smiled and waved his phone. "It happened when we were just chatting." Xiao Ruofei heard this and couldn't help but say, "Now there's basically no suspense in our game. If Seville ends with this score, then, we can rise to 7th place?" "Yes," Zhou Leiyun said excitedly. "If that's the case, in the remaining 3 rounds of the game, the initiative is completely in our hands. As long as we don't make any mistakes, we don't have to hope that our opponent will make a mistake. After all, we don't have a chance to play against Seville directly." "That's great." Xiao Ruofei finished speaking and picked up the wine glass on the coffee table in front of him. "Then what are we talking about? Let's drink. Let's cheer for Seville's opponent." Zhou Leiyun heard this and laughed. "That makes sense. Let's drink." Everyone laughed and clinked their glasses, then continued to watch the game. At this time, Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Oh yes, Ruofei, we just made a bet on when you would score the fastest goal, and the result was who won." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "No one won," Ling Qingxue said. "The one closest to the correct answer was Wei Wei, but by a lot. Who knew that you would score in 15 seconds? Yeah. If I said that I won. I'm embarrassed," Song Wei said. "So," Ling Qingxue said, "we originally agreed that whoever lost would treat everyone to a big meal. In the end, we decided that you would be the one treating. Who asked you to not play by the rules?" Xiao Ruofei heard this and laughed. "No problem. This meal is on me. You guys pick the place. Oh yes, if RCD Español can really rise to 7th place after this round, I'll treat everyone to a big meal." Naturally, there was no suspense in this game. During the entire first half of the game, RCD Español's fans were singing and dancing in the stands, enjoying the joy of victory in advance. For the Chinese fans at the scene and the fans watching the live broadcast in China, they were already addicted. Xiao Ruofei scored a hat-trick, Wu Lei scored a goal, and there were 3 assists. His performance was perfect. However, everyone still felt that something was missing. It was also Xiao Ruofei's performance that raised everyone's expectations, so everyone hoped that Wu Lei could score another goal in the second half. Even if he could not score a hat-trick, he should at least score a brace or something. After all, it was not often that they would encounter a fish belly. Wu Lei did not let everyone down. To be precise, the entire RCD Español team did not let everyone down. In the 45 minutes of the second half, RCD Español scored another 3 goals. The goal in the 80th minute was scored by Wu Lei. This goal was not very exciting. At this point in the game, both sides had some physical problems. Wu Lei was still relatively energetic. He still used his best positioning to find an opening, then used his speed to tear apart Girona's defense. After breaking into the penalty area, he shot a powerful shot and steadily scored the goal. After Wu Lei scored this goal, RCD Español finally stopped their scoring spree. In the end, they swept Girona with a score of 8-0 and obtained a hearty victory. If you like godly farms, please bookmark them. Godly farms are updated the fastest. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the game, the Girona players did not want to stay on the field for a moment longer. This humiliating defeat would be written into the team's history, and it had dealt a heavy blow to their psyche. Their opponents' matches had not ended yet, and some had not even started yet. Even so, Girona was still ranked third from the bottom. After this round, they would undoubtedly fall into the relegation zone. Although there were still 3 rounds left, the possibility of them struggling to get out of the relegation zone was very low. Especially in this round where they lost 0-8, it was a blow to the confidence of the players. They did not know how the next 3 rounds would turn out. Teams that wanted to avoid relegation sometimes relied on their morale to hold on. Once this morale was gone, coupled with the fact that they had so many points to get out of the relegation zone, there was really nothing they could do. Although in theory, Girona still had hope of avoiding relegation, anyone who understood football could see that if they wanted to watch Girona play next season, they would have to go to Segunda División. As soon as the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the game, Xianxia stood up and said, "Director Zhou, let's go to the locker room together. Let's give the players another boost. Give out some bonuses?" Zhou Leiyun asked. "Of course." Xianxia laughed and said, "Of course, it's enough to add 20% to the winning prize this time. Just take it as an early encouragement. Also, we have to promise that if we make it to Europe, everyone will get a generous bonus. Sometimes money is the best way to stimulate enthusiasm." "No problem," Zhou Leiyun said. Xianxia turned his head to Song Wei and Ling Xianxia and said, "Let Director Zhou send the 2 of you back to the hotel first." It was naturally not suitable for the 2 girls to enter the locker room. Xianxia did not want them to wait for him, so he wanted them to go back to the hotel first. Ling Xianxia nodded and said, "Sure. But don't forget your promise to treat us to a big meal." Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't worry. I won't forget. It will be done tonight. Director Zhou, please arrange for someone to pick the best place. I'll pay the bill." Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." The 4 of them left the box together. Zhou Leiyun's assistant came over to take Ling Xianxia and Song Wei back to the hotel first, while Xianxia and Zhou Leiyun walked down the steps to the locker room. This time Xianxia and the fans. Xianxia. Come. When the 2 men came to the locker room, RCD Español's players had just come back. The fans were too enthusiastic. Ruby was also in a very happy mood. He went to the post-match press conference. The player he led this time was Wu Lei, who had scored 2 goals and assisted 3 goals. His performance was the most eye-catching other than Xianxia. Although Xianxia only played half of the game, he still won the Man of the Match award without any suspense. Marc Roca received the trophy for the best player of the game for him. He happened to see Xianxia and Zhou Leiyun at the door of the locker room. Marc Roca was holding a game ball in one hand and the trophy in the other. When he saw Xianxia and Zhou Leiyun, his face suddenly lit up. He quickly walked over and greeted Zhou Leiyun first. Then he said to Xianxia, "Mr. Xia, this is your best player trophy. And this ball, Wu specially left it for you. He went to the press conference and told me to hand it to you personally." Xianxia took the 2 things with a smile and said, "Thank you, Roca." Then he said to the players, "Everyone, go take a shower and change your clothes first. The season has entered a critical stage. You can't get sick at this time. In a while, General Manager Zhou and I have good news to announce to everyone." The players agreed loudly and filed into the locker room. The 2 bosses, Xianxia and Zhou Leiyun, did not put on any airs. They sat in the locker room and chatted while waiting for everyone to come out. The players knew that the big boss was waiting outside, so they all took a shower as quickly as possible, changed into dry sportswear, and hurried out. Wu Lei and Ruby had just finished attending the press conference and returned to the locker room together. As soon as Ruby saw Xianxia and Zhou Leiyun, he quickly quickened his pace and came forward to greet them. After politely saying hello to Zhou Leiyun, he turned to Xianxia, mainly because Xianxia could communicate with him directly in Spanish. Moreover, Xianxia was not only the boss, but also a key player in the RCD Español team. In comparison, he naturally felt closer to Xiao Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, your performance today was completely phenomenal," Ruby said excitedly. "During the press conference just now, most of the questions were about you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The Girona team is not very strong. There is nothing to be proud of even if we beat them." Ruby could not help but show an unnatural expression. Although the RCD Espanyol team was not as miserable as Girona this season and had established the advantage of avoiding relegation early, on paper, RCD Espanyol and Girona were considered to be relatively close in strength. Xiao Ruofei so casually categorized Girona as a weakling team made Ruby feel as if he was not showing his face. Even after Xiao Ruofei left the field, RCD Espanyol relied on their regular main players and still scored 3 goals in the 45 minutes of the second half. It seemed that the gap between the two teams was relatively large, but this had to be looked at separately. If they did not have a 5-goal lead in the first half, the RCD Espanyol players would not have played so casually, and the Girona players would not have been distracted, leading to frequent mistakes in the rear defensive line. Under these circumstances, it was normal to lose 3 goals. Ruby thought about it and decided not to discuss the issue of Girona. He said, "Sincerely, Mr. Xia. Thank you very much for everything you have done for the team. The 6 points from these 2 games are worth a lot of money to the club. Maybe when we look back at the end of the season, we will realize that these 6 points will be the key for us to enter the European competition. Especially against Barca, those 3 points were completely unplanned." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "If it is possible, I would even be willing to play for the team in the last 3 games. But I am really sorry, I am also very busy in the country. I am afraid that the last 3 games will depend on all of you." Ruby quickly said, "Mr. Xia, please rest assured. We will definitely do our best and strive to get a place in the European competition." Xiao Ruofei had already overfulfilled his mission. He had originally come to play for the team in the game against Barca before leaving. Now, he had played one more game and helped the team to an 8-0 victory. Not only did he score 3 points, but he also added 8 goals to the team. 5 of them were directly related to him. For the club, if there was a need to calculate the points at the end of the season, these 8 goals might play a decisive role. Xiao Ruofei had helped the team through the most difficult game, successfully taking down Barca in the away game, and then conveniently making Girona cry. It was like in a game, the most difficult level had been cleared, and they had also taken care of a small fry. If they still could not deal with the remaining opponents and could not hold on to their victory in the final stage, they would be too ashamed to face their elders. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "I heard that Sevilla is still behind. If this score is maintained until the end of the game, then we will be in the top 7 and basically guarantee a place in the European competition. Then, in the remaining 3 games, as long as we don't make any mistakes, no one can take the fruits of victory away from us." Ruby nodded excitedly and said, "Yes. Our staff has been watching the game from the front. The score is still 1-0, Sevilla is behind." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then let's just turn on the TV and watch the game together. So that we don't have to keep thinking about it." The home team's locker room was naturally very well equipped. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, a player immediately ran over to turn on the TV and quickly found the channel that was broadcasting the game. Everyone watched the live broadcast. Sure enough, Sevilla was still behind 0-1. At this time, the second half of the game had just begun, so Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun simply accompanied everyone to watch the game. The 45-minute game was fast, but for the RCD Espanyol players, it was actually quite torturous, especially now that Sevilla was behind. They could not wait for the time to pass so that the score would not change. Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun sat in the middle of the front row, with Ruby sitting next to Zhou Leiyun. Xiao Ruofei also called Wu Lei, who had just come out of the shower, to sit next to him. The 3 of them watched the game while whispering in Chinese. The strength of the Sevilla team was still quite strong, especially when they were behind by a goal. Their offense was even more fierce. Throughout the entire second half, Sevilla's opponent, Mallorca, was jittery in front of the goal. There was almost no decent counterattack. The 3 lines were almost pressed together, so the RCD Espanyol players watched with trepidation. Fortunately, although Mallorca looked like they would lose the ball at any time, luck was always on their side. In the second half alone, Sevilla had already had 2 shots hit the post. There was also a powerful header that looked like it was about to go in, but it was cleared by the Mallorca defender on the goal line. This feeling of losing the ball at any time made the RCD Espanyol players extremely nervous. They were even more nervous than the Mallorca fans, who knew how many times more nervous than when they were playing football themselves. Time passed minute by minute. Mallorca miraculously kept the goal in the midst of the wind and rain. The RCD Espanyol players really felt like every second was a year. Finally, the game entered the injury stoppage time. The fourth official raised the sign. When everyone saw that the stoppage time was actually 5 minutes long, they could not help but curse. Although the RCD Espanyol players knew that cursing in front of the television had no effect, they still subconsciously cursed. The broadcast also showed that the Mallorca manager was also very dissatisfied with the stoppage time and constantly protested to the fourth official. In fact, from an objective point of view, Mallorca more or less used some lying on the grass tactics in the second half. With the slightest bit of physical contact, the players would fall to the ground very exaggeratedly. Especially after 70 or 80 minutes, there were constantly people who cramped and fell to the ground. The referee had to stop the game time and time again. When Xianxia watched the game, he was much more relaxed than the other RCD Espanyol players. The game had just entered injury stoppage time when another Mallorca player fell to the ground in pain holding his thigh. The Sevilla player next to him also had a helpless look on his face. The two did not have any physical contact at all. After the referee blew the whistle to stop the game, the Mallorca player indicated that he had cramped. Many of the Sevilla players showed dissatisfaction, and the Mallorca players nervously went over to the player to press his leg. The referee could only signal for the team doctor to enter the field. Xianxia said with a smile, "I think the most tired person in the second half of the game should be the Mallorca team doctor. I'm worried that their team doctor will have cramps." The RCD Espanyol players roared with laughter. In fact, although the RCD Espanyol team was not very strong, their work ethic in the game was still good. They rarely deliberately lied on the grass to delay the game. However, when they watched the game, none of them expressed contempt for Mallorca. They even faintly hoped that Mallorca would be more shameless and delay the game a little longer. Under the referee's constant requests and the Sevilla players' protests, the team doctor helped the Mallorca player out of the field. They had originally wanted to go out from the sidelines, but the referee stopped them in time and let them leave the field from the end line. After the Mallorca player left the field, he jumped on the spot and was full of energy again. He quickly ran to the sidelines and raised his hand to the referee to signal that he wanted to re-enter the game. The referee was probably a little uncomfortable with Mallorca's behavior, so he turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he dropped the ball first and let Sevilla start the game first. The Sevilla player did not commit a foul just now. The game was stopped because of an injury, so when the game resumed, the ball was still in Sevilla's hands. Sevilla immediately took the ball and launched an attack. The Mallorca player waited anxiously on the sidelines, his hand almost sore from holding it up. The referee finally turned his head to look at him, then waved his hand to indicate that he could enter the field. In the end, the actual injury stoppage time of the game reached more than 6 minutes. This was also the referee's compensation for Mallorca's delay in the injury stoppage time to the Sevilla team. However, Sevilla did lack some luck in this game. The bombardment in the final stage was still unable to penetrate Mallorca's goal. In the end, they could only pay for their low-level mistake in the first half and suffer a grievance in the away game with a score of 0-1. When the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game, there was a huge burst of cheers in the locker room at El Prat Stadium. The RCD Espanyol players hugged each other to celebrate. They were happier than when their team won the game. Xianxia also hugged Wu Lei, Zhou Leiyun, and Ruby to celebrate. Once the result of this game was out, regardless of the results of the other teams, the RCD Espanyol team was guaranteed to be at least 7th place at the end of this round. In other words, the RCD Espanyol team was already half a step into the European competition. When the excitement of the players had calmed down a little, Xianxia clapped his hands and said loudly, "Guys, quiet down first. Today, while everyone is here, I'll announce a few things." The RCD Espanyol players quieted down. Everyone turned their eyes to Xiao Ruofei with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Some people even thought that since the team was in a good position to compete for a place in the European competition, would Xiao Ruofei simply want to stay and play out the remaining 3 rounds of the game? If that was the case, then it could really be said that they could sit back and relax. After all, the RCD Espanyol team's opponents in the last 3 rounds were not particularly strong. Even without Xiao Ruofei, they still had to strive to win these 3 games, and their chances were not small. If Xiao Ruofei could represent the team, it was no exaggeration to say that the entire RCD Espanyol team's fighting power would rise a lot. There was basically not much suspense in taking down the opponents in the last 3 rounds. Obviously, these players were a little overthinking. Xiao Ruofei certainly could not continue to stay in Spain for the next 3 weeks. After he looked around, he said with a smile, "The first thing, I just discussed with General Manager Zhou. Today, we won a hearty victory, and the Sevilla team lost unexpectedly. We finally rushed to the 7th position. This is something to be happy about. So, we have decided that the winning bonus for today's game will be increased by 20%. Remember to check your accounts after it's received. Long live! Long live the boss! The boss is so cool." Some players whistled, and the locker room was full of cheers. In fact, a 20% increase in the scoring bonus was not a lot of money for a high-earning professional player. It was just that everyone was in a very good mood today. When Xiao Ruofei announced the good news, they all cheered like a hoot. Xiao Ruofei smiled and pointed to the young player, Pedro, who shouted the loudest, and said, "I like your good-for-nothings." The players in the locker room suddenly roared with laughter. Xiao Ruofei waited for everyone to calm down a little before he continued. "The second thing is that if the club can enter the European competition this season, even if it is only a place in the qualifiers, the club will specially put out a sum of money as a special bonus to everyone. The specific amount is confidential for the time being, but it will definitely surprise everyone." This time, the cheers of the players were even louder, and this time everyone was really happy from the bottom of their hearts. Because everyone knew that since Xiao Ruofei specifically mentioned this matter, once the goal of returning to the European competition at the end of the season was really achieved, the club's bonus, the amount of money. Xiao Ruofei finally said, "There's one more thing. I'll treat everyone to a big meal tonight. I've already asked General Manager Zhou to send someone to pick the place. It's definitely the best restaurant in Barcelona. Everyone, no one is allowed to be absent. In addition, you're allowed to bring your family." "Boss, how many can I bring?" Mark Roca asked with a smile. "How many wives do you have?" Xiao Ruofei immediately asked back. The players suddenly laughed. One by one, they touched Mark Roca's head and asked him how many girlfriends he had. Mark Roca scratched his head and laughed a little embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei obviously deliberately misinterpreted his meaning, but it also made the atmosphere in the locker room more joyful. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "There's no limit to the number of people. Girlfriends, wives, and children can all be brought. This is a family gathering." "Understood. Boss is generous." "Thank you, boss." Today's RCD Espanyol's game kicked off very early. Although they watched half the game in the locker room after the game ended, it was not yet 5 o'clock, so the players went home to change their clothes and bring their families to the appointment. The time was just right. Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked out of the locker room. The players still had to take the team bus back to the Danihawk base. Everyone's cars were parked at the training base, and then they took the bus together. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei walked out side by side. He said, "Lei, bring your wife and children when you go back. This is also a rare opportunity to communicate with your teammates. If you want to play in a team for a long time, it's impossible to leave the support of your teammates, so you have to learn to integrate into the team." Wu Lei was more humble, and his attitude towards training and games was very positive. It could be said that he was a player full of positive energy, but his personality was a little shy. Coupled with the fact that he had not learned Spanish well, he did not communicate much with his teammates. "I know, thank you for the reminder, Brother Xia." Wu Lei nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei did not leave with the team bus, but took Zhou Leiyun's car directly back to the hotel. Although it was Xiao Ruofei's treat, in fact, it was Zhou Leiyun's assistant who handled all the work, including finalizing the restaurant at the last minute and notifying the players and coaches. Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun chatted for a while in the hotel. At 6 o'clock in the evening, together with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, they took Zhou Leiyun's luxury business car to the restaurant. Although the season was not over and there was still the league tournament next week, RCD Espanyol had won 6 points in these 2 rounds. One game was snatching food from the tiger's mouth from Barca, and the other was an 8-goal victory. The team was full of joy, and the morale was very high, so it was appropriate to call everyone together for a meal at this time. Today, almost all the members of RCD Espanyol's first team were present, including the players, coaches, and staff. Everyone brought their families and chatted happily in the high-end restaurant booked by the club. When Xiao Ruofei and his party arrived, everyone stood up and applauded to welcome them. Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun also shook hands with everyone one by one. When shaking hands with Wu Lei and his family, Xiao Ruofei also stopped to chat with them for a while in Chinese. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's identity was naturally not a player, but a team shareholder. Of course, because of the experience of playing side by side, the player's sense of intimacy with Xiao Ruofei was naturally far greater than with Zhou Leiyun. Soon the dinner began. Xiao Ruofei did not deliberately ask Wu Lei to sit at this table, but let him sit at the table with the other teammates. Because asking his family to come over could be counterproductive, making the players feel that Wu Lei was special because he and the boss were from the same hometown. Wu Lei himself also needed to integrate into the team. Such a family gathering was the easiest way to close the gap between them. Before the banquet began, Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun each gave a brief speech, and then everyone began to enjoy the delicacies carefully cooked by the restaurant. Because most of them were professional players and it was not the off-season, there were no alcoholic drinks in the restaurant today. Everyone drank fruit juice. Even so, the atmosphere of the banquet did not become cold at all because of the lack of alcohol. Everyone chatted very enthusiastically. Xiao Ruofei saw that Wu Lei was chatting happily with Diego Lopez, Naldo, and the others at the same table. Of course, with Wu Lei's current level of Spanish, it was unknown how much he could understand, but it was always an improvement. Even if he used simple words and gestures to communicate, he could still close the gap between him and his teammates. Soon, everyone began to take fruit juice drinks to the table. Many people came to toast Xiao Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun. Wu Lei also came with his wife and children to toast the 2 bosses with fruit juice instead of wine. Everyone left the banquet happily. It was also a relaxation after the game. Tomorrow, they would be back in training to prepare for the league tournament this weekend. The remaining 3 rounds of games were very important for the RCD Espanyol team. The best result was naturally to win all of them. Then, no one would be able to shake their current ranking. They might even be able to move up 1 or 2 places. Considering the matchups of the teams that theoretically still had hope of competing for the top 7, if the RCD Espanyol team could get 6 to 7 points in the last 3 rounds, that was to say, win at least 2 games and draw or lose the other game. Basically, if they could do that, they had a high probability of keeping their current ranking. For the RCD Espanyol club, which did not have the advantage in La Liga on paper, there was still a certain degree of difficulty. Fortunately, their opponents in the last 3 rounds were not too strong. In addition, the RCD Espanyol team's morale was high, so it was still possible to win in one spurt of energy. The premise was that the whole team was united and everyone was fully committed to preparing for the game. With Xiao Ruofei's 2 promises in the locker room, everyone took advantage of the dinner time on the day of the game to have a relaxed gathering together. The players were now very motivated. They were all clamoring to defeat all 3 opponents. Xiao Ruofei could see that whether it was the players or the manager, Ruby, they all wanted him to stay and continue to play for the team. Even if he played 1 more game, it would greatly increase their chances of entering the European competition. However, due to Xiao Ruofei's identity, they did not dare to directly mention it. Although Xiao Ruofei was also very concerned about whether the team could enter the Europa League, he really did not intend to continue to stay in Spain. On the one hand, it was because he had been away for more than 10 days. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in Peach Blossom Island and the company. On the other hand, and more importantly, he had already felt that he was about to break through, so he had to rush back to Peach Blossom Island as soon as possible. Only in an environment like Peach Blossom Island, where the spiritual energy was rich, would the breakthrough be smoother. Moreover, no one could disturb the breakthrough process. Peach Blossom Island's large array was undoubtedly Xia Ruofei's safest guarantee. Therefore, at the end of the dinner, Xia Ruofei said goodbye to Zhou Leyun and told him that he would leave Spain early the next morning. This time, Xia Ruofei had done enough for the club. Naturally, Zhou Leyun did not dare to ask Xia Ruofei to continue to contribute to the team. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was leaving tomorrow, he quickly said that he would see him off at the airport tomorrow. After returning to the hotel, Xia Ruofei sent Song Wei and Ling Qingshui back to their rooms. Then, he went back to his room to take a shower and went to bed early. He did not cultivate tonight because almost all of the qi in his body had been transformed into vitality. If he continued to cultivate, he might directly break through tonight. At this time, Xia Ruofei had to make his foundation more solid. Moreover, the external environment for the breakthrough had to be the best. Therefore, he could only temporarily suppress his cultivation and wait until he arrived at Peach Blossom Island tomorrow to break through. Early the next morning, Zhou Leyun came to the hotel and personally sent Xia Ruofei and the other two to Barcelona airport. He also helped to arrange everything. After going through the security check in the private jet channel, Xia Ruofei and the other two took the commercial car in the airport specially prepared for high-end customers and arrived at the tarmac where Peach Blossom was docked. Captain Lewin, who had been notified a day in advance, had already prepared with the crew. After Xia Ruofei and the other two boarded, Peach Blossom was allowed to taxi out and join the busy Barcelona airport in the departure sequence. At 8:30 in the morning, Peach Blossom was allowed to take off and soon taxied on the runway and lifted off. After stopping in Australia to refuel, Peach Blossom flew all the way to the southeast and finally landed lightly on the runway of Peach Blossom Island in the deep night. Li Yifu and Xianxia were waiting on the tarmac. As soon as the cabin door opened, the two hurriedly greeted them. Xia Ruofei took the lead and walked out of the cabin. "Mr. Xia." The two called out respectfully in unison. There were also crew members of Peach Blossom here, so the two followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and called Xia Ruofei Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yongshou, you stay here. After the crew is done with their work, you will personally take them to a place to rest." There were formations on Peach Blossom Island. Although the formations didn't change positions for the time being and the range of the formations was surrounded by barbed wire, Xia Ruofei was still worried that the crew members, who were all ordinary people, would accidentally break in. That could endanger their lives. Moreover, there were many secrets on Peach Blossom Island, so he arranged for Xianxia to follow them all the way. "Okay, Mr. Xia." Xianxia quickly said. "Yifu, let's talk as we walk," Xia Ruofei said. He took Ling Qingshui, Song Wei, and Li Yifu to the commercial car parked on the tarmac. However, Xia Ruofei didn't get in the car. He only said to Ling Qingshui and Song Wei, "Qingshui, Wei Wei, you two take Yifu's car. He will arrange a place for you to rest." Obviously, he didn't want to go back with them. Li Yifu didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest about his decision. He didn't even dare to ask. Ling Qingshui naturally didn't have such scruples. As soon as she heard this, she quickly asked, "Ruofei, where are you going?" Li Yifu and Song Wei also looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "I suddenly had some enlightenment in cultivation, so I want to do a short closed-door training." Then, Xia Ruofei said to Li Yifu, "Yifu, I will go to the core of the formation for closed-door training. At the same time, I will mobilize some formations to protect the surrounding area, so the position of the formation may change slightly tonight. Tell Xianxia to stay in the building tonight and don't run around." Ling Qingshui and Song Wei were both sensible people, and Li Yifu was even more obedient to Xia Ruofei. Therefore, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, they all nodded seriously. Song Wei said, "Ruofei, you must be careful when you cultivate alone." They had been with Xia Ruofei for so long, but they rarely saw Xia Ruofei in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, this time everyone knew that Xia Ruofei was about to break through to the gold core stage, so they had already guessed the purpose of Xia Ruofei's closed-door cultivation, but they didn't say it out loud. Xiao Ruofei nodded to everyone, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Li Yifu went over to Xianxia, who was waiting beside the plane, and said a few words. Then, he respectfully took Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and left the tarmac by car. Xiao Ruofei flew all the way and soon arrived at the cement house near the cliff on the west side of the island. This was the core of the entire formation, and also the most heavily guarded place on the island. However, Xiao Ruofei had already known about the Taishu mystical clear formation, so he naturally came here with ease. He first went to the core formation plate and used his mental strength to mobilize the formation, forming layers of protection around it. Then, he sat down cross-legged beside the core formation plate. Xiao Ruofei's heart stirred, and he summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. Under the heavy protection of the Taishu mystical clear formation, this place was naturally very safe. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator could break into the island, it would take a lot of effort to break through the encirclement and reach the core formation plate. For ordinary people, it was impossible to even use advanced equipment to spy, let alone get close. All they could see was a cloud of fog. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was very relieved to take out the spiritual map scroll in this place. Then, Xiao Ruofei quickly took out pieces of formation talismans from the spiritual map scroll that he had already taken out. He placed the spiritual map scroll in a hidden corner of the house, and then began to skillfully set up a protective formation around the place where the spiritual map scroll was hidden. These formation talismans were all made by Xiao Ruofei when he was free. They were almost all of his assets. In this way, there were layers of protection from the Taishu mystical clear formation outside, and many formations around the spiritual map scroll. It could be said that it was impregnable. After arranging everything, Xiao Ruofei felt at ease and entered the space. He chose to break through in the Ring 2 space after careful consideration. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space was much denser than in the outside world. At such a critical moment like breaking through to the Aura's core stage, the denser the spiritual energy, the better. After all, he did not have any experience. He could only read about the experiences of his seniors in various cultivation books. He did not know how much spiritual energy he would need to consume in the process of breaking through, so it was safer to break through in the space. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also clearly felt that when he cultivated in the Ring 2 space, not only was the spiritual energy denser, it seemed that his cultivation state, including his comprehension, was obviously better than the outside world. Perhaps this was one of the magical effects of the Ring 2 space. It was a little benefit left behind by the creator of the Ring 2 space, Shenren Shanhe. During normal cultivation, this kind of difference was nothing. At the critical juncture of breaking through to a major realm, Xiao Ruofei was not willing to let go of any advantage. In addition, using the Ring 2 space's environment to break through was also very important. After a period of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the outside world had already become denser. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much about the consumption of spiritual energy during the process of breaking through. In addition to absorbing energy from the chaotic space, the Ring 2 space could also absorb spiritual energy from the outside world to replenish and purify it. Using the Ring 2 space to break through here basically did not require him to worry about the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, which would damage the foundation of the space. Xiao Ruofei directly entered the Ring 2 space's Archean realm. Furthermore, he directly sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, telling him not to come over to greet him and not to enter the Archean realm without his summons. He needed an environment where he would not be disturbed. Xia Qing had originally prepared to come over to greet his master when he sensed Xiao Ruofei enter the space. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's telepathic message, he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Only then did Xiao Ruofei cross the jade bridge beside the pool and arrive at the small island in the center of the pool. He sat down cross-legged in the small square in front of the exquisite pagoda. He first meditated to adjust his state of mind, allowing his emotions to completely calm down. Xiao Ruofei did not set up any time array flags because the breakthrough was close at hand. It could be completed with a thought. It did not need too much time at all. Furthermore, the Archean realm had a 30 times faster flow of time. It was enough to save time. Very soon, Xiao Ruofei threw away all distracting thoughts and entered a state of emptiness. There was no sorrow or joy in his eyes as he naturally began to circulate the great Tao Sutra. Rich spirit qi poured into his body, cleansing his meridians and dantian. After a while, the last bit of quintessential qi in his dantian had been converted into essence energy. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei felt his meridians tremble slightly. The great Tao Sutra circulation speed had clearly sped up. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. From that moment onwards, the spirit qi absorbed into his body would directly produce essence energy after passing through his dantian. It would no longer produce quintessential qi. In fact, from the moment he broke through the qi refinement realm bottleneck, Xiao Ruofei had already cultivated the second level of the Great Tao Sutra. However, because the quintessential qi in his body had yet to completely transform into essence energy, the spirit qi he absorbed during cultivation was basically a mixture of essence energy and quintessential qi. As the ratio of quintessential qi increased, the proportion of essence energy in the mixture would also increase. Today, he finally cultivated the first wisp of pure essence energy with the second level of the Great Tao Sutra for the first time. Of course, cultivating essence energy was not Xiao Ruofei's primary task today. His main energy was placed inside his dantian. At this moment, a large amount of essence energy had gathered in his dantian. It was all transformed by Xiao Ruofei's cultivation over the past few days. Of course, because essence energy was many times purer than quintessential qi, the same dantian could naturally accommodate more essence energy. In contrast, Xiao Ruofei's dantian now felt much emptier than when he was at the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. The mental cultivation method of the second level of the Great Tao Sutra was still circulating, constantly replenishing essence energy for his dantian. The most obvious sign of the early stage of the gold core realm was the formation of a vortex of essence energy in the dantian, which was the embryonic form of the gold core realm. As long as this vortex of essence energy was formed, it meant that the cultivator had reached the early stage of the gold core realm. The Great Tao Sutra was a supreme cultivation method that pointed directly to the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second level corresponded to the gold core realm. Naturally, there was a section that described in detail how to form a vortex of essence energy. Xiao Ruofei had already learned and memorized it. The main task of his cultivation this time was to form this vortex of essence energy. As for the mental cultivation method of the second level of the Great Tao Sutra, he only needed to spare a trace of energy to circulate it naturally. According to the explanation of the cultivation method, Xiao Ruofei used his mind to control the essence energy in his dantian and began to slowly rotate it in a clockwise direction. At the beginning, Xiao Ruofei felt that the resistance was very great. With such a huge amount of essence energy, moving it a little bit as a whole made his mental strength feel overwhelmed. He had almost thoroughly studied the second level of the Great Tao Sutra. He knew very well that this was a normal phenomenon. For example, in foreign strongman competitions, it was common to see strongmen pushing heavy trucks. At the beginning, it was also the most strenuous. Often, they would use all their strength, but the truck would only move a little. However, the further it went, the easier it would be because the truck itself had inertia. Now, the situation in Xiao Ruofei's dantian was a bit similar. This was also because Xiao Ruofei's mental strength cultivation had far exceeded his essence energy cultivation. When he was in the middle stage of the qi refining realm, his mental strength had already broken through to the spirit gathering realm, which was equivalent to the gold core realm. If it were an ordinary cultivator who cultivated to this stage, their mental strength would basically just barely break through to the spirit gathering realm. Some people even lagged behind a little. In this case, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to drive such a huge amount of essence energy. Therefore, it often took many years for ordinary cultivators to break through the bottleneck of the qi refining realm to officially enter the gold core realm. For example, Luo Qingfeng was like this. It was mainly from the foundation establishment realm to the early gold core realm. Although there were no bottlenecks, there were still many difficulties to overcome. Many people were stuck in the mental strength aspect and needed to specially spend a lot of time to improve their mental strength cultivation. Of course, when ordinary cultivators reached this stage, the quantity and quality of essence energy in their dantian were not as high as Xiao Ruofei's. Therefore, it was relatively easier for them. At this time, Xiao Ruofei only felt a little strenuous. Under his full control, the essence energy in his dantian began to take heavy steps and slowly rotated in a clockwise direction in his dantian. To form a essence energy vortex, simply rotating the essence energy was naturally not enough. In the process of rotation, it was necessary to consciously use the essence energy in some key positions to construct a structure similar to a formation. Only in this way, the essence energy vortex that was finally formed could be stable and continuously absorb essence energy to gradually evolve into a real gold core. Different techniques naturally had different methods of constructing the essence energy vortex, so the essence energy vortex that was finally formed was also different. In addition, the quality of the essence energy vortex also had a lot to do with the quality of the essence energy itself. Therefore, the gold core was divided into 9 grades. Whether it was the upper 3 grades, the middle 3 grades, or the lower 3 grades, in fact, when the essence energy vortex was formed, it had already determined the grade of the gold core. The reason why Xia Ruofei attached so much importance to this breakthrough and took every step steadily and used the external conditions to the extreme was so that the essence energy vortex that was finally formed could be of a higher grade. This was a key step that determined his future cultivation path. The essence energy in his dantian slowly rotated. Xia Ruofei paid full attention to the situation of the essence energy, not daring to be distracted at all. While controlling the essence energy to accelerate the rotation, he also constantly used his mental strength to weave a mysterious pattern and integrate it into the essence energy. This was the skeleton of the essence energy vortex. Only when the skeleton was stable would the essence energy vortex formed in the end be stable. Of course, Xia Ruofei had absolute confidence in the Great Tao technique. He knew that as long as he meticulously completed the construction of the essence energy vortex according to the requirements of the technique, the essence energy vortex that was finally formed should not be of a low grade. The primordial qi rotated faster and faster. After this inertia, Xia Ruofei no longer needed to use all his strength to drive it. On the contrary, he even began to control the rotational speed slightly. This was because he had entered a critical stage when he was building the skeleton. At this time, Xia Ruofei's mind was completely devoid of any distracting thoughts. All he could think of was the part of the second layer of the Tao technique that described how to construct a primordial qi vortex. He used his spiritual energy to construct runes one after another without any delay and wrapped his primordial qi around them to form a mysterious net-like structure. This rune network also became more and more complete with the essence energy, almost covering the entire inner wall of the dantian. When the last rune was integrated into the network and closely combined with the essence energy, Xia Ruofei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully completed the part of the entire process that was most prone to problems. The following work would be much easier. He began to push the yuan qi with all his heart and soul to accelerate its rotation. As the yuan qi rotated faster and faster, the yuan qi in his dantian seemed to have a hint of berserk aura. However, with the restriction of this rune network, all the berserk aura was suppressed. No matter how strong the centrifugal force was, it did not leak out at all. The essence energy rotated like the flywheel of a giant electric motor. It was extremely heavy at first, but once the inertia began to take effect, the speed was so fast that it was terrifying. As the essence energy rotated to the extreme, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the essence energy that was originally under the effect of the centrifugal force seemed to be about to dissipate at any time. But now, it suddenly changed. It suddenly collapsed inward, and a huge suction force followed. This was like riding on a pirate ship. After reaching the highest point, it suddenly began to fall. The instantaneous transition from overweight to weightlessness made one's heart feel as if it was about to fly out of one's chest. This feeling was very similar, and it made Xia Ruofei feel uncomfortable. Of course, he did not have time to think too much. When the essence energy vortex produced a suction force, he suddenly felt a void in his dantian. The spirit qi in the ring 2 space was so rich that it even formed a mist of spirit qi above the space. Therefore, Xia Ruofei started to absorb it at full speed, and the efficiency was also very high. The moment Xia Ruofei ran the second level of the Great Way technique with all his strength, a spirit qi hole seemed to suddenly appear in the small square where he was meditating. A large amount of spirit qi mist, which was close to liquefaction, rolled towards Xia Ruofei, who was sitting upright. After Xia Ruofei broke through to the early stage of the gold core realm, the meridians in his body had also been greatly strengthened. Therefore, although the amount of spirit chi was very large, he could still barely bear it. He just felt that the meridians in his body were full of a sense of fullness. The spirit chi in the meridians quickly ran along the route of the second level of the Great Way technique. After a cycle, it entered the dantian, and a wisp of pure primordial chi was naturally produced in the dantian. Every time the primordial chi was produced, the rapidly rotating vortex in the dantian would automatically produce a huge suction force, sucking the primordial chi into the vortex. The primordial chi vortex grew bigger little by little. Basically, no matter how much primordial chi was produced, this vortex could absorb it all. Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei was absorbing the spirit chi with all his strength, he still felt a burst of emptiness in his dantian, as if he had been hungry for several days and was extremely thirsty for primordial chi. Countless spirit chi poured in from the outside and surged in Xia Ruofei's meridians. He could feel that the primordial chi vortex in his dantian was growing little by little. At the same time, he also felt that his strength was rising steadily. For the first time, Xia Ruofei directly recognized the strength of an expert at the early stage of the Jingdan stage. He felt that he was able to defeat Luo Qingfeng with the help of the formation, more or less because of luck. Even though he had broken through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage, before the formation of the primordial qi vortex, his strength was obviously much weaker than it was now. However, Xia Ruofei also faintly felt that Luo Qingfeng's strength seemed to be weaker than what he had imagined. He had not yet completely stabilized his primordial qi vortex, so it could be said that he had not completely entered the early stage of Jingdan, but according to his judgment, his strength at this time was already stronger than what Luo Qingfeng had shown that day. It should be noted that Luo Qingfeng was not only a genuine early-stage gold core expert, but he had also broken through many years ago. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had not even completed his breakthrough yet. The only explanation was that the quality of the primordial qi vortex formed by Luo Qingfeng was much worse than the primordial qi vortex that Xia Ruofei was trying to stabilize. Of course, such a thought flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind, and he quickly concentrated on his cultivation. Xia Ruofei let go of all his scruples and absorbed the spiritual qi with all his strength, which caused a temporary hole in the spiritual qi around his body. Of course, the spiritual qi in other places in the space was quickly replenished, and the current concentration of spiritual qi was enough to support his cultivation. However, the speed at which Xia Ruofei absorbed the spiritual qi during his cultivation this time was too fast. The consumption of the spiritual qi in the Ring 2 space was very fast, and it naturally triggered the formation at the bottom, so the space began to absorb energy from the chaotic space outside the membrane wall, and quickly transformed it into spiritual qi. The speed at which the energy was absorbed from the chaotic space could not keep up with the speed at which Xia Ruofei cultivated. After all, the energy absorbed from the chaotic space needed to be transformed by the formation at the bottom of the space, which took time. In this way, the total amount of spiritual qi in the space was always in the process of slowly decreasing. It was like a classic math problem. If there was a pool, open the faucet to add water, and at the same time open the drain valve to release water. If the speed of adding water was slower than the speed of releasing water, then the water level of the pool would naturally decrease slowly. If the speed of the decrease was fast enough, and the time was long enough, then the water in the pool would definitely be drained. Fortunately, the Ring 2 space's pool, in addition to absorbing energy from the chaotic space, also had another faucet, which was the Peach Blossom Island outside. Therefore, when the total amount of spiritual qi in the space continued to decrease, the formation at the bottom of the Ring 2 space also triggered a protective mechanism and began to absorb spiritual qi from the outside. What the spirit map space absorbed from the Peach Blossom Island was rich in spirit energy. It skipped the conversion process, so it was naturally much faster than absorbing energy from the chaos space. Soon, with the continuous supply of water from the two faucets, the spiritual qi in the Ring 2 space stopped decreasing and began to slowly increase again. Xia Ruofei was immersed in his cultivation, so naturally, he was completely unaware of all this. He was still operating the second layer of the Tao formula with all his strength. The spiritual qi in the space was constantly flowing into his body, and it was constantly producing pure spiritual qi in his dantian. At this time on the Peach Blossom Island, it was already late at night. However, except for the crew led by Luan, who had already washed up and gone to bed early, the others were not sleepy at all. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stayed in different rooms tonight. This was basically a kind of tacit understanding. After all, on the Peach Blossom Island, they needed to practice the Questioning Heart Sutra with Xiao Ruofei. If they stayed together, it would naturally be inconvenient. As for what would happen after the other party and Xiao Ruofei practiced together, the two of them were actually well aware of it. From their point of view, everyone was an adult. Not only men, but women also had needs in this regard. During the time in Spain, because they were shy, the two of them simply stayed together. After returning to the Peach Blossom Island, they had at least a convincing reason. Naturally, the two of them tacitly chose to stay in their own rooms. Anyway, the reception rooms in this building on the island were basically empty. Not to mention one room per person. Even if one person stayed in 10 rooms, it would not be a problem for them to change rooms every hour. At this time, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were both standing on the balcony of their rooms, looking towards the west side of the island, their faces full of concern. Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou had also been looking in the direction of Xiao Ruofei's cultivation area. They were both waiting in their rooms uneasily. After a while, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and the others raised their eyebrows at the same time and looked towards the west side of the island at the same time. This was because at this moment, there was a huge fluctuation in the world energy on the west side of the island. Although Song Wei and the others' cultivation was far inferior to Xiao Ruofei's, and they were so far away, they still felt it immediately. Soon, the world energy on the entire Peach Blossom Island seemed to be flowing quickly, rushing towards the core of the array on the west side of the island. When Xiao Ruofei arranged a protective array for the spirit map scroll, he also added a spirit gathering array around it. After accumulating for so many days, the world energy on the Peach Blossom Island was already very rich. Xiao Ruofei added another spirit gathering array, which was equivalent to gathering the world energy from other places, increasing the density of the world energy by a few points. At the beginning, the Ring 2 space absorbed the world energy from the outside world like a whale swallowing water. This was because the absorption of spiritual energy by the space was not the same as when cultivators cultivated, where they needed to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb spiritual energy. The space of the spirit map was truly absorbing spiritual energy. However much world energy was absorbed, the same amount of world energy would be stored. At most, it would be compressed. Therefore, this absorption speed was quite terrifying. Song Wei and the others felt that the direction of Xiao Ruofei's closed-door cultivation seemed to have formed a black hole, and the world energy around them was pouring directly into it as if it was free. Soon, they felt that the concentration of world energy around their bodies had a slight tendency to decrease. This speed was really terrifying. The range of the Peach Blossom Islands array was so large, and the total amount of world energy was quite considerable. Moreover, when the concentration of world energy decreased, the spirit gathering array of the Great Void Mystic Clear array would immediately accelerate the absorption. Under normal circumstances, when the concentration of world energy reached a limit, it would form a dynamic balance. Only when the consumption speed was far greater than the absorption speed of the array would the concentration of world energy on the entire island begin to decrease. Everyone couldn't help but be secretly speechless. What did Xiao Ruofei do? Could breaking through to the gold core stage really cause such a big movement? Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level was no longer something that Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, and the others could reach. They didn't have an intuitive idea of what it was like to be in the early stage of the gold core stage, so they could only quietly pay attention to Xiao Ruofei's situation with a trace of worry. At the same time, they secretly prayed for Xiao Ruofei in their hearts. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's situation in the Ring 2 space was not as dangerous as everyone had feared. It was just that the constant hunger in his dantian made him feel a little uncomfortable. Anyway, no matter how many strands of world energy he cultivated, the world energy vortex in his dantian would absorb them all, as if it would never be full. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to continue to operate the second level of the Great Tao technique, and at the same time, continue to absorb the world energy in the space. It could be said that there were countless world energy being absorbed by Xiao Ruofei every second. This was also because Xiao Ruofei had so many unique conditions. Otherwise, even the head of a cultivation sect like Luo Qingfeng would not have so many resources for him to squander. In fact, for cultivators like Luo Qingfeng and most of them, even if they finished building the skeleton of the vital qi whirlpool, the formation of the entire vital qi whirlpool would not be completed overnight. This was because the consumption of spiritual energy was too great. Therefore, a normal early-stage gold core cultivator would spend a lot of time in the world energy vortex stage, constantly producing world energy through cultivation. At the same time, the world energy would be absorbed by the vortex, making the vortex slowly grow. This process might last for several months or even a year or two. Before the cultivator succeeded in building the world energy vortex, the whole vortex would only enter and not exit, and it would not form a normal energy cycle with the dantian and the body. World energy was the purest energy in the cultivator's body, so it led to a side effect. During the period from the initial formation of the world energy vortex to the thorough stabilization of the world energy vortex, most people would be as thin as a match, just like a skeleton. This included Luo Qingfeng. Xiao Ruofei did not know how ordinary cultivators built the world energy vortex. The second level of the Great Tao technique did not mention it. Furthermore, the cultivation technique did not mention that the world energy vortex could be stabilized bit by bit. It did not need to be done overnight. Even if Xiao Ruofei knew that he could do it slowly, he would not choose this relatively safer cultivation path if the conditions allowed it. The reason was very simple: the constant intense hunger was just too unbearable. Furthermore, if he stopped cultivating, the remaining world energy in his meridians, bones, and muscles would be extracted and devoured by the world energy vortex. This was also the reason why many cultivators at this stage were like skeletons. If Xiao Ruofei knew that he would end up like that, he definitely would not have made the safe choice. In short, before the world energy vortex was completely stabilized, Xiao Ruofei constantly absorbed world energy to cultivate. Of course, he could also sense that the world energy vortex in his dantian was beginning to stabilize bit by bit. After absorbing so much world energy, it was not for nothing. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation time was actually quite long. Thankfully, there was a 30-fold difference in the flow of time between the primordial realm and the outside world. Therefore, Song Wei and company did not feel like they had waited long in the outside world. The concentration of world energy in the outside world had already decreased to about half of its usual stability. The world energy in the Ring 2 space had also decreased due to the thinning of world energy. Xiao Ruofei finally sensed that the world energy vortex had completely stabilized. He had just produced a wisp of world energy during his cultivation. Although the vortex had absorbed it, it actually spat out half of it. This wisp, or more accurately, half a wisp of world energy, was floating outside the range of the world energy vortex in his dantian space. Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised. This long cultivation process was finally coming to an end. He roughly estimated that if the primordial qi produced during this cultivation process was not absorbed and compressed by the whirlpool, but was left directly in his dantian, he was afraid that 10 dantians would not be able to contain it. In other words, the world energy vortex had successfully compressed the energy at least 10 times. The amount of energy per unit volume was more than 10 times that of ordinary world energy. Compared to the world energy from before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei could now relax a little. He also sensed that the concentration of world energy in the Ring 2 space seemed to have decreased to a certain extent. However, the decrease was not too great. It was still far from damaging the space's foundation. Therefore, he did not immediately stop cultivating. Instead, he continued to circulate the second level of the Great Tao Sutra and continued absorbing world energy. The reason was very simple: the world energy vortex was finally full, but his dantian was still empty. No matter what, he had to fill the world energy in his dantian first. However, the hunger had begun to ease, so Xiao Ruofei also deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed. He steadily absorbed world energy and then produced world energy to fill the space in his dantian bit by bit. Xiao Ruofei slowed down his absorption speed, which could be considered as a relief for the somewhat overwhelmed Ring 2 space. Under such circumstances, the Ring 2 space continued to absorb energy from the chaotic space and world energy from the outside world. Therefore, the concentration of world energy in the space slowly stabilized. Xiao Ruofei cultivated for more than 2 hours, and his dantian finally began to fill up. Now, in addition to the primordial chi vortex exuding a terrifying aura, his dantian was also filled with wisps of incomparably pure primordial chi. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop cultivating until he felt that the capacity of his dantian had reached a small limit. In fact, he had already felt that although his dantian was fully charged after more than 2 hours of cultivation, in fact, the primordial chi vortex was still constantly devouring primordial chi. However, after the vortex had consolidated, the speed of devouring primordial chi was no longer the same as before. Instead, it had become a kind of silent absorption. Although the speed was not fast, it was still going on all the time. Therefore, the primordial chi in his dantian was still in a state of slowly decreasing, and he needed to cultivate frequently to replenish it. This was also a situation that early gold core stage cultivators would encounter. Xiao Ruofei had already learned about it from the ancient books of cultivation. Moreover, the speed of primordial chi consumption was actually not very fast, so he didn't panic at all. In fact, he hoped that the primordial chi consumption would be faster. This was because after the primordial chi vortex absorbed primordial chi, it did not absorb primordial chi for nothing. Every time it absorbed a wisp of primordial chi, the vortex would expand a little, and its final evolution would naturally be a complete gold core. The faster the primordial chi consumption, the faster the cultivation speed would naturally be. Unfortunately, even if it was a top cultivation method like the Tao Ju, at this stage, he still could only rely on grinding. Unless there was a special opportunity, it was difficult to take a shortcut. After Xiao Ruofei stopped cultivating, he didn't immediately leave the Ring 2 space. He first looked inside his body to check his physical condition. After experiencing this breakthrough, especially in the process of building the primordial chi vortex, his body had also been greatly tempered. Now, the width and toughness of his meridians were incomparable to when he had just broken through the bottleneck of the chi refining stage. The other most obvious change was the increase in his strength. He could use the energy of the Yuan Qi vortex at any time. Even if he didn't use his Yuan Qi, the strength of his physical body was much higher than that of the Qi refining stage. He even felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that it was difficult for him to control the sudden increase in strength. Finally, Xiao Ruofei carefully observed the Yuan Qi vortex in his dantian. In the early stage of the Jindan stage, the most important thing was the Yuan Qi vortex. The grade of the Yuan Qi vortex determined the quality of the Jindan formed in the future. Naturally, it also determined how far a cultivator could go on this thorny path. Basically, after the formation of the Essence Qi whirlpool, the upper limit of the cultivator in the gold core stage was already determined. Very few cultivators could form a high-quality gold core after constructing a relatively trashy Essence Qi whirlpool, unless they had some kind of fortuitous encounter that completely changed their physique. The so-called 9th grade golden core referred to the grade of the Yuan Qi vortex. Xiao Ruofei carefully observed the Yuan Qi vortex in his dantian according to the judgment method described in the ancient cultivation book. The entire Yuan Qi vortex structure was compact and stable. The Yuan Qi power was very pure. From the outermost part of the Yuan Qi vortex, one could see wisps of Yuan Qi emitting from it. Each wisp contained terrifying energy. When the Yuan Qi vortex rotated, it seemed to be able to swallow a person's soul. It was a heart-palpitating feeling. Xiao Ruofei was slightly happy. This was at least a 3rd grade Yuan Qi vortex. He carefully observed the center of the vortex and found that the center was like a black hole, faintly emitting bursts of golden light. The center of the vortex was emitting golden light. This Yuan Qi vortex was at least 8th grade. Most of the Yuan Qi vortexes that appeared in this situation were 9th grade Yuan Qi vortexes. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei's heart was even more happy. He secretly said in his heart, the Great Tao formula is really extraordinary. A top-level cultivation method is indeed a top-level cultivation method. If I can condense a 9th grade golden core in the future, my cultivation path will be much smoother in the future. Moreover, a cultivator with a 9th grade Yuan Qi vortex could even challenge a middle-stage golden core cultivator at the early-stage golden core realm. His combat strength was very amazing. Xiao Ruofei continued to observe the Yuan Qi vortex and suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. He found that in the center of the Yuan Qi vortex, where the golden light was faintly emitting, there was a small bead floating steadily in the center. Moreover, it was rotating in the direction of the vortex. This bead was purple-golden color, and there was a faint purple-gold light flowing on its surface. Xiao Ruofei could feel the terrifying energy contained in this small bead just by looking inside. What is this thing? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but talk to himself. According to some of the basic knowledge of the Golden Core realm that he had learned from the ancient cultivation books, this was somewhat unusual. Although the Yuan Qi vortex's structure was very stable, its essence was still composed of Yuan Qi. Xiao Ruofei had never heard of a Yuan Qi vortex being able to condense into a solid body. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but he could feel that the Yuan Qi vortex's structure was very stable. Although the purple gold bead contained terrifying energy, it was completely controllable. There was no risk of accidentally exploding his dantian. Thinking of this, he was slightly relieved. Xiao Ruofei searched through all the cultivation books related to the Golden Core stage in his mind, but he still couldn't find any description of the purple gold bead. He couldn't think of a reason why it was there either. Therefore, after a little adjustment, he stood up and prepared to leave the Ring 2 space and return to the outside world. This was because he knew that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were definitely very worried about his seclusion. However, before leaving, Xiao Ruofei still used his mind to inform Xia Qing to come to the primordial realm. He wanted to ask about the situation in the space. Soon, Xia Qing's figure appeared in the primordial realm. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei had just crossed the Jade Bridge and returned to the pool. Xia Qing immediately revealed a look of joy when he saw Xiao Ruofei. He immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the early Golden Core realm." Xiao Ruofei asked with interest, "You can tell that I've broken through?" Xia Qing said respectfully, "Master's aura is completely that of a Golden Core realm cultivator. This subordinate can sense it." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep look at Xia Qing. Although Xia Qing was a sole puppet that completely obeyed his orders, his understanding of Xia Qing had always been very limited. As for Xia Qing, due to the established rules of the space, there were many things that he couldn't tell Xiao Ruofei before his cultivation reached a certain level. From the looks of it, Xia Qing was able to tell that he had broken through to the Golden Core realm with a single glance. This meant that his strength shouldn't be any weaker than a Golden Core realm cultivator. Xiao Ruofei didn't ask any further because he knew that if he couldn't say anything, even if he was his master, Xiao Ruofei would definitely keep his mouth shut. At that moment, Xia Qing said, "Master, since you've broken through to the Golden Core realm, there's something I can give you." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "Let me see it." He could only take it out when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. This thing was definitely not simple. Xiao Ruofei's anticipation was immediately aroused. Xia Qing said respectfully, "Master, please wait for a moment." After saying that, Xia Qing left the Archean realm in a flash. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously sensed for a moment, but to his surprise, he discovered that he couldn't sense Xia Qing's existence. After all, he had absolute control over the Ring 2 space. No matter where Xia Qing was in the space, he could immediately find him with just a thought. Now that Xiao Ruofei discovered that he had actually lost track of Xia Qing, this made him even more curious. Could it be that there was still a place in the space that he couldn't control or even sense? Xia Qing returned very quickly. Almost a moment later, he reappeared in the Archean realm. At this moment, there was an additional jade bead in his hand. Xia Qing presented the jade bead to Xiao Ruofei with both hands and said respectfully, "Master, this is what the previous master instructed me to give you when you reach the Golden Core realm. Please accept it." Xiao Ruofei took the bead with some curiosity and asked, "What is this?" The surface of the bead was engraved with the image of a Taiji Yin Yang fish. Xiao Ruofei used his mental strength to probe it, but he discovered that his mental strength couldn't penetrate the surface of the bead at all. Naturally, he didn't obtain any useful information. Xia Qing said, "When the previous master gave it to me, he didn't say what it was. However, the previous master said that when master breaks through to the Golden Core realm, master can give it to you. The previous master also said that please inject your mental strength and Yuan Qi into the 2 points of the Yin Yang fish image at the same time. Other than that, there were no other instructions." Xiao Ruofei's curiosity had reached its peak. He didn't hesitate and just pinched the bead with 2 fingers. At the same time, he injected his mental strength and yuan qi into the yin-yang fish image. He knew that perfected Mountain River definitely wouldn't be so bored as to use such a bead to plot against a junior. Since perfected Mountain River had instructed him to do so, he would do as he was told. When Xiao Ruofei injected his mental strength and yuan qi into the bead at the same time, the bead immediately lit up. The brightness was so high that it was like a small blazing sun. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously closed his eyes. However, he quickly opened his eyes again because he didn't want to miss a single detail. At this moment, something that left Xiao Ruofei extremely astonished happened. A wisp of green smoke emerged from the bead and quickly condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. This unimaginable scene made Xiao Ruofei's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He had thought of countless possibilities. Perhaps this bead contained a wonderful cultivation method or a magical formation. Perhaps taking it directly could make one's cultivation improve greatly. However, he had never thought that a figure would actually come out of the bead. Xia Qing also opened his eyes wide. His body trembled slightly and he called out in a trembling voice, "Master." Xiao Ruofei thought that Xia Qing was calling him, but he soon found that Xia Qing's eyes were completely fixed on the figure in the Taoist robe that had just appeared. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei had a thought. Could it be that the man in the Taoist robe was the former master of the Ring to Space, perfected Mountain River? If it was perfected Mountain River, then, this state, could it be his soul? That is to say, perfected Mountain River is actually dead, and his soul has been hidden in this small bead all this time. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that his brain was a little short. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe looked kind and had a gentle smile on his face. His eyes fell on Xia Qing and he said, "Little Six, are you all right?" Little Six? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that perfected Mountain River's soul had stayed in the bead for too long and there was a problem with his memory? This was obviously Xia Qing. However, Xia Qing said respectfully, reporting to Master, "Little Six has always been well. It's just that I miss Master." Xiao Ruofei patted his forehead and completely came back to his senses. He had given the name Xia Qing. Before he became the master of the Ring to Space, Xia Qing definitely wasn't called Xia Qing. It seemed that all this was really too shocking, causing his brain to short-circuit. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a Taoist robe nodded to Xia Qing, and then he shot his gaze towards Xiao Ruofei. He had a warm smile on his face since the beginning, and his voice seemed to carry a unique charm. "Young friend, we finally meet." Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. He looked at the shadow and asked uncertainly, "May I ask? Senior, are you perfected Mountain River?" The shadow smiled and said, "To be precise, I'm not perfected Mountain River, but you can also treat me as perfected Mountain River." "There's no problem." Xiao Ruofei was even more confused when he heard this. Seeing this, the shadow smiled and explained, "In fact, I'm just a thought left by perfected Mountain River, but I also have the memory of the original body." "If that's the case, do you understand?" Since Xiao Ruofei started cultivating, he had seen a lot of things that were beyond his imagination, so his psychological endurance had also been greatly trained. Although he didn't understand perfected Mountain River's explanation, he still nodded and said, "I think I understand." "Senior Mountain River, hello." Perfected Mountain River smiled and nodded, saying, "Young friend, congratulations on reaching the gold core stage. From this moment on, you can be considered to have really stepped on the road of cultivation. It seems that the opportunity one left in the Divine Land was not wasted." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. He had never reached the point where he forgot to eat and sleep in cultivation, and after getting the Ring to Space, the first thing he thought of was to grow all kinds of vegetables, fruits, and rare herbs in the space. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also grasped some key information from perfected Mountain River's words at the same time. He quickly asked, "Senior Mountain River, so have you left the earth?" When spiritual master Xianxia heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and say, "Earth? This name is appropriate. So you already know that the place we live in is actually a very large sphere?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but be speechless. This was common knowledge, okay? Even a 3-year-old child would know this, right? However, on second thought, he realized that spiritual master Xianxia had lived in at least hundreds or thousands of years ago. Even if spiritual master Xianxia had once accepted Li Yifu's grandmaster, Li Beihui, as an in-name disciple, that was more than 300 years ago. It should be during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. After that, spiritual master Xianxia's whereabouts were unknown. He had probably left Earth by then. The real proof that the Earth was round should be Magellan's voyage around the world in the 16th century. This scientific theory was brought to Huaxia by missionaries at the end of the Ming dynasty. However, it was widely accepted by Huaxia at the beginning of the 20th century. In addition, cultivators probably did not care much about secular scientific theories, so spiritual master Xianxia might really not know that as early as the 16th century, someone had already confirmed that the Earth was round. Therefore, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes, in fact, more than 500 years ago, someone had already sailed in one direction and finally returned to the place where they started. This proved that the Earth is round. Is that so? I didn't expect ordinary people in the secular world to be so resourceful, spiritual master Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he asked, by the way, what year is it now? Senior Xianxia, this year is 2019 AD. Xia Ruofei said. Spiritual master Xianxia calculated silently and said with emotion, so it's been more than 300 years. Xia Ruofei saw that spiritual master Xianxia was lamenting, so he did not say anything to disturb him. He just stood silently by the side. Spiritual master Xianxia quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. You just asked if I left Earth? Actually, I don't know either. Xia Ruofei looked at spiritual master Xianxia with some confusion. Spiritual master Xianxia smiled and said, I don't even know if I'm still alive. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and asked, is this difficult to understand? When your cultivation is high enough to separate a strand of your consciousness, you will understand. Senior, please advise me. Xia Ruofei respectfully said. Sage Xianxia nodded and said, like I said, I'm just a thought left behind by Sage Xianxia. When he left behind this will, he was indeed preparing to leave the Earth you speak of. Before he left behind this mountain river spirit map and sealed my will here. As for what happened after that, I naturally have no way of knowing. Xia Ruofei was suddenly enlightened. The will left behind by Zhenren Xianxia also carried his previous memories. However, the will itself did not know what happened after it was separated. Xia Ruofei was just caught in a thought pattern. He instinctively thought that the shadow in front of him was immortal Xianxia. Strictly speaking, it was not immortal Xianxia himself. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for clearing my doubts. Xia Ruofei said respectfully, I also want to ask you why Senior Xianxia left the Earth more than 300 years ago. According to my observation, the spiritual qi on the Earth is very heterogeneous and not suitable for cultivation at all. If it weren't for this space treasure left behind by Senior, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the gold core stage in such a short time. And I also know that the level of cultivators on the Earth is generally not high. What about those high-level cultivators? Did they all leave the Earth? Immortal Xianxia said with a smile, you guessed right. More than 300 years ago, most of the cultivators above the nascent soul stage left the divine land in batches, which is the Earth you speak of. As for the reason, the most direct one is what you said just now. The cultivation environment of the divine land has suddenly deteriorated. Of course, the departure of the masters is not as simple as avoiding disaster. I can only tell you this simply. As for the specific details, with your current cultivation, knowing them won't do you any good, but will only bring you harm. Xia Ruofei was a little speechless. He didn't expect that a senior like Immortal Xianxia would play the game of keeping him in suspense. Immortal Xianxia seemed to have seen through Xia Ruofei's thoughts. He said with a smile, young friend, I'm not deliberately keeping you in suspense, but knowing too much is not good for you. I can only tell you that the deterioration of the cultivation environment on the divine land is not a natural evolution, nor is it caused by the cultivators on the divine land. If you want to know all this, you must first have the basic strength to intervene in this matter. Senior, what cultivation level do I need to reach? Xia Ruofei asked. At least the nascent soul stage. To be precise, it's the late stage of the nascent soul stage. And you must cultivate the Great Way formula to that stage. Immortal Xianxia said seriously, I can also tell you that the deterioration of the cultivation environment has not stopped. I estimate that more than 300 years have passed, and the cultivation environment on the Divine Land is probably even worse now. This kind of deterioration will continue, and the further it goes, the faster it will be. At that time, it will not only affect the cultivators, but even the living environment of ordinary people will be affected. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He knew that Immortal Xianxia would not lie to him, and there was no need for him to lie to him. It was just that now he was not even qualified to know about this matter, which also made him feel a strong sense of frustration. Seeing Xiao Ruofei fall into silence, Immortal Xianxia couldn't help but smile and say, You don't have to be too stressed. Since I left this spirit map of mountains and rivers, and you are fated to inherit all this, then you still have a good chance to cultivate to the late stage of the nascent soul stage with this opportunity. In addition, when you reach the nascent soul stage, I also left you a big gift, which will also be of great help to you. Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei said, but I'm worried that my cultivation speed is too slow. You worry too much. Immortal Xianxia said with a smile, I said that the speed of environmental degradation is accelerating, but that's relative to the long history of history. How long will it take for you to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? Furthermore, this is only the worst-case scenario. There is another possibility. If it succeeds, you won't even need to do anything. The problem will be solved. What is this possibility? You can't tell me now, can you? Xiao Ruofei asked. You're worth teaching. Immortal Xianxia said with a laugh. Xiao Ruofei smiled helplessly. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked, Senior Xianxia, do you have a disciple named Li Beihuai? Li Beihuai was Li Yifu's grandmaster. Although Xiao Ruofei had basically confirmed this relationship from the cultivation method he cultivated and the handwritten letter left by Immortal Xianxia, since Immortal Xianxia was here, he wanted to confirm it. Immortal Xianxia said with a strange expression, Little friend, you know Li Beihuai? He's indeed an in-name disciple I took in. Beihuai's talent is good, but the cultivation environment of the Divine Land has deteriorated a lot at that time. I'm afraid his cultivation path will be extremely difficult. Besides, I was already planning to leave the Divine Land at that time, so I only took him in as an in-name disciple. At this time, Immortal Xianxia's shadow trembled slightly. He spoke faster and said, Little friend, if you have any questions, ask me quickly. As long as I know and can tell you, I'll definitely tell you. My consciousness can't be maintained for too long. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and quickly asked, Senior, what are you? Immortal Xianxia said with a smile, I'm just a consciousness. Now that I've completed my mission, it's natural for me to disappear. The energy of the spiritual bead can still be maintained for a while. Little friend, if you have any questions, just ask them quickly. Xiao Ruofei nodded quickly. He didn't have time to be sad. He racked his brains to think of what questions he needed to be answered, but the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't think of anything. After half a minute, seeing that the shadow of Immortal Xianxia had begun to fade, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly asked, Senior, when I was building the essence chi vortex at the early stage of the gold core, I found a small purple gold ball in the center of the vortex. It seemed to contain a very terrifying power. What caused this? Will there be any hidden dangers? Immortal Xianxia smiled and said, Little friend, you don't have to worry. You broke through to the gold core stage by cultivating the Great Way formula. It's normal for the essence chi condensation bead to appear in the essence chi vortex. Moreover, the essence chi condensation bead has reached the highest level of purple gold, which also shows that your cultivation foundation is very solid. You just need to cultivate seriously according to the cultivation method of the Great Way formula. As long as you don't make any mistakes, there won't be any problems. Xiao Ruofei also breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard this. Since he found the purple gold bead in the essence chi vortex, he had been a little uneasy in his heart. The main reason was that he had read the descriptions of the early stage of the gold core stage in many ancient books in his mind, but none of them mentioned that there would be a solid bead in the essence chi vortex at the early stage of the gold core stage. This made him even more worried about whether there was a deviation in his cultivation process. Immortal Xianxia's words completely dispelled Xiao Ruofei's concerns and worries. Xiao Ruofei then asked, Senior Xianxia, according to various ancient books, the quality of the gold core is closely related to the level of the essence chi vortex. Then, which level is the essence chi vortex with the purple gold essence chi? Condensation bead in the center of the gold core stage? Immortal Xianxia showed a confident smile when he heard this and said lightly, the gold core stage is divided according to most cultivation methods. My little friend, you're practicing the Great Way formula, so the golden core you've formed is naturally not among the 9 grades. If you really want to classify it, then it should be considered a supreme grade, right? After all, the golden core formed by cultivating the Tao formula is much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade golden core. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth wide in shock. Spiritual Master Xianxia's words were really domineering. A transcendent grade golden core. It sounded much more domineering than the 3 upper grades, the 3 middle grades, and the 3 lower grades. Moreover, he had also said that the golden core condensed from the Tao formula was much more powerful than an ordinary 9th grade golden core. Moreover, according to Zhenren Xianxia, the Yuan Qi condensed bead in Xiao Ruofei's Yuan Qi whirlpool was of the highest grade, purple gold. Wouldn't the Jindan he condensed in the future be awesome? Xiao Ruofei was so immersed in shock and imagination that he did not even notice that the shadow of Immortal Xianxia had become fainter, as if it would disappear without a trace if a gust of wind blew over. At this time, Xiaoqing, who had been standing respectfully at the side, shouted sadly, Master. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses. He saw that the shadow of Immortal Xianxia had become so faint that it was almost indistinguishable. He could not help but cry out sadly, Senior Xianxia. The shadow of Immortal Xianxia smiled and said, Little Six, my little friend, there's no need to be sad. We will meet again if fate allows. The voice of Immortal Xianxia became fainter and fainter. He said, My little friend, I hope you will work hard in your cultivation. Don't let this rare opportunity go to waste. Xiao Ruofei saw that Zhenren Xianxia's shadow had almost disappeared without a trace. He suddenly shouted, Senior, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that I can be your disciple. Please grant my wish. At this time, the shadow of Immortal Xianxia could no longer be seen with the naked eye in the space, but his hearty laughter still came from the air. He said, You have obtained my opportunity and cultivated my cultivation method. You and I are destined to be master and disciple. I will take you as my disciple. His voice came to an abrupt end, and the shadow of Immortal Xianxia completely disappeared. The bead in Xiao Ruofei's hand with the pattern of the yin-yang fish also cracked into several pieces. Xiaoqing revealed a sorrowful expression and shouted, Master. Xiao Ruofei could hear the sadness in Xiaoqing's voice. If Xiaoqing was not a spiritual puppet but a human with flesh and blood, he would have burst into tears at this time. Xiao Ruofei's mood was also a little agitated. After a while, he slowly calmed down. First, he solemnly knelt in the direction where the shadow of Immortal Xianxia had disappeared and kowtowed 3 times respectfully to complete the ceremony of taking him as his master. Then, he stood up and said, Xiaoqing, you don't have to be too sad. Master just said that this was just a thought of his. Master has already left the earth. I promise you that when my cultivation reaches Master's requirements in the future, I will find a chance to take you to him. Xiaoqing looked grateful and said respectfully, Thank you, Master. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, You don't have to be so polite. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked Xiaoqing about the recent situation in the Ring 2 space. After knowing that everything was normal, including the labor team formed by the mercenaries, he hurriedly left the Ring 2 space and returned to the outside world. Xiao Ruofei also knew that Song Wei and the others must be looking forward to it, so he did not stay in the Ring 2 space for long. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei put the spiritual map scroll into his palm, then removed the formation talisman he had just set up. Through the core of the formation, he restored the many protective formations of the Great Void Mystic Clear formation to their original positions. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed toward the building where Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, lived. The building that was originally used as the project department building had now been turned into a comprehensive building by Xiao Ruofei. Other than a portion of the floors being renovated into guest rooms of different grades, the other floors would be used as the operations center of the entire Peach Blossom Island in the future. All the relevant staff would work there. However, due to the location of Peach Blossom Island, the ordinary staff of the secular world were as few as possible. This building was more than enough. The staff's dormitory could even be arranged in the guest rooms upstairs. As for the name of the building, because the headquarters of the domestic company was called the Peach Blossom Building, Xiao Ruofei did not prepare a name for it in order to give it a different treatment. He thought about it during his free time and decided to use a simple and impressive name, Flaming Yellow Building. All the people of Huaxiao were descendants of the Yellow Emperor. On this isolated island thousands of miles away from home, naming it Flaming Yellow Building could be considered a little homesickness. At this moment, in the Flaming Yellow Building, Li Yifu, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Jing Yongshou, who had been taken in by Xiao Ruofei as a sole slave, were not sleepy at all. Everyone was paying attention to the situation on the west side of the island. While Xiao Ruofei was absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy to build the essence energy vortex, the spiritual energy on Peach Blossom Island was also being consumed at an extremely fast rate. This was especially so in the Ring 2 space, where the flow of time in the outside world was 30 times faster than in the outside world. Therefore, the spiritual energy consumed in the outside world in a minute was equivalent to the amount replenished in half an hour in the space. As a result, the spiritual energy density within the array formation of Peach Blossom Island dropped at an extremely exaggerated rate. In just a minute or two, it was less than half of its original level. It had to be known that the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation covered a very large area. Not only did it include the entire Peach Blossom Island, but it also included a portion of the sea outside the island. Although the spiritual energy density within such a large area was different from the distance of the array formation's core, overall, it was many times denser than outside the array formation. It could be said to be a paradise on Earth. The total amount of spiritual energy that took such a long time to condense in such a large area was also an astonishing number. In just a minute or two, more than half of such a huge amount of spiritual energy had been consumed. This completely exceeded the understanding of Li Yifu and the others. If Li Yifu and the others were to cultivate, they would not be able to absorb such a large amount of spiritual energy even in a year and a half. Within the range of the Grand Formation, the drifting spiritual energy from the outside world would be absorbed at any time, purified and condensed, and constantly replenished. Therefore, in theory, even if there were over 100 cultivators at the level of Li Yifu and Song Wei cultivating on the island at the same time, the Grand Formation would be able to maintain a dynamic balance of the total amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, due to the difference in the flow of time, this whale-like absorption did not last for long. After a few minutes, when the spiritual energy density in the outside world had dropped to a level not much higher than the spiritual energy density outside the array formation, this terrifying absorption came to an abrupt end. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had not actually stopped cultivating at this time. It was just that he had completed the construction of the energy vortex and was only circulating his cultivation method to fill his dantian, so his cultivation speed had slowed down. The Ring 2 space could also absorb energy from the chaotic space outside the membrane to maintain a steady increase in the amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, the lower priority option was to stop absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world. Li Yifu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. They believed that Xiao Ruofei's seclusion should have ended. This seclusion might have only lasted 10 to 20 minutes, and this included the time Xiao Ruofei spent setting up the array formation in the outside world. In reality, the time he spent in the primordial realm was less than 10 to 20 minutes in the outside world. Li Yifu and the others did not know about the existence of the Ring 2 space. Unlike Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue knew that Xiao Ruofei had array flags that could change the flow of time. Therefore, the two of them were not as surprised as Li Yifu about this whale-like absorption of spiritual energy. They also believed that Xiao Ruofei had finished his seclusion, but they believed that Xiao Ruofei had used a time array flag. However, after waiting for a few more minutes, Li Yifu and the others finally sensed a familiar aura flying over from the west side of the island. Everyone revealed a hint of joy. Then, they came out of their rooms at the same time, took the elevator downstairs, and gathered at the door to wait. Sure enough, Xiao Ruofei's figure soon appeared in front of everyone. Everyone only felt their vision blur. Xiao Ruofei, who was just a blurry figure a few hundred meters away, was already standing in front of everyone with a smile on his face. This speed had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei did not deliberately conceal his cultivation. Li Yifu and the others were all cultivators. Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation, had even reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Therefore, they immediately felt a powerful aura oppressing them. At that moment, they even felt a little breathless. Li Yifu and the others immediately came back to their senses, and everyone revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Li Yifu was the first to say in a trembling voice, "Martial Granduncle." This disciple boldly asks, Have you broken through?" Although Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Jing Yongshou did not speak, their eyes were also full of expectation. The four of them eagerly looked at Xiao Ruofei. There was no doubt that Xiao Ruofei was the backbone of everyone, and also the core competitiveness of the entire team. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation being able to break through the Great Meridian Street was naturally a good thing for everyone to celebrate. What's more, there was also Jing Yongshou, who was absolutely loyal to Xiao Ruofei. With a gentle smile on his face, Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "My luck is pretty good. I've already broken through to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. When I was consolidating my cultivation just now, I absorbed a lot of spirit qi. I didn't scare everyone, did I?" As soon as Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world, he had already felt that the concentration of spirit qi on Peach Blossom Island had dropped greatly. After thinking for a while, he had already guessed the reason. In fact, this was also good. If he had only absorbed the spirit qi in the Ring 2 space, there would have been no fluctuations in the spirit qi in the outside world, and he had already broken through to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Obviously, it was a bit too strange. Now that the concentration of spirit qi in the outside world had dropped so much, it meant that there had been a lot of movements on the island when he had just broken through. Everything was more reasonable. Although these people in front of him were absolutely trustworthy, the Ring 2 space was always Xiao Ruofei's core secret. If it was not necessary, he would never reveal it to anyone else. Li Yifu said, "We have already guessed that Martial Granduncle is breaking through to the next realm, so the more spirit qi is absorbed, the more excited we are. This means that Martial Granduncle's strength will definitely be greatly improved after this breakthrough." Jing Yongshou, who was standing to one side, also said with joy, "Mr. Xia. I remember that after my master converted all his genuine qi into primordial qi, he had been in seclusion for more than a year before he finally broke through to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. I didn't expect you to complete it in just 10 minutes. This is simply a miracle." Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and asked, "Can the construction of the primordial qi vortex be done slowly?" Primordial qi vortex? Jing Yongshou was a little puzzled when he heard this. Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that for cultivators at the qi refining stage like them, they probably didn't know much about the Gold Core realm, nor did they know what the primordial qi vortex was, so he explained, "It's a breakthrough to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Can the breakthrough process be dragged out for more than a year? Shouldn't it be completed in one spurt of energy?" Jing Yongshou obviously only knew that Luo Qingfeng had been in seclusion for more than a year and had broken through to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. He didn't know the details of the process, and he knew even less about the matter of cultivators building the primordial qi vortex, so he was also confused. With a confused expression, he said, "Mr. Xia, I'm not too sure about this. Before my master went into seclusion, he once said that he had successfully converted all the genuine qi in his body into primordial qi. This time, he was in seclusion and would only come out when he broke through to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Later, he spent more than a year in seclusion this time." Xiao Ruofei nodded. It seemed that Jing Yongshou didn't know much, and he also faintly felt that other cultivators wouldn't be able to build the primordial qi vortex like him. Otherwise, with the current cultivation environment on Earth, no one would be able to build it successfully. However, what he also didn't understand was that before the completion of the primordial qi vortex, the extremely serious sense of hunger in the dantian and the feeling of absorbing any strand of free primordial qi in the body all the time should be very difficult for cultivators to bear, right? Even if they could bear it, wouldn't they be sucked dry after a long time? Anyway, the second layer of the Tao skill didn't say that the construction of the primordial qi vortex could be carried out step by step, so Xiao Ruofei felt that his method should be more reliable, but it might not be suitable for the current cultivation environment on Earth. Thinking of this, he pondered for a moment, and then said to Xianxia, contact your master. If he doesn't have a lot of things on hand, ask him to come here. I have something to ask him. It was naturally better to ask Luo Qingfeng directly about the gold core stage. Moreover, before Luo Qingfeng left last time, he said that there would be a cultivation auction in the near future, and it was rumored that there might be a storage ring. Xia Ruofei calculated that the time should be relatively close, so he simply decided to summon Luo Qingfeng. Okay, I'll contact my master right away, Xianxia said respectfully. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, and then turned his gaze to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. The two of them were naturally very happy that Xia Ruofei could break through to the early stage of the gold core stage. However, compared to the breakthrough of cultivation, they were more happy that Xia Ruofei safely passed through the difficulties of breaking through to the next realm. If any accident happened during this breakthrough, they couldn't believe how they could bear it. In fact, whether it was Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, they would rather Xia Ruofei be mediocre than have him be in any danger. However, both of them knew that Xia Ruofei was destined not to be mediocre, and they absolutely couldn't drag Xia Ruofei down, so all their worries could only be hidden in their hearts. When Xia Ruofei looked over, both of them showed a sweet smile and said in unison, "Congratulations on the breakthrough." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's just a matter of time. As long as you keep on cultivating, you're not far from the gold core stage. Yifu and Yongshou, stay on Peach Blossom Island and cultivate well. In the future, you will know that the gold core stage is nothing at all." Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou both showed an excited expression and nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei then said, "Don't just stand here. Let's go in and talk. Yifu, find a bigger room and prepare some food and wine. Today, we're going to celebrate." "Martial uncle, I've already prepared everything," Li Yifu said with a smile. "It's in the reception room on the 3rd floor. It's spacious there." "Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," Xia Ruofei said with a laugh. The reception room on the 3rd floor of the Yanhuang building was originally designed to be a formal meeting place for some important visitors. The space was very spacious, but the main furnishings were a circle of very comfortable leather sofas. Li Yifu knew that Xia Ruofei was going to return to Peach Blossom Island, so he and Jing Yongshou had arranged a long table in the middle of the reception room in advance. They had also personally prepared a lot of food and wine. Now, there were no other staff on Peach Blossom Island, so everything had to be done by themselves. However, as soon as Xia Ruofei got off the plane, he went straight to the core of the formation for closed-door cultivation, so this small welcome banquet was not used. Now, it could be changed to a celebration banquet. Xia Ruofei and the others went to the reception room on the 3rd floor together. Although Jing Yongshou's cultivation was much higher than Li Yifu's, he knew that his status was definitely not as good as Li Yifu's, so he consciously took on the role of a waiter. Soon, he served the cold dishes that had been prepared and was busy pouring wine for everyone. Just as he was about to heat up the dishes, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yongshou, don't be busy. Come and have a drink with us." When Jing Yongshou heard this, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He quickly said, "Thank you, Moss. Mr. Xia." Because Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were present, Jing Yongshou had to call Xia Ruofei Mr. Xia. He was so excited that he almost blurted it out. Xia Ruofei did not blame him. He just smiled gently and said, "Pour the wine yourself." "Yes." Jing Yongshou quickly poured wine into his own glass. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, "Today, I finally broke through to the gold core stage. This is a day worth celebrating. Let's toast. In addition, everything on Peach Blossom Island will gradually get on the right track. Many ordinary people will come to the island to take on some basic work, including our own guards. So there are still a lot of things to do. I'll have to trouble you too, Yifu and Yongshou. Master's uncle, you're too kind. This is what we should do. Mr. Xia, it's my honor to serve you," Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou said hurriedly. After a simple celebratory banquet, Xia Ruofei let everyone return to their rooms to rest. He was quite tired from his breakthrough today, so even though he hadn't slept with Song Wei or Ling Qingxue for a while, he still decided to wait until he was in a better state the next day. If their performance in bed wasn't satisfactory, then it would be very embarrassing. Although for a cultivator, the possibility of such a situation happening was very low, one had to know that Song Wei and Ling Xianxia were cultivators too. In terms of endurance, the two of them were naturally many times stronger than ordinary girls. The next morning, after eating the breakfast that Jing Yongshou had specially prepared, Xiao Ruofei first called Li Yifu to his room. Ever since he met Li Yifu, Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with his performance. This old man really respected him from the bottom of his heart and treated him as an elder of his sect. Moreover, he did everything that he gave him beautifully and never disappointed Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei naturally had no doubts about Li Yifu's loyalty. In addition, after Venerable Shana's consciousness confirmed that Li Beihuai was his in-name disciple in the Ring 2 space last night, Xiao Ruofei naturally felt closer to Li Yifu. As soon as Li Yifu entered the room, he bowed respectfully to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Good morning, Martial Granduncle." Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and pointed to the sofa beside him. "Yifu, come and sit down." "Thank you, Martial Granduncle," Li Yifu said, then walked to the sofa beside Xiao Ruofei and sat down. Although he said he sat, he was actually leaning against one side of his buttocks, and his whole body was still straight. In front of Xiao Ruofei, regardless of whether there were outsiders or not, he always maintained sufficient etiquette. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Li Yifu and said helplessly, "Yifu, relax a little. I told you to sit, not to do the martial art squat." "Yes." Li Yifu adjusted his sitting posture slightly, but he still maintained his upright posture. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a wry smile and no longer corrected Li Yifu's sitting posture. He asked kindly, "How's the situation on the island during this period of time? Tell me about it." "Yes, Martial Granduncle," Li Yifu said, "I've already set up all the locations where the formation was set up as forbidden zones according to Martial Granduncle's instructions. I installed barbed wire fences and hung eye-catching warning signs. In addition, while Martial Granduncle was away, everything on the island was normal. Nothing unexpected happened." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei then asked, "The list of weapons and equipment I sent you last time, have you contacted the seller?" After Xiao Ruofei and the old company commander confirmed the weapons and equipment of the guards, they sent the list to Li Yifu and asked him to be in charge of purchasing it. Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Martial Granduncle, I've already placed an order with the black market arms dealer in Mexico through my connections with the Hong sect. The list is full of commonly used U.S. military equipment. It shouldn't be difficult for the big arms dealers to prepare. They should be able to get the goods ready soon." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Buy from Mexico? I saw that the list is full of U.S. military equipment." Li Yifu smiled and said, "Martial Granduncle, although guns are allowed in the United States, the gun control is stricter. In addition, for such a large order of weapons and equipment, it's more convenient to buy from Mexico. Although the black market arms dealers ask for a higher price, they have their own channels to get the goods from the U.S. military suppliers in bulk. The United States and Mexico share a border, so it's very convenient to smuggle arms. In addition, the market demand in Mexico is bigger. There are big and small drug dealers there, and they are all important customers of the black market arms dealers. So it's more convenient to get the goods from Mexico." "I understand." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Li Yifu said, "In addition, according to their rules, they are only responsible for transporting the arms to the ship in the Gulf of Mexico. After that, they have nothing to do with it. Will it be difficult for us to get the goods?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "The Hong sect also controls a shipping company in Mexico. It won't be a problem for them to get the goods from the Gulf of Mexico." Li Yifu said, "Now we have to decide where to do the handover as soon as possible. Only then can the Hong sect's cargo ship plan the route." Xiao Ruofei nodded. He knew that the Hong sect's shipping company wouldn't just help them transport a batch of arms. The arms Xiao Ruofei bought were enough to equip the guards of 100 people. They couldn't possibly use an ocean cargo ship to transport them. Also, the cargo ship would definitely need to carry some goods as a cover. As long as they entered international waters, there shouldn't be any problems. They should be looking for a cargo ship that will pass through the South Pacific to help us transport the arms, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. Yes. Li Yifu said, the cargo ship has already docked at the port. In fact, the goods have already been loaded and can set off at any time. We just need to wait for the arms we bought to get on board. I just contacted them yesterday. It should be done in a day or two. It should take a long time to sail from the Gulf of Mexico to here, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. If it doesn't delay, it will take at least more than a month. Li Yifu asked uneasily, Grandmaster, isn't it a bit of a delay? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's not that bad. The guards are there to deal with the invasion of ordinary people. The main defense of Peach Blossom Island is still the Taishu mystical clear formation. And it's not your fault. It's not realistic to transport such a large batch of arms by air. Actually, there is a way, but the risk is not small. Li Yifu said, Grandmaster, why don't I contact the Hong sect and find a way to transport this batch of goods by air to a nearby airport? Li Yifu could see that although Xiao Ruofei said that the security of Peach Blossom Island mainly depended on the Taishu mystical clear formation, in fact, he still hoped that the batch of arms could be transported here as soon as possible. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not want to wait more than a month. He was not worried about the security of Peach Blossom Island. The main thing was that the veterans had already gathered and were even undergoing some intensive training. He was ready to let everyone station on the island in the next few days. If everyone was in place, the equipment would have to wait for more than a month. He felt a little embarrassed in front of his old comrades. After all, he had already made the promise. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew the risks of transporting such a batch of arms by air, so he did not want to let the brothers of the Hong sect take the risk. After all, they were helping him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, there's no need to transport by air. But, tell them not to load the ships for the time being. I have a plan. Also, tell the cargo ship not to wait. Tell them to set off first. Don't delay them too much because of our matter. He already had a preliminary plan in mind, but it was not convenient to tell Li Yifu for the time being. Li Yifu never hesitated for a moment when he heard Xiao Ruofei's decision. He immediately nodded and said, okay, Marshal Granduncle. I will contact the Mexican side in a while. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, Yifu, how is your cultivation recently? Li Yifu said, thank you for your concern, Marshal Granduncle. I have been living on Peach Blossom Island for a while. The spiritual chi here is really good. Cultivating here for a day is better than cultivating outside for a month. All of this is thanks to Marshal Granduncle. I will never forget Marshal Granduncle's great kindness. Xiao Ruofei said pleasantly, the help I can provide you is some external environment. In the end, cultivation still depends on your own efforts. Yifu, you are a little old. Because of the cultivation environment, you have been delayed for some time, so you have to work harder. You can't relax for a moment. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to have any great achievements in cultivation. Yes. Disciple will definitely remember Marshal Granduncle's teachings. Li Yifu said, in fact, Marshal Granduncle has given me a complete cultivation method and allowed me to cultivate in such a unique environment. How can I not cherish it? During this time, as long as I have free time, I will work hard to cultivate and strive to improve my cultivation. In the future, I will be able to share Marshal Granduncle's burden more. Xiao Ruofei nodded with relief and said, you and I are from the same sect. I will spare no effort to cultivate you. As for how high you can reach, it will depend on your own luck. Yes. Thank you, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu said gratefully. Then, Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu talked about the daily management of Peach Blossom Island, including the barracks after the guards arrived on the island, the scope of their patrol, the recruitment of ordinary staff, the management, and so on. As for the ordinary staff on Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei also decided to let Li Yifu recruit some reliable people who were willing to work on Peach Blossom Island through his channels. If they or their family members were from the Hong sect, then it would be even better. Of course, before these people were hired, they would be individually interviewed by Xiao Ruofei. Under his psychic hypnosis, people with ulterior motives would never be able to sneak in. Li Yifu also talked about some of his own ideas and reported some of the work he was doing to Xiao Ruofei. Just as the two of them were about to talk, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ruofei scanned with his psychic power and found that it was Jing Yongshou standing at the door with a respectful expression. He said lightly, "Yongshou, come in." "Yes." Jing Yongshou pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw that only Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu were in the room, he immediately greeted them respectfully, "Master." "Senior Li." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" "Reporting to Master. Master just contacted me and said that he has arrived near Peach Blossom Island." Jing Yongshou said respectfully, "Master is asking for your permission. Can he go to the island to meet him now?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, "He arrived so soon?" Jing Yongshou said, "After I contacted Master last night, he immediately rushed over on his sword through the night." Luo Qingfeng had been to Peach Blossom Island once. For a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, it was easy for him to find this place again. Therefore, he naturally didn't need someone to lead the way this time, nor did he need to take a plane to come here. Especially when Xiao Ruofei personally summoned him, he almost put down the things at hand and came directly on his sword. Xiao Ruofei silently calculated the time and said with a smile, "It seems that the speed of flying on a sword is much faster than that of a plane." Then, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Since he's already here, what are you waiting for? Let him go to the island quickly. I happen to have something to ask him. Yifu, go with Yongshou and see which direction Qingfeng is coming from. Open a hole in the defensive array and let him in. Guide him by the way." "Yes. Martial Granduncle." Li Yifu quickly responded. Then, he and Jing Yongshou bowed to Xiao Ruofei and left his room. Half an hour later, Luo Qingfeng appeared in Xiao Ruofei's room with a tired face. After Jing Yongshou led Luo Qingfeng here, he respectfully left. As soon as Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately bowed deeply and shouted, "Master! Qingfeng is here to report to you." Xiao Ruofei said pleasantly, "Qingfeng, you must have been very tired along the way, right?" Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "I just consumed some primordial qi. It's not hard at all. I just need to recover for a while. Master, if you have any orders, please tell me." In fact, Luo Qingfeng had not only consumed some primordial qi, but also the primordial qi in his body. He had been flying at a high speed along the way and didn't care about the consumption of primordial qi at all. Halfway, he couldn't hold on any longer and landed on an uninhabited island to rest and recover. Xiao Ruofei was now at the early stage of Gold Core. How could he not see that Luo Qingfeng was almost at the end of his rope? He smiled and took out a piece of primordial qi and handed it to Luo Qingfeng. He said, "Use this to meditate and recover your primordial qi first." Luo Qingfeng took a closer look and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He asked in a trembling voice, "Master, this is a primordial qi?" Now that the cultivation environment on Earth was so bad, spirit crystals were quite precious, let alone primordial qi, which was even more precious. When the cultivation environment was better, primordial qi was the standard for Gold Core practitioners. It was the most convenient thing to use to recover primordial qi. However, Luo Qingfeng had never seen a primordial qi before. Seeing the primordial qi emitting a strong primordial qi in Xiao Ruofei's hand, he couldn't even be sure. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Hurry up and recover. If you stay in this state for a long time, it will hurt your foundation." Luo Qingfeng said with some fear, "Master, I just need to rest for a while. The primordial qi on Peach Blossom Island is very rich." When he said this, he suddenly stopped and revealed a trace of embarrassment. Yesterday, almost all of the spiritual qi on the island had been absorbed by Xiao Ruofei. Although the spiritual qi had increased after a night of recovery, to a golden core cultivator, this spiritual qi concentration was actually not much different from the outside world. In any case, it was definitely not rich in primordial qi. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stuffed the primordial qi into Luo Qingfeng's hand. He said, "How dare you not listen to your master's words? I told you to take it, so take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Quickly sit down and rest. In addition, this is not for you. You can return it to me after you recover some of your primordial qi." Luo Qingfeng said in his heart, "It's not as easy as you say. Once the spiritual qi contained in this crystal is consumed, it can't be replenished. In fact, according to what Luo Qingfeng learned from the ancient records passed down in the sect, even in the era when the cultivation environment was relatively good, the crystal was not a common commodity that could be seen everywhere. On the contrary, the crystal had always been relatively precious. In the past, the Jingdan stage cultivators would not easily use the crystal to absorb the spiritual qi. They would usually save the crystal for critical moments, such as the moment of a breakthrough or when they needed to save their lives. After all, even in the era when the cultivation environment was the best on earth, the efficiency of directly absorbing the spiritual qi in the air was far less than using the crystal. However, Xiao Ruofei had already given the order as the master. How could Luo Qingfeng dare to disobey? He could only accept the crystal with both hands gratefully, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, this old slave will accept it." "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." "Don't say these things. Just meditate here and recover," Xiao Ruofei said. He only had Luo Qingfeng, a sole slave at the Jingdan stage. He did not want to see Luo Qingfeng's foundation damaged because of excessive spiritual qi consumption. "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. He forced himself to calm down and sat cross-legged on the soft carpet in the living room. He held the crystal in his hand and began to absorb it using the spiritual qi from afar. Luo Qingfeng had been flying on his sword for the whole night without holding back at all. Taking into account the time difference, he had been flying for more than 10 hours. Halfway through, he had landed to adjust his breathing. At this time, his dantian was almost dry. The surging spiritual energy in the Yuan Jing was like a sweet spring, quickly nourishing his dantian. After a while, a lot of yuanqi was produced in his dantian. Luo Qingfeng did not dare to absorb too much spiritual qi. He felt that his condition had stabilized a little. At least, it would not affect his cultivation foundation. He immediately stopped cultivating, stood up, and respectfully presented the crystal to Xiao Ruofei with both hands. He said, "Master, the old slave has adjusted his breathing. Next, he only needs to absorb spiritual qi normally to slowly recover. If he continues to use the crystal, it will be a waste of God's gift. Please take it back." Xiao Ruofei looked at Luo Qingfeng and said, "Absorb a little more. Although the crystal is precious, I will not go bankrupt because of one crystal. There's really no need." Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Master, the concentration of spiritual qi on Peach Blossom Island has been increasing. The old slave only needs to meditate for half a day and he should be able to fully recover." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and took the crystal. He then nodded and said, "Okay. Ask Xianxia to arrange a room for you. First, adjust your breathing and recover. When you recover to your best condition, I have something to ask of you." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng quickly said. The old slave will take his leave. When Xiao Ruofei gave him the crystal to recover his spiritual qi, he changed his title from subordinate to old slave. This was because he really admired Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of his heart, and it was not just the soul seal that controlled him. After Luo Qingfeng left, Xiao Ruofei quickly left his room. He quietly flashed to Ling Qingshua's room. With his current cultivation, as long as he did not want anyone to know, even Luo Qingfeng would find it difficult to detect his trace. Ling Qingxue, who was in a daze in the room, was shocked when she saw Xiao Ruofei. She touched her chest and asked, "How did you come in?" "I came in through the door," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Wife, I'm here to help you with your cultivation. I've been in Spain these days, and your cultivation progress has been delayed a lot. I'm free this morning, so let's hurry up and practice together." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Why don't you go to Wei Wei first? Aren't you afraid that she'll be jealous?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "There has to be a first and a second. If I go to Wei Wei's place and she asks me, what should I say? I'd like to practice with both of you at the same time. In your dreams." Ling Qingxue blushed and whispered, "What kind of thoughts are you thinking?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a while and said, "I mean, I'd like to practice with both of you at the same time. Unfortunately, the cultivation method doesn't allow 3 people to practice together. Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Ling Qingxue blushed and glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily. She said, "Even if the cultivation method supports you, don't think about it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and took out the time formation flag from behind his back. He skillfully arranged the time formation in Ling Qingshua's room and said, "Qingxue, let's not waste time. I may have to leave Taoyuan Island in the afternoon. Let's hurry up and practice. I've now broken through to the gold core stage. I should be more helpful to you when you practice together." Ling Qingxue asked curiously, "Are you leaving in the afternoon? Are you going back to China?" "No." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm going to take Luo Qingfeng to do something and practice flying on the sword. If everything goes well, we should be back in 2 or 3 days at most." Flying on the sword was also a significant sign of the gold core stage. When a cultivator reached the early stage of the gold core stage, the primordial qi in his dantian was enough to support him to run the sword skill and form a protective cover during high-speed flight. This was something that a cultivator at the qi refining stage could not do. There was a clear generation gap between genuine qi and primordial qi. Ling Qingshua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Flying on the sword? That's so cool. Her eyes were full of yearning as she said, "It would be great if I could experience it one day." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Right now, we have the unique conditions that no other cultivation sect has. Moreover, the cultivation techniques that you all practice are of the highest quality. If you still can't reach the gold core stage, then you really should be locked up in the little black room to reflect on yourselves. In addition, if you just want to experience it, I can take you to fly once after I've mastered it, as long as you're not afraid." "That's a deal." Ling Qingxue said, "You can't go back on your word." "No." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Honey, the time formation is done. Let's go in and practice." "Okay." Ling Qingxue nodded heavily and said, "I also have to work hard and try to reach the gold core stage as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei stayed in Ling Qingshua's room for about 2 hours. Most of the time was spent on rolling in bed after practicing. Because they were practicing in the range of the time formation flag, the flow of time was more than 90 times faster than the outside world. After coming out of Ling Qingshua's room, Xiao Ruofei sneaked into Song Wei's room. The process here was basically the same. First, they practiced the Questioning Heart Sutra at the beginning together in the time formation. Then, the two of them left the time formation and fell into each other's arms on the soft bed. Xiao Ruofei was like a hard-working bee, working hard in Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's room. The morning passed quickly. When they went to the restaurant downstairs for lunch, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue blushed as soon as they saw each other. Then, they quickly looked away after making eye contact. They knew very well that Xiao Ruofei must have done it with both of them in the morning. When they thought of the madness in bed in the morning, both of them blushed and their hearts beat faster. Luo Qingfeng also appeared in the restaurant on time. When he saw Xiao Ruofei and the other two, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully in front of Xiao Ruofei. "Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "Qingfeng, have you recovered all your primordial qi?" Luo Qingfeng nodded gratefully and said, "Mr. Xia, the primordial qi in my dantian has recovered more than 80%. If you have any orders, I'll do it at any time." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were very surprised after hearing this. It turned out that the man in front of them was a cultivator at the gold core stage, especially when they saw Luo Qingfeng's respectful attitude towards Xiao Ruofei, they were even more shocked. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Let's eat first. After lunch, you and Ifu go to my room together." "Okay, Mr. Xia." Luo Qingfeng replied respectfully. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei soon saw Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng in his room. "Grandmaster." "Master." Both of them greeted Xiao Ruofei very respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Come and sit down." He first looked at Li Yifu and asked, "Yifu, has the batch of weapons and equipment been prepared in Mexico?" Li Yifu hurriedly replied, "Grandmaster. Everything is ready, but according to your instructions, the goods haven't been shipped yet." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "By the way, how much is the total cost of this batch of equipment?" "I'll transfer it to you later." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, didn't we have an agreement? I'll pay for it. I can't help much with the construction of Taoyuan Island. This kind of problem can be easily solved with money. Please give me a chance to show filial piety, Grandmaster." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you've already done a lot by using your connections with the Hong sect. How can I let you pay for it? It's not appropriate. It's appropriate. It's very appropriate. Li Yifu said, it's only a matter of tens of thousands of dollars, and the people in the Hong sect are all my old brothers. The only difficulty is that the black market arms dealers require cash transactions. After I transfer the money, they need to find a safe channel to exchange it for cash. But these things are done, so you don't have to worry about it. Grandmaster, the problem now is how to transport it back to Taoyuan Island. Have you decided? Xiao Ruofei saw that Li Yifu had put it this way, so he didn't need to be polite anymore. He nodded and said, all right, then this money will be your contribution to the construction of Peach Blossom Island. Thank you, Grandmaster. Li Yifu was overjoyed. I don't have any strong points, but I have accumulated a lot of money in the secular world. In the future, please don't treat me as an outsider. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm your senior. How can I always use your money? Besides, I also have some savings. Let's not talk about this for now. Yifu, I've decided to get this batch of arms myself. Li Yifu was stunned and asked, Grandmaster, you want to go to Mexico personally? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. I'll try to get it done in 3 days. I've just broken through to the early stage of the gold core. I'm going to practice flying on a sword. This trip to Mexico will be a training. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but gasp. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with wide eyes and asked in a trembling voice, Master. You've already broken through to the early stage of the gold core? When Xiao Ruofei broke through last night, Xianxia and Li Yifu, who were responsible for picking up Luo Qingfeng, didn't dare to say much to Xiao Ruofei without his permission. And this morning, when Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei didn't deliberately release his aura. He even slightly restrained it, so Luo Qingfeng didn't see that Xiao Ruofei had officially entered the early stage of the gold core. There were 2 things that shocked Luo Qingfeng. The first was that Xiao Ruofei had actually completed the construction of the vital qi vortex in such a short time. He had witnessed Xiao Ruofei break through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage. Xiao Ruofei had completed the breakthrough in the battle with Luo Qingfeng. And from that battle, which was enough to affect his life, until now, only 20 days had passed. Xiao Ruofei had actually crossed 2 big steps, transforming vital qi and constructing the vital qi vortex. Luo Qingfeng had spent a lot of time on each of the steps. He had relied on painstaking effort to complete each step. Building the vital qi vortex had taken him more than a year. Comparing the 2, one could see how heaven-defying Xiao Ruofei's cultivation speed was. And what made Luo Qingfeng even more shocked was that he had met Xiao Ruofei several times in this half a day, but he actually didn't notice that Xiao Ruofei had broken through to the early stage of the gold core. Generally speaking, a cultivator with a high cultivation level could easily see the specific cultivation level of a cultivator with a low cultivation level. It was naturally very difficult to do the opposite. Xiao Ruofei could restrain his aura in front of him, so he couldn't detect it at all. Didn't that mean that Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level was already higher than his? Or did Xiao Ruofei specially cultivate some special secret method to restrain his aura? The news that Xiao Ruofei had broken through to the early stage of the gold core was really a bit too shocking. For a moment, Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be a little dazed. Li Yifu hurriedly said, no problem. This batch of firearms has been delivered to the Hong sect, and they are in the warehouse of the shipping company. I'll contact them right away and ask them to find a reliable person to contact you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, good. Just send me the specific address and contact information as soon as possible. Yes, Marshal Uncle. Li Yifu said. Then, he hesitated and asked, Marshal Granduncle, may I ask how you plan to transport this batch of firearms back? These weapons and equipment together take up a lot of space. The brothers of the Hong sect in Mexico said that it almost filled a whole container. Luo Qingfeng heard this and said with some embarrassment, Master, do you want to transport these materials through the space magic treasure? Although the old slave has a storage ring, the space is very limited. I wonder, how big is this container? Luo Qingfeng lived in the sect all year round, so he had no idea about containers. However, his storage ring could not hold many things, so he was worried that he would drop the ball. It was not easy to get to Mexico, but if he could not transport the goods back, he would be too ashamed to face his master. Xiaoruofei smiled faintly and said, I do intend to use the storage magic treasure to transport it, but your storage ring certainly can't hold a container. This. Luo Qingfeng could not help but be stunned. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, don't worry. Since I proposed this plan, I naturally prepared a storage magic treasure. You just need to accompany me on a trip. The secret of the ring to space naturally could not be exposed to Li Fu. Even if it was Luo Qingfeng's sole slaves, Xiao Ruofei did not intend to easily let them know if they were not like Lu Qingfeng, who had used the ring to space to subdue him. However, it was only a storage magic treasure, so it was not a big deal to let them know. Everyone, including Li Fu, knew that Xiao Ruofei had been personally taught by Master Xianxia. Wasn't it normal for such a senior to leave behind a storage magic treasure with a large capacity? After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng disappeared, and Li Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly got up and said, since Martial Granduncle is prepared, then this disciple can rest assured. Martial Granduncle, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll take my leave first. Xiao Ruofei knew that Li Fu must be in a hurry to contact Mexico, so he nodded with a smile and said, go ahead. While I am gone for a few days, I will have to trouble you with all the matters on Peach Blossom Island. By the way, please take good care of Weiwei and Xianxia. Please rest assured, Martial Granduncle. Li Fu quickly said. Then, he bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and stepped out of the room. The shock in Luo Qingfeng's heart still hadn't dissipated. He bowed his head and said to Xiao Ruofei, Master, you are the most talented cultivator I have ever seen. You completed the transformation of true qi into vitality and the construction of the vitality whirlpool in just over 20 days. This is simply unheard of. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, don't flatter me. I actually have some things to ask you. Master, please speak. Luo Qingfeng quickly said. In fact, it's also about the construction of the vitality whirlpool. Xiao Ruofei said, I heard from Xianxia that you had been in seclusion for more than a year to complete the breakthrough process. Is that true? Luo Qingfeng said shyly, old slave's aptitude is dull. Naturally, he can't be compared with a genius like Master. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, that's not what I want to ask. I mean, can the construction of the vitality whirlpool be done step by step? Master, don't you know? Luo Qingfeng showed a surprised expression and said, as far as old slave knows, most cultivators use this method when breaking through the early stage of gold core. Very few people can do it in one go. At least, old slave has never heard of it. Xiao Ruofei was very puzzled and said, but when I was building the primordial qi whirlpool, I felt that my dantian was extremely empty. Once the whirlpool started to rotate, it would absorb energy all the time. If I stopped cultivating, even the weak primordial qi in my muscles, bones, and meridians would be completely absorbed. How could a person withstand that? And you've been in closed-door training for more than a year. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was hard for him to imagine that feeling, so he was also puzzled. He thought to himself, is it possible that Luo Qingfeng's cultivation method is not so overbearing, and the vitality whirlpool does not have such a strong suction force? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingfeng revealed a bitter smile and said, the process is indeed very painful. Once I stop cultivating, the incomplete vital qi vortex will continuously absorb the weak vital qi in my body. Moreover, after the vital qi is completely absorbed, the energy in my muscles and bones will continue to be sucked away. During my seclusion for more than a year, I was basically all skin and bones, like a skeleton. In fact, I spent 1 year and 3 months in seclusion to complete the breakthrough. The remaining 3 months were spent recovering my body. I really can't see anyone at that time. Luo Qingfeng paused and continued, in addition, as Master said, there was a strong sense of hunger in my dantian all the time. Basically, even if I stopped cultivating, I couldn't sleep. Thinking back to the experience of more than a year, it was like a nightmare. Xiao Ruofei had just completed the breakthrough, so he naturally had a deep impression of that feeling. He nodded in agreement and said, that sense of hunger was really strong. I couldn't stand it even after a few hours. It's hard to imagine that you endured for more than a year. Luo Qingfeng said with a wry smile, Master, old slaves' breakthrough speed is actually relatively fast. As far as I know, some practitioners take 3 or even 5 years to break through to the early stage of gold core. That's the real suffering. But all practitioners, as long as they are above the gold core stage, will go through this process. But it's rare for someone to complete the breakthrough in just a few hours like Master. What caused you to drag this process out for so long? Xiao Ruofei asked. Luo Qingfeng said, Master, this is caused by many factors. From the external factors, continuous rapid cultivation requires a lot of resources. Many practitioners simply don't have so many resources, so they can only rely on the normal method of absorbing spiritual qi to complete the construction of the vital qi vortex. From the perspective of practitioners themselves, even if they have enough resources, the process of constructing the vital qi vortex is relatively long. Basically, no one can continuously maintain the state of high-speed cultivation. They have to stop and rest. Of course. Master, you completed the construction of the vital qi vortex in a few hours, so this problem doesn't exist. Old slave thinks that it should be the difference in the cultivation method. Master's cultivation method must be of a very high level. Luo Qingfeng's explanation was simple and easy to understand. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. For most practitioners, it's not that they don't want to, but that they can't. So, they can only endure the constant hunger and the pressure of the vortex on their body functions. Luo Qingfeng smiled bitterly and said in his heart, you just realized it, but he naturally wouldn't show it. He just nodded respectfully and said, yes, Master. This is the state that most gold core stage practitioners experience when they break through. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, let's go. I'll go say hello to my friend, and then we'll get ready to go. Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei striding towards the door of the room. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Then, he quickly followed her. In fact, Luo Qingfeng wanted to tell Xiao Ruofei that although practitioners at the early stage of the gold core stage could fly on their swords, those who had just broken through still needed to practice hard to master the technique of flying on their swords. After all, flying on a sword was a relatively high-level use of primordial qi, and it also needed to be used in combination with spiritual power. Whether it was primordial qi cultivation or spiritual power cultivation, it would have a great impact. Even if all the conditions were met, the incantation of flying on a sword was not so easy to master. The balance of flying in the air needed to be practiced continuously to gradually become proficient. Many practitioners at the early stage of the gold core stage were very careful when they first learned to fly on their swords. Their flying posture was also crooked, and they looked very embarrassed. After all, in the true sense of the word, human beings could fly directly into the sky without relying on mechanical means. Since ancient times, human beings had been unable to fly like birds. In human genes, there was a natural reverence for the sky and an instinctive fear of flying off the ground. These all needed to be overcome one by one. Only after mastering it would the instinctive fear gradually disappear. Then, cultivators of the Oris core stage and higher would be able to fly on their swords as if they were eating a meal. Furthermore, it was the most convenient and efficient way to travel. Luo Qingfeng felt that Xiao Ruofei had just broken through to the early stage of the gold core stage, and he wanted to try flying on a sword for such a long distance. Most of the time, he would fly on the sea. The difficulty and psychological pressure could be imagined. However, on second thought, Xiao Ruofei could complete the construction of the primordial qi vortex in a few hours. This level of genius could not be judged by common sense, so after hesitating for a while, he finally did not say anything. Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Then, without waiting for Li Yifu to send him the address, he left the Yanhuang building with Luo Qingfeng. The two went straight to the core of the formation on the west side of the island. With Xiao Ruofei leading the way, they were naturally unimpeded along the way. None of the formations had any effect on them. Luo Qingfeng naturally had a deep impression of the cement house at the core of the formation. At that time, he was defeated by Xiao Ruofei, who had not yet broken through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage, with the help of the formation. Then, he was taken in as a sole slave by Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also used that battle to smoothly break through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage, which laid the foundation for his breakthrough to the early stage of the gold core stage. Seeing the cement house that carried the core of the formation again, Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. However, he didn't have the slightest resentment towards Xiao Ruofei in his heart. In addition to the role of the soul seal, Xiao Ruofei was really good to these soul slaves. He didn't really treat them as chess pieces that could be used at will. Instead, he gave them basic dignity, which made him deeply grateful. Xiao Ruofei pointed to the open space in front of the cement house and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, this is the place with the highest concentration of spiritual qi on the whole island. Continue to meditate here and try to recover all your primordial qi. We still have a long way to go today. Take advantage of the fact that the spiritual qi here is denser than outside, try to absorb as much as possible." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, then you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to practice flying on the sword first. I didn't try it after breaking through yesterday. I can't just fly directly as soon as I come up. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I fell into the sea?" Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. After a long while, he asked, "Master, you haven't tried flying on the sword after breaking through?" Generally speaking, when a cultivator broke through to the gold core stage, they couldn't wait to try flying on the sword. After all, flying in the sky was the dream of all human beings since ancient times, including Luo Qingfeng. After he finished building the primordial qi vortex, he was still a skeleton. He couldn't wait to sneak out of the seclusion place and began to learn flying on the sword, like a child who got a new toy. Luo Qingfeng thought that Xiao Ruofei must have tried flying on the sword after breaking through last night. Otherwise, how could he confidently fly such a long distance today just to get a batch of materials from the secular world? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "After breaking through last night, I went back to rest. I was busy this morning, so I didn't have time to try it." Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be speechless. He thought that his master was too careless. He thought for a moment and said euphemistically, "Master, you'd better familiarize yourself with flying on the sword first. If you really can't do it, we'll postpone our departure for a few days." In Luo Qingfeng's view, it was already a genius who could master flying on the sword in a few days. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I'll try it first. If it's too difficult to master, then we'll postpone our departure." Luo Qingfeng was secretly relieved when he heard this. It seemed that his master was not that kind of stubborn person. Look, when it came to flying on the sword, his master was very obedient. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took out the blue immortal sword that had been nourishing in his dantian. The blue immortal sword was like a nimble fish, flying around Xiao Ruofei. After a long time of nourishment, this flying sword was now very compatible with Xiao Ruofei, and it was as easy as moving an arm. Luo Qingfeng was not in the mood to cultivate it this time. He stared at Xiao Ruofei intently. Luo Qingfeng had already seen the power of this flying sword, and it left a deep impression on him. At that time, Xiao Ruofei had just broken through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage. With the help of the power of the formation, he used this flying sword to beat Luo Qingfeng very badly. Now, Xiao Ruofei was already at the early stage of the gold core stage, and it was the first time he tried flying on the sword with this flying sword. Luo Qingfeng naturally did not want to miss any details. In the second layer of the cultivation method of the truth formula, in addition to the cultivation method, there were various methods that matched the various stages of the gold core stage, including the construction of the vital qi vortex. At the same time, it naturally included the very important skill of the gold core stage, flying on the sword. The flying sword technique recorded in the second layer of the cultivation method of the truth formula was naturally unique. In fact, every cultivator's flying sword technique was different. Because the degree of subtlety of the technique was different, everyone's flying sword speed, energy conversion efficiency, and so on were different. Xiao Ruofei silently reviewed the flying sword technique recorded in the truth formula, and then confidently released his spiritual power to explore the blue immortal sword. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The green traveling immortal sword trembled slightly and floated about half a foot above the ground. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate. He leaped up and lightly stepped on the green traveling immortal sword. At the same time, he poured his primordial qi into the flying sword and combined it with a special spell. Suddenly, a net-like primordial qi structure was formed on the green traveling immortal sword. With the help of this special primordial qi net, the green traveling immortal sword only sank slightly and immediately stabilized. Xiao Ruofei was like a child who had touched a remote control toy for the first time. With a hint of curiosity and exploration, he stepped on the green traveling immortal sword to feel it. He found that it was quite stable. Now, he was actually floating half a foot above the ground, but he did not have the feeling of being on the verge of falling. Although the feeling was slightly different from stepping on the ground, it was not as unstable as he imagined. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also found that as long as he ran the sword-controlling spell, the primordial qi net could also change its scope at will. It could even extend upward and include himself. Xiao Ruofei knew that it must be useful when flying at high speed in the sky. Otherwise, with such strong wind at high altitude, flying on the sword would be very embarrassing and would not be comfortable at all. Luo Qingfeng watched from the side for a long time and found that Xiao Ruofei did not move after stepping on the flying sword. He thought that Xiao Ruofei was timid in his heart. This was normal. When a cultivator in the early stage of Jindan realm tried to fly on the sword for the first time, many people were trembling with fear. This was because most of the cultivators in the early stage of Jindan realm had not experienced the highly developed era of science and technology. They had no experience of flying in the sky at all. Even if they had a lightness skill, it was completely different from flying. But Xiao Ruofei was different. It was very common for modern people to travel by plane. What was more, Xiao Ruofei had undergone strict training in the army. There were even parachuting in the special forces. Therefore, for Xiao Ruofei, there was no fear of heights. After feeling the feeling of flying on a sword for a while, he decided to try flying on a sword for the first time. Xiao Ruofei silently operated the art of flying sword and poured primordial qi into the blue traveling immortal sword. The primordial qi he injected passed through the primordial qi net formed earlier and was constantly accelerated. Finally, it spurted out from the end of the flying sword. Under the influence of this force, the blue traveling immortal sword immediately moved forward smoothly. Xiao Ruofei discovered that the principle of sword flight was similar to that of a rocket. They both used a backward force to propel the flying sword forward. The difference was that the consumption of sword kinesis flight was actually very little. After a wisp of his primordial qi was accelerated by a special spell, it could bring a very strong kinetic energy to the flying sword. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that sword kinesis flight was very flexible. By slightly changing the direction of the primordial qi, he could easily control the flying sword under his feet to ascend, descend, and change direction. At first, Xiao Ruofei only controlled the blue traveling immortal sword to move parallel to the ground at a height of half a foot. After all, although he had memorized the art of flying sword, it was the first time for him to actually control it. However, after a short period of familiarization, Xiao Ruofei felt that he could control the flying sword more skillfully, so he began to try some more complicated movements. Under the influence of the primordial qi net, his feet seemed to be glued to the flying sword. Under his control, the blue traveling immortal sword began to ascend into the air, then change direction and descend. Luo Qingfeng saw that Xiao Ruofei was becoming more and more skillful in controlling the flying sword, and his eyes widened. Was this really the first time he was controlling a flying sword? Why wasn't there any delay? Except for the first time when Xiao Ruofei stood on the flying sword in a daze for a while, it was impossible to tell that this was the first time he was controlling a flying sword in his life. After a while, Xiao Ruofei had already controlled the flying sword to fly several laps around this area, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Xiao Ruofei began to be unsatisfied with simple control. He smiled slightly, and the primordial qi under his feet slightly exhaled. The blue traveling immortal sword suddenly made a big arc turn at a height of more than 10 meters from the ground, and then went straight to the sky. As it climbed rapidly, it flew over the sea outside the cliff. Xiao Ruofei's speed of controlling the flying sword suddenly increased, and he suddenly made a difficult movement, which startled Luo Qingfeng. He subconsciously thought that Xiao Ruofei was not familiar with controlling the flying sword, causing it to lose control. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but scream and quickly chased out. The next moment, Luo Qingfeng, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, opened his mouth wide, and the sea breeze with a trace of fishy smell poured into his mouth, but he didn't feel it at all. In front of him, the sword light was dancing. Xiao Ruofei controlled the blue traveling immortal sword to climb at high speed for a while, and then to dive rapidly for a while, and from time to time, it suddenly turned at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Ruofei was trying to control the flying sword with some of the aerobatics he knew. What was the cobra maneuver? What was the floating fallen leaves? He treated himself and the flying sword as aerobatics, and flew out easily, having a lot of fun. Luo Qingfeng came to his senses after a long time, and he couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. Geniuses really couldn't be measured by common sense. Obviously, his master was one of those rare geniuses. Even Luo Qingfeng himself might not be able to skillfully perform these seemingly frightening flying maneuvers, but Xiao Ruofei easily achieved them on the first day of controlling the flying sword. Wasn't this annoying? In fact, Xiao Ruofei wasn't just showing off his skills. Even Luo Qingfeng was very envious of Xiao Ruofei's ability to control the flying sword to complete so many incredible movements. The reason was very simple. Controlling the flying sword was the most common skill used by cultivators at the gold core stage and above, including the battles between cultivators. When cultivators reached the gold core stage and above, they often directly stepped on the flying sword to fight in the sky. At this time, the one who could control the flying sword more accurately, and the flight trajectory more incredible, would naturally seize the initiative in the battle. Therefore, these acrobatic flying maneuvers were actually very useful. Just when Luo Qingfeng was shocked by the speed at which Xiao Ruofei mastered the flying sword technique, Xiao Ruofei finally finished his test flight. He controlled the flying sword to cross the sky like a meteor. When it flew to the edge of the cliff, the flying sword suddenly stopped. It went from a very fast speed to a standstill without any buffer. However, Xiao Ruofei was still standing steadily on the flying sword, not affected at all. Xiao Ruofei jumped down from the flying sword. With a thought, he stored the blue Turing immortal sword into his dantian and continued to nourish it. He chuckled and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, why are you in a daze? Didn't I ask you to recover as soon as possible?" Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said with shame, "Master, this old slave was frightened by you. If I had known that you were so talented in controlling the sword, I wouldn't have reminded you." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's my first time flying, and I'm not proficient enough in some areas. It's not as good as you said." Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be speechless. "You're flying like a flower, and you're still not proficient enough? How amazing will you be when you're proficient? Do you want to let me live?" Xiao Ruofei continued, "It's my first time flying on a sword, and I'm a little high. I just used a lot of primordial qi. Let's recover together. After we're in good condition, we'll set off immediately." Just now, Li Yifu had sent him the relevant information, address, and location of the people who contacted Xiao Ruofei in Mexico. Xiao Ruofei only needed to rush over as soon as possible and bring back the firearms. "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly responded. The master and the servant came to the core of the formation and sat down cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual qi in the Taishu mystical clear formation to recover. Xiao Ruofei didn't use Yuan Jing. On the one hand, he wasn't in a hurry. The concentration of spiritual qi in the Taishu mystical clear formation was not bad, and it just needed a little more time. On the other hand, flying on a sword didn't consume too much primordial qi. The primordial qi in his dantian wasn't lost much, and there was no need to use Yuan Jing to recover. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that different sword-controlling incantations consumed different spiritual qi. He and Luo Qingfeng were both flying on swords and flying the same distance, but Luo Qingfeng's consumption was definitely much higher than his. The sword-controlling incantation used by Xiao Ruofei was specially matched with the Great Way technique, especially the primordial qi network. In fact, there were many ingenious ideas, and ordinary sword-controlling incantations couldn't catch up with it. The gap between cultivation methods was comprehensive. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wasn't a special genius, but he cultivated the Great Way technique, which was something Luo Qingfeng couldn't catch up with no matter how hard he tried. Even if his talent was higher than Xiao Ruofei, the result was the same. In the end, he would be left further and further behind by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly recovered the primordial qi he had just consumed, but Luo Qingfeng was still meditating. Xiao Ruofei didn't disturb him, but took out his mobile phone to simply study the flight route later. Flying on a sword was not like flying on a plane, where one had to strictly follow the route. Basically, flying on a sword would be as close as possible. After all, the sky was so big, and there wouldn't be thousands of cultivators flying in the sky at all times. Peach Blossom Island was located in the South Pacific Ocean, so the fastest route to Mexico was naturally to fly in a straight line northeast. Although almost all they passed along the way was the ocean, for cultivators like Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, it had no effect at all. The address provided by Li Yifu was the port of Coatzacoalcos, located on the southwest side of the Gulf of Mexico. This was one of the main ports in southern Mexico. The shipping company operated by the Hong sect had a large warehouse near the port of Coatzacoalcos. The batch of firearms had now been handed over and were stored in the warehouse of the shipping company. Xiao Ruofei retrieved the location information from his mobile phone and entered it into the map software. Nowadays, the mobile phone's GPS module was standard, and satellite signals could be found even at high altitudes. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't use the map software to navigate all the way. He just needed to fly in the direction of Mexico. It wouldn't be too late to navigate after arriving at Coatzacoalcos. After a while, Luo Qingfeng finally finished adjusting his qi. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Ruofei looking at his mobile phone in boredom. He quickly stood up and said in shame, "Master, the old slave has adjusted his qi." Luo Qingfeng knew that he must have been a burden. Xiao Ruofei had already recovered. Xiao Ruofei smiled, stood up and said, "Then let's go. Fly wherever you want. If you're tired, stop and rest for a while. This time, there's no rush. Don't force yourself. If you don't have enough primordial qi, tell me in time." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng summoned their flying swords at the same time. Soon, two sword lights flew out of the Peach Blossom Island and arrived above the sea surface. Then, they drew an arc and flew towards the northeast direction of the island. The two flew at an altitude of about 2,000 to 3,000 meters. It was much colder at high altitudes than on the ground, but it didn't have any effect on cultivators. The high-altitude wind during the flight was also blocked by the primordial qi shield. The two stepped on their flying swords and flew at an altitude of 2,000 meters. They really looked like immortals. It was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had experienced flying at such a high altitude. In the past, he had taken planes many times, flying at much higher altitudes. However, flying at such a high altitude without any means of transportation was still a novelty for Xiao Ruofei. Not to mention other things, this kind of flying was simply invincible in terms of vision. There was no blind spot in the 360-degree panoramic view. No matter how good the viewing angle of the plane was, it was impossible to see such a scenery. Above their heads was the blue sky and white clouds. There were also some low clouds under their feet. There was also the endless dark blue sea. The scenery was very magnificent. The reason why Xiao Ruofei called Luo Qingfeng along was that, on the one hand, he didn't know if he could master the flying sword technique in a short time. It was obvious that he could take care of him. On the other hand, he didn't want to be too bored on the road. He could ask Luo Qingfeng about some things about the cultivation world on Earth and some knowledge about the gold core stage. The two flew at high speed while communicating with each other through primordial qi. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ruofei thought of the auction he mentioned last time, so he asked, "By the way, Qingfeng, last time you were on Taoyuan Island, you said that there would be an auction for cultivators in the near future. What's the situation now?" Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Master, the old slave has already confirmed the auction's location. Now it has been confirmed that the auction will be held in Xianxia City. Our star-picking sect has also received an invitation. At most, 3 people can go. The auction will be held on the 5th of next month. There are still 10 days left. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, last time you said that a storage ring might appear at the auction. Is the news accurate? Luo Qingfeng said, Master, this auction is held once a year. It has been held dozens of times. The rules are similar every time. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, the specific auction items will only be revealed on the day of the auction. However, there will be some news every year, but it is difficult to distinguish whether it is true or false. This time, the news about the storage ring was told to me by a friend of the old slave. Although I trust him very much, the old slave is not absolutely sure, so he dare not make any guarantees to Master. Xia. Ruofei nodded with a smile. Luo Qingfeng spoke cautiously. He didn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Xiao Ruofei if he wasn't 100% sure. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care too much about this. They were just chatting. He had already decided to participate in this auction. If a storage ring appeared at the auction, he would try his best to get it. If not, it didn't matter. He would just take it as an opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Although Xiao Ruofei had reached the early stage of the gold core realm, which was not low in the current cultivation world, he didn't know much about the cultivation world. Most of the information he knew was limited. Most of it was told to him by Luo Qingfeng and Lu Qingfeng. This auction was a rare opportunity to meet many cultivators and have close contact with them. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, master and servant, chatted while flying northeast on their swords. In fact, flying such a long distance was very boring, especially when they spent most of their time flying over the sea. After the initial novelty passed, the scene in front of them was always the same sea. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance, as if they couldn't see the end no matter how hard they flew. In particular, flying along this route, they basically didn't pass any islands along the way, which was even more monotonous. To be fair, the consumption of spiritual chi for sword flight was actually very small. Even if Luo Qingfeng's sword flight technique was not as advanced as Xiao Ruofei's, as a cultivator at the early stage of the gold core realm, he could still rely on his own spiritual chi to fly for a long time. The two set off in the afternoon, and the direction of their flight was roughly in the direction of the Earth's rotation. Therefore, the sky soon darkened. Unknowingly, the fiery red sunset slowly sank below the sea level behind the two of them. As the sun set in the west, the surface of the sea quickly became dark. Cultivators had a strong sense of direction, and Xiao Ruofei had the mobile phone's GPS to confirm their position. Therefore, poor visibility didn't affect their flight. It was just that flying in the same direction was boring to the extreme. Xiao Ruofei, at least, had Luo Qingfeng to chat with. He thought about how Luo Qingfeng had flown to Peach Blossom Island in the middle of the night. Flying alone, one could imagine how boring it must have been. Although the two of them had not consumed too much yuan qi, Xiao Ruofei had only used a little less than half of the yuan qi in his dantian, and Luo Qingfeng had at least half of his yuan qi reserves. Xiao Ruofei still decided to rest for a while. In any case, the matter of transporting weapons and equipment was not particularly urgent. If it were not for the fact that he felt that the shipping time was too long, and that he had just broken through to the early stage of gold core and had not tried long-distance flying on his sword, he would definitely not be the porter himself. However, Peach Blossom Island's guards weren't in place yet. Whether the weapons and equipment arrived a few days earlier or later, it didn't make much of a difference. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to rush. So he slowed down his flying speed. Seeing Xiao Ruofei slow down, Luo Qingfeng also slowed down quickly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Qingfeng, are you tired? Do you want to go down and rest for a while? Luo Qingfeng was stunned for a moment and said, Master, old slave feels okay. I still have at least half of my yuan qi reserves. I can fly for a few more hours. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, there's no need to tire yourself out. Our task is not urgent. Even if you're not tired, I'm a little tired. It's just too boring. Let's stop and rest for a while. Luo Qingfeng naturally didn't have any objections to Xiao Ruofei's proposal. However, he thought for a moment and said hesitantly, Master, now we're in the sea. Why don't old slave look for any islands nearby first, and then ask Master to move over and rest? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's go. Let's go down first. After that, Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying sword under his feet and began to descend. Luo Qingfeng followed Xiao Ruofei, full of doubts. He thought to himself, does Master want to directly control the flying sword to float above the sea and rest? What's the point of doing that? Keeping the flying sword in a suspended state consumes yuan qi, and spiritual power is also continuously controlled. It can't achieve the purpose of resting at all. And since they are all suspended, why should they lower their altitude? Isn't it the same at an altitude of 2 or 3,000 meters? Luo Qingfeng was puzzled, but he still followed Xiao Ruofei closely and didn't ask any questions. Xiao Ruofei controlled the blue fairy sword to descend to a position about 3 or 4 meters above the sea. A slightly bigger wave could reach this height. However, the two of them were standing on the flying sword, and there was a protective shield of yuan qi outside, so even if the sea water was surging, they wouldn't get wet. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Qingfeng, stand a little further away. Luo Qingfeng was even more confused, but he still controlled the flying sword to fly more than 10 meters away, looking in the direction of Xiao Ruofei from afar. Then, a scene that made him stunned happened. He saw Xiao Ruofei gently wave his hand, and a yacht more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air above the sea. It landed lightly on the sea and swayed gently with the waves. While Luo Qingfeng was still in a state of shock, Xiao Ruofei had already flown over on the flying sword and stopped above the deck of the yacht. Then he jumped off the flying sword and put it back into his dantian. He waved to Luo Qingfeng and shouted, Qingfeng, come here. Come up and rest for a while. Luo Qingfeng came to his senses. With a look of disbelief, he flew over on his flying sword. When he landed on the deck of the yacht and felt the sway of the yacht with the waves, he still had a strong feeling of unreality. Luo Qingfeng could naturally judge that this yacht must have been stored in Xiao Ruofei's storage magic treasure. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei said before departure that there was no need to worry about the storage magic treasure's lack of space. This showed that Xiao Ruofei must have brought a storage magic treasure with enough space. However, Luo Qingfeng was still somewhat dumbfounded. The oddly shaped iron ship in front of him was more than 10 meters long, but Xiao Ruofei's storage magic treasure was unexpectedly able to hold it. Moreover, there was obviously a lot of space left. This was because Xiao Ruofei had to transport a large number of materials, and he also had to rely on this storage magic treasure. How large was the storage space of this storage magic treasure? In contrast, Luo Qingfeng's own storage ring had a pitifully small space. The difference was as big as the difference between a thatched hut and a luxurious manor. This yacht was naturally the Azimuth Atlantis 34 that Xiao Ruofei had put in the Ring 2 space. This yacht was considered small among Azimuth's series of yachts. It was classified as a sports yacht and was not suitable for use in the open sea area. However, Xiao Ruofei only took it out for a rest, so naturally there was no problem. Above the deck was the bridge. Xiao Ruofei did not need to drive the yacht, so he directly sat down on the sofa on the deck. He looked at Luo Qingfeng, who was standing there in a daze, and said with a smile, Qingfeng, what are you doing? Come sit down and rest for a while. Aren't you tired after flying for half a day? Luo Qingfeng, as if waking up from a dream, quickly bowed and said, thank you for your consideration, master. Then he walked to the seat opposite Xiao Ruofei and sat down. Xiao Ruofei comfortably slumped on the soft sofa, looking up at the stars and the sky, enjoying this rare tranquility. Although he heard the sound of the waves from time to time, this sound set off the quietness of the environment. The last time he had this feeling was when Xiao Ruofei sailed a larger Azimuth yacht out to sea alone. Luo Qingfeng did not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing his master. He sat silently and adjusted his breath to recover. Although the spiritual energy in the air was very thin and very heterogeneous, as a gold core stage cultivator, he could still directly absorb it, but the efficiency was very low. However, Luo Qingfeng also had the idea that something was better than nothing. He recovered as much as he could, so as not to drag his master down in the following flight. Time passed quietly. Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of doubt, and asked, Qingfeng, did you notice? Luo Qingfeng withdrew from the state of cultivation and asked blankly, Master, what did I notice? Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. In fact, he had just habitually released his spiritual force to check the surrounding situation. As a result, he found that at the edge of the range of his spiritual force, there was actually a luxurious yacht drifting with the waves. That yacht was much larger than the Azimuth Atlantis 34 that Xiao Ruofei was currently on. Even the larger Azimuth yacht that Xiao Ruofei had taken out to sea last time paled in comparison to the yacht he had just discovered. According to the feedback of his spiritual force, the yacht was about 160 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. It was obviously a super luxurious yacht that could sail far out to sea, and its endurance was much better than the Azimuth yacht that was docked at the yacht club's pier. That super luxurious yacht was about 10 kilometers away from here. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that there would be another yacht nearby when he was just casually finding a place to rest. The vast sea was boundless. The probability of this was almost the same as winning the lottery. However, Luo Qingfeng didn't notice anything at all. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. It seems that Luo Qingfeng's spiritual force range is smaller than mine, Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. The location of that super luxurious yacht was basically at the edge of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force range. Luo Qingfeng couldn't sense it, which meant that it was already outside the range of his spiritual force range. 10 kilometers north of us, that's about 20 kilometers, there's actually another yacht. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, what a coincidence. Luo Qingfeng was taken aback. He opened his eyes wide and asked, Master, your spiritual force can cover a range of 20 kilometers? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if I use all my strength, I should be able to cover a little more. However, 25 kilometers should be the limit. This is because my spiritual force has also improved after breaking through to the early Jindan stage. Otherwise, the range would be even smaller. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be speechless. Xiao Ruofei's tone sounded as if he wasn't very satisfied with this. This was already very heaven-defying. Okay, Luo Qingfeng was embarrassed to say that the range of his spiritual force range was less than 15 kilometers. Compared to Xiao Ruofei's 25 kilometers, it was really a long way off. They were both early Jindan stage cultivators, and Xiao Ruofei had just broken through yesterday. How could there be such a big gap? Luo Qingfeng was simply doubting life. After Xiao Ruofei discovered the yacht, out of habitual caution, his spiritual force naturally concentrated in that direction and explored it in detail. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, it's a bit interesting. Then, Xiao Ruofei used the blue traveling immortal sword and said, Qingfeng, you continue to stay here to regulate your breath and restore your primordial qi. I'll go and have a look. Luo Qingfeng said subconsciously, Master, let the old slave accompany you. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there are only a few ordinary people on that yacht. What can happen? I'll be back soon. Don't go back and forth. Just regulate your breath here and restore your breath. By the way, there should be drinks in the refrigerator in the small kitchen at the stern. If you're thirsty, go and get them yourself. Yes. Thank you, Master. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had already made a decision, Luo Qingfeng naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly nodded and agreed. Xiao Ruofei leaped up and stably stepped onto the flying sword, and then his spiritual energy and vital energy circulated together. The Jade Traveler Immortal Sword instantly shot into the sky and brought Xiao Ruofei along as it flashed towards the north at extreme speed. At this time, the super luxury yacht, which was located about 10 kilometers north of Xiao Ruofei's Azimuth Atlantis 34 yacht, was floating quietly on the sea. A circle of light blue ambience lights was lit around the yacht's waterline, dyeing the surrounding seawater a dreamy light blue. The entire yacht was brightly lit, and the 4 decks were brightly lit, but no one could be seen. On the second deck of the yacht, a white man in his 40s was sitting on the ground with a pale face. He was leaning against the deck railing, and his eyes were intertwined with despair, fear, and anger. Opposite him stood a white man who looked somewhat similar to him but was several years younger. This white man was holding a large caliber pistol in his hand, and behind him stood 4 big men. These 4 big men were all wearing waiter uniforms, but their snow-white shirts were stained with a lot of blood. Of course, this was obviously someone else's blood. The 4 big men were all unscathed. They all crossed their arms in front of their chests and looked at the middle-aged white man opposite them without saying a word. Davis, it's useless even if you kill me. The middle-aged white man gritted his teeth and said, according to federal law, after I die, all my property will be inherited by my wife and children. You won't get a penny. My dear brother, you are too naive. Davis revealed a sinister smile and elegantly took out a piece of paper from his suit's inner pocket. He slowly unfolded it and said, Charlie, have you forgotten that you signed a will a year ago? Once you die, all the shares under your name will be inherited by me? It turned out that the middle-aged white man, Charlie, and the gun-wielding Davis in front of him were biological brothers. What was happening now was obviously not brotherly love, but brotherly rivalry. Charlie was stunned for a moment and shouted angrily, Davis. When did I sign such a will? You must be crazy for money. Davis's expression did not change as he calmly said, you will sign it soon, and the time of signing it was a year ago. Is there a problem? My dear brother. Charlie suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were burning with rage as he glared at Davis and roared, you want to forge a will? Dream on. I'm about to die. Why should I cooperate with you to sign this bullshit will? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Davis smiled and said faintly, Charlie, you will definitely cooperate. In your dreams. Charlie gritted his teeth and said, hurry up and kill me. Don't be delusional. Davis laughed and said, don't be anxious. The moon is so beautiful tonight. I don't want to send you on your way so early. Why don't you listen to how this will is written? After saying that, Davis ignored Charlie, who had his eyes closed and was begging for death, and read to himself, I am Charlie Koch, and under the witness of the practicing lawyer, Jenkins, I make the following will. Charlie suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily, you scoundrel. You've even bribed Jenkins. Even if a will had his own signature, if there was no qualified lawyer present to witness it, it could be invalidated. Davis had written the contents of the will like this to ensure that nothing went wrong. It was obvious that he had even bribed the lawyer, Jenkins. It must be known that Jenkins was Charlie's personal legal advisor and had worked by Charlie's side for more than 15 years. Basically, all of Charlie's major legal issues were entrusted to Jenkins to handle, including some of the less public matters. It could be seen how much Charlie trusted Jenkins. Apparently, even Jenkins had betrayed him, which made Charlie even more furious. Davis seemed to enjoy the sight of his brother's emotional breakdown. He smiled brightly and said, Charlie, my dear brother, you're too impatient. Jenkins is just a nobody. I haven't finished reading my will yet. With that, Davis continued, if I die, all the assets under my name, including but not limited to the family business group shares, all real estate, and cash I hold, will be inherited by my wife, Anina, and son, Luca. The rest of the assets will be inherited by my brother, Mr. Davis Koch. After Davis finished reading the will, he patiently folded it and put it in his pocket before saying with a smile, Charlie, did you hear that? I left $100 million for my dear sister-in-law and nephew. To be honest, I'm really a soft-hearted person. This will is too beneficial for you. After Charlie heard that, he completely understood why Davis had taken out this will so boldly and was so sure that he would sign it. It was because he had completely grasped the initiative and understood Charlie's mentality. Indeed, if Charlie insisted on not signing it, he would die tonight. According to federal law, his wife, Anina, would be the first in line to inherit his assets. However, Charlie knew very well that if he died, leaving Anina and Luca as orphans and widows, even if they inherited all his assets, what could they do to keep it? Davis only needed to make them disappear without anyone knowing, just like he did with himself. Then, he could rightfully inherit the assets. Of course, Charlie had already seen through Davis's thoughts. The reason why Davis took out such a will and left $100 million for Anina and her son was not because he was soft-hearted. How could someone who could kill his own brother be soft-hearted to his sister-in-law and nephew? Davis was looking out for his own interests. First of all, if Charlie's family of 3 met with accidental deaths one after another, then Davis, who had a vested interest, would definitely be questioned. Although it would be difficult for others to find evidence, Davis did not want his reputation to be damaged, so he was willing to spend some money to buy this reputation. Secondly, and most importantly, if Anina and Luca died unexpectedly after inheriting the estate, Davis would have to pay 2 inheritance taxes. The inheritance tax in the United States was very heavy. Compared to that, $100 million was just a drop in the ocean. After all, the famous Koch family was one of the few large families in the United States. The Koch family's assets had reached more than $300 billion, and Charlie, as the current patriarch of the family, had more than 70% of the family group's shares under his name. His net worth was at least $200 billion. Spending a mere $100 million to smoothly inherit $100 billion worth of assets was simply a bargain. Davis looked at Charlie with a smile and did not say anything to disturb him, allowing his expression to change. Charlie was dismayed to find that even if he could see all of Davis's thoughts, he had no way to stop all of this from happening. After a while, Charlie opened his eyes and stared at Davis, asking, "How can I be sure that after you get my signature, you will still pay $100 million to Anina and Luca? And that you won't hurt them? You can get the money and then cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Davis showed an exaggerated smile and shrugged. "My dear brother, why would I ruin my reputation for a mere $100 million? Isn't the reason why I'm doing this so that things won't become complicated? Besides, Anina and Luca don't know what happened today. They are no threat to me. Why should I kill them?" Charlie could not help but shut his mouth. He had to admit that Davis had a point. Based on Charlie's understanding of Davis, if he really got his way this time, he would not do anything to Anina and her son in order to maintain his good image. Instead, he would appear to be full of love in front of outsiders and gain a good reputation for taking care of his deceased brother's widow. If Charlie really signed this will, he would definitely die at sea, and his assets would definitely be taken away by his younger brother, Davis. But for Anina and Luca, it was really the best choice. After all, regardless of whether he signed or not, he would definitely lose his life and his assets. As if he could read minds, Davis said at the right time, "Charlie, you should think about Anina and Luca. You wouldn't want to see them both follow in your footsteps and meet God soon, right? If you don't sign this, no matter how soft-hearted I am, I will have no choice but to do something to my dear sister-in-law and nephew. If it really comes to that, it would be too sad." Charlie could not help but tremble when he heard this. He knew that Davis had already gone to this extent, and there was no turning back. Davis's ultimate goal was the $100 billion in assets. If he did not sign, not only would he not be able to help Anina and Luca get more assets, but he would also bring a fatal disaster to them. Although Charlie wasn't 100% sure that Davis would fulfill his promise to pay $100 million after he signed the agreement, Charlie was 100% sure that his wife and children would soon die if he didn't sign the agreement. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. What's more, if Davis could pay $100 million as promised and show mercy to Anina and Luca for the sake of his reputation in the future, Anina and her son would be spared from disaster. Thinking of this, Charlie finally made up his mind helplessly. He sighed and said, "Give it to me. I'll sign this." Davis could not help but whistle excitedly. Then he said, "I knew you would make the smartest choice, Charlie." After that, Davis took out the will and the signature pen. He turned around and handed them to a burly man in a waiter's uniform. He said, "Give it to my brother to sign." Then Davis said to Charlie, "Today is really a memorable day, so, please sign the date 1 year ago today." Charlie nodded silently. He expressionlessly took the printed will and signature pen from the burly man disguised as a waiter. Then, he raised his head and glanced at Davis. With a hint of mockery, he said, "Davis, you're being a little too cautious." Davis knew that Charlie was referring to the fact that he did not dare to personally deliver the will, so he handed it to the burly man. He shrugged and said, "I won't forget that you were once the champion of MIT. Even though you're not young anymore, the dawn of victory is right in front of you. I won't allow myself to take any risks." Charlie carefully read the will and said without lifting his head, "You're really cautious and patient enough. So much so that I never noticed your wild ambition." Charlie still found it hard to accept this reality. In his eyes, Davis was just an ignorant and incompetent wastrel. Like countless rich kids in the United States, he could rely on his family's wealth to live a carefree life of sensual pleasures. No matter how much he squandered, he could never finish spending his money. It was 100 years ago that the Koch family made their fortune. In the past 100 years, the Koch group had developed and expanded like a rolling snowball. It had now become a giant conglomerate, with business tentacles involved in industry, energy, finance, the internet, and many other industries. Moreover, not only did the Koch family have remarkable business achievements, but they also participated extensively in United States politics. In the 1980s, the current head of the Koch family even ran for President of the United States. Of course, his election ended in failure. Since then, the Koch family had changed their strategy. They used their family's wealth to constantly make arrangements and spent a lot of money to support candidates. For decades, the Koch family had become one of the biggest financial backers in United States elections. After the candidates were elected, they naturally had to return the favor and give the Koch family enough political resources. In addition, the Koch family had also devoted themselves to cultivating underground forces in the past few decades. Among the underground forces in the United States and even the world, the Koch family had a pivotal position. It could be said that the Koch family had strong connections in both the political and business worlds in the United States. They also had great influence in the underground forces. The wealth earned by such a family was unimaginable. It was no exaggeration to say that if Davis signed a check on a whim and gave a young model he met the night before a sports car, the money the Koch family earned in the short time he signed the check and flirted with the young model was much more than the value of a sports car. Being in such a family, how could he squander all the money? In fact, Davis behaved like most rich young masters. He spent money like water, had many friends every day, and frequently appeared in all kinds of high-end gatherings. However, there was one thing that he had never shown even the slightest bit of ambition. It was as if this kind of drunken stupor was his life goal. In this generation of the Koch family, there were only two brothers, Charlie and Davis. The rest were collateral branches and held very few shares. They mainly relied on the main family for survival. According to the Koch family's practice, Charlie, who had become the head of the family, held the majority of the shares, while Davis only had less than 10% of the shares. Of course, even if it was less than 10%, he could not spend all the dividends he received every year, not to mention that the value of these shares was more than $20 billion. It was not that Charlie did not have security measures, but he did not specifically take precautions against Davis because Davis did not show any ambition to seize the family property. This time, Charlie took his super luxurious yacht out to sea. The security measures were actually quite tight, but it could not stop Davis from scheming against him. Davis had obviously planned for a long time. This super yacht with a total length of more than 160 meters had first-class security features. In addition to the bulletproof master bedroom, there was a high-speed escape boat and even a small submarine. In addition, in order to maintain the yacht's normal navigation, the entire team, including the captain, sailors, cooks, waiters, and bodyguards, exceeded 80 people. But Davis had secretly infiltrated many positions and placed his confidants. Charlie didn't even know when Davis had sneaked onto the yacht. This super luxury yacht cost more than $1.5 billion, far more expensive than the average private jet. It was one of the most expensive yachts in the world, and its safety performance was almost the best. Even if it encountered a storm at sea, there was a high probability that it could survive safely. Therefore, Charlie was very relaxed when he was at sea. He was on vacation in Hawaii this time, and then he took two Hollywood actresses who had just debuted out to sea. For him, this was just a normal relaxation in his busy daily work. In the past, he had often taken this super luxury yacht out to sea, and there had never been any problems. However, just when he was most relaxed, Davis's men suddenly attacked. Davis had planted more than 10 people, and they were distributed in different positions. They suddenly attacked at the same time and killed the best bodyguards around Charlie. The bodyguards had no chance to resist at all, and they fell to the ground dead after being shot several times. The rest were ordinary staff. In front of the well-armed Davis and others, there was no room for resistance. They were subdued in the shortest time possible. When all this happened, Charlie was having sex with the two Hollywood newbies in the most luxurious master bedroom on the yacht. The good soundproofing environment made him unaware of everything that was happening outside. When Davis, who had been hiding in the crew room, appeared in front of Charlie, Charlie was still in a state of confusion. Then, everything was under Davis's control. Once the inside of the seemingly impregnable super yacht was infiltrated, all the safety protection was useless, and it fell apart almost instantly. Davis forced the crew to steer the yacht away from the coast of Hawaii and onto the high seas, far away from the traditional route. Under the cover of the night, a human tragedy played out in front of Charlie, and he could not help but feel his eyes bulging. Davis escorted everyone on the yacht, except for the people he had arranged to infiltrate in Charlie, to the second deck and made them kneel in a row. Then, according to his instructions, the few big men he had brought with him killed them all with their pistols one by one, as if calling them by name. The two Hollywood newbies were not spared. Charlie watched the two beauties, who had just had sex with him in bed, collapse and despair in the face of the butcher's gun. Then, the pistol with a silencer emitted a weak flame. After the low gunshot, the two sexy beauties fell to the deck like sacks, twitching a few times before returning to silence. At this time, the second deck was really covered in blood. Davis looked at the corpses of the innocent crew members that he had killed lying all over the deck. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt a kind of bloodthirsty pleasure. Of course, it was the pleasure of finally succeeding in the great event he had planned for 10 years. Soon, he would receive an inheritance of hundreds of billions of dollars. Who said that you would not want more money if you could not spend it all? They were all born from the same mother and were all core members of the Koch family. Why did Charlie have most of the family's wealth and the powerful social status brought about by the Koch family, while he, Davis, could only muddle along and wait for death with the seemingly inestimable dividends of an ordinary person? In Davis's view, these dividends and a small amount of shares were just scraps that Charlie had let slip through his teeth. It was a kind of charity for his extraordinary reincarnation ability. Davis had never lost his ambition. It was just that he had hidden it very well before the revolt, and finally succeeded in one fell swoop. He had his men put all these bodies into bags, tied them with steel wires, and pushed them into the sea one by one. This area of the sea was far away from the mainland of the United States and the Hawaiian Islands. Traditional sea routes did not pass through here. Basically, no ships would pass through here. In the boundless sea, these bodies would never be found if they were thrown away. Charlie watched helplessly as the corpses of these staff members were thrown into the sea like dumplings. His heart was filled with despair because he knew that he would be the next one to die. Davis had taken the yacht to the high seas. Obviously, he had no intention of letting the yacht go back. He must have thought of a way to leave. Maybe there was a ship following him out of sight. When the time came, he would just leave the yacht and sink this palace on the sea worth more than $1 billion. Then, he could return to the United States and seize his family's property. What Charlie did not expect was that Davis thought that it was too troublesome to seize his family's property directly, and that the taxes were too high. He had even concocted a will. What made Charlie even more sad was that he really had no choice. Even if he knew that he would die after signing it, he could only sign it obediently. Thinking of this, Charlie could not help but feel sad. His hand that was holding the pen trembled slightly. He hesitated for a long time. After an intense battle in his heart, in the end, reason prevailed over hatred. With tears streaming down his face, he signed his name on the will and wrote the time 1 year ago according to Davis's request. Davis took the will from his confidant. After confirming that there were no problems, he could not help but be overjoyed. He could not help but laugh heartily. Charlie's face was ashen. He slumped on the deck, disheartened. After Davis laughed, his gaze slowly fell on Charlie. He said slowly, "Charlie, do you know? Just because I was born a few years later than you, all the glory was focused on you. Since you were young, you were cultivated as the successor of the family, and I was like a pet in captivity. God. That feeling is terrible. I swear you've never experienced it before. Fortunately, I've waited until today. Do you know what it feels like?" Davis said as he walked up to Charlie step by step. At the same time, he loaded the large caliber pistol in his hand. Even at a time like this, Davis remained extremely cautious. He maintained a safe distance from Charlie all the time. Davis slowly raised the pistol and pointed it at Charlie's forehead. Then, with a cruel smile on his face, he said, "Charlie, what I feel now is. The sky is finally bright." Davis looked up at the dark sky, as if he saw the bright future. He said word by word, "Charlie, my brother. Farewell forever." Charlie slowly closed his eyes. He no longer had any wishful thinking. He knew that in the next moment, his head would be smashed like a watermelon by the bullet. At such a close distance, he might not even have time to hear the gunshot before he was hit. Then, his consciousness would fall into eternal darkness. At this time, Charlie was filled with the fear of death and unwillingness to accept fate. As a formidable person with hundreds of billions of assets, what kind of enjoyment could he not have? He did not expect that at the age of 40, his life would come to an end in such a tragic way. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. The laughter was not loud, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. It was extremely clear. Davis looked back with an ugly expression and shouted, "Who is it? Who the F***ck is laughing?" Davis had just been brewing his emotions and enjoying the most carefree moment of his life. Who was the one who ruined the mood and laughed at this time? Are my words that funny? Davis's confidants looked at each other. They also heard the laughter, but it did not come from any of them. Apart from them, there were only Davis and Charlie on the deck. Charlie had already closed his eyes to welcome the arrival of the Grim Reaper, while Davis was venting all the grievances he had suffered for the past 20 to 30 years. Naturally, they could not laugh like that. Who else could it be? Everyone suddenly remembered that just half an hour ago, they had slaughtered dozens of yacht staff on this deck and thrown their bodies into the sea. Could it be? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but shudder, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. If they were on land, they would not suddenly have such a thought. After all, even if the probability was very low, there was still the possibility of an uninvited guest. But this was the vast sea. And it was a remote sea area far away from the traditional route. Except for a few people on duty in the cockpit, all the living people were here. The cockpit was more than 100 meters away from the second deck, and the sound there could not be transmitted over. Even if it could, how could the subordinates have the guts to laugh at Davis? Davis also noticed the strange expressions on the faces of his confidants. Obviously, they did not open their mouths just now. Davis could not help but be stunned. Who was the one who laughed just now? Was it an auditory hallucination? Did you hear that? Davis asked. Boss, are you talking about the laughter? One of the big men said quickly. We heard it too, but it's not, I know. Davis said impatiently. Although Davis did not believe in ghosts and gods, he could not help but feel a little scared at this time. After all, this place was like an azurous field. The desperate wails of the staff before they died seemed to echo in his ears. Now, there was strange laughter coming from the vast sea. It was really a little strange. Charlie had also opened his eyes. A gurgling sound came from his throat, and he said with a horrible smile, Davis, I heard that laughter too. It must be the ghosts of Halflin and the others. Halflin was one of the two Hollywood newbies who went out to sea with Charlie this time. Originally, the two newbies thought that with Charlie, the head of the Koch family, their future would be very smooth. Even though they knew that they were just Charlie's playthings, a big shot like Charlie, as long as a little bit leaked out from between his fingers, it would be enough for them to live a life of luxury. Never in their wildest dreams would the two young actresses have imagined that on this super luxurious yacht supported by a moving palace on the sea, there was actually a fatal situation brewing. Their dreams of stardom had just begun, but they had already perished. It was not hard to imagine how unwilling the two actresses were when they were about to die. Shut up! Davis shouted crazily. I'm not afraid of them when they're alive. They're just a bunch of ants. Now that they're dead, why should I be afraid of them? But fear is written all over your face, Charlie said immediately. He had long given up hope of survival, so he threw caution to the wind. He was not afraid of angering Davis at all. The veins on Davis's face bulged. He suddenly raised his gun and aimed at Charlie. He gritted his teeth and said, Then I'll let you go to God first. No. Go to Satan. Go and accompany your Halflin. With that, Davis pulled the trigger frantically. Charlie had already expected all this. He shuddered and closed his eyes to welcome the arrival of death. However, Charlie waited for a few seconds, but he did not hear a gunshot, nor did he feel any pain. Could it be that I'm already dead before I have time to feel anything? This thought popped up in Charlie's mind. However, he did not have the legendary near-death experience at this time. He did not have any light body or heavenly holy light, and he could feel the sea breeze blowing on his body. Charlie tried to open his eyes, and he immediately saw a strange scene. Davis kept pulling the trigger with a ferocious look on his face, but the trigger seemed to be stuck in place. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. At this moment, Charlie even forgot the fear of death. He looked curiously at Davis, who seemed to be convulsing, and thought, "What's going on? Is the pistol's trigger so heavy?" Davis's heart collapsed at this moment. He did not know why the gun seemed to be jammed and could not be pulled at all. What was more frightening was that when he wanted to throw away the gun and change to another one, he found that the gun seemed to be glued to his hand. He could not shake it off no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that a ghost really came to take his life? Davis had this thought in his mind, and goosebumps rose all over his body. When the sea breeze blew, he shuddered. The mastermind behind all of this was naturally Xiao Ruofei, who had come on his sword. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei found the yacht, Davis's men had already completed a brutal massacre and were throwing the bodies into the sea. It was this scene that attracted Xiao Ruofei's attention. In the process of flying on his sword to this super luxurious yacht, he naturally heard the conversation between Charlie and Davis. This conversation gave Xiao Ruofei a general understanding of the whole matter. It was a feud between brothers in a wealthy family. Xiao Ruofei did not know Charlie or Davis well, so he was not inclined to side with either one. However, he naturally did not approve of Davis in his heart. After all, Charlie did not mistreat Davis. The Koch family had always been like this. They focused on nurturing a successor so that the other members of the same generation could live a luxurious life without worrying about food or clothing. However, Davis wanted Charlie's life. He was his own brother. It was clear that this person's mentality was completely twisted. Furthermore, Davis had killed dozens of innocent people. Such a brutal act would naturally arouse Xiao Ruofei's disgust. A distance of about 10 kilometers was a short distance for sword-raining flight, so Xiao Ruofei had actually arrived long ago. However, he did not appear immediately. With Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, if he wanted to hide his aura, not to mention the ordinary people on the ship, even those in the qi refining stage or the early stage of the golden elixir stage would find it difficult to detect. Davis, Charlie, and the others were naturally oblivious. They had no idea that on the left side of the yacht, a Huaxiao Oris Core cultivator was standing on a flying sword and hovering above the sea. The yacht was very large, and the height of the water was more than 10 meters. Xiao Ruofei was quietly floating above the sea on the left side of the yacht on his flying sword. For the people on the second deck, unless they looked down, they would definitely not be able to see Xiao Ruofei. On this dark night, on the boundless sea, who would be so free as to look down from the railing of the deck? The clouds were very thick today, and after the sun set, the visibility on the sea was very low. Even if one looked down, they would not be able to see anything. It was not even worth admiring the scenery. It was not until Davis was finally about to attack Charlie that Xiao Ruofei left. He wanted to show up immediately, but Davis and his subordinates began to be suspicious. Sure enough, they had done something wrong. Xiao Ruofei simply continued to step on the flying sword with interest to see how Davis and the others would react. When Davis was finally enraged by Charlie's words and was about to shoot Charlie, Xiao Ruofei directly made his move. How could an ordinary person like Davis break free from the mental restraint of an early-stage golden elixir stage cultivator? Therefore, no matter how hard he pulled the trigger, to the point of almost breaking his finger, the trigger did not move. Even the pistol seemed to be stuck to his hand. The veins on Davis's face bulged as he roared, "What are you waiting for? Kill Charlie immediately." The burly men were confused when they saw Davis's crazy performance, but after hearing Davis's words, they came to their senses and quickly pulled out their pistols from their waists, aiming at Charlie. As a result, these burly men met with tragedy. Like Davis, they could not pull the trigger no matter how hard they tried. They could not shake off the pistol no matter how hard they tried. Charlie was astonished as he looked at Davis and the burly men. Could it be that the ghosts of Hathaway and the others had manifested? Charlie was not afraid at all. He had just escaped death. What could be worse than that? If Xiao Ruofei knew that Charlie treated him as a ghost, he would definitely give him a big slap. "You're the ghost," If I hadn't appeared in time, you wouldn't have been able to call for help in this vast sea. By then, your whole family would have become ghosts. After Xiao Ruofei had played enough, he activated the green Turing Immortal Sword with a thought. The blue Traveling Immortal Sword lifted Xiao Ruofei up slowly. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already changed his appearance to a certain extent. Now, he had become the young man named Xiao when he went to Italy last time. Soon, Davis and the others saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A Huaxia young man in casual clothes with a relaxed smile on his face slowly poked his head out from the port side of the yacht. Then, his body, this young man did not move at all. It was as if he had taken a lift up. But, it was the King Sea outside. There might not be a ship passing by here for years. Moreover, the second deck was at least 10 meters above the sea. Where did this person come from? Xiao Ruofei's body continued to rise. Davis and the others widened their eyes. They saw that Xiao Ruofei was directly suspended in the air. There was nothing under his feet. This flying sword itself was not an ordinary object. Usually, it could be kept in the dantian to be nourished. As long as Xiao Ruofei thought about it, ordinary people would not be able to see the existence of this flying sword. Therefore, to them, it looked like Xiao Ruofei was suspended in the air and was still rising. Could this be magic? The same thought emerged in the minds of Davis and the others. How could a magician suddenly appear in the middle of the night in the boundless and remote sea? Moreover, magic relied on props. Even the most awesome magician could not do what this Huaxia young man in front of them was doing. The unknown was naturally easy to frighten. This was especially true for Davis, who had done something wrong. At this moment, the fear in his heart could not be any greater. As for Charlie, he was not afraid at all. At worst, he would die. He could not face a worse outcome. The appearance of this Huaxia young man was undoubtedly a variable. No matter what the result of this variable was, it was a gain for Charlie. At least he could live for a few more minutes, right? Moreover, the strange behavior of Davis and the others was clearly related to this Huaxia young man. In other words, it was this mysterious Huaxia young man in front of him who had prevented Davis from killing him. In that case, he might still be able to live. Charlie's heart was suddenly filled with hope. Eastern Immortals. Charlie blurted out. When he was in university, he had taken Huaxia's culture as an elective. At that time, he was only in his 20s, but he had long yearned for the immortals in Huaxia's myths and legends. In Huaxia's myths and legends, the immortals could ride the clouds and ride the mist. They could even move mountains and fill the sea. There were all kinds of magical abilities that people yearned for. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Ruofei's dazzling appearance, Charlie recovered from his shock and his first thought was, he had really met an Eastern immortal. That was the only explanation. Moreover, riding the clouds and flying in the air were the standard features of Huaxia's immortals. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Charlie with great interest and asked in Chinese, "Do you know about Eastern immortals?" Xiao Ruofei's voice carried a trace of mental strength. Therefore, although his tone was very flat and his voice was not loud, when it fell into the ears of Charlie, Davis, and the others, it was as deafening as a bell. Everyone felt that Xiao Ruofei's voice was directly ringing in their ears with a trace of a special rhythm, full of magical power. Charlie had taken Huaxia's culture as an elective, so he naturally dabbled in Chinese. He stammered, I have read the classic of mountains and seas, and in search of the supernatural. May I ask, are you an Eastern immortal? Xiao Ruofei had a mysterious smile on his face. He did not answer Charlie's question directly, but instead looked at Davis and the others. When Xiao Ruofei appeared, Davis and the others instinctively wanted to escape, because everything seemed to be out of their control. Even though the yacht was in the middle of the vast sea and they had nowhere to run, they still subconsciously wanted to stay away from Xiao Ruofei as much as possible. However, Davis and the others sadly found that not only were they unable to pull the trigger or throw away their pistols, but their legs also seemed to be nailed to the deck, unable to move an inch. Xiao Ruofei's gaze was very calm, but when Davis and the others were swept by his gaze, they felt as if there was a knife on their backs, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Xiao Ruofei looked at Davis and said in Chinese, "For your own selfish interests, you even want to kill your own brother. This is a crime punishable by death." Davis could not understand Chinese at all, but he was terrified of Xiao Ruofei to the bone. He asked in English, trembling with fear. "Excuse me. Sir, what can I do for you?" Charlie's face was full of hatred, and he took the initiative to translate for Davis. "Davis, this Eastern immortal said that you tried to murder your own brother for your own selfish interests, and he sentenced you to death." Xiaoruofei could not help but smile when he heard that. Charlie's translation was correct. Although punishable by death did not mean that Davis was sentenced to death, in Charlie's opinion, since the Eastern immortal said that Davis was punishable by death, then Davis was dead meat. The immortals in Huaxia's legends were all strict with their words. Davis's face changed greatly when he heard that, and he cried out in horror, "No. He is not a judge. Even if I committed 100 first-degree murders and was sentenced to death, it was still a federal judge who had the final say." Xiaoruofei could naturally understand English, but he did not say anything. He just looked at Davis, who was struggling for his life, with interest. Charlie sneered and said, "Davis, have you forgotten what you just said? This is the open sea, and it's a competition of whose fist is harder. The federal law does not apply here. Since the Eastern immortal has sentenced you to death, you are dead meat." Just now, Charlie was truly at his wit's end. He did not expect retribution. Just as he was about to die in the sea, the Eastern immortal suddenly appeared from the sky, and it seemed that the immortal was on his side. It was like a silver lining. "Eastern immortal," Davis said hurriedly. "Please don't kill me. I have a lot of money. My net worth is more than $100 billion, and I can give it all to you. You kill Charlie, and the entire Koch family's property will be yours." Charlie's face changed slightly, but he thought that the Eastern immortal could not understand Davis's words, and his heart calmed down a little. Charlie said, "Davis, stop putting up a desperate struggle. The net worth of $100 billion you mentioned is mine. Then that will is illegal. Besides, I am not dead yet. The Eastern immortal saved me, and my life is his, not to mention my property. If I want to contribute property, it should be me. What does it have to do with you?" Seeing this, Xiaoruofei could not help but smile. He wondered if Charlie would think that he did not understand English and purposely hid Davis's words from him. After all, some people could sell their lives for tens of thousands of dollars, let alone hundreds of billions of dollars. There were many people who valued money over their lives. Charlie's performance satisfied Xiaoruofei. Although he did not covet the Koch family's wealth, at least it seemed that this guy knew how to repay kindness. Charlie then said to Xiaoruofei in Chinese, "Eastern immortal. Just now, Davis said that he was willing to buy his life with $100 billion. But I told him that the $100 billion worth of assets are mine. In order to thank you for saving my life, I am willing to give all my assets to you. It's not a gift in his name." Xiaoruofei said lightly in fluent English, "I can understand your words." Both Davis and Charlie were stunned. Charlie thought about it again. Yes. As soon as the Eastern immortal appeared, he knew that Davis murdered his brother without asking any questions. He must have heard their previous conversation. How could the Eastern immortal not understand English? Charlie was also secretly afraid. If he had thought that the Eastern immortal could not understand Davis's words and was hiding something, then it would all be over. Fortunately, Charlie was truly in awe of Xiaoruofei from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, after experiencing what happened tonight, the ecstasy of escaping from death's door made him look down on money. When he said that he would offer up his entire fortune, it was not a lie. It was completely from the bottom of his heart. Davis did not think so much. Seeing that the other party could understand English, he hurriedly said, "Sir, I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to kill me? As long as you let me live, I am willing to turn over a new leaf. I will never dare to have a trace of disloyalty. As long as my brother gives me a little money to live on, I am willing to leave America and never appear in front of him again." Then, Davis hurriedly said to Charlie, "Brother. We are brothers. I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our parents, help me beg this gentleman to spare my life. Charlie. Have you forgotten that when I was a child, you would plead for me in front of our father? I still remember that time when I scratched our father's favorite sports car. At that time, our father was furious. It was you who spoke up for me and saved me from being beaten up. Davis was very smart. He knew that he had to use emotional attacks to have a chance of survival. He saw the situation very clearly and understood that the key to the matter was actually Charlie. As long as Charlie was willing to not pursue the matter, the so-called Eastern immortal who was passing by would not care so much. However, he still did not understand how this person could fly out of thin air and appear in such a remote area. Upon hearing that, Charlie showed a trace of hesitation. Davis had indeed evoked his childhood memories. When they were all children, they were very harmonious. As the elder brother, he was very protective of his only brother, Davis. The relationship between the brothers had always been very good. Xiao looked on coldly from the sidelines and revealed a playful smile. Although Davis hid it well, he could not hide it from Xiao eyes. When Davis said those words, there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. Xiao had already seen it. He was sure that if Davis escaped this time, he would do everything he could to get rid of Charlie. He would even use money to try to find him and kill him at all costs. Although Xiao, as a practitioner, was naturally not afraid of Davis's possible revenge, he was not used to letting such a venomous snake escape. Since he could solve the problem once and for all, why go through so much trouble? Of course, Xiao did not use a simple and crude method to kill Davis directly. His mind turned slightly, and he already had an idea. Xiao looked at Charlie and asked with a faint smile on his face, "Charlie, I've decided to give you the choice. In other words, the lives of Davis and the others are in your hands." Before Charlie could recover, Xiao gently jumped onto the deck after he finished speaking. Then, the blue traveling immortal sword let out a long cry and flew out like a swimming dragon. Davis and the others did not react at all. They only felt a flash of sword light in front of them, and several parts of their bodies felt cold at the same time. They could not help but be stunned for a moment, completely unaware of what had happened. After a long while, Davis and the others felt a piercing pain in their wrists and ankles. Then, blood slowly appeared on their hands and feet. The blue immortal sword was so sharp that Davis and the others did not feel anything when it cut their wrists and ankles. Moreover, the wounds were very thin. After a while, blood began to slowly seep out of the wounds under the effect of pressure. Davis was the first to scream like a pig being slaughtered. At this time, he found that his body had regained its freedom, and the invisible binding force suddenly disappeared. However, his hands and feet were completely powerless. He could not even hold the heavy pistol, which fell to the ground with a thud. The other big men were in the same situation. The guns in their hands fell to the ground one after another. However, they were, after all, living on the edge of a knife and blood. They were more unyielding than Davis, who was already rolling on the ground in pain. In just a moment, Xiaoruofei's blue immortal sword had cut all the tendons in Davis's hands and ankles. Charlie was stunned. He was sure that the young man in Xianxia in front of him was the legendary immortal of the East. Otherwise, how could he have such an immortal skill? In the face of such absolute combat power, the speed of a gun was completely incomparable. There was also the elusive weapon of the immortal of the East. Just now, he vaguely saw that it seemed to be a flash of sword light, but it disappeared immediately under the night sky. Could this be the legendary immortal of the sword? Charlie could not help but have such a thought. When he was learning Chinese, he had once read the legend of the Mount Shu swordsman. The description of the legendary flying sword was simply fascinating. Taking the enemy's head from thousands of miles away was so domineering. Xiaoruofei's face was still calm. He said faintly, "Charlie, now they have no ability to resist. It's up to you how you want to deal with them." Xiaoruofei and Charlie met by chance. He just felt that it was a kind of fate that he could encounter such a thing while resting in the sea. That was why he saved him. If Charlie's compassion overflowed and he decided to let Davis go, he wouldn't have any objections. If Charlie was really willing to spare Davis's life, there was even hope for Davis's tendons to be reattached. After all, the blue fairy sword was really sharp, and Xiaoruofei's operation was even more exquisite, so the incision could be said to be very smooth, and there were no other injuries. As long as a good surgeon was found in time to operate, it was unlikely for Davis to fully recover, but at most it would be a little inconvenient to move, and he would not be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Of course, if Charlie really made such a choice, Xiaoruofei would be a little disappointed in him, but it was only disappointment. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei stepped onto the green traveling immortal sword that Charlie could not see and prepared to leave. When Charlie saw that Xiao Ruofei was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "Lord Immortal, please wait." Xiao Ruofei had already flown a few meters into the sky on the green traveling immortal sword. Hearing this, he stopped and turned back to ask, "Is there anything else?" Charlie quickly said, "Lord Immortal, Davis still has several accomplices on duty in the cockpit. They all have guns in their hands. If you don't help me, I'm definitely not their match. As the saying goes, if you want to save someone, you should do it to the end. Lord Immortal, please save me." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He said, "You've learned Chinese well. You actually know how to do it to the end. But if you're talking about the 5 people in the cockpit, you don't have to worry. They're now like Davis, without any ability to resist. It can be said that they're at your mercy." Xiao Ruofei's mental strength could cover a range of at least 15 kilometers. Although this yacht was one of the largest yachts in the world, its total length was only about 170 meters. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength swept across the entire yacht and he already knew the situation. Before he arrived, Davis had killed all the crew, bodyguards, and other staff members on the yacht. Those who were left were naturally Davis's accomplices. Moreover, their conversation in the cockpit could not escape Xiao Ruofei's detection. After comparing the two, the identities of these people had been confirmed. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei released the green traveling immortal sword just now, he first cut off the tendons of Davis and the other's hands and feet. Then, he flew directly to the cockpit in a beautiful arc and did the same. For Xiao Ruofei, this was a piece of cake. Although he was still unable to take a person's head from 1,000 miles away like the legendary sword immortals, within the range of his mental strength, there was no difficulty in accurately controlling the sword from more than 100 meters away. This was done by Xiao Ruofei in a flash. Her speed was very fast, and the cockpit was at the opposite end of the yacht. The distance was more than 100 meters, and the sound from the other side could not be transmitted here, so Charlie was completely unaware. Of course, Charlie didn't doubt Xiao Ruofei's words at all. After hearing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and murmur, "Long-range flying sword control. Could it be that Sir is the legendary sword immortal?" Xiao Ruofei could not help laughing and said, "You know quite a lot. But I'm not a sword immortal." "Well, I've been here for a long time. The rest is up to you." After that, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the green traveling immortal sword carried him and quickly flew away from the yacht. Charlie hurriedly took out his pocket and shouted, "Sir Immortal, this is my contact information. Please accept it. I'll never forget your life-saving grace. I hope I'll have the honor of serving you in the future." Charlie thought that sword immortal Dongfeng probably didn't care about worldly things like money. However, if Sir Immortal Dongfeng had some troubles in the secular world that he didn't want to deal with, then he would have a chance to share Sir Immortal Dongfeng's worries. From Charlie's point of view, it was definitely an extremely rare opportunity to establish a connection with such a magical Eastern immortal. What was more, he had received such a great favor today, and even his life had been saved by the immortal. He sincerely hoped that one day he could repay the immortal in an appropriate way. However, Charlie found that after he finished speaking, the figure of the immortal had become very small. It was obvious that he had flown so far away in an instant. He had to try his best to open his eyes wide to see the figure flying in the air with the help of the faint moonlight. Charlie was holding a business card made of pure gold in his hand, standing in the cold wind with a sense of loss. At this time, an invisible force rolled up the business card in his hand and flew in the direction where the immortal had just left. At the same time, the voice of the immortal sounded in Charlie's ears, "I'll take your business card. If I need it, I'll contact you." Charlie's extreme disappointment suddenly turned into ecstasy. He hurriedly shouted, "Yes. Thank you, Sir Immortal. You. Take care." In the end, he really did not know what to say. In his agitated mood, he finally squeezed out the 2 words, "Take care." The immortal did not make any more sound, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. Flying in the air, telekinesis, long-range flying sword. These magical means all shook Charlie's heart. Before today, he had never thought that the magical immortals and the myths and legends of Xianxia actually existed in reality. Seeing all this with his own eyes today was really beyond his understanding. Charlie stood in front of the deck railing and stood for a long time in the direction where Xiao Ruofei had disappeared. Only then did he compose himself and turn to look at Davis. At this time, Davis's pain had slightly subsided, mainly because his desire to live was very strong. He had temporarily ignored the pain in his wrists and ankles. When Charlie looked over, Davis hurriedly put on a pitiful expression and begged, "Brother. Charlie. Please let me go. I've become a cripple, and I can no longer pose a threat to your position. For the sake of our brotherhood, you." The few big men did not dare to speak at all. They knew that their lives were in Charlie's hands, and the most effective way was naturally for Davis to beg for mercy. As long as Charlie was willing to let Davis go, they would naturally have hope of survival. There was no other way. Although a few minutes ago, they were as strong as bulls. Although powerful large-caliber pistols were in their hands, they did not even have the strength to hold them. After their tendons were broken, it was completely impossible for them to lift the guns, let alone aim and shoot. It could be said that they were now completely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Charlie stared at Davis with a strange smile on his face. He asked faintly, "Brotherhood?" "Davis, when you pointed this pistol at my forehead and pulled the trigger, did you ever think of our brotherhood? Did you ever think of our parents in heaven?" As Charlie spoke, he walked over and squatted down to pick up Davis's gun. He fiddled with the gun in his hand and glanced at Davis playfully. Davis begged with tears and snot running down his face. I was really possessed. It was a moment of confusion. "Charlie, please don't bother with a cripple like me. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Charlie could not help but laugh. He pointed the pistol at Davis's forehead and said, "You know when to yield and when to stand tall. You're really my good brother. Why didn't I see it before? Oh. By the way, you always act like you're not scheming in front of me, and you have a very fiery temper. You can explode at the slightest disagreement. You have the image of a brainless rich second-generation heir. Which one is the real you?" Davis could not help but be at a loss for words. He had indeed disguised himself very well before, so much so that Charlie had basically let down his guard against him. According to his previous personality, even if a gun was pointed at his head, he would not have begged for mercy so humbly. Charlie stood up and picked up a rope from the deck. There were still a few ropes left from the rope they had used to tie up the bodies. Davis hurriedly moved his body in vain, trying to get away from Charlie. He shouted, "Charlie, what are you doing?" Charlie easily tied Davis's legs together and tied him to the railing of the deck. He said, "Don't be afraid. Even if I want to kill you, now is not the time." After saying that, Charlie did the same thing and tied up the few big men. They had no ability to resist at all. They could only watch as Charlie tied them up one by one like dumplings. Charlie picked up 2 pistols from the ground and said, "Please wait patiently. I'll go to the cockpit to take a look." After that, he held the guns and walked step by step to the cockpit at the other end of the yacht. As he walked, he removed the silencer from the pistols and threw them on the deck. When he walked up to the 3rd deck through the gangway, Charlie turned back and smiled at Davis. This smile made Davis's hair stand on end, and he could not help but shudder. After a while, Davis and the others heard a few muffled gunshots from the cockpit. Every shot seemed to hit their hearts, and they could not help but tremble all over. In particular, the few big men were even more disheartened. Obviously, Charlie had already shot their accomplices in the cockpit, so it would be their turn next. If Davis, as Charlie's brother, had a chance to beg for his life, then these big men, as murderers who had personally slaughtered so many crew members, had the same status as the few people on duty in the cockpit. Since Charlie had killed the people in the cockpit, there was no reason to keep them alive. After a while, Charlie's figure appeared on the 3rd deck. In the eyes of Davis and the others, Charlie at this time was simply the incarnation of Satan. Perhaps it was the fear in their hearts, or perhaps it was because Charlie had just killed people, but in short, in the eyes of Davis and the others, Charlie now seemed to be a little more bloodthirsty. Charlie walked down the gangway briskly and came to the 2nd deck. "Mr. Charlie, spare my life. One of the big men could not suppress the fear in his heart and could not help but beg for mercy. Charlie did not say anything. He directly raised his hand and shot the big man who begged for mercy. This shot was very accurate. The big man only groaned and then did not make any sound. It seems that my membership in the shooting club was not in vain, Charlie said with a smile. Then, under the desperate eyes of the remaining big men, Charlie killed them all one by one. How similar this scene is. Charlie sighed. Half an hour ago, this is how you treated the innocent staff, and the lovely Hesselin. After saying this, Charlie turned his gaze to Davis. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Davis was so scared that he could not speak. His body was trembling like a sieve. His strong desire to live made him move away from Charlie in vain as he begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Charlie, don't kill me. Don't kill me. We are brothers, blood brothers. You can't do this. There was a faint smile on Charlie's face. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he walked towards Davis step by step. Charlie did not say a word, but Davis felt a mountain-like pressure. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly said, Charlie, those people deserved to die. They were the ones who massacred the crew. I didn't kill anyone. Charlie finally sneered, and said, Davis, do you think I'm a child who hasn't grown up? You didn't do anything, but shouldn't the blood debt of these people be counted on you? And, the person who was going to kill me with his own hands just now was you. I was wrong. I was wrong. Davis burst into tears. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life. Charlie ignored Davis, and walked up to him in 2 steps. He reached into his pocket and took out the will. He unfolded it and took a look. The will fluttered in the strong sea breeze, but Charlie still held it tightly. The will still had the name he had just signed. What appeared in his mind now was the scene of him being forced by Davis to sign his name helplessly. He would never be able to erase that feeling of despair for the rest of his life. The stronger the feeling, the deeper his hatred for Davis. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Xiaoruofei, the savior who had fallen from the sky. Charlie took out this will in order to make his killing intent firmer. After all, Davis was his brother, and Davis's crying and repentant look reminded him of his childhood. To be honest, he was a little hesitant in his heart. However, when the will was displayed in front of him again, his heart turned as cold as iron. He clearly realized that Davis was no longer the brother he had taken care of when he was young. Now, Davis was a hungry wolf, a venomous snake. He would never be able to tame him. If he let him live, it would eventually bring disaster to himself. What happened tonight was a lesson to be learned from the mistakes of others. Thinking of this, Charlie tore the will in his hand into pieces without hesitation. Then, he stood next to the deck railing and raised his hand. The will that had left an unforgettable impression on him was blown away by the sea breeze, and soon disappeared without a trace. Next, Charlie ignored Davis's tearful pleas for mercy. He walked up to him and squatted down. He carefully checked the rope around Davis's ankle and tightened it again. Charlie. What? What are you doing? Davis tried to avoid it, but it was in vain. Charlie patted Davis on the shoulder with a smile and said, Don't worry, just wait for me for a while. Then, Charlie began to slowly dispose of the corpses of the men, including the corpses of the people in the cockpit, which were all thrown into the sea by him. After a while, Charlie returned to the second deck. In Davis's eyes, Charlie was like a demon. He screamed, Don't come over. Don't come over. Charlie threw the thing he had just found from the cockpit onto the deck. It was a bundle of rope about 20 to 30 meters long, and a heavy iron anchor. One end of the rope was firmly tied to the anchor. Charlie picked up the other end of the rope and walked to Davis's side. He squatted down and patiently tied the rope with the rope that Davis had been tied with. To ensure a secure connection, he even used iron wire to tighten it a few times and used a vise to tighten the iron wire. Davis felt that the blood in his legs was no longer circulating, but the fear of death made him unable to care about this. He kept begging Charlie to let him go, and from time to time, he would wail in despair. However, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as Charlie tied the long rope. Davis had already guessed what Charlie was going to do. He kept begging, "Charlie, don't do this. For God's sake, don't be so cruel to me. I beg you." Boo-hoo, Charlie had a smile on his face. He tugged at the rope and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. It's tied tight." Then, Charlie picked Davis up and said, "Davis, it's time for you to go." "No." Davis cried out in despair and continued to struggle. However, Charlie's body was very strong, and he had been persisting in various kinds of training. Davis's tendons had been severed, and he could not exert any strength. So, his struggle was futile. Charlie carried Davis to the port side of the deck and easily lifted him over the railing. He threw him into the sea as Davis screamed crazily. Davis was thrown from the deck, which was more than 10 meters high, and fell into the sea with a splash. Since the long rope was tied to Davis's ankle, it quickly followed him down. However, because the rope was long enough, when Davis fell into the sea, a part of the rope was left on the deck. Charlie took his time to pick up the high-intensity light that he had prepared earlier. He turned it on and shone it toward the sea. Davis had just emerged from the sea and was desperately breathing. Although his hands and feet were injured, he was good at swimming. Plus, the buoyancy of the sea was relatively strong, so he did not sink. Of course, this was only temporary. Davis subconsciously closed his eyes when the strong light shone on him. Then, he immediately shouted, "Charlie, don't kill me. I beg you. I beg you, please pull me up." At that moment, the wounds on his body were soaked in seawater. He immediately felt a piercing pain, but he did not feel it. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to beg for mercy. He was too afraid of death. Charlie looked at Davis, who was struggling on the sea, with a complicated expression. He shouted, "Davis, everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. You are no exception. So, you should confess to God yourself." After saying that, Charlie walked over and picked up the heavy anchor. This anchor was already connected to Davis through a long rope. Davis endured the pain as he treaded water and tried to look up. With the help of the lights on the yacht, he saw that Charlie had once again come to the deck railing with the big anchor in his hand. He could not help but wail in despair. "No. No. Charlie, just give me a shot. This way of dying was too horrible and too painful." The fear in Davis's heart was growing wildly. Charlie was unmoved. He only looked coldly at Davis, who was struggling in the water, and muttered, "Farewell, brother." After saying that, he threw the anchor in his hand with all his might. Charlie was very strong. The anchor flew out with the rope and fell into the sea with a splash. Davis's eyes were filled with boundless despair and hatred. He cursed, "Charlie, you will die a horrible death. I will not let you go even if I become an evil spirit. I will curse you forever. Goo goo goo." Before he could finish his words, he was already dragged into the sea by the sinking anchor, and then he couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the sea. Charlie held a strong light in his hand and watched as Davis was pulled into the sea by the anchor. A few bubbles popped up and the sea quickly returned to normal. He was feeling very mixed. There was both the thrill of revenge and a trace of disappointment. His only blood-related younger brother in the world was dealt with by him just like that. Charlie held the railing of the deck with both hands and took deep breaths. Of course, to be able to lead one of the top financial groups in America and even the world for so many years, Charlie was naturally an ambitious and ruthless person. His decisiveness to kill was unimaginable. His psychological endurance was also incomparable to the average person. He quickly calmed down and started to deal with the aftermath calmly. He could not drive such a super yacht back alone. However, he had no intention of driving it back. Before dealing with Davis and the rest, Charlie had already thought of what to do. He calmed himself down and walked to the first deck with ease. There was a lifeboat on the side of the yacht. He lifted the tarpaulin on the lifeboat and climbed in to check on the emergency supplies. Then, he returned to the deck and started to set up the cabins. Charlie had already made up his mind to give up on this yacht. Even though this super luxurious yacht had cost him more than $1 billion and was also his favorite yacht, so many people had died on it. He would definitely not be able to use it in the future. Most importantly, so many crew members and staff had died, and even their bodies had been sunk into the sea by Davis's men. Then, Davis and the others had been killed, and the only survivor was Charlie. He would not be able to explain himself when he returned. Therefore, his only choice was to sink the yacht and ask for help on the lifeboat. After being rescued, he would naturally announce that he was in a shipwreck and that he was the only one who escaped. Although this situation was somewhat unreasonable, with Charlie's status, as long as there was a reasonable reason, no one would hold on to it. As for Davis, naturally, he had never appeared on this yacht. Davis had snuck onto this yacht. Except for a few of his confidants who participated in the operation, no one knew. In the end, Davis would end up missing. Davis was not married and had no children. In the end, the small amount of shares in his hands would be naturally inherited by Charlie. This luxurious yacht was very well equipped. Charlie liked this yacht the most and often took it out to sea. Therefore, he was very familiar with the structure and some of the special functions of this yacht. He quickly packed up the things he was going to bring on the lifeboat. Then, he found a few pieces of TNT with timing devices from the small arsenal of the yacht and placed them in several key positions on the yacht. This was something that the seller had specifically emphasized to him when he first bought the yacht. These positions were relatively weak. In the event of a special situation where he wanted to abandon the yacht and did not want to leave the yacht to the enemy, he only needed to blow up a hole in those positions and the yacht would quickly sink. Charlie set the detonation timer to 20 minutes. Then, he hurriedly lowered the lifeboat and quickly got on the lifeboat and left the yacht. This lifeboat was the type that was powered. Charlie drove for several hundred meters before stopping the lifeboat. He looked back at the brightly lit yacht with a complicated expression. After a while, a few muffled explosions could be heard from the distance. Charlie saw the yacht tremble a few times. Then, a large amount of seawater poured into the cabin and the yacht began to slowly sink. The sinking process was rather fast. In just a short while, the yacht was completely silent. After some splashes, the sea finally returned to its original calm state. Charlie gave a long sigh of relief. Then, he found the satellite phone from the emergency equipment bag on the lifeboat. He found the built-in 24-hour helpline of the yacht company and dialed it. After Xianxia left Charlie's yacht, the short distance of 10 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. He returned to his own small yacht. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Master!" Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Continue to rest. We will rest for an hour and then continue on our way." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly responded. Xianxia also sat cross-legged on the deck of his yacht. While circulating the Tao Sutra to recover, he also separated a trace of his spiritual power to observe Charlie's situation. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the two had adjusted their breathing for a while, a few muffled explosions suddenly came from the north. Although the two yachts were more than 10 kilometers apart, for early Jindan stage cultivators like Xianxia and Luo Qingfeng, they could still clearly hear the explosions from 10 kilometers away. They could even sense the faint fluctuations caused by the shock waves after the explosions. Luo Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and Xianxia also withdrew from the state of cultivation. His spiritual power radiated toward the north. Luo Qingfeng's spiritual power couldn't cover that far, so he didn't know what had happened. He asked respectfully, "Master, do you want the old slave to go and check it out?" Xianxia had already ascertained the situation on Charlie's side. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need. What happened over there has nothing to do with us. You continue to adjust your breathing." Charlie's business card made of pure gold was still in the Ring 2 space, but Xianxia felt that he wouldn't have any interaction with Charlie in the future. In his opinion, they were just strangers who met by chance. Since they met, it meant that they were fated to meet, so he decided to help him. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Master, the old slave has recovered most of his strength. He can set off at any time." Xianxia had basically recovered most of his strength. The remaining half of the journey could basically be flown all the way to the destination. Since Luo Qingfeng said that he had almost recovered, Xianxia stood up and said, "Okay. Let's continue our journey." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. Then he immediately took out his flying sword, stepped on it, and flew out of the yacht. Because Xiao Ruofei was still on the yacht, Luo Qingfeng didn't dare to fly too high, that would be disrespectful to his master, so he rode his flying sword and floated almost close to the sea surface. Xiao Ruofei also took out his blue traveling immortal sword and flew up on it. Then, Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei wave his hand, and the 10-meter-long yacht disappeared into thin air. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei had put it into his storage magic treasure. This not only showed that Xiao Ruofei's storage magic treasure was big enough, but it also showed that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was very strong. Using a storage magic treasure to store items was actually the same as using the ring to space. The bigger the size and the heavier the item, the more spiritual power it required. Xiao Ruofei could easily store such a large yacht, which showed how strong his spiritual power was. In fact, if an ordinary person got a top-level storage ring, it would be useless, because he couldn't use it at all. The spiritual power of ordinary people had not been trained. Only a small number of people were born with strong spiritual power. Most people were very weak. Even if they were born with strong spiritual power, they did not know how to use it. At most, they would show some abilities that were different from ordinary people. For example, people with special abilities were mostly born with stronger spiritual power than ordinary people. After putting away the yacht, Xiao Ruofei called Luo Qingfeng, and the two continued to fly toward the American continent in the northeast. After Charlie called for help through the satellite phone, he patiently waited for help on the lifeboat. The lifeboat equipped with the yacht was very advanced. It could send out location information 24/7, and it had enough food and drinking water. As long as his luck wasn't too bad and they didn't encounter a big storm, Charlie could live comfortably on the lifeboat for at least 10 days. Because the lifeboat was equipped with advanced satellite equipment, Charlie could even connect to the internet in the vast sea. Therefore, he wasn't too worried about his safety. However, he just killed his own brother, so he couldn't calm down for a while. Charlie steered the lifeboat towards the north. His yacht had sunk in this area, and so many corpses had sunk in this area. Being alone in the dark, even if he was an atheist, he would still feel a little scared. Furthermore, he did not want the rescuers to discover any clues in this area, so the only way was to make sure he was rescued as far away from this area as possible. The lifeboat was equipped with a satellite navigation system. He planned to drive toward the mainland for a few hours, then wait there. Under normal circumstances, the rescue team should arrive quickly. Although they were already far away from the mainland and helicopters couldn't reach them, they could only use fixed-wing aircraft to search and rescue. At the same time, they could send ships to search according to the location signal sent by the chip on the lifeboat. However, the large rescue ship was also equipped with helicopters. Therefore, as the ship moved closer, the helicopters would also search the nearby sea area. They would only return to the rescue ship to resupply when the fuel was almost used up. Therefore, Charlie estimated that the rescue team would arrive tomorrow evening, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng kept flying toward the northeast. After a while, the location of Charlie's lifeboat was out of Xiao Ruofei's range. Xiao Ruofei turned her head and looked at Charlie's direction. She said to herself, "You're on your own now. If you can't survive, or if you encounter a storm, you can only blame yourself for being too unlucky." Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng flew at extreme speed under the night sky. The whistling sea breeze was blocked by the energy shield. The two of them stood on the flying sword with a calm expression. When the first glimmer of light appeared, Xiao Ruofei finally saw the outline of land in the shadows near the skyline. They had been flying above the sea for more than 10 hours, and all they could see was the boundless sea. This kind of scene where the sea and the sky merged into one was indeed very spectacular, but it was actually very boring to see such a scene continuously for more than 10 hours. Finally, they could see land. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was better not to fly such a long distance in the future. It was too tiring. If it wasn't something urgent, he would rather take a plane. It didn't matter if the plane was slower than flying on the sword. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone to check the GPS location. He realized that their flight path was more or less correct. He found the location of the port of Cuchicoalcos, adjusted the direction slightly, and brought Luo Qingfeng straight to their destination. Even though they could already see the land, it still took them more than half an hour to reach the sky above the land even with the sword kinesis flight's fast speed. After reaching the land, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng adjusted their flight altitude even higher. They basically flew above the clouds. This was obviously to avoid attracting too much attention. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also deliberately avoided the vicinity of the civil aviation route. If they collided with the civil aviation plane, it might cause a big problem. Xiao Ruofei had always been puzzled. There were so many planes in modern society. It could be said that there were thousands of planes flying at the same time on the route at all times. If the cultivators above the Jindan stage were flying on the sword, why had no one ever witnessed these immortals? They had never heard of any inexplicable collisions between planes. He asked Luo Qingfeng this question on the way. Only then did he know the whole story. First of all, when human beings entered the age of flight, the cultivation environment on Earth had begun to deteriorate, especially in the past 20 or 30 years. Therefore, the number of Jindan stage cultivators was actually decreasing. The lifespan of a Jindan stage cultivator was at most about 300 years. The spiritual energy on Earth was poor, so they could not cultivate to a higher realm. Naturally, they slowly withered away. Although the major sects could barely cultivate chi refining stage cultivators, it was simply a pipe dream to break through to the Jindan stage in such a barren environment. Therefore, the total number of cultivators above the Jindan stage had always been decreasing. In addition, many of the existing Jindan stage cultivators were old or even close to the end of their lives. How could they have the leisure and elegant time to fly around on the flying sword? Therefore, in fact, there were very few cultivators flying on the sword in this era. In addition, cultivators who could fly on their swords had relatively strong spiritual power. For example, Luo Qingfeng's spiritual power was much weaker than Xiao Ruofei's, but his spiritual power could also cover a distance of more than 10 miles. With the early warning function of his spiritual power, he could avoid unexpected situations in most situations. Xiao Ruofei more or less understood. In fact, although cultivators and the secular world were inextricably linked, they were essentially a different group from ordinary humans. Even in terms of the level of life, they were different. Therefore, cultivators would try their best to avoid unnecessary interactions with the secular world. After flying for almost an hour, the two crossed the border of Mexico and finally arrived at the Gulf of Mexico on the other side. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng found a secluded place near the port of Coatzacoalcos, lowered their altitude, and put away their flying swords. Luo Qingfeng asked, "Master, where are we going next?" Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone and said, "Let's call the contact here first. By the way, the brothers of the Hong sect here are also Chinese. Don't call me master in front of others. Just call me Mr. Xia." "Yes. Master," Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. "Also, do you want to change your appearance?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiao Ruofei had just changed his appearance to Xiao Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng was very impressed by Xiao Ruofei's ability to change his appearance casually. This method was very novel even for cultivators. Luo Qingfeng said, "I don't need it. Master, the old slave has been cultivating in the sect all year round and rarely walks in the secular world. Even if he shows his true appearance, it doesn't matter." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay." Luo Qingfeng's words were very reasonable. Xiao Ruofei needed to change his appearance because he needed to appear in public from time to time as the chairman of the Taoyuan company, but Luo Qingfeng didn't need to. For example, this time if Xiao Ruofei appeared in Mexico with his own appearance, he would definitely leave a record in various monitoring facilities, and the customs didn't have his entry and exit records. It would be troublesome if he was really noticed by someone. Xiao Ruofei talked to Luo Qingfeng while he pulled out the phone number provided by Li Yifu from his mobile phone and dialed it directly. This mobile phone was not the one Xiao Ruofei usually used. He specially bought a mobile phone with an anonymous card and opened international roaming. Generally, when he appeared as Xiao Ruofei, he used this mobile phone. The phone was quickly dialed. After 5 or 6 rings, the other party answered the phone. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "It's me." He and Luo Qingfeng were both Chinese, and Luo Qingfeng was wearing a long gown, so it was impossible for the other party to mistake him for someone else. Xiao Ruofei also heard that the young man's voice was different from Zhang Chao's, which meant that it was not Zhang Chao. So Xiao Ruofei asked again, "Brother, what's your name?" The young man quickly said, "Mr. Xia, you're welcome. My name is LV Chunfeng. You can call me Xiao Lu. Brother Chao asked me to pick you up." "Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome. We're all brothers, and Mr. Xia is Uncle Yi's special envoy." "You're welcome," LV Chunfeng quickly said, "Please get in the car." After Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng got in the car turned around and headed out of the port. LV Chunfeng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and explained, "Mr. Xia, Brother Chao lives far away. He was afraid that you would wait for too long, so he asked me to pick you up first. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Don't mention it. We've already troubled you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The port of Coatzacoalcos was very large. The car arrived at the destination about 10 minutes later, and they were still in the port area at this time. Xiao Ruofei saw that it was a 5-story building, with the sign Huafeng Shipping Company written in traditional Chinese. Behind the building, there was a huge warehouse connected to it. It should be the warehouse of the shipping company. The car drove directly into the yard of the shipping company and stopped. LV Chunfeng quickly got out of the car and led Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng into the shipping company. He took them to a reception room on the first floor and asked someone to serve them hot tea. Then he said, "Mr. Xia, Brother Chao is coming from home. You may have to wait for a while." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Go do your thing. Let's just rest here for a while." LV Chunfeng scratched his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Before Big Brother Chao comes, my mission is to receive the two of you well." "Mr. Xia, did you come from America?" The United States and Mexico shared a border. According to Zhang Chao, Xiao Ruofei was helping Li Yifu. Most of Li Yifu's assets were in the United States, and the company's headquarters was in Los Angeles. Therefore, LV Chunfeng assumed that Xiao Ruofei must have come from the United States. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This might not be convenient." LV Chunfeng quickly said, "I understand. I understand. Mr. Xia, it's all my fault for talking too much, please don't take it to heart." No. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's just that what we're going to do this time is rather sensitive, so it's not convenient to reveal too much." Yes. LV Chunfeng quickly said, "Please have some tea. Please have some tea. I understand the rules. It's all my fault for talking too much." At this time a voice came from outside the door. "Ah Feng? Are you asking me questions again?" LV Chunfeng was so scared that his whole body trembled. He quickly shrank his neck and stepped aside. When Xiao Ruofei heard this voice, he immediately stood up with a smile and said, "This must be Mr. Zhang Chao." For cultivators, they would never forget a voice that they heard once. Although Zhang Chao only said one sentence, Xiao Ruofei knew that it must be the same person who answered the phone just now. The person who came was naturally Zhang Chao. He strode in and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Xia, after receiving your call, I hurried over here. I didn't expect that I would still be a step late and neglect an important guest. My apologies." LV Chunfeng couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He knew that Zhang Chao's place was at least a 40-minute drive from here. When they received Zhang Chao's call, they directly rushed to the place where Xiao Ruofei was waiting for the car. After picking up Xiao Ruofei, they didn't delay and immediately returned. The round-trip time added up to about 20 minutes. Even if Zhang Chao immediately came to the shipping company after putting down the phone, he would only be able to arrive so quickly because he was speeding all the way. After Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng entered the house, they had just had a few sips of water and chatted with LV Chunfeng for a while before Zhang Chao arrived. It was basically a matter of time. How much did Zhang Chao value these two people? Although LV Chunfeng already knew that these two people in front of him were sent by Li Yifu, he didn't know more about the inside story. In fact, when Li Yifu called Zhang Chao, he specifically instructed Zhang Chao to be courteous to Xiao Ruofei and not neglect him. His words were full of admiration and even a trace of respect for Xiao Ruofei. Li Yifu was a founding member of the Hong sect, and he had a very high status in the Hong sect. Xianxia was only a small person in charge of the Hong sect's branch in Mexico. It could be said that there was a world of difference between the two of them. How could he dare to be the slightest bit negligent when Li Fu entrusted him with such a serious task? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "What are you talking about? We are the ones who have caused trouble for Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chao quickly said, "Mr. Xia, please don't say that. The Hong sect is one family. Uncle Yi is a founding member of the Hong sect, and he is a senior that everyone respects very much. His business is our business. How can you say that we have caused trouble for him?" Then, Zhang Chao looked at LV Chunfeng and said, "Mr. Xia, Feng is good at everything, but he can't control his mouth. And he likes to ask about things that he shouldn't know. If he has offended you in any way, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to his level." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. We haven't even thanked Mr. LV for his warm welcome. How could we blame him?" Only then did LV Chunfeng secretly heave a sigh of relief. He realized that his back was drenched in sweat. When Xiao Ruofei said that it was inconvenient, he realized that he had spoken too fast. Although this person looked amiable and harmless, he was someone who worked for the big boss of the Hong sect, Li Fu. These big shots were all people who did big things. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and came up to inquire. This was a taboo. Luckily, LV Chunfeng was magnanimous and didn't get angry because of it. LV Chunfeng also said to himself, "I really need to control my mouth in the future. Otherwise, I might get into big trouble." After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li should have already coordinated with you, right? The two of us are here to take the goods away." Zhang Chao said quickly, "No problem. Uncle Li has already given the order." "Mr. Xia, this is your first time in Mexico, right? What do you think? I will treat you to lunch at noon." Xiao Ruofei said politely, "Mr. Zhang, there is no need for lunch. We are in a hurry, and we will leave as soon as we get the goods." Zhang Chao said, "No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat, right? The two of you are in Mexico, and if Uncle Yi finds out that I didn't even ask you to stay for lunch, he will definitely blame me. I know that you are in a hurry, so I won't ask you to stay for too long. This lunch could be treated as a welcoming banquet as well as a farewell banquet. Look, it is almost 8 o'clock now. It is almost time for lunch, isn't it?" Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to stay for lunch. His plan was to take the goods and fly back directly with Luo Qingfeng. If everything went well, they would arrive at Taoyuan Island at night. There was no need to waste half a day here. Xiao Ruofei knew that if he insisted on taking the goods and leaving immediately, Zhang Chao would definitely not force them to stay. If there was no other way, he could ask Li Yifu to call Zhang Chao, and the problem would be solved. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to continue to politely decline, a young man in a black leather jacket poked his head in to take a look. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the reception room. He went straight to Zhang Chao's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Chao raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression soon returned to normal. He said lightly, "I know. I will deal with it in a moment." "Yes, Brother Chao." The young man hurriedly bowed slightly and left the reception room. Zhang Chao then said to Xiao Ruofei with a smile, "Mr. Xia, even if you are in a hurry, you should at least check the goods after receiving them, right? This batch of goods is quite large. I think it will be almost time for lunch after checking them. Can you do me the honor and give me a chance to be a good host?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you." Zhang Chao was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "It is our honor to have Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, how about this? I will ask someone to take you to check the goods now. I still have some things to deal with at the company, so I will not accompany you two for now. I will toast to you two at lunch." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Guests should follow the host's wishes." Zhang Chao nodded and waved his hand to call LV Chunfeng over. He said, "Feng, take these two distinguished guests to the warehouse to check the goods. Uncle Yi's goods are all in one container. This is the container number." Then, Zhang Chao handed a piece of paper to LV Chunfeng and continued, "Remember, take Mr. Xia and the others to the container. After you open the lead seal, leave immediately. Don't disturb Mr. Xia when he checks the goods. LV Chunfeng knew that this batch of goods was a little sensitive, and it was inconvenient for him to be there. He quickly said, understood. Don't worry, Brother Chow. Leave it to me. Zhang Chao nodded, then excused himself to Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, and hurriedly left the reception room. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng were led by LV Chunfeng through a long corridor on the first floor of the shipping company, and directly to the warehouse at the back. This warehouse was very large. At a glance, there were at least thousands of containers, and the warehouse looked very empty. If it was full, it could probably hold thousands of containers. LV Chunfeng was very familiar with the situation here, and he also remembered the container that Zhang Chao mentioned. This container was delivered 2 days ago, and it was very heavy. Yesterday, it was ready to be shipped away, but it was suddenly stopped. LV Chunfeng remembered the general area of this container. He led Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng through the warehouse, and in a short while, they found this dark blue container. The other containers were stacked together, but this one was placed alone. There were no other containers in this area, so it was very easy to find. LV Chunfeng asked the workers in charge of the warehouse to find tools to open the lead seal of this container. Then, without opening the door, he directly said to Xiao Ruofei, Mr. Xia, if you want to check the goods, just open the door and go in. Brother Chow has orders, so I'll leave first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. LV Chunfeng quickly left with the worker who came to open the lead seal. He also specifically told the managers here to not get close to the container area and to not let anyone disturb the two of them checking the goods. After LV Chunfeng left, Luo Qingfeng immediately asked in confusion, Master, why didn't you just take the goods and leave? Luo Qingfeng was really a little confused. What was the point of pretending to be polite to these secular people? As for the time that Zhang Chao said to check the goods, it was not a problem at all for practitioners. Besides, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was so strong that he could at least see what was in the container with a slight scan. There was no need to spend time checking at all. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I originally wanted to leave directly, but this Zhang Chao seems to be in some trouble. Anyway, he helped us, and he has some ties with Yifu. Since we met, we can't just stand by and watch, so I temporarily decided to stay and see what's going on. Xiao Ruofei heard clearly what the young man in the leather jacket had said to Zhang Chao when he walked into the reception room. He knew that Zhang Chao was in trouble. Just as he said to Luo Qingfeng, the purchase of arms was, after all, handled by the Mexican Hong sect. Now that they were in trouble, it was not appropriate for him to leave. Coincidentally, Zhang Chao also warmly invited them to stay for lunch, so Xiao Ruofei decided to stay here first. If Zhang Chao could solve the problem by himself, then Xiao Ruofei would pretend that he didn't know about it and directly leave after lunch with the goods. If Zhang Chao couldn't handle it, then Xiao Ruofei would help him in an appropriate way, which could be considered as returning the favor. Luo Qingfeng suddenly understood and said, so Master has other plans. Then this old slave didn't think it through. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's nothing. You rarely live in the secular world, so you probably don't know much about the ways of the world. This is normal. Yes. Luo Qingfeng asked respectfully, Master, what are we going to do next? Xiao Ruofei pointed to the container with a smile and said, of course we're going to check the goods. At least we have to pretend. In fact, in this short period of time, Xiao Ruofei had already used his psychic power to scan the entire container. He knew the exact number of weapons and equipment inside, and compared it with the purchase list he had personally drawn up. It was clear. The Mexican Freemasons were indeed very efficient. The quantity of the weapons and ammunition was impeccable. Not even a single bullet was missing. All the weapons and ammunition were packed neatly in the containers. There was no need to open the boxes himself, but since Xiao Ruofei said it was just for show, Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, yes. Master. Then, he ran over and opened the container door. Boxes of guns, bullets, grenades, bulletproof vests, and other auxiliary equipment appeared in front of the two of them. These equipment were arranged in an orderly manner, and all of them were secured with straps to prevent them from slipping during the transportation process. It was also the first time Luo Qingfeng had seen a container. He finally had a direct impression of the volume of this batch of goods. He was secretly speechless. Fortunately, his master had a storage magic treasure with enough space. Otherwise, with his shabby storage ring, this big iron box would not be able to fit in no matter what. Xiao Ruofei led Luo Qingfeng into the container. He casually opened a few boxes and played with the weapons and equipment inside. This time, according to the requirements of the old company commander Ma Xing, Xiao Ruofei equipped the guards with American equipment. When he was serving in Lone Wolf, he also had the opportunity to come into contact with this kind of equipment. After all, Lone Wolf was a special force, the tip of the sharp knife. Although this kind of American equipment was not included in Lone Wolf's standard equipment, the members of Lone Wolf basically had to undergo training in using, disassembling, and assembling. This was so that in the future, if their equipment was damaged or they ran out of ammunition and food, and if there was a chance to seize this kind of equipment from the enemy, the members of Lone Wolf would be able to use it skillfully. Xiao Ruofei took a M4 submachine gun, which was the most commonly used by the US military, and skillfully disassembled it into a pile of parts. With Xiao Ruofei's professional eyes, he could naturally see that this batch of equipment was brand new, and the quality was very good. It seemed that although the price of this arms smuggler was a little high, the goods provided were quite reliable. Xiao Ruofei casually put the gun back into the box, and then randomly opened the box to check the equipment inside. This batch of equipment could be said to be dazzling and complete. In addition to the M4 that everyone had, there were also professional digital helmets, shoulder-mounted personal computers, US military standard night vision goggles, State Route 47 assault rifles, M82A1 anti-material rifles, some advanced anti-armor weapons, wall detection equipment, miniature drones, and so on. Of course, there were also the latest bulletproof vests, combat uniforms, and combat boots. It could be said that this batch of equipment and weapons was enough to arm a 100-man guard to the teeth, and there was no problem in completing the normal island defense mission. When Xiao Ruofei was serving in the military, he liked to study foreign military equipment. Today's batch of equipment was the latest standard equipment that had been updated in the past 1 or 2 years. Even Xiao Ruofei himself had not used them before, so he fiddled with them with great interest. On the side, Luo Qingfeng was very puzzled. He didn't know why his master, a golden core cultivator, was so interested in these earthly weapons. Although the weapons developed by the secular world were indeed very powerful, for cultivators, what they valued more was their own strength. Cultivators all had a common understanding that relying on external forces was always a minor path. Only by becoming strong oneself could one become truly powerful. As a cultivator who had been cultivating in seclusion all year round, Luo Qingfeng really found it difficult to understand the true thoughts of Xiao Ruofei, who had been living in the earthly world all this time. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't completely immersed in the fun of the new toys. In fact, his spiritual power was always in a state of diffusion. On one hand, it was to prevent people from accidentally breaking in. After all, this batch of arms was enough to equip a company. If such a large batch of arms were to be piled in the warehouse, it would definitely bring trouble to the Mexican Hong sect. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei was mainly using his spiritual power to monitor the situation on Xianxia's side. Although this warehouse was very large, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was enough to cover a radius of 10 kilometers. If he was at his limit, he could barely cover a radius of 15 kilometers. Therefore, the building of the shipping company was naturally within Xiao Ruofei's range of monitoring. Xianxia was indeed having a headache now. To be precise, this problem had been bothering him for a while, and he hadn't been able to solve it. Today, the special envoy sent by Li Yifu was handing over the arms, and this problem came knocking on his door, which made him very angry. Xianxia's problem was actually very simple. Someone was interested in the Huafeng shipping company that he was in charge of. To be precise, someone was interested in the land and warehouse of Huafeng Shipping Company. Huafeng Shipping Company was the property of the Hong sect in Mexico. In a sense, Xianxia was just a professional manager. However, the Hong sect was different from ordinary companies. Disciples of the Hong sect like Xianxia, who were basically in the middle ranks of the Mexican branch, were relatively loyal. Naturally, he wouldn't sit back and watch the Hong sect's property be taken over. But the problem was that the people who were eyeing this land had a bit of a background. The other party was the famous drug gang in Mexico, the Gulf Group. Mexico was a bit of a strange country. In terms of combat power, the strongest was not the military, nor the police, but the large and small drug gangs. The military and police in Mexico were relatively well equipped in third world countries, but compared to the drug gangs, it was still a bit lacking. These drug gangs were basically all equipped with American equipment. This was also the reason why Liifu chose to buy arms from smugglers in Mexico. American equipment could be said to be overflowing in this land. And the Gulf Group was one of the most powerful drug gangs in Mexico. In order to fight against the military and police, the Gulf Group even set up a branch called Los Zetas. This Los Zetas was the quasi-military force of the Gulf Group. They were well equipped and had very advanced tactical concepts. Even the Mexican special forces were no match for them. In fact, all the drug gangs in Mexico combined forces to easily destroy the Mexican military and police. Especially driven by profit, the government was also very corrupt. Many officials took the initiative to protect the drug gangs. To exaggerate, the Mexican gangs were fully capable of replacing the government and becoming the president themselves. The reason why they didn't dare to do so was that they were worried that international organizations would intervene, especially when there was a powerful neighbor, the United States. Once foreign forces intervened, the Mexican drug trafficking industry would suffer a heavy blow. It was precisely for this reason that the Mexican government could be maintained until now. The drug gangs would rather spend a lot of money to bribe senior officials to maintain their drug trafficking chain than think of replacing it. The most pitiful were undoubtedly the military and police who fought against the drug gangs on the front line. These people were paid very little, but their work was very dangerous. There were statistics that since the prevalence of gangs in Mexico, tens of thousands of military and police officers had died in the hands of gangs. The annual murder in Mexico was in the tens of thousands, which showed the rampant power of gangs. The Gulf Group, the top force of the Mexican drug gangs, was eyeing Huafeng Shipping Company. Although Mexico was close to the United States, and the headquarters of the Freemasons in the United States also had a certain amount of power here, after all, the Freemasons had a lot of legitimate businesses, such as Huafeng Shipping Company. Compared with those drug gangs who engaged in the unscrupulous drug trafficking industry, the Freemasons were certainly much weaker. What was more, the Gulf Group's power spread throughout Mexico. Many senior officials were the targets of their bribery. As for a larger number of mid-level and low-level public servants, there were even more who acted as their protection. Of course, the Gulf Group, which was as rich as a country, naturally wouldn't care about a small shipping company. The one who really wanted to swallow this land and warehouse was the branch of the Gulf Group in Coatzacoalcos City. Even so, Xianxia was still under a lot of pressure. In fact, the branch of the Gulf Group in Coatzacoalcos was eyeing Huafeng Shipping Company mainly because the location of the land was very good. It was moderately far from the port, and the surrounding terrain was very suitable. They wanted to take it as a warehouse for drug transshipment. If it was a normal market acquisition, maybe Xianxia would consider the huge power of the Gulf Group and agree. After all, the worst-case scenario was just changing a place to open a company. Although it was a little troublesome, there was no need to fight with the other party over this matter. It was not worth it. However, the other party's appetite was very big. They wanted this land, but they didn't want to pay the equivalent price. To put it bluntly, they wanted to take it by force. The price that the other party offered to Huafeng Shipping Company was shockingly low. That money couldn't even buy 1/10 of the land, not to mention that there was a huge warehouse and other ancillary buildings on the land. Xianxia would definitely not agree to this kind of forced sale. After he rejected the other party's unreasonable request, he immediately mediated through the Mexican Freemasons and the Freemasons in the United States, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. However, the Gulf Group didn't give him any face at all. The whole of Mexico was their home base. In this country, they meant what they said. What's more, the management of Huafeng Shipping Company was all Chinese. Although the whole company was backed by American capital, in fact, the shareholders were also some American Chinese. They were even more unscrupulous. Xianxia's mediation didn't work at all, and after he rejected the other party's offer, Huafeng Shipping Company continued to encounter all kinds of trouble and difficulties. The Gulf Group had bought the Mexican government from top to bottom. It was easy for them to mess with a small shipping company backed by Xianxia. All kinds of inspections came unexpectedly. In just a week, Huafeng Shipping Company received several tickets. The company's ships also encountered all kinds of difficulties when docking and resupplying. Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. Today, when he was talking to Xianxia, his subordinate told him that the head of the Gulf Group in the state of Veracruz, Iraid, had come to negotiate with them in person and was about to arrive at the shipping company. Xianxia suddenly felt the pressure double. Coacalco City was a city under the state of Veracruz. At the beginning, Xianxia was already tired of dealing with the various means of the Coacalco's branch. Now, even the head of the state branch had come in person, which showed that the other party was determined to win, and it was clear that they were suppressing him with their power. Xianxia had no choice but to leave Xiaoruofei to LV Chunfeng in a hurry. He quickly walked out of the reception room, ready to go out to greet them. As soon as Xianxia went out, the young man in the black leather jacket immediately came up to him. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, "Chang, where are they?" The young man in the leather jacket, Chang, quickly said, "Brother Chow, when I just received the call, they had already passed the port road. They should be here soon." Xianxia nodded and quickly walked out of the small building. At this moment, a flashy motorcade majestically drove into the yard of the shipping company. In addition to a bulletproof version of the black extended Rolls-Royce, there were at least 7 or 8 black Hummer off-road vehicles, as well as some ordinary brands of black cars with government license plates. Xianxia saw the head of the Gulf Group's Coacalco City branch, Metal, who had been arrogant in front of him some time ago, get out of the passenger seat of the extended Rolls-Royce, quickly walked to the back door, and politely opened the door. A middle-aged white man in a black trench coat with a high-nose bridge and a gloomy face got out of the car and looked around the yard of Huafeng Shipping. At this time, the bodyguard sitting in the Hummer also got out and quickly formed a protective circle around the two men. Looking at this posture, Xianxia knew that the white man in the black trench coat was most likely the head of the Gulf Group's Veracruz state branch, Iraid. At this time, the people sitting in the accompanying official cars also got out of the cars. Xianxia glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a headache. These people were all extraordinary. Xianxia knew some of them, and some of them he had never seen before. Among the people he knew, there was Sanchez, the female deputy mayor of Coacalco City, and Fernando, a state legislator of Veracruz State, who he often saw on the TV news. So many officials and legislators, it was obvious that they were here to support the Gulf Group. Xianxia couldn't help but secretly worry, but since they had already come, he could only brace himself to greet them. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Metal, who had dealt with Xianxia several times, looked up at Xianxia and said, "Mr. Zhang, today our respected Mr. Iraid came to talk to you in person. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer." Sanchez, the female deputy mayor of Coacalcos, also said with a reserved expression, "Mr. Zhang, the Seaport Group under Mr. Illard is an important investor in Coacalcos. I hope that this meeting can reach a satisfactory result for both sides. Of course, this is only my personal wish, and it does not represent the Coacalcos government. The so-called Harbor Group was actually a shell, and the controlling party behind the scenes was the notorious drug gang, the Gulf Group. The Harbor Group was responsible for some of the Gulf Group's business in the state of Veracruz, and the nominal boss was Iraid. This was a well-known fact in Mexico, but Sanchez, as the deputy mayor of the city of Coacalcos, could still say those words with a straight face, as if the Seaport Group was an innocent company. Fernando, the state senator of Veracruz who came with them, just glanced at Xianxia without saying anything, but the pressure he gave Xianxia was not small at all. When Xianxia saw the other party's big lineup, he knew that they were bound to win today. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Chinese were originally a vulnerable group in Mexico, especially when the opponent this time was one of the largest drug gangs in Mexico. It seemed that the foundation of Huafeng Shipping would be difficult to protect today. Xianxia squeezed out a smile, went forward and said, "Please go to the reception room. We'll sit down and talk." At this time, Iraid, who had been silent since he got out of the car, finally spoke. He squinted at Xianxia and said, "People from Xianxia, I heard that you're not willing to sell this warehouse?" Xianxia forced a smile and said, "Mr. Erade, it's not that we're not willing to sell it, but the price you offered is too low, far below the market price. If we sell it at this price, our years of foundation will be equivalent to going down the drain. Erad frowned slightly. He tilted his head and asked, Metal, how much did you offer them? Metal quickly smiled and said, Mr. Illard, we're offering $500,000. In fact, this price is already very high. The land at the port is not worth much, and their warehouse is also very old. It's about the same price. These damn Xianxia people are too greedy. Xianxia was furious when he heard this. Metal was lying through his teeth. Just the shipping company's building and the land were worth more than $500,000. The warehouse at the back was huge. Even if the value of the building was not included, just the land alone was worth about $5 million. Huafeng Shipping and other industries, if the price was $5 million, buyers would definitely rush to the door to do the transaction. What's more, Huafeng Shipping had no intention of selling it at all. It was Metal who had taken a fancy to this piece of land. He wanted to use it as a transit and storage base for the drug trade. Therefore, he used his power to oppress others. It was clear that he wanted to force a sale. Erad hesitated for a moment and said, Metal, $500,000 is indeed a bit inappropriate. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Did this drug lord still have a little conscience? Or did he think that the price was so low that even he couldn't stand it? In any case, after Xianxia heard this sentence, he was more or less relieved. However, Erad's next sentence made Xianxia's heart sink to the bottom again. The corner of Erad's mouth twitched slightly. He said, This price is really too high. Metal, as the person in charge of the Coatzacoalcos branch company, you must be careful when you spend every penny. You can't squander it casually. Don't you understand this? You actually want to spend $500,000 to buy such a broken place? Do you have too much money in the company and nowhere to spend it? Metal quickly bowed his head and said, Mr. Illard, it's my fault. I also want to complete the transaction as soon as possible. I hope that through a certain degree of concession, these Xianxia people will agree to this transaction as soon as possible. It's just that I didn't expect these people to be so greedy and want more money. Xianxia was so angry that he almost couldn't control himself and directly cursed. Could he be more shameless than this? This was a blatant lie, but in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Xianxia knew that once he fell out with Erad, he would be the one to suffer in the end. At that time, not only would he lose the shipping company, but the personal safety of his people would also not be guaranteed. Although the branch of the Hong sect in Mexico also had a certain degree of fighting power, how could they be compared with the drug lords who were armed to the teeth? It was no exaggeration to say that once he fell out with these people, the entire Huafeng Shipping might be massacred tonight and become one of the tens of thousands of murders in Mexico every year. In the end, it would be left unsolved and there would be no follow-up at all. There were countless murders and shootouts in Mexico. People died every day, but there were very few cases that could be solved. Xianxia could only suppress his anger and said in a humble manner, Mr. Illard, the market value of these properties of Huafeng Shipping is at least $5 million, and there's no market for them. $500,000 is really too low. Erad just glanced at Xianxia, then slightly raised his chin and looked at Xianxia with eyes that looked down on all living things. He said indifferently, $450,000. I'll give you 3 days to move out. Xianxia's face changed slightly and he said, That's impossible. We can't afford such a big loss. $400,000. Erad's face sank and he lowered the price again. I want you to disappear from here by today. Otherwise, I'll make you disappear. Xianxia fell silent all of a sudden. He raised his eyes and looked at Sanchez, Fernando, and several other government officials who came to help him. He found that all of them were looking up at the sky, as if they had not heard Erad's naked threat just now. Erad's words were already a death threat. He said it in front of so many government officials and civil servants without any scruples. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. Xianxia knew that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He had two choices. The first was to swallow his teeth and accept this humiliating and unfair deal. The second choice was naturally to go all out and mobilize the forces of the Freemasons in Coatzacoalcos to fight them to the death. The first choice was very humiliating. He might not even get the $400,000 in the end. To put it bluntly, he would have to leave with his tail between his legs. But Xianxia knew that if he accepted this condition, his personal safety could still be guaranteed. The second choice was relatively more bloodthirsty. It was just a moment of pleasure, but the end result would be quite tragic. Not only would he be unable to escape, but he would also lose the lives of many of his brothers. There was no doubt about it. Arad looked at Xianxia with interest, who was struggling inwardly, and said meaningfully, "Huaxia man, the $400,000 offer is valid for 5 minutes. The time starts now. After 5 minutes, I may lower the price again." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Arad, I'm afraid I can't make the decision. I'm just a professional manager. I have to consult the board of directors for such an important decision, so I hope you can give us a little more time." Arad stretched out his index finger and shook it, saying, "I never accept bargaining. You have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to think about it." Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. He was also struggling wildly in his heart. He knew very well that the decision he made was very likely to affect the fate of a large group of brothers. The disciples of the Freemasons were all bloodthirsty. If someone had talked to Xianxia like this when he first started out, he would have slapped them hard. But now he was the person in charge of Huafeng shipping. He couldn't only care about himself and put so many of his brothers in danger. Xianxia gritted his teeth and frowned slightly, struggling with his thoughts. At this time, Arad said again, "Huaxia man, do you know what 2 creatures I hate the most?" Xianxia looked up at Arad with some puzzlement. Arad obviously didn't want to wait for Xianxia's answer. After he asked, he immediately said, "I hate rats and Huaxia man the most." Xianxia's face changed dramatically when he heard this. A rush of blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. Arad looked at Xianxia with interest and said disdainfully, "Huaxia man and rats have one thing in common, and that is, their ability to reproduce is so strong that it's impossible to kill them all. No matter how much human beings exterminate rats, there are still endless rats on Earth. Aren't you Huaxia man the same? Now you can see Huaxia man all over the world. It's really hard to be happy about." Xianxia's chest heaved up and down violently. At this moment, all of his reason had been burned away by anger. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Arad as he gnashed his teeth and said word by word in Spanish, "Arad, I'll F***CKU." The smile on Arad's face suddenly froze. A murderous look appeared on his gloomy face. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Monkey of Huaxia, can you repeat what you just said?" Before Xianxia could speak, a young voice came from the small building of the shipping company behind them. "He just said that he's going to F***CK your mother. In layman's terms, he's going to F***CK your mother." The young voice was also speaking Spanish, and it was much more fluent than Xianxia's. Xianxia's face changed slightly when he heard this familiar voice. He could already tell that it was Xia Ruofei's voice. He couldn't help but complain secretly. Just now, he was so hot-blooded that he completely forgot that there were 2 special envoys sent by Li Yifu in the shipping company today. It was fine if he and his men fought to the death with Arad, but Mr. Xia and the old man in the long gown who hadn't said a word from beginning to end were Uncle Yi's men. If something happened to them here, how would he explain it to Uncle Yi? Besides, didn't he just ask LV Chunfeng to take them to the warehouse? Why would Mr. Xia be here? Damn LV Chunfeng, he screwed up at the critical moment again. Xianxia said to himself angrily. But it was too late to stop him. Not only did Xia Ruofei speak, but his voice had already appeared at the entrance of the building in the next moment. End of chapter 1583. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.